Chapter 1. The Boy with Spiritual Eyes. A grand edifice reminiscent of a palace looms before us. Its golden glazed tiles shimmering resplendently under the sun's embrace, the gilded rooftops and crimson doors, steeped in antiquity, evoke a profound sense of solemnity. From a distance, the scene appears shrouded in mist, the tiled roofs rising like a brick formation. Extending to the horizon, the sheer expanse of the estate gives an impression of endlessness at the towering entrance. A sign emblazoned with the words Duke's Manor commands attention. This vast estate, sprawling over 3,000 acres, does not belong to any city but stands isolated, 50 miles northwest of the capital, Xinglua City. Within the Xinglua Empire, this clearly indicates the exalted status of its master within the realm. At this moment, the sun hangs high in the sky, casting its radiant light upon the golden tiles, enveloping the entire Duke's Manor in a dazzling golden hue, even visible from the battlements of Xinglua City. The back door on the northern side of the Duke's Manor opened silently, and a slender figure stealthily slipped out. It was a boy, appearing around 11 or 12 years of age. He possessed a well-proportioned frame, clad in simple, clean gray garments. With a modest bundle slung over his back, his short black hair was neat and tidy. The handsome visage bore an expression of determination that transcended his years. Gently closing the back door behind him, the boy hastily took a few steps before abruptly halting, turning back to gaze at the Duke's Manor. In his deep blue eyes, a palpable hatred flickered. "Mother, may your spirit watch over me, no matter the toil. There shall come a day when I return, trampling everything here beneath my feet. From this moment forth, I shall bear your surname," changing it to Hu Hao. Having uttered these words, he cast one last, lingering gaze at the Duke's Manor before resolutely turning away. Instead of heading southeast toward Xinglua City, he dashed northward, his small figure gradually receding under the fierce midday sun. Despite his diminutive stature, he exuded an aura of resilience, devoid of any sense of helplessness. The Duke's Manor was flanked by wide official roads in every direction, and as Hu Hao ran forward, his eyes began to redden. Mother, the image of her reluctant and unyielding expression at the time of her passing resurfaced in his mind, causing him to clench his teeth in resolve. "I must be strong. Mother taught me that one can only rely on oneself. Only by being strong can one truly thrive." Scenes from his memories flickered through Hu Hao's mind. His mother had been the Duke's personal maid. Growing up alongside him, the role of personal maid was to serve her master. And one fateful night 12 years ago, Hu Hao had quietly entered his mother's womb. After 10 months, he was born into the world. Regardless of his mother's status, he was ultimately the son of a duke. Though his treatment within the estate was not particularly favorable, it was certainly not unbearable. His mother had ceased to be a maid, as one gains prestige through their offspring, and she had been granted a small courtyard of her own. Life should have continued peacefully, but disaster soon struck. The Duke represented the Xinglua Empire on the battlefield, leaving all matters of the estate in the hands of the Duchess. The Duchess already had a son and a daughter, and she suppressed all potential threats to her children. While the Duke was present, all was well. But once he departed, the estate became the Duchess' domain. She was also the favored youngest daughter of the current emperor of the Xinglua Empire. Due to her close upbringing with the Duke, Hu Hao's mother was favored by him, which inevitably incited the Duchess' jealousy, making her the primary target. The Duchess, claiming that Hu Hao's mother was afflicted with a contagious disease, banished them to the servant quarters behind the firewood shed, severing all their financial support at that time. Hu Hao was merely 2 years old. The harsh living conditions gradually took a toll on his mother's already fragile health, compounded by the constant oppression from the Duchess' servants. By the time Hu Hao turned 10, his mother fell gravely ill and passed away suddenly. The Dolua continent had experienced frequent wars since the collision with the Sun and Moon continent, which drifted from the Western Sea over 4,000 years ago, resulting in a significant increase in territory. A millennium ago, the Dolua continent had only 2 nations, Tiando and Xinglua today. However, the once singular Dolua continent has transformed into 3 nations among them. The Xinglua Empire still exists, albeit with a change in royal lineage. Fortunately, they managed to pacify all the kingdoms within, unifying Xinglua into a formidable power. Conversely, the Tiando Empire fragmented into the Tiando Empire and the Doling Empire, unable to maintain cohesion due to the dominance of several major kingdoms. The Sun and Moon continent, vast and resource-rich, though slightly smaller than the Dolua continent, is unified under a single nation known as the Sun and Moon Empire. Following the collision of the 2 continents, war erupted immediately. The 3 nations on the Dolua continent united in a common cause, forming a coalition that endured nearly 2 decades of conflict before finally vanquishing the Sun and Moon Empire, renaming the continent Dolua, erasing the name of the Sun and Moon continent, leaving only the Sun and Moon Empire on Dolua. Despite their defeat, the Sun and Moon Empire was not entirely subjugated, leveraging its advantages and the existing tensions among the three empires on the Dolo continent. A precarious but stable stalemate emerged nevertheless. Wars continued to erupt year after year. The Duke, frequently engaged in battle, spent little time within the estate under the Duchess' deliberate concealment. Hui Yuhao and his mother gradually faded from his memory when the Duke inquired. The Duchess merely claimed that Hui Yuhao's mother was afflicted with a grievous illness. Hui Yuhao's mother endured great hardships to raise him at the age of 6. He underwent his martial soul awakening within the estate. A martial soul is a unique ability possessed by every individual on the Doloa continent, while the Sun and Moon Empire's developmental trajectory differed from that of the other three nations. Martial souls remain fundamental. Every person is born with a martial soul, which can be awakened at the age of 6. The martial soul can take any form, such as tools or animals. Animal-type martial souls are typically referred to as beast martial souls. While all other types are collectively known as tool martial souls, there are also exceptions for certain special mutated martial souls. After awakening one's martial soul, only a small fraction of individuals will possess a unique power known as soul power. Only those who awaken with soul power can aspire to become the noblest profession on the Doloa continent, Soul Masters. Soul Masters are categorized into 9 ranks from lowest to highest. Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Ancestor, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, and Title Daw. The higher the rank of a Soul Master, the more formidable their abilities at the pinnacle. Title Daw possesses nearly unimaginable strength, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Soul power from levels 1 to 10 falls within the realm of Soul Scholars. The stronger the innate soul power manifested during awakening, the greater the talent and the swifter the cultivation speed following the awakening. An innate soul power of level 10 denotes the utmost talent. Often referred to as a genius soul master, as long as the martial soul itself is not lacking, substantial achievements are assured. Despite being the son of a duke, Hui Yuhao did not inherit the powerful martial soul characteristic of the duke's lineage otherwise, even if the Duchess despised him. The mere existence of a martial soul from the duke's bloodline would necessitate reporting to the duke, thereby altering the fate of both Hui Yuhao and his mother. Regrettably, Hui Yuhao's martial soul manifested as an exceedingly rare variant. Spiritual eyes. This is Hui Yuhao's martial soul. Within the categories of martial souls, there exists a minor classification that does not fall under either tool or beast martial souls, known as body martial souls, where the awakened martial soul is a part of the individual's body, such as hands or feet. Almost all body martial souls are exceptionally powerful, yet their occurrence is exceedingly rare, placing them above beast and tool martial souls. Thus, their emergence is met with considerable attention. Unfortunately, Hui Yuhao's martial soul is an exception. The spiritual eye's martial soul is located within his eyes, and it is an exceedingly rare mental attribute. Martial soul under normal circumstances, Hui Yuhao would have garnered significant attention and importance. However, 2 constraints hindered his development. First, at the time of his martial soul awakening, his innate soul power was merely level 1, indicating a dismal talent, resulting in a slow cultivation speed. Secondly, the rarity of mental attribute martial souls is matched only by the scarcity of corresponding soul beasts. Every soul master, upon reaching a threshold in their cultivation measured in units of 10, must hunt a soul beast that aligns with their attributes to obtain a soul ring, facilitating their breakthrough. Soul rings are not only essential for overcoming bottlenecks, but also provide soul masters with skills, forming the foundation of their strength. These 2 constraints have nearly predetermined that Hui Yuhao's life will lack any significant achievements. Nevertheless, as the son of a duke, he still received the most basic methods for cultivating soul power in the long span that followed. It became evident that his talent for cultivation was indeed woefully inadequate. Within the duke's manor, even the children of some servants, given the innate awakening of their martial souls, would reach level 10 soul power within a maximum of 3 years, transitioning from the lowest rank of soul scholar to that of soul master. Yet, Hui Yuhao, now 11 years old, took a full 5 years to barely attain level 10 soul power. Moreover, during those 5 years, he had exerted efforts nearly 3 times greater than those of his peers. After the death of his mother, Hui Yuhao lingered in the duke's mansion for another year. He was still quite young, and leaving the duke's residence without a source of livelihood was out of the question. So he had no choice but to bury all his resentment and grievances deep within his heart. However, the harshness of life had accelerated his emotional maturity far beyond that of his peers. His mother had once told him that the only way to stand out in the world was to become a soul master, Even the most ordinary soul master held a status far superior to that of an average person in the continent just yesterday. Through 5 years of relentless effort, Hui Yuhao had managed to cultivate his soul power to level 10. Despite his exceptionally poor talent, this marked the day he had promised himself he would leave the Duke's mansion. He needed a soul ring, even if it was merely the most basic 10-year soul ring. With it, he would become a true soul master, possessing a skill that belonged solely to him in the Doluwa continent. Soul beasts were categorized based on their age, and the capabilities of a soul ring were intrinsically linked to the lifespan and inherent abilities of the soul beast itself. Generally, soul beasts were classified into 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year categories. A soul master had to personally hunt a soul beast to obtain a soul ring from its lifeless body. Remaining in the Duke's mansion, but Yuhao knew he stood no chance of acquiring a soul ring. There was no one there to assist him thus. Even though he understood that venturing out alone in search of a mental-type soul beast was akin to courting death, he summoned the courage of a fledgling who knows no fear and resolutely departed from the Duke's residence. Heading northward, he soon found himself on the official road, although still young. Hui Yuhao was already a level 10 soul master. Possessing stamina superior to that of the average adult as he walked, he gazed into the distance. And if one looked closely, they would notice that his deep blue eyes sparkled with an unusual clarity, faintly emanating a halo of light. Ever since awakening his spiritual eyes, Hui Yuhao had discovered that his vision surpassed that of ordinary individuals up close. He could discern details invisible to others, while at a distance, he could see more than double the range of an average person with the enhancement of his soul power. His eyesight continued to improve. The changes in his body as his cultivation progressed further solidified his resolve to heed his mother's words. He must become a soul master. Mother said that if I could possess a soul ring, then I would be a control-type battle soul master. My martial soul isn't lacking if my talent is poor. I shall simply dedicate more time to diligent practice than others. Bolstered by this unwavering conviction, Hui Yuhao practiced while on the move when thirsty. He would drink from mountain springs when hungry. He would nibble on the coarse cakes. He carried his days were filled with travel and meditation remarkably. At his tender age, he could cover 300 miles in a single day, a feat that could only be described as miraculous. He possessed only 7 silver soul coins and 5 copper soul coins, spending sparingly since the end of the war between the Doluwa continent and the Sun Moon continent. The continent had undergone thousands of years of evolution, resulting in a unified currency system. 1 gold soul coin equaled 10 silver soul coins, which in turn equaled 100 copper soul coins. In his childhood, his mother would occasionally take him out of the Duke's mansion to forage for fruits and wild vegetables in the woods, ensuring he had better meals. Thus, Hui Yuhao was quite familiar with various plant species. Often, he would forego even the cheapest coarse cakes, instead scavenging for food along the way. This was why Yuhao's first journey beyond home, despite having a map, he inevitably lost his way several times, only managing to find the correct path after repeatedly asking passersby for directions. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as enlightening as traveling thousands of miles. After a few days, he felt he had learned quite a bit, freed from the oppression and constraints of the Duke's mansion. His mood had brightened considerably. The novel sights he encountered along the way filled him with excitement despite his youth. His body recovered swiftly, and he felt no fatigue during his travels, akin to a bird released from its cage, experiencing joy for the first time since his mother's passing. 6 days have passed. I must be nearing my destination, Hui Yuhao thought cautiously as he examined the rudimentary map in his hand. Glancing at the shadows cast by the trees lining the road, he concluded that he was very close to the Stardow forest. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Hui Yuhao stepped into the woods by the roadside, seeking a shaded spot to rest and meditate. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water reached his ears, causing him to leap up in excitement. Water meant an improvement in his living conditions. Closing his eyes, Hui Yuhao listened intently to the direction of the water's sound. As a possessor of a spiritual martial soul, his senses were significantly sharper than those of ordinary people, particularly when he closed his eyes. His other senses became heightened. Soon, he pinpointed the direction and cautiously made his way through the woods. His caution stemmed not from the uneven ground, but from the fear of tearing his clothes on the thorns. This outfit had been lovingly crafted by his mother. In less than 200 meters, he reached his target. A small creek about 3 meters wide, its water crystal clear and refreshing. With a cheer, Hui Yuhao quickly shed his clothes and leaped into the creek, which was less than 2 feet deep. It had been 2 days since his last bath, and the sweat accumulated from his travels made this refreshing dip a delightful indulgence. After a thorough wash, he emerged feeling completely rejuvenated. He thought to himself that since he was so close to the Stardow forest, he might as well rest here for a while. He changed into fresh clothes from his pack, washed his soiled garments in the creek, and hung them on a branch to dry. He then broke off a branch approximately 3 feet long. With his right hand, he retrieved a short blade from the sheath at his waist. The blade measured about 1 foot and 2 inches in length. Its dark green sheath made from durable leather. Huiyuhao did not know which soul beast or animal's hide it was crafted from. What he did know was that this short blade was the only gift his father had given to his mother, treasured by her until her last moment, when she passed it on to Huiyuhao. The hilt measures approximately 5 inches in length, devoid of any ostentatious embellishments, yet it evokes a sense of antiquity. When held, it not only fits perfectly but also offers an exquisite comfort. As the blade is drawn from its sheath, it emits not a sound. The blade, extending about 7 inches, resembles a tranquil autumn pool, its slender edge seemingly translucent, sending a shiver down the spine of Huiyuhao, who, despite his accustomed nature, cannot suppress a tremor from the chilling aura. This is the White Tiger Dagger, a name imparted to him by his mother. Huiyuhao gazed at the White Tiger Dagger, and the excitement in his eyes was instantly replaced by profound sorrow. From the glimmering blade, he seemed to catch a glimpse of his mother's figure. Grasping the branch he had just broken off, he deftly honed the blade of the dagger against the tip of the branch. The faint azure light emanating from the edge gliding through the wood as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. In just a few strokes, the tip of the branch was sharpened to a fine point. Huiyuhao sheathed his White Tiger Dagger back at his waist and approached the stream with a tree branch in hand. Taking a deep breath, his eyes suddenly illuminated with clarity. Instantly, every detail within the crystal-clear waters magnified before him. The subtle undulations of the water and even the tiny shrimp nestled in the crevices of the riverbed could not escape the scrutiny of his keen gaze. Remarkably, everything appeared to slow down in his perception. Suddenly, Huiyuhao struck with lightning speed, thrusting the branch swiftly into the water. With a flick of his wrist, he emerged with a half-foot-long green fish. For an ordinary person, catching fish might require considerable skill, yet for Huiyuhao, endowed with his extraordinary vision, it was a task of effortless ease. This was precisely why he had felt such exhilaration upon hearing the sound of flowing water. Apart from catching fish, he had not consumed any other meat over the past 6 days. While a single fish was scarcely sufficient for sustenance within a short span, Huiyuhao had managed to spear a dozen green fish ranging from half a foot to a foot in length from the river. This was splendid, as it would certainly provide enough nourishment for at least 2 days, and when roasted, the fish would be less prone to spoilage. Huiyuhao, brimming with joy, crouched beside the stream, skillfully utilizing his White Tiger Dagger to meticulously prepare the bluegill fish. The razor-sharp blade glided effortlessly, whether scaling the fish or eviscerating them. For Huiyuhao, who had labored alongside his mother since childhood, such tasks posed no challenge. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he had deftly cleaned a dozen fish. He gathered some large leaves from the forest, washed them in the stream, and placed the freshly cleaned fish upon them. Additionally, he collected dry twigs to serve as kindling. And in no time, a small bonfire flickered to life at the water's edge. Huiyuhao possessed only coarse salt as seasoning, yet it proved sufficient for grilling fish. He fashioned several crude racks from thick branches, then skewered the cleaned green fish upon slender twigs. After rubbing salt into the fish bellies, he retrieved purple perilla leaves gathered days prior from his bundle, washing and shredding them before stuffing them alongside the salt within the fish. Only then did he place the prepared fish upon the branch-made grill over the fire. Before long, an extraordinary fragrance began wafting from the flames, rich and intoxicating, carrying an allure entirely its own. As Huiyuhao turned the fish with deliberate care, their surfaces gradually transformed into a golden hue, the deepening aroma rendering them irresistibly tempting. For this first attempt, he grilled only 2, having prepared the remaining fish beforehand. Cooking too many at once risked compromising the precision of the heat. How divine! Just then, a delighted exclamation, clear and melodious, startled Huiyuhao. Following the sound, his gaze fell upon 2 figures approaching along the stream. Leading was a maiden of perhaps 15 or 16. Her long raven hair tied into a high ponytail swaying behind her. Clad in a fitted azure outfit, her silhouette brimmed with youthful vitality. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with lively charm, complemented by a delicately upturned nose and an oval face nearing perfection. Her exquisite features now bore an expression of eager delight. Her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the grilling fish. Trailing behind her was a youth of similar age, tall and poised, his deep blue-cropped hair gleaming like polished gemstones beneath the sunlight. Though young, his demeanor exuded an air of quiet refinement. His handsome countenance carried a trace of languid warmth as he observed Huiyuhao with mild interest, though unlike the maiden, his attention lingered not on the fish, but the boy himself. The girl had already bounded forward in eager strides, her eyes alight with anticipation as she blurted, "Little brother, are these fish for sale? They smell absolutely heavenly. How did you prepare them?" Hui Yuhao was no stranger to beauty, even within the duke's estate. Many maids possessed striking looks. Yet none had ever stood so near, nor could any compare to this maiden before him. Hers was not a flawless, peerless beauty, but rather an ethereal grace, an aura of spirited elegance. Hui Yuhao's cheeks flushed slightly as he stammered, I'd like to treat you both." The young girl burst into laughter, her voice light and melodious. "Oh, little brother, you're actually blushing. Well then, I won't stand on ceremony." As she spoke, she reached out to take the grilled fish from Hui Yuhao's hands, settling down unceremoniously beside him. She blew on the steaming fish, exclaiming at its heat before taking delicate, careful bites. The young man accompanying her approached with an exasperated expression, first nodding politely to Hui Yuhao before turning to the girl. "Xiaoya, this young brother hasn't even eaten yet, and here you are, already digging in." Xiaoya's beautiful eyes widened in mock indignation. "What did you just call me?" The young man immediately raised his hands in surrender. All right, teacher Xiaoya, is that better?" She shot him a sidelong glance, her lips curving into a satisfied smile. "That's more like it. Mind your manners." Despite her youth, the glance carried an unexpected charm, leaving the young man momentarily dazed. Beside them, Hui Yuhao averted his gaze, flustered, and quickly offered the other grilled fish to the young man. "Big brother, please have this one." The young man smiled gently and shook his head. "A gentleman does not take what another treasures." "Little brother, you haven't eaten yet yourself. Did you catch these fish from the river?" Hui Yuhao nodded and said, "It's all right. I can grill some more." As he spoke, he stood up and handed the grilled fish to the young man, then skillfully placed 2 more prepared fish on the wooden rack to continue grilling. The young man smiled warmly and said, "My name is Bei, and she is Tangya." "Young friend, what's your name?" "My name is Hui Yuhao," Hui Yuhao replied earnestly while focusing on grilling the fish. Along his journey, he had encountered travelers more than once while camping in the wilderness and had received much help from them. Therefore, when Tangya asked for the grilled fish, he handed it to her without hesitation. These experiences had taught him that mutual assistance was essential when traveling. Bei sat down beside Tangya. His manner of eating the grilled fish was far more refined than hers. At least he didn't end up with greasy hands. By the time the second batch of fish was ready, Tangya had already been waiting eagerly. Under Bei's helpless gaze, she snatched another piece. This time, however, Bei refused to eat any more and gestured for Hui Yuhao to have his share first. Hui Yuhao, who had been hungry for a while, continued grilling while eating one himself. Though seasoned only with simple perilla and salt, the fish was exceptionally delicious. Though none of the dozen or so fish were particularly large, the total amount was substantial, yet the 3 of them finished them all. "So delicious. I've never tasted grilled fish this good before. Little brother Hui Yuhao, how about I hire you as my personal chef? What do you say?" Tangya sprawled lazily on the grass, stretching contentedly, her curves on full display though she remained oblivious. Bei scratched his head at her behavior but could do nothing about it. "Do you even have money, teacher Xiaoya?" Bei poured cold water on her enthusiasm. "I'll have some eventually," Tangya replied awkwardly, sitting up and glaring at Bei, clearly displeased with his blunt remark. Hui Yuhao rose to his feet and said, "Brother Bei, sister Tang, I must take my leave now." Bei replied, "Young brother Hua, this is a desolate wilderness, and we are not far from the Star Do Great Forest where soul beasts roam. Where are you headed?" Hui Yuhao shook his head, carefully stowing away the nearly dried clothes from the branch into his backpack. With a smile towards the 2, he waved goodbye and turned to leave under Tangya's somewhat surprised gaze. Could he be heading to the Stardo Forest? Tangya pondered aloud as she watched Hui Yuhao's retreating figure. Bei shook his head, responding, "It's hard to say. I can faintly sense he possesses soul power, though it appears quite weak. Yet, he seems to be alone, which is indeed peculiar." Tangya stuck out her tongue, saying, "He has soul power. Why not recruit him into our Tang Sect?" Bei retorted, "Surely you aren't considering bringing him in just because of his delicious grilled fish?" Tangya blushed, realizing her thoughts had been exposed, and playfully stuck her tongue out at Bei. Bei remarked, "This young man, Hua, must have experienced much. His gaze reveals a maturity beyond his years. However, I wonder about his talent." Tangya's face brightened. "So, does that mean you agree?" Bei sighed. "The esteemed Miss Tangya, the sole commander of the Tang Sect before you accept me as your disciple, seeks to expand our sect. Naturally, we should recruit suitable individuals. This Hua seems quite composed. If his talent is adequate, he could be a valuable choice. His attire suggests he does not come from a wealthy background." At this point, Our Tang Sect can only accept disciples like him. Tangya looked at Bei Bei with curiosity. I didn't realize you were quite crafty. Bei Bei stood up, brushing off his clothes, and replied, I prefer to call it cleverness, or perhaps wisdom, if you will. Let us go. After consuming so much of his grilled fish, we should at least accompany him for a while to ensure he remains safe from any potential danger posed by soul beasts. Tangya also rose, smiling mischievously, this time. You truly are clever, as your thoughts align with mine. Let me clean up, and then we shall depart. Hui Yuhao was blissfully unaware of the conversation between Bei Bei and Tangya that transpired in his absence, initially intending to embark on his journey with some grilled fish. He found this plan thwarted. He was reluctant to reveal his identity as a soul master, which is why he refrained from fishing again. His mother had imparted wisdom to him, advising that one should only share a fraction of their thoughts with others, never laying bare their entire heart. Although he held a favorable impression of Bei Bei and Tangya, he ultimately opted to part ways with them after their meal. Despite his tender age, Hui Yuhao possessed a wealth of insight. He discerned that Tangya and Bei Bei were far from ordinary individuals, for as Bei Bei had remarked, they found themselves in a desolate wilderness, yet they bore no burdens upon their persons. Thus, he concluded that it would be prudent to part ways with these two elder siblings as swiftly as possible. After a hearty meal, Hui Yuhao felt his fatigue dissipate entirely. He marked the location of the previous brook on his map, pondering that it might prove useful upon his return. Not long into his journey, a wooden sign by the roadside captured Hui Yuhao's attention. It warned that 50 miles ahead lay the entrance to the Star Doe Forest, a territory inhabited by soul beasts. Caution was advised. Indeed, he had not erred in his path. He was finally approaching his destination. At this moment, apart from the thrill of anticipation, a tinge of anxiety lingered within him. He touched the white tiger dagger at his lower back, suppressing the unease that stirred in his heart, and strode forward with resolute steps. To become a soul master was his singular path to salvation, a conviction deeply rooted in Hui Yuhao's heart. He harbored no regrets regarding his decision. The air gradually grew cooler, and beyond the refreshing chill, there lingered an aura of peculiar gravity. The Star Doe Forest loomed before him like a ravenous soul beast, poised to receive a youthful life. Opportunity or devouring. Chapter 2. The Ice Silkworm of Dreaming. Despite his tender age, Hui Yuhao's initial shock and nervousness swiftly transformed into exhilaration. After days of arduous travel, his destination was finally within reach. The mere thought of potentially obtaining a soul ring and ascending to the rank of a true soul master set his blood aflame with anticipation. Though merely 11 years old, he had devoted over 5 years of relentless cultivation for this very moment. Driven by excitement, Hui Yuhao instinctively quickened his pace, his eagerness barely contained. As he pressed forward, an uncanny sensation prickled at his consciousness. A faint sting in his eyes prompted him to channel his soul power into his spirit eyes. A wisp of ethereal energy swirled around his vision, and in that fleeting moment, he glimpsed a shadow darting past the left side of the path ahead. His spirit eyes, an exceedingly rare variant of a mental-type martial soul, possessed an acute premonitory ability. The surge of danger sharpened his reflexes instantly. He threw himself to the left, simultaneously drawing the white tiger dagger from his waist in one fluid motion. A dark figure flashed through the space he had occupied mere moments ago, landing heavily on the ground beside him. At such close proximity, Hui Yuhao could now discern its form clearly. It was a baboon, standing roughly a meter tall. Its body cloaked in tawny fur. Its amber eyes gleamed with malice, its elongated arms ending in razor-sharp claws. Prominent canine teeth protruded from its snarling maw, and with a guttural growl, it lunged again, powerful hind legs propelling it forward. Though Hui Yuhao's spirit eyes had yet to acquire a soul ring, their foundational abilities remained formidable. Infused with soul power, they slowed the baboon's movements in his perception. Having already rolled to the side, he scrambled to his feet, retreating several steps while raising the white tiger dagger defensively. The rapid thrum of his heartbeat echoed in his ears, his breath growing ragged. This was his first encounter with an enemy, no, a soul beast. His grip on the dagger was slick with sweat, his mind clouded with uncertainty, frustrated by its failed assaults. The baboon reared back, pounding its chest with clenched fists before unleashing a furious roar. Its maw gaped wide, and in an instant, a sphere of white light erupted from its throat, hurtling toward Hui Yuhao. Even with his inexperience, Hui Yuhao recognized the threat. This was no ordinary beast, but a soul beast. Though still distant from the Star Doe Forest, he was utterly unprepared. The white projectile closed in, and with his current strength, a direct hit would spell certain doom. At this moment, Hui Yuhao's mind was a blank slate. In his keen eyes, the white light appeared to travel slowly, yet in reality, it reached him in the blink of an eye. As the white light surged forth, the baboon lunged towards Hui Yuhao with alarming speed, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. As the white light closed in, Hui Yuhao, overwhelmed by anxiety and devoid of rational thought, instinctively raised the white tiger dagger in his right hand, only to be struck directly by the radiant beam. A peculiar scene unfolded at that moment. As the white light collided with the white tiger dagger, the baboon simultaneously pounced, extending its long arms with clawed hands to seize Hui Yuhao by the shoulders. At this juncture in the battle, it appeared that Hui Yuhao's fate was sealed. Was he truly destined to perish beneath the claws of this soul beast? Grasping Hui Yuhao's shoulders, the baboon's powerful body flipped mid-air, preparing to hurl Hui Yuhao with great force. Concurrently, a flash of white light darted past just as the baboon was about to throw Hui Yuhao down. The baboon's body seemed to stiffen momentarily, while Hui Yuhao was flung away instead of being smashed into the ground. The baboon, after rolling once on the ground, lay motionless. With a thud, Hui Yuhao's body collided with a nearby tree trunk, plunging him into darkness as excruciating pain rendered him breathless. In that moment, he appeared rather wretched. Deep gashes marred both shoulders, and his clothing was nearly torn to shreds. Yet, amidst this intense agony, he regained consciousness, instinctively directing his gaze towards the still form of the baboon. A faint white glow enveloped the fallen creature, gradually forming a halo above its body. The halo was indistinct, its radiance flickering, yet it captivated Hui Yuhao's attention. A soul ring. Hui Yuhao's heart raced, and he trembled with excitement, the pain from his wounds momentarily subsiding. Within the Duke's mansion, he had only learned the most fundamental meditation techniques, yet he had heard countless discussions about soul beasts and soul rings. Almost every guard within the Duke's estate frequently alluded to these topics. This, however, was his first encounter with one in person. Could it be dead? Hui Yuhao pondered. For only a deceased soul beast would release a soul ring, but how had it met its demise? In this pivotal moment, the power of his spiritual eyes manifested, and memories surged within his mind like a tidal wave. As the white light struck the white tiger dagger, it suddenly radiated brilliantly, absorbing all the white light. This was the crucial turning point in the battle. According to the baboon's instinctive combat behavior, it had assumed that Hui Yuhao, the frail human, would be incapacitated by its innate soul ability, followed by a devastating fall to the ground, costing him at least half his life. However, it could never have anticipated that its own soul skill would be instinctively neutralized by Hui Yuhao's white tiger dagger. As the baboon seized Hui Yuhao and flipped to throw him, Hui Yuhao, driven by instinct, flung his arms upward, causing the white tiger dagger to naturally rise. Although the dagger's length should not have reached the airborne baboon, in that fleeting moment, a blade of light extended from the dagger, sweeping past the baboon. While Hui Yuhao's mind was clouded, unable to recall the exact point of impact, he was certain that the blade of light had indeed struck the baboon. Did I actually win? Hui Yuhao gazed at the white soul ring, his initial exhilaration gradually ebbing away. The soul ring was essential for a soul master to advance. However, not all soul rings were suitable for absorption by a soul master. Only those with a high compatibility to one's martial spirit could be absorbed effectively. A superior soul ring would grant the soul master even more potent abilities. The strength of a soul ring was determined by the cultivation age of the soul beast it originated from. The white soul ring represented a soul beast of 10 years. All soul beasts with cultivation ages between 10 and 100 years would yield a white soul ring upon being slain. Undoubtedly, the baboon Hui Yuhao had fortuitously defeated was a 10-year soul beast, and the 10-year soul ring shimmered clearly before him. Regrettably, it was not a soul ring he could absorb. Despite his lack of experience in hunting soul beasts and his inability to discern the baboon's attributes, Hui Yuhao was certain that it was not a spirit attribute soul beast. Thus, its soul ring was ill-suited for him. Hui Yuhao felt compelled to observe the baboon's condition. But as he attempted to rise, his entire body succumbed to a wave of weakness and soreness. The excessive tension had drained him of all strength. And coupled with the pain in his shoulder, he let out a muffled groan, nearly losing consciousness. After all, he was merely 11 years old. Having recently faced a significant upheaval, even the steadfastness in his heart wavered slightly. The number of spirit beasts possessing mental attributes was exceedingly rare. This was merely the first spirit beast he had encountered, and it was only of the 10-year level, yet it had nearly claimed his life. What if he were to confront a century-old spirit beast? He would stand no chance of survival. Luck could not perpetually favor him. The instantaneous marvel displayed by the white tiger dagger could hardly compensate for his inherent frailty. What should I do? Hui Yuhao struggled to sit up. leaning against the tree he had collided with, gasping for breath. I cannot perish. I shall undoubtedly succeed. I must seek justice for my mother. I cannot simply relinquish my resolve. Clenching his teeth, he continually reaffirmed his conviction within. Yet, the fleeting images of his brief skirmish with the baboon incessantly reminded him of the folly of underestimating his opponent, just as confusion and helplessness enveloped his mind. Unexpectedly and without warning, a voice resonated in his consciousness. At last, I have encountered a human with mental attributes. Alas, if only I could shed tears. My face would surely be awash with them. Hui Yuhao was taken aback, utterly perplexed by the sudden emergence of a voice within his mind. At that moment, the ground beneath him began to tremble without warning. Cracks appeared on the surface 2 meters ahead, gradually widening into fissures. Faint glimmers of golden-white light emerged from those crevices. What is this? Another soul beast? Hui Yuhao instinctively tightened his grip on the white tiger dagger, his eyes fixed nervously upon the gradually expanding fissure. Were it not for the exhaustion weighing down his limbs, he might have already turned and fled. A chilling coldness seeped from the cracks in the earth, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The fissure widened relentlessly, soon spanning over 5 meters in diameter. And then, the golden-white radiance finally revealed its true form. A plump, rounded head emerged, fleshy and soft, measuring more than a meter in width. It wriggled forward, its elongated body stretching over 7 meters in length. With its appearance, Hui Yuhao's breath turned to icy mist, the biting cold forcing him to shudder uncontrollably. This creature was undoubtedly a soul beast, yet its appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to a silkworm larva, only magnified to an unimaginable scale. Its body gleamed like polished white jade, translucent and immaculate, untouched by the dirt from which it had emerged. Beneath its smooth skin, a luminous glow pulsed rhythmically. Atop its head gleamed a pair of small, golden eyes, shimmering like stars. Most peculiar were the 10 golden rings encircling its body, spaced evenly from head to tail, each half a meter apart. Staring at its colossal form, Hui Yuhao felt despair claw at his heart. Such immense size, coupled with the ability to manipulate temperature, this had to be at least a century-level soul beast. It's over. Everything is over. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I won't harm you. The voice from before echoed once more in Hui Yuhao's mind. The enormous silkworm inclined its head toward him, its massive skull halting just a meter away. From its body drifted a faint, soothing fragrance. Hui Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment. Are you speaking to me? The enormous silkworm nodded gently, its voice resonating within his mind. Of course, it is I, brother. Have you been captivated by my exquisite form? Not sensing any trace of malice from the colossal silkworm, Hui Yuhao's taut nerves began to ease. What is your intention? He inquired. The silkworm replied. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the embodiment of heroism and chivalry, the soul beast supreme, a paragon of wisdom and beauty, an unparalleled powerhouse. Having cultivated for 1,000,000 years, setting the record for longevity on the Dolua continent. You may call me Brother Tianming. Hui Yuhao's gaze instantly froze in astonishment. A 1,000,000-year soul beast? This estimation differed from his judgment by a staggering 10,000-fold. Moreover, could such an entity as a 1,000,000-year soul beast truly exist in this world? The mightiest soul beasts on the Dolua continent were supposed to be merely 100,000 years old. The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm preened with evident self-satisfaction, proclaiming, Are you not utterly astonished? Does this not fill you with exhilaration? Among all humans, you are the first to behold the true form of this great one. Hui Yuhao stood dumbfounded, murmuring, Then what do you intend to do? The voice of the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm suddenly turned solemn. I shall become your soul ring, the first sentient soul ring in the history of Dolua continent. What? Hui Yuhao gaped at the colossal silkworm before him, his mind momentarily blank. This was all too sudden. While he had yearned for a soul ring, his aspirations had never extended beyond a mere 10-year soul ring. Yet now, emerging from the earth was this enormous, speaking silkworm, proclaiming itself a mighty 1,000,000-year soul beast and offering to become his soul ring. Hui Yuhao was utterly bewildered, unable to discern whether the creature spoke truth or falsehood. Yet, regardless of its veracity, the sheer size of this heavenly dream-eyed silkworm rendered any resistance futile. The silkworm's massive head turned warily toward the direction of the Star Do Great Forest before refocusing on Hui Yuhao. I shall begin now. Fear not, I shall be gentle, sparing you undue pain. Before Hui Yuhao could voice any protest, an icy surge of energy instantly robbed him of consciousness. His last blurred vision was of a white mass hurtling toward him before all thought deserted him. The 10 golden rings adorning the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm pulsed as though alive. The white mass Hui Yuhao had glimpsed was, in fact, the silkworm pressing its head against his forehead. Swiftly, the golden rings enveloped Hui Yuhao's frail body, while the silkworm itself dissolved into streams of white radiance, pouring into him. Too weak, far too weak. How pitiable! How many seals must I impose upon myself to make your feeble body endure? This sentient soul ring is no easy burden. As the heavenly dream-eye silkworm merged with Hui Yuhao, an invisible wave of spiritual energy rippled outward, its terrifying psychic force blanketing every corner within a 100-mile radius in an instant. Even Bei Bei and Tangya, hastening to catch up with Hui Yuhao, were momentarily stunned by this surge. Though the spiritual shock lacked destructive power, it stripped all living beings of their capacity for thought, if only briefly. At that moment, the southern reaches of the Star-Do Great Forest fell into an eerie silence. Then, without warning, the once clear sky darkened. A thunderous roar split the heavens as the sun's light was swallowed by an oppressive shadow. A suffocating pressure descended from above. The heavenly dream-eye silkworm convulsed violently at the sound, its golden eyes darting skyward in alarm and confusion. This overwhelming presence was unrelated to it, and beyond its comprehension. A wisp of gray energy, as though drawn by an immense force, plummeted from the sky, embedding itself into the back of Hui Yuhao's head in an instant. What dares to steal what is mine? The silkworm bellowed, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy to expel the intruding force. Yet, a faint, shadowy figure materialized behind Hui Yuhao, its aged voice resonating with indomitable authority, grasping the sun and moon, plucking the stars. None in this world compare to me. To think a wisp of my remnant soul yet lingers. Unfazed by the silkworm's psychic assault, the specter vanished into Hui Yuhao's mind. The heavenly dream-eye silkworm dared not intensify its attack. Hui Yuhao's orifices had begun to bleed. The gray energy had coalesced into a pea-sized pearl within his consciousness, neither resisting nor yielding to external influence. Could my luck be so wretched? After painstakingly finding a human with spiritual affinity, must another dare to contend with me? Is this the envy of the heavens? Ah, how pitiable I am! Despite its lament, the silkworm acted swiftly. The white radiance surrounding it grew denser, steadily infusing Hui Yuhao's body as its own form faded, shrinking rapidly. From the moment it began transferring its power, there was no turning back. Hui Yuhao's body had completely transformed into a lustrous white, reminiscent of the earlier Tianming ice worm. The wounds on his shoulders healed at a visibly rapid pace. Haha. Regardless of everything, I have finally been liberated. Those scoundrels who regarded me as prey, you shall have no opportunity, he exclaimed with a triumphant laugh. The once resounding voice of the Tianming ice worm gradually diminished, and the vast mental force that had enveloped a 100-mile radius began to retract at an astonishing speed, ultimately vanishing. Deep within the Star-Do forest, several terrifying auras fluctuated violently, seemingly sensing something, yet they were destined to return empty-handed. Just as the voice of the Tianming ice worm faded completely, a halo of pearlescent light silently emerged beneath Hui Yuhao, encircling his body 3 times before gradually dissipating, merging back into him until it vanished without a trace. Hui Yuhao was entirely oblivious to the fact that, unbeknownst to him, he had truly obtained his first soul ring, a soul ring that was unequivocally unique in the annals of Dolua continent. The lustrous white hue gradually faded, revealing a delicate ice blue shimmer that began to emerge from beneath his skin. After approximately 10 seconds, this ethereal glow dissipated, restoring his complexion to its natural state. His body swayed, and he collapsed against the large tree he had previously leaned upon. A thin, faintly golden membrane silently ascended from the ground, swiftly contracting into a sphere before vanishing into Hui Yuhao's embrace. The heavenly dream-eye silkworm left no trace of its presence. The large pit on the road had mysteriously sealed itself, and apart from the fallen Hui Yuhao, the only other sight was the lifeless body of the baboon he had slain not far away. Everything seemed to revert to normalcy. Before long, 2 figures approached at an astonishing speed. Ah! A startled exclamation pierced the air as one figure accelerated, swiftly arriving at Hui Yuhao's side. We have arrived too late. It appears that our young brother Yuhao has been subjected to an attack. These soul beasts have become increasingly audacious, venturing beyond the Star-Do forest. Tangya cautiously helped Hui Yuhao to his feet, her face a portrait of concern and frustration. Bei Bei approached the baboon's corpse, flipping it over to reveal a long, diagonal gash extending over a foot in length across its chest, with the heart itself pierced, a clear indication of its fatal injury. This is a wind baboon. Considering its size and muscular strength, it seems to be a 10-year soul beast. It is already deceased. Bei Bei then joined Tangya, crouching beside her to assess Hui Yuhao's condition. To their astonishment, despite Hui Yuhao's severely damaged clothing, no wounds were visible on his body. Bei Bei's index finger lightly tapped Hui Yuhao's wrist, and the white tiger dagger materialized in his grasp, shimmering with a subtle blue light before enveloping the dagger in a radiant azure glow. This is a soul guide device. Yuhao must have used this to slay the wind baboon. Although merely a 10-year soul beast, it possesses commendable speed and strength, along with its innate soul skill to attack foes. For someone of Yuhao's age to have defeated it is indeed impressive. It seems our previous assessment of Yuhao was insufficiently accurate. He should now be regarded as a one-ring soul master. Tang anxiously examined Hui Yuhao's body, lamenting. What good does it do to discuss this now? It is entirely my fault for insisting on washing my hands and face, which delayed us. If anything were to happen to little Yuhao because of my negligence, I would never forgive myself, regardless of his innate talent. I have resolved to persuade him to join our Tang Sect. Bei, observing Tang's unease, softened his gaze, appreciating her genuine kindness. Do not fret. He is fine. Have you not noticed his breathing is steady? He bears no injuries. Judging by the position in which he fainted, it appears he lost consciousness from colliding with the tree during his battle with the wind baboon. After a brief rest, he should recover. Tanya paused, lifting her gaze to glare at Bei. Why didn't you say so sooner? You made me worry. Bei sighed. Who could have known you were incapable of noticing that? Humph. Tanya steadied Hui Yuhao against herself, confirming that he indeed faced no significant issues, and finally exhaled in relief. Bei then stood, casting a tranquil gaze around them, silently guarding her side. After falling into a deep slumber, Hui Yuhao found himself immersed in a vivid dream, wherein he arrived at a realm of pristine whiteness. Within this ethereal expanse, countless luminous points sparkled, stretching infinitely in every direction. Curiously, his gaze seemed to traverse every corner of this magnificent space. While he marveled at the wonders around him, a tempest suddenly brewed within the realm as golden rays of light surged forth. These radiant beams coalesced into 10 colossal golden rings, gracefully suspended in midair, causing the myriad of luminous points to swell in brilliance. The 10 golden rings began to rotate slowly, each harboring a milky white halo that intensified, evolving into 10 magnificent spheres of light that hovered in place. The entire spatial dimension expanded tremendously, its height and volume magnifying beyond measure. At that moment, near one of the luminous spheres, an inconspicuous grayish orb appeared, significantly smaller than the other 10 spheres. The radiant spheres emanated a powerful golden light, seemingly intent on banishing the gray orb. Yet, the gray sphere remained tranquil, impervious to the relentless onslaught of golden brilliance. Ultimately, the 10 golden orbs conceded defeat in their futile efforts, settling into a serene state, each flickering with a gentle glow. Hui Yuhao's consciousness gradually became clearer, as the luminous orbs suspended in the air slowly descended, converging into a vast, pale golden sea, cradling 10 enormous golden white spheres of light. Only a diminutive grayish orb continued to float above, unwilling to join the grand spheres. So, your name is Hui Yuhao, a sudden voice resonated. Immediately, Hui Yuhao's gaze contracted instinctively as he lowered his head, only to discover his own unclothed form standing atop the golden sea, nestled between the 10 golden white spheres. Where's this? Why am I here? Hui Yuhao inquired, astonished. This is the sea of consciousness within your own mind, or rather, the ocean of your spirit. Henceforth, this will also be my abode, the voice replied. The space is rather limited, so I have assisted in its expansion. However, your physical condition is rather frail, and you must make do for now. You are the dream-eye silkworm? Am I not merely dreaming? Hui Yuhao exclaimed, his astonishment deepening upon hearing the tone and timbre of the voice. Everything he beheld surpassed the bounds of his comprehension. It was not merely his youth at 11 years old that rendered him in awe. Even an adult would tremble in fear at such a wondrous spectacle. Dreaming? If such a beautiful dream existed, you would surely be overwhelmed with delight. This is certainly not a dream. As I have said, this exists within your spiritual realm. The dream-eye silkworm retorted, somewhat irked. Hui Yuhao pondered, what exactly is the spiritual realm? The dream-eye silkworm replied, you truly are remarkably naive. How shall I elucidate this to you? Let me put it this way. You are aware of your own eyes, are you not? They are your martial soul, known as the spirit eye in your consciousness. I have just imprinted your memories, and I am now privy to your past. This spirit eye is both your martial soul and your vision. The sea of consciousness is where your mental power is stored. To harness the full potential of your spirit eye, you must convert soul power into mental power and then release it through the spirit eye. The reservoir for your mental power is your sea of consciousness, specifically located within the brain behind your spirit eyes. At present, Your consciousness is immersed in the sea of consciousness, and what you perceive as your body is not your true form. Rather, it has been materialized by me using mental power for our communication. Listening to this relatively detailed explanation, Wei Yuhao began to grasp the concept, and his inner trepidation faded significantly. Sometimes, children are more perceptive than adults. He could sense that the dream ice silkworm harbored no malice towards him. Then why have you appeared in my sea of consciousness? Wei Yuhao inquired once more. The dream ice silkworm responded, did I not mention this before? I intend to become your soul ring, a wisdom soul ring. Now, I have achieved that. In order to become your soul ring, I have significantly compressed and sealed my powers. And henceforth, you shall possess a soul ring, thus becoming what humans refer to as a soul master. However, your innate talent is far inferior to what I had anticipated. It is almost absurdly deficient. I truly do not know whether my choice was right or wrong. Wei Yuhao spoke with a hint of embarrassment. My innate talent is rather lacking. However, I shall strive with all my might. My innate soul power stands at merely level 1. The dream ice silkworm responded with a sense of melancholy. In the future, I shall devise a means to enhance your abilities postnatally. As their conversation continued, Wei Yuhao's confidence began to swell. Dream ice silkworm, call me Brother Dream. Very well, Brother Dream. You claim to be a million-year soul beast. Is this true? Furthermore, why have you chosen me? I have heard that a soul master can only endure soul rings not exceeding 400 years. How is it that you, a million-year soul beast, would become my soul ring? The dream ice silkworm let out a deep sigh. Do you think I desired to choose you? I had no other option. If I did not make a choice, my life would come to an end. Once I perish, my body would likely become sustenance for those beings in the Stardow Forest. In this state of desperation, I had no recourse but to cling to humanity. This is my only path forward. Would you care to hear my story? As we are destined to be together for a long time, I wish to share everything with you, leaving nothing concealed. Wei Yuhao nodded and said, Speak, Brother Tianming. The Tianming iceworm responded, I was once a rather ordinary ice silk soul beast, not originating from the Stardow Great Forest, but rather from the frigid northern regions of the continent. Our ice silkworms are inherently dual cultivated in both spiritual and ice attributes. However, our combat prowess is severely limited by our speed, rendering us merely average among soul beasts. Moreover, we have natural enemies, and very few of my kin can cultivate beyond 10,000 years. I, however, am an exception. When I was 13, during a desperate attempt to evade a predator, I inadvertently fell into an icy crevice. At that moment, I believed my fate was sealed. Little did I know, I had plunged into a mass of 10,000-year cold marrow. Subsequently, I succumbed to a deep slumber. At that time, I was still quite diminutive. Measuring less than 3 inches in length, this slumber lasted for a millennium. Upon awakening, I found myself within an ice cavern where the once abundant cold marrow had vanished, fully absorbed by me. Thus, I transformed into a 10,000-year soul beast. My astonishment was beyond measure. Yet, I soon realized that I was trapped without an escape. Within that ice cavern, the surroundings were comprised of millennia-old ice, remarkably resilient. Although I had achieved the status of a 10,000-year soul beast, our ice silkworm clan has always been feeble in terms of combat strength, making it impossible to forcibly break free. Fortunately, there were numerous crevices within the cavern that allowed me to crawl in search of an exit. Ultimately, I did not find a way out, but instead stumbled upon an even larger mass of 10,000-year cold marrow. Having acquired this sustenance, I fell into another deep slumber, which lasted for several millennia. Chapter 3. The Million-Year Soul Ring. As Wei Yuhao listened to the narration of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, an odd sensation washed over him. Could it be that the name Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm was derived from its affinity for dreaming? Although I was unable to escape the cave, the sensation provided by the eternal cold essence was utterly delightful. Eventually, I ceased my search for an exit and began to crawl deeper within, foraging for the eternal cold essence to consume. Upon discovering a large lump, I would indulge in a slumber. Over time, I lost track of how long I had slept, until the first ring of golden patterns manifested upon my body. The golden patterns held immense significance for us ice silkworms, symbolizing my cultivation reaching the 100,000-year level. To my recollection, no ice silkworm had ever achieved such a feat before. I was the unprecedented first. At that moment, I evolved into the golden pattern ice silkworm. By then, I had amassed enough strength to break free from the thick ice. Little did I know that becoming a 100,000-year spirit beast would impose great restrictions upon me, making it exceedingly difficult to enhance my cultivation further. Perhaps it was sheer fortune, coupled with the inherent weakness of our ice silkworm clan. That allowed me to escape divine retribution. Indeed, I grew complacent and continued to slumber within the icy cavern. With my elevated cultivation, I could now access previously unreachable areas, leading me to discover more exquisite eternal cold essence, which became my sustenance. Thus, I indulged in a cycle of eating and sleeping, oblivious to the passage of time, with only the golden patterns on my body marking my existence. Eventually, the eternal cold essence within the cave was entirely consumed, prompting me to burrow out from the depths of the ice into the vast ocean. I drifted along the coastline toward the south, and it was during this journey that I encountered my first adversary. By that time, I had attained 9 golden patterns, signifying my status as a formidable 90,000-year spirit beast. I had presumed myself to be invincible in this world. However, at this juncture, the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm appeared somewhat sheepish. It seemed that apart from sleeping, I possessed little skill in combat. Ultimately, I relied on the sheer magnitude of my spiritual power to frighten off the foe. This experience finally instilled a sense of caution within me, compelling me to attempt to cultivate my offensive abilities. Yet, I discovered that prolonged cultivation did not equate to formidable strength. Despite being a 90,000-year spirit beast, my combat prowess paled in comparison to certain 10,000-year spirit beasts. The 10,000-year spirit beasts proficient in combat were entirely beyond my capacity to defeat. The world outside was fraught with peril. However, I had lost the path back to safety. The ocean presented dangers, so I surmised that perhaps the land would offer a semblance of security. Thus, I ventured onto solid ground, only to realize that it too was rife with unrest, perhaps due to my excessive absorption of eternal cold essence. My body emitted a peculiar scent that attracted the attention of all spirit beasts, leading them to perceive me as prey. Ultimately, I was captured by a powerful 10,000-year spirit beast within the Stardoe forest. However, instead of killing me immediately, it transported me deeper into the forest. It was there that I learned of my abundant natural energy. If they could absorb and transform my powers, any spirit beast could ascend to the 10,000-year level, thereby breaking free from the constraints of cultivation duration. Yet, because my cultivated power spanned 1,000,000 years, the absorption process would be lengthy, necessitating my relocation to its lair. However, this creature underestimated my capabilities. Although I was not particularly skilled in combat, I could amplify my aura. Consequently, I attracted all the 10,000-year spirit beasts within the Stardoe forest. That grand melee encompassed nearly every spirit beast of 1,000 years or more. The ferocity of their battle was unparalleled. I initially believed I might seize an opportunity to escape, but to my surprise, those cunning creatures paused their conflict to negotiate. I found myself in a dire predicament. They ultimately conspired to absorb my powers collectively, given the vastness of the spirit energy within me. Thus, they confined me at the heart of the Stardoe forest, compelling me to release my natural energy for their consumption. The stronger the spirit beast, the closer it drew to me, reaping greater rewards. These rogues treated me as their meal, with no means of resistance. I resigned myself to their whims while contemplating ways to extricate myself from their clutches. My pure spirit energy was sufficient for them to absorb thousands of years' worth of power. After thousands of years of reflection and observation, I discerned that escaping their control required not only flight but also concealment of my aura. Soon, humans began to enter my line of sight. On several occasions, particularly strong humans ventured into the depths of the Stardoe forest, seeking to hunt the 10,000-year spirit beasts. Alas, they met with misfortune. Under my nurturing, the high-tier spirit beasts within the Stardoe forest had undoubtedly become the most potent on the Dolua continent. Though those humans possessed formidable weapons, they still suffered significant losses. Yet, this also allowed me to recognize the strengths of your kind. I, a spirit beast of both spiritual and ice attributes, resolved to become a human spirit ring. In doing so, that human would undoubtedly possess extraordinary strength, and through my spiritual attributes, I could maintain my consciousness, becoming an unprecedented intelligent spirit ring among humans. At that moment, I would seek vengeance, aiding the human in vanquishing all who had wronged me. Thus, I embarked on this endeavor, only to find my initial attempt a failure. The individual I chose appeared to be some sort of title Dolua among your kind. His strength was commendable, yet he proved to be inept, as my power overwhelmed him, and he never even glimpsed my true form. He could not withstand the impact of my spiritual force. It dawned on me that becoming a host was no simple feat. One must possess a spiritual attribute and sufficient capacity to bear my soul power, which proved increasingly difficult. For thousands of years, I searched in vain. Meanwhile, my spirit energy was nearly entirely absorbed by those 10,000-year spirit beasts, and it seemed I was on the verge of depletion. Yet, Providence favored me. Just as despair threatened to engulf me, the 10th golden pattern emerged upon my body. I had finally become an unprecedented million-year spirit beast. With the emergence of this 10th golden pattern, I gained the strength to contend with the combat-oriented 10,000-year spirit beasts and could now conceal my aura. Thus, I bestowed upon myself the name Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, no longer merely the golden pattern Ice Silkworm. However, I realized I could not overcome so many 10,000-year spirit beasts, and most of my natural energy had been absorbed, leaving only my invaluable life force, my two primary attributes, unconsumed. Vengeance was beyond my reach. Seizing an opportunity, I utilized my newfound power to hide my aura and escape underground. Regrettably, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm lamented, I remain a tragic figure. The breakthrough to 1,000,000 years turned out to be a double-edged sword. While it allowed me to narrowly escape their control, my lifespan had reached its end due to the sudden divine retribution. Unless I found an alternative means of survival, I would soon succumb to the decline of life. It was then that I encountered you, little one. Though you were pathetically weak, I had no other choice. After all, you too possessed a spiritual attribute. Thus, I reluctantly merged with you, ensuring that those rogues would not acquire my most precious essence. Listening to the tale of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, Hui Yuhao had long forgotten his fear, indignation surging within him as he exclaimed, "How despicable they are! How could they imprison you for nearly 10,000 years?" The Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm proclaimed with fervor, "Indeed, although I may possess a certain charm, handsomeness, and formidable strength, they cannot treat me as mere sustenance. Now, at last, I have escaped their clutches, preventing them from seizing my very essence. Hui Yuhao, though you may be somewhat younger and less capable, your innocence is a virtue. I shall consider this a nurturing endeavor. Once you grow stronger, you must avenge me. They thrive on absorbing my soul power, do they not? In the future, I shall transform them into soul rings and soul bones." "Huh? Very well. I shall indeed assist you in your quest for vengeance when I mature." Hui Yuhao unhesitatingly concurred. The bond between the human and the beast swiftly deepened in this peculiar yet enchanting tale. In truth, although the Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm has existed for 1,000,000 years, its encounters with soul beasts have been limited. While its wisdom rivals that of humanity, how could it fathom the treachery of the human heart? Were a human to find themselves in such a predicament, they would undoubtedly guard their story with great secrecy. Choosing Hui Yuhao, a child as innocent as a blank slate, was, in fact, a stroke of fortune for it. Celestial Dream, I still find myself puzzled. You are so powerful. Yet becoming my soul ring requires you to seal your own strength. What does this entail? Will you still be able to bestow upon me soul skills? With fear dissipated, curiosity flooded Hui Yuhao's heart. The Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm chuckled softly, saying, "I have my methods. After years of contemplation, I have devised a prudent plan. Having previously faced the consequences of overwhelming humans, I have learned that your safety must be paramount in my assistance. I have no retreat now. If you perish, I too shall meet my end. My original soul power has been nearly depleted by the soul beast of the Stardoe Forest. Otherwise, even if I sealed my own strength, you would still be unable to bear the burden. What I impart to you is primarily my primal and spiritual energy. You see those 10 orbs of light? They represent the 10 layers of seal I have established. From another perspective, they can also be viewed as the power I grant to your first soul ring, albeit you cannot yet wield it. In essence, while your first soul ring is of 1,000,000-year caliber, its potency is not yet reflective of that age. However, as you progress in your cultivation, the power sealed within you will gradually be unleashed. Hui Yuhao blinked, expressing his confusion. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm replied, exasperated, "Fool. Let me simplify it for you. Currently, with your first spirit ring, your body can only endure the power of a spirit ring from a 400-year-old spirit beast. Thus, the true potency of your first spirit ring is limited to that of 400 years. As you achieve future breakthroughs and can withstand the essence of a 1,000-year spirit beast, the effectiveness of your first spirit ring will evolve accordingly. In essence, the power of your first spirit ring can always be enhanced, and this applies to any subsequent spirit rings you acquire as well. Naturally, my ability to bestow upon you this evolutionary power is finite. The stronger the spirit rings you gain, the more my reserves will be conserved. With the power sealed within you, I can support you in attaining up to 10 spirit rings of 100,000-year caliber." So many? But aren't spirit masters limited to 9 spirit rings? Hui Yuhao inquired, astonished. The heavenly dream ice silkworm scoffed, responding with pride. That applies to ordinary individuals. With my fusion, you are no longer just an ordinary person. A single martial soul can indeed absorb only 9 spirit rings, but you have transcended that limitation. By vanquishing a 100,000-year spirit beast, you will undoubtedly acquire a soul bone and a 100,000-year spirit ring with 2 accompanying spirit abilities. You must be aware of that. Hui Yuhao nodded. The dream ice silkworm spoke. As a million-year soul ring, and the first intelligent soul ring in history, I am undoubtedly far superior to the others. The first soul ring that I embody can not only evolve infinitely based on your physical condition but will also bestow upon you 4 soul skills. However, I cannot provide you with a soul bone, but I can grant you an additional martial soul. Although Hui Yuhao had already surmised the immense potential of a million-year soul ring, he was unprepared for its extraordinary implications. The mere fact that a soul ring could evolve infinitely filled him with unexpected joy. Yet, an even greater surprise awaited him. For soul skills plus an additional martial soul, what an astonishing concept. Since these 4 soul skills were derived from the first soul ring, their power would undoubtedly evolve alongside the ring itself, providing him with enduring capabilities. The addition of another martial soul could only be described as miraculous, transforming him from a solitary martial soul with spiritual eyes into a prodigious dual martial soul wielder. This newfound martial soul would inherently come with 9 soul rings, thereby bestowing him with 9 additional soul skills. Such an enhancement could hardly be compared to that of a 100,000-year soul ring. Although his own strength remained feeble and required gradual improvement, this undoubtedly opened a celestial gateway, granting the previously mediocre Hui Yuhao boundless possibilities for the future. I bestow upon you the martial soul of ice, yet it currently lacks a soul. The dream ice silkworm's words brought Hui Yuhao back from his reverie. An ice without a soul? What does that mean? Hui Yuhao inquired, perplexed. The dream ice silkworm explained. It means that the martial soul I grant you possesses attributes, but lacks form. Only when you absorb your first ice attribute soul ring will your martial soul take shape. The nature of the soul beast from which you absorb the soul ring will determine your second martial soul. You need not worry. I have already devised a plan for you. However, your current cultivation is insufficient. Once your strength increases, I shall guide you in completing the addition of the first ice attribute soul ring. Now you understand why I stated that my power to enhance your soul ring is limited. Therefore, you must exercise utmost caution when selecting your soul rings and heed my advice. All right, Hui Yuhao replied excitedly. But what are the 4 soul skills? The dream ice silkworm said, that is something you must comprehend on your own. Personal understanding is always clearer than what I could tell you directly. However, do not rejoice too soon. Indeed, I have provided you with 4 soul skills, all of which are the spiritual attribute. The power I have sealed within you is substantial. Yet, there are a few points you must remember. First, the power sealed within you can only enhance the age of your soul rings, thus augmenting the potency of your soul skills. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, it cannot bolster the soul power you cultivate. Second, due to my own nature, the 4 soul skills I have bestowed upon you are predominantly supportive, lacking significant offensive capabilities. Therefore, you remain quite weak and have a long journey ahead to achieve strength. Do you understand? I understand. My mother taught me that no one can achieve greatness in a single leap. Only through diligent effort and perseverance can one aspire to rise above the rest. Rest assured. Dream brother, I will strive diligently. That is reassuring. However, your innate talent is somewhat lacking. Sigh, in the future, we must seek some rare treasures to enhance your abilities. Your spiritual martial soul is an anomaly and possesses considerable potential, yet the mutation has adversely affected your bodily functions since childhood. Your meridians are narrow and sluggish, making cultivation somewhat challenging. Take your time. There is no need to rush. Oh, there is one more thing I must tell you. Do you see that gray orb above? Hui Yuhao remarked, I see. Is that also your power? The dream ice silkworm replied, No, I am uncertain of what that is. When I merged with your body, a sudden change occurred. It seemed to be attracted by my spiritual force. That gray orb of light appears to be a fragment of a soul, seemingly not belonging to our world. I do not know its origin. However, despite its frail essence, its grade is exceedingly high, and I am unable to harness it. Nonetheless, I sense it harbors no malice. It is likely in a state of slumber now. It may never awaken during your lifetime. Yet there is a possibility that its awakening could bring about some complications. Fear not. If it poses any threat to you, I will ensure your protection without fail. Now, it is time for you to depart. The 2 humans outside have been waiting for you. They harbor no ill intentions. 2 humans? Hui Yuhao pondered in astonishment as the surroundings abruptly became hazy. He felt as though he had been engulfed by a colossal vortex, plunging into darkness. Why isn't he waking up? Tang Sect said, lightly patting Hui Yuhao's face and casting an inquiring glance at Bei Bei. With a gentle smile, Bei Bei replied, "His vital energy is remarkably stable, and his internal soul power is normal and quite vigorous. If I am not mistaken, he has just transcended to the level of a soul master, signifying his breakthrough. His body requires time to integrate this newfound power and adapt to the soul force. It is a pity, though, only a 10-year-old wind baboon." Tang Sect scoffed. What is there to lament? It is quite normal for the first soul ring to be somewhat weak. It is impressive enough that he was able to single-handedly slay the wind baboon. Bei Bei chuckled. Indeed, to capture a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. Especially for someone like you, whose heart and stomach are intertwined. Tang Sect's cheeks flushed slightly. Pooh, you are the one whose heart and stomach are connected. Do not forget, I am your teacher. Bei Bei simply smiled warmly at her without retorting. A soft grunt escaped Hui Yuhao's lips as he slowly opened his blurred eyes. Little Yuhao, you have finally awakened. I was so worried. Tang Sect exclaimed with delight upon seeing Hui Yuhao's eyes open. Hui Yuhao felt a certain disarray in his mind, but after a moment of concentration, he managed to regain his clarity. The memory of his prior conversation with the heavenly dream ice silkworm was vivid in his mind, prompting him to unconsciously murmur to himself, "Am I truly not dreaming?" Tang Sect chuckled softly, playfully pinching his arm. Hui Yuhao winced in pain and exclaimed, "Sister Xia, what are you doing?" Tang Sect replied with a smile, "I was merely testing to see if you were dreaming. How do you feel now? Are you more awake? You certainly possess quite a bit of courage to venture alone into the Stardow forest." Hui Yuhao awkwardly scratched his head. After his encounter with the wind baboon, he truly recognized his own insignificance and overconfidence. However, he was soon guided out of his embarrassment by an overwhelming sense of urgency. He sprang up from the ground, channeling the soul power within him. To his astonishment, a remarkable transformation occurred. The soul power that had previously reached a bottleneck experienced a qualitative change, and even the strength of his body seemed to increase slightly. The smooth flow of soul power surged forth, allowing him to perceive everything with greater clarity. Numerous instinctual impressions began to imprint themselves in his mind. Soul rings. 4 of them, indeed, for skills. Brother Tianming truly exists. I am not dreaming. This is all real. I have truly acquired a 1,000,000-year soul ring. It was only at this moment that Hui Yuhao dared to believe that everything that had transpired earlier was genuine. An uncontrollable joy surged within him, prompting him to exclaim, "I have succeeded." Bei Bei and Tang Sect watched as a circle of luminous white soul rings rose from beneath Hui Yuhao's feet, gracefully ascending until they reached his head and then gently swayed downwards. It was the first soul ring. Bei Bei instinctively thought, indeed, it is a 10-year soul ring. Yet, he felt a twinge of confusion. Why did Hui Yuhao's 10-year soul ring appear to have a crystalline clarity, seemingly different from ordinary 10-year soul rings? Could it be that the wind baboon was of a higher cultivation? Little did he know that a 1,000,000-year soul ring could also be white. Not only the soul ring transformed, but also Hui Yuhao's eyes. A faint golden sheen appeared over his deep blue irises. In both Bei Bei and Tang Sect could sense the fluctuations of soul power within his gaze, accompanied by a mental wave that left them momentarily dazed. The powerful mental force emitted by the heavenly dream ice silkworm had previously caused them to lose their ability to think, but due to their significant disparity in strength, they had not noticed it. However, Hui Yuhao, now so close, was different. The mental waves emanating from his eyes astonished them both. A mental attribute martial soul, and one that fused with the wind baboon as its first soul ring? The usually composed Bei Bei could not help but change his expression. According to the soul master theories he had mastered, this seemed implausible, yet the reality lay before them. The faint golden light quickly faded from Hui Yuhao's eyes as he regained his composure, jumping with excitement. I did it. I have truly succeeded. I am now a soul master. Bei Bei and Tang Sect exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Tang Sect could not help but ask, "Little Yuhao, is your martial soul of a mental attribute?" I just felt an intense mental fluctuation. Hui Yuhao finally regained his composure and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Indeed. My martial soul is the spirit eye, a variant martial soul with a spiritual attribute." Tang Sect's eyes sparkled with interest. The spirit eye? A primary martial soul? How wonderful. Bei Bei, evidently realizing something significant, nodded in agreement and remarked, "I never anticipated this. It is a pity we arrived a moment too late. Otherwise, we could have assisted our younger brother Hua in seeking a more suitable soul beast for fusion." At this moment, Hui Yuhao had awakened from his astonishment. Although he was young, his childhood experiences had instilled a measure of vigilance within him. He immediately surmised that Bei Bei and Tang Ye must have assumed that the first soul ring he had just absorbed was that of the baboon. While he did not comprehend why the million-year soul ring was also white, it undoubtedly served as the best disguise for him at present. And he had no intention of providing any explanation. "Brother Bei, Sister Xiaoye, have you come to pursue me? Is there something you need?" Hui Yuhao inquired tentatively. Tang Ye replied with a hint of reproach, "Initially, we merely speculated that you intended to venture into the Star Doe forest alone. To our surprise, it is indeed the case. Your audacity is quite remarkable. Are you unaware of the Star Doe forest's reputation as a human forbidden zone? Even highly skilled soul masters dare not venture deep within. A little fellow like you must be accompanied by a mentor to navigate the vicinity of the Star Doe forest. We pursued you to ensure your safety, for both Bei Bei and I are soul masters as well. However, you are indeed fortunate. Although your first soul ring is not particularly strong, you have fortunately escaped harm." Upon hearing her words, a profound warmth surged within Hui Yuhao's young heart. Though he was but a child, he had witnessed the harshness of the world. He could perceive the sincerity in Tang Ye's eyes as she spoke, which was anything but feigned. "Sister Xiaoye, in my impulsiveness, I almost revealed the matter of the heavenly dream ice silkworm." Yet, at that moment, a cough echoed in his mind, and a refreshing aura surged forth, causing him to swallow the remainder of his sentence. Tang Ye chuckled softly. "Look at your silly expression. All right, I shan't tease you further. Little Yuhao, now that you have acquired a soul ring, what are your plans moving forward?" Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. Indeed, what were his plans? Prior to arriving at the Star Doe forest, his sole aspiration had been to become a soul master and acquire his very first soul ring. The distinction between a soul master and a soul scholar was monumental. Becoming a soul master signified the opening of a new door, leading to boundless possibilities henceforth. However, he had not truly contemplated what lay ahead. Considering he was merely 11 years old and this was his first time away from home, observing the confusion in his eyes, Tang Ye felt a sense of delight within her heart and discreetly signaled to Bei Bei beside her. Bei Bei nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "Hua, may I inquire about who else resides in your family?" Hui Yuhao's gaze momentarily froze, and then he resolutely shook his head, realizing that there was no one else left but himself. Tang Ye, overjoyed, exclaimed, "That is truly wonderful." Hui Yuhao was taken aback, while Bei Bei wore an expression of exasperation. He raised his hand and tapped Tang Ye on the head, admonishing her for her choice of words. Realizing her faux pas, Tang Ye shot Bei Bei a glare and retorted, "It wasn't intentional." Turning to Hui Yuhao, she continued, "Since you seem to have no particular plans, why not join our sect?" A sect? Hui Yuhao had heard of such establishments during his time at the Duke's mansion. In the Doluo continent, sects wield considerable power, especially those with a rich history of soul masters. In a sense, the Duke's mansion could be considered a significant sect in its own right. Tang Ye nodded earnestly and declared, "Indeed, it is a sect. Our sect was once the foremost in the continent. Joining us would undoubtedly be advantageous for you. Furthermore, our sect's unique techniques are perfectly suited for your cultivation, as you are all alone at such a tender age. Being part of a sect would ensure mutual care and support, which is far better than recklessly venturing out by yourself. After all, luck cannot be relied upon indefinitely. What if something were to go awry during your solitary endeavors?" Hui Yuhao instinctively inquired, "Sister Xiaoye, what is the name of your sect?" Tang Ye replied with solemnity, "The Tang Sect, once the foremost sect of the continent." Upon hearing the name Tang Sect, Hui Yuhao's body involuntarily trembled. Although the Tang Sect has since diminished, its historical significance on the Doluo continent is unparalleled by any other sect. From a young age, his mother had regaled him with tales of the Tang Sect's legends. Established over 10,000 years ago, it is one of the oldest sects, and it is said that the first leader, Tang San, altered the very landscape of the continent, laying the foundation for the future development of soul masters. In its prime, the Tang Sect truly deserved its title as the supreme sect of the world. According to legend, Tang Sen even transcended the highest realm of soul masters, the title Doluo, becoming an immortal being of another dimension. Though the ultimate fate of his journey remained shrouded in mystery. After the passage of millennia, the legend of the Tang Sect endures. Yet it has receded from the stage of history, leaving few aware of its descendants. Even the details of its legends have become vague over time. However, it has been said that had it not been for Tang San's establishment of a developmental foundation for soul masters on the Doluo continent, the continent might not have triumphed over the formidable forces of the Sun-Moon continent that collided with it over 4,000 years ago, thus unifying the two lands. Brother Hua, Have you heard of the Tang Sect? Bei asked. Hui Yuhao nodded and remarked, I have heard some legends regarding the Tang Sect, yet I am unaware of its whereabouts. Suddenly, Tang Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The Tang Sect no longer possesses a residence. Its legacy has been usurped. Currently, the only remnants of the Tang Sect are myself and Bei. I am the present leader of the Tang Sect, and Bei is my esteemed first disciple. Ah? Hui Yuhao gazed at them in astonishment. Judging by their ages, Tang Yi was not significantly older than Bei, and their conversation revealed nothing of their master-disciple relationship. Bei cleared his throat twice and said, As you can see, Hui Xiaodi, the Tang Sect now consists solely of Little Ye and myself. However, we are determined to restore the Tang Sect to its former glory. If you are willing, we warmly invite you to join us. Little Ye did not exaggerate. There exists a particular skill within the Tang Sect that would be exceedingly suitable for your cultivation, which would greatly benefit your future endeavors. After a moment of hesitation, Hui Yuhao inquired, What will I need to do upon joining the Tang Sect? Tang Ye replied, You must continuously enhance your cultivation and grow stronger. When our sect requires assistance, you shall lend your strength. I do not wish to deceive you with false grandeur. Indeed, our Tang Sect has fallen from its former glory, yet our techniques remain intact. Furthermore, it is worth noting that we were once the premier sect on the continent and still possess certain privileges. You may have heard of the illustrious Shrek Academy, renowned for its stringent admissions process. However, they grant us an exemption each year, allowing one of our members to enter without examination. Both Bei and I have already enrolled at Shrek Academy. This year, a spot has become available, and if you choose to join our Tang Sect, that opportunity shall be yours. As for your ability to remain at Shrek Academy, that will depend solely on your own efforts. This is all I can offer you, but, Hui Yuhao, I have one condition. Once you join the Tang Sect, you are bound to it for life. Should you ever wish to withdraw, you must return all the sect's secret arts. As Hui Yuhao contemplated the significance of the Tang Sect, his eyes began to sparkle with determination. He earnestly gazed at Tang Ye and proclaimed, Sister Xiaoya, I promise you, I am willing to join the Tang Sect. Chapter 4. The thunderous Bei, somewhat taken aback, cautioned, Hua, you must think this through carefully. Joining a sect is no trivial matter. Although our Tang Sect has diminished, it was once the greatest in the realm. If you ever regret your decision and seek to betray the sect, neither I nor Tang Ye will show you mercy. Hui Yuhao nodded and said, Brother Bei, I have thought it through. I no longer have any family, and I am still young. It was only upon arriving at the Stardow Forest that I realized how perilous the outside world can be. I aspire to distinguish myself and become a formidable soul master, and joining the Tang Sect undoubtedly presents a shortcut. Not only will it grant me access to Shrek Academy, but it will also provide me with your guidance. Moreover, I trust you. I can sense your sincerity as you reveal all the challenges faced by the Tang Sect. I am willing to collaborate with you to create a glorious future for the Tang Sect. Well said, Tang Ye exclaimed, embracing Hui Yuhao with palpable excitement. Bei regarded him with a subtle nod. Indeed, as Hui Yuhao had sensed, he possessed a maturity beyond his peers. Although he had only acquired his first soul ring after the age of 10, through diligent effort, he could certainly achieve greatness. Furthermore, he was a rare possessor of a spiritual martial soul, making the Tang Sect fortunate to gain him. The faint fragrance emanating from Tang Ye caused Hui Yuhao's face to flush crimson. He stood there, too shy to move. It was Bei who came to his rescue. Xiaoya, please let him be. Only then did Tang Ye release her embrace, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Clearly pleased. Of course, she would never admit that her initial desire for Hui Yuhao to join the Tang Sect stemmed from the exquisite taste of his grilled fish. Xiao Yuhao, let us formalize our master-disciple relationship. We are currently only 3 members in the Tang Sect, so there are not many formalities. If you bow to me once and call me master, you will henceforth be a member of the Tang Sect, Tang Ye stated earnestly. Hui Yuhao nodded and knelt before Tang Ye. Saying, Disciple Hui Yuhao pays respects to the teacher. Tang Ye stood still, allowing him to bow 3 times before assisting him to his feet. Well done, Yuhao. From now on, you shall be my second disciple. As she spoke, she gestured towards Bei, who stood beside her. Meet your elder brother. Hui Yuhao bowed deeply once more to Bei. Bei smiled gently and replied, No need for formality, little junior brother. We shall be one family from now on. Tang Ye sighed with relief and said, Yuhao, you may address me as Teacher Xiaoya, just like Bei does. However, do not emulate his lack of respect, understood? Yes. Teacher. Having taken his vows, Hui Yuhao felt a noticeable shyness wash over him. Yet, within the confusion of his heart, a sense of stability began to emerge. Joining the Tang Sect instilled in him a feeling of security that he had not experienced in a long time. With a flick of her wrist, Xia Yao produced a book from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Hui Yuhao. Little Yuhao, this is the transcription of our Tang Sect's Xiantian treasure record. It contains the sacred arts of our sect. Among them, Xiantian Gong is fundamental, and meditating upon it will undoubtedly accelerate your cultivation speed. Your current level is still low. Adopting Xiantian Gong will have no adverse effects. In due course, Bei and I will guide you in your practice. In addition to Xiantian Gong, the Xiantian treasure record also details 5 other sacred arts: the method of hand training, Xianyu Hand; the method of eye training, Purple Extreme Demon Eye; the method of capture, Controlling Crane Seizing Dragon; the method of lightness, Ghost Shadow Mysterious Trace; and the method of using Hidden Weapons Dispersal. Our Tang Sect is renowned for its hidden weapons, but it is imperative to establish a solid foundation before commencing training. Your immediate task is to start cultivating the first 5 sacred arts, and I will teach you about hidden weapons later. I previously mentioned that we possess a unique sacred art particularly suited for you, which is the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. This eye training method, once mastered to a certain degree, can unleash formidable offensive power. Given that your martial soul is your eyes, there is surely no technique more fitting for you. You must practice diligently. Taking the Xiantian treasure record from Xiaoya, Yuhao carefully tucked it into his bosom and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, teacher. I will certainly strive to cultivate. Bei then pressed a button on his belt, revealing a completely black belt adorned with circular white jade pieces. Little junior brother. This is the soul guidance device, 24 Bridges Bright Moonlight, modeled after the one held by our ancestor Tang San. Consider it a welcoming gift from your elder brother. With this, carrying items will become much more convenient. As he spoke, Bei helped Hui Yuhao fasten the 24 Bridges Bright Moonlight belt around his waist and explained its usage. Each of the 24 jade stones on the belt possessed a half-meter cubic space, capable of storing various items. By guiding it with soul power, one could easily access the stored belongings. It was indeed a precious soul guidance device. Hui Yuhao's talent is primarily reflected in his physical condition, yet he possesses remarkable intelligence. After several attempts, he can effortlessly manipulate the 24 Bridges Bright Moonlight. However, during this process, his limited soul power is significantly depleted. Tangya remarked, Little Yuhao, my purpose in bringing you along with your senior brother is to hunt soul beasts and enhance our soul rings. You will accompany us, and once I complete the hunt, I will take you back to Shrek Academy. Yes, teacher, Hui Yuhao promptly responded with respect. Tangya chuckled, saying, although you have already become my disciple, there is no need to be so formal. With just the 3 of us in the Tang Sect, rigidity serves no purpose. Bei interjected, with a teacher like you, it's no surprise that the disciple feels constrained. The day was growing late, and they decided to hasten their journey, hoping for good fortune in finding suitable soul beasts on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Let's go, Tangyu affirmed, leading the way. Bei, holding Hui Yuhao's hand, followed closely behind, and together they quickened their pace toward the Stardow Forest. After acquiring his first soul ring, Hui Yuhao distinctly felt a substantial enhancement in his cultivation, particularly in his physical condition, which made their journey considerably easier. However, he still lagged behind Tangya and Bei in terms of speed. A gentle stream of soul power emanated from Bei's hand, nearly propelling Hui Yuhao forward without requiring him to expend much effort. As they walked, Bei spoke to Hui Yuhao, little junior brother. The Xiantian skill of our Tang Sect is one of the finest cultivation methods on the continent. If you practice diligently, you will surely reap rewards. Let me first explain the nuances of the Xiantian skill's operation to you. Remember it well. All right, Hui Yuhao nodded, attentively listening to Bei's explanation. Bei, not only elegant in appearance, but also possessing a gentle and meticulous nature, elaborated on the cultivation methods of the Xiantian skill with great patience, detailing each aspect thoroughly. Whenever Hui Yuhao encountered confusion, Bei could elucidate the concepts in an easily comprehensible manner, allowing Hui Yuhao to quickly become immersed in this extraordinary technique. Tangya, walking ahead, could not help but stick out her tongue, fully aware that if she were the one explaining to Hui Yuhao, she would not be able to articulate it as coherently as Bei. She mused that as the leader of the Tang Sect, she was indeed lacking. As Bei and Hui Yuhao engaged in their dialogue, nearly an hour had passed unawares. The main road had vanished, replaced by dense woods, and the air became increasingly fresh, yet a heavy air of tension emanated from the depths of the forest. The general method of cultivation is as I have described. The specifics you will need to explore and discover for yourself. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Bei Bei advised Hui Yuhao. Thank you, senior brother. Hui Yuhao's admiration for Bei Bei continued to rise throughout the discourse, prompting him to respond with even greater respect. At that moment, the forward-moving Tang suddenly snorted, her steps becoming ephemeral as she swiftly darted toward a large tree on her left. Hui Yuhao barely caught a glimmer of cold light as a wind baboon, which had nearly claimed his life earlier, plummeted from the treetops. Tang exclaimed in annoyance, "These wind baboons are the most detestable. Not only do they initiate attacks, but they also relish ambushing." Hui Yuhao had not utilized his spiritual eye moments ago, and thus failed to perceive how Tang executed her move. "Teacher Tang, was that a soul skill?" he inquired. With a hint of pride, Tang replied, "It was not a soul skill, rather. It was the exquisite combination of our Tang Sect's ghost shadow phantom steps and hidden weaponry. Impressive, isn't it? With diligent practice, you too shall master it." Suddenly, Bei Bei's expression shifted dramatically. He raised his right hand sharply, making a faint grasping motion towards Tang. It was evident that they had frequently collaborated. With a delicate tap of her toes upon the ground, Tang's body floated upward, as if weightless, drawn towards Bei Bei's hand by an unseen force. In an instant, a shadowy figure descended, producing a soft thud upon landing, shortly followed by a rich, sweet fragrance that enveloped the air. Hui Yuhao felt a sudden dizziness in his mind. Yet an icy stream surged forth from within him, sealing his mouth and nose. A breath of frosty mist escaped his lips, dispersing the sweet, toxic gas he had inhaled moments earlier into the air. "Ice attribute, my second spirit?" The origin of this chilling current immediately dawned on him. However, the control over this frigid energy was evidently not his doing. As he marveled at the power of his second martial soul, Tang was already drawn closer by Bei Bei's grasp. With a gentle press of her right hand on Bei Bei's shoulder, she curled her body and performed a somersault. Landing gracefully behind him, 2 rings of light ascended from beneath her feet, a vibrant yellow pulsating rhythmically, revealing that both her soul rings were of the century mark. In an instant, blue vines erupted from Tang, with one wrapping around Hui Yuhao's waist while others swiftly spread outwards. In stark contrast, Bei Bei, standing ahead, left Hui Yuhao in awe. In his mind, Bei Bei had always exuded a gentle and cultured demeanor, often accompanied by a warm smile that made him seem approachable. Yet, at this moment, he transformed entirely. As Xiaoyu soared above him, a brilliant blue light emanated from Bei Bei's forehead, expanding rapidly and enveloping his entire being. Blue-purple arcs of energy crackled around him like serpents, giving him an imposing presence. Superficially, Bei Bei's transformation seemed subtle, aside from a blue lightning mark on his forehead. Only one part of his body exhibited a significant change due to the manifestation of his martial soul. However, this singular alteration completely reshaped Hui Yuhao's understanding of soul masters. The change occurred in Bei Bei's right arm. The sleeve of his garment burst into ashes due to the arm's expansion, which grew over half a foot in length, becoming extraordinarily robust, covered in blue-purple scales, and transforming his hand into a claw, similarly adorned with scales. Each joint in his hand had thickened remarkably, while the blue-purple arcs swirled around his arm, converging and flowing. His soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, did not orbit around him as they typically would for a soul master, but instead, they encircled this uniquely transformed arm. With 3 rings, he was a soul sovereign, a master of the soul at over level 30. Despite being merely 4 or 5 years older than Hui Yuhao. Moreover, his soul rings were of the highest quality, comprising 2 century level and 1 millennium level. In the hierarchy of soul rings, white signifies 10 years, yellow denotes a century, purple represents a millennium, while black symbolizes 10,000 years. The formidable 10,000-year soul beast that had previously tormented the Dream Eye silkworm would manifest as a red ring. Earlier, Hui Yuhao had learned that like Tang, Bei Bei was also 15 years old, with Bei Bei being slightly older by months. To achieve the rank of soul sovereign at such a young age, adorned with 3 rings of this caliber, made him the epitome of a prodigy. In terms of cultivation, he clearly surpassed Tang, who, despite being a teacher, was merely a great soul master at level 20. Amidst the cacophony of shrill cries, a shadow that had fallen to the ground sprang up, darting towards Bei Bei. With a cold huff, Bei Bei's eyes glimmered with a hint of purple, and his powerful right arm swung horizontally, conjuring an electric net in the air to obstruct the shadow's path. With a thunderous clap of lightning, the shadow rebounded, causing Bei Bei to stagger back 3 or 4 steps, his expression shifting with evident surprise, for the strength of his opponent exceeded his expectations. "It is the mandala snake. A millennium level beast, how splendid! Bei Bei, I must have this. Tanya exclaimed with delight, her voice ringing out with excitement. At this moment, Hui Yuhao discerned the shadow that had attacked them, a massive serpent, 3 meters in length, its entire body a vivid shade of pink, adorned with a small protrusion on its forehead resembling a delicate flower. Unlike Tanya, Bei appeared grave, his countenance reflecting the seriousness of their predicament. Though he had attained the rank of Soul Master, facing a millennium-old soul beast posed a formidable challenge, a fact that underscored the strength of his own martial soul. Were it a typical Soul Master of his rank, the only option upon encountering such a beast would be to flee in terror. Xiaya, safeguard Yuhao. Bei commanded in a low tone, as the first soul ring on his right arm shimmered with vibrant energy. A dragon claw, approximately 1 foot in diameter and forged from crackling blue-purple lightning, shot forth to strike the mandala snake. This was Bei's first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. The cunning mandala snake, previously coiled on the ground, sprang into action the moment Bei launched his attack, leaping into the air. Its long tail lashed out like a streak of pink light, hurtling towards Bei. Rather than retreating, Bei advanced, his body bending low as he executed a swift step, the ghost shadow mysterious steps, allowing his earlier Thunder Dragon Claw to veer midair, pursuing the mandala snake from behind. Simultaneously, the second soul ring on his right arm illuminated, unleashing a multitude of serpentine bolts of electricity that coalesced into a dazzling net of lightning, ensnaring the mandala snake. The initial Thunder Dragon Claw had merely been a diversion to provoke movement, while this second skill, the Thunderous Net, constituted the true trap. Should the electric net envelop the creature, the Thunder Dragon Claw would follow suit, granting Bei a tactical advantage, even if it did not severely wound the beast. However, the formidable nature of a millennium-old soul beast was not to be underestimated. As the electric net converged, a thick cloud of pink mist erupted from the mandala snake's maw. A sweet aroma tenfold more potent than before, wafting through the air. Tanya, sensing the danger, swiftly retreated with Hui Yuhao, her face betraying a rare expression of concern. The thunderous arrows, forged from the thunderous net, were rendered ineffective against the pink toxic mist, their power diminished as if doused in water. The mandala snake displayed its ferocity, propelling itself with force into the electric net, creating a breach as it surged forth, its tail snapping with a radiant pink glow. It struck Bei's Thunder Dragon Claw, shattering this first soul skill. Yet, Bei's assault was not entirely futile. As one of the most powerful beast martial souls, his offensive capabilities ranked among the elite. Despite the mandala snake's strength, after enduring 2 mighty thunderous skills, it was left shrouded in a delicate veil of lightning, unable to continue its onslaught upon landing. Bei refrained from pursuing, wary of the encroaching pink toxic mist. He retreated hastily, producing a porcelain vial from his possession. After consuming a medicinal pill, he tossed the vial to Tanya. She deftly caught it, pouring out 2 pills, one for herself and the other into Hui Yuhao's mouth. "Let me assist you, Bei." Tanya offered as she ingested her medicine. Bei shook his head, responding, "This creature is quite tenacious. We must prepare for a protracted battle. There may be other soul beasts lurking nearby. Remain vigilant in your protection, and I shall confront it myself. Above all, safeguard Yuhao." This marked Bei's second reminder for Tanya to protect Hui Yuhao. A surge of warmth welled within Hui Yuhao's heart. It was the first time, aside from his mother, that someone had shown him such care. His spirit ignited with determination. "I must aid my elder brother. I am not useless." Hui Yuhao swiftly channeled his soul power into his spiritual eyes, and the newly acquired soul skill vividly flashed in his mind. Within his deep blue irises, a faint golden glow re-emerged, and a resplendent white soul ring ascended from beneath his feet. At first glance, there appeared to be no extraordinary signs. However, in the next instant, both Bei and Tanya felt a simultaneous tremor in their bodies, their eyes reflecting astonishment. In their gaze, time seemed to decelerate, and everything around them became exceptionally clear. In an instant, a plethora of information flooded their minds regarding their surroundings. As Bei focused on the mana snake, he could perceive the distance separating him from the creature, alongside the fluctuating strength of every muscle within the mana snake's form. Every subtle detail was presented with remarkable clarity in the depths of his consciousness. Moreover, within a 30-meter radius, there was no need for sight. The entire landscape materialized in 3 dimensions within their minds, and any minute alteration would immediately resonate within their brains. This was... Both Bei and Tanya instinctively thought of Hui Yuhao. Was this truly the essence of Hui Yuhao's first soul skill? How wondrous it was. With such a detection aid, confronting any adversary would be significantly easier, especially against a soul beast like the mana snake, which excelled in speed, This foresight was invaluable. For Bei Bei, whose offensive capabilities were substantial, nothing could be more effective than this assistance. The prowess of a decade-old soul ring offering such a formidable skill and unparalleled auxiliary ability was indeed worthy of its rare psychic mutation attribute. Hui Yuhao was oblivious to the fact that Bei Bei and Tang Ye attributed the extraordinary display of his abilities to his mutated martial soul. In reality, he was employing not one, but two skills. The million-year soul ring bestowed upon him the first soul skill, mental detection, along with the second soul skill, mental sharing. Both skills were of the supportive nature, and since it was Hui Yuhao's inaugural use of them, he had yet to fully comprehend their intricacies. Nevertheless, they proved to be immensely beneficial, given his current physical prowess. The soul skills derived from the soul ring transformed from the Dream Eye silkworm were equivalent to those of a 400-year soul beast. Consequently, the range of his mental detection and mental sharing extended to approximately 30 meters in diameter. However, with his present strength, he could share his mental detection ability with at most 3 targets simultaneously. Any more would exceed his capacity. Both skills demanded minimal soul power, yet they required a certain amount of mental energy from Hui Yuhao. In essence, he was utilizing both mental and soul power to sustain these two abilities. With his current cultivation level, supporting them for at least 15 minutes was undoubtedly feasible. The exact duration would become evident only through further experimentation. Suddenly, a deep rumble erupted from Bei Bei, enveloping him in a vivid blue-violet electric glow. The scales on his right arm rapidly spread across his body, encompassing his right chest, and his aura surged dramatically. At this moment, his purple third soul ring radiated a dazzling brilliance. The technique known as Thunderous Fury, derived from a 1,000-year soul ring, enabled Bei Bei, as the possessor of the most formidable beast martial soul, to enhance his soul power attack by over 50%, while his lightning attribute surged exponentially. Although not a direct attack skill, it elevated Bei Bei's state to an exceptionally potent level. Even some 4-ringed soul masters with weaker martial souls would find themselves outmatched. Despite his youth, Bei Bei possessed extensive combat experience. With Hui Yuhao's mental detection and mental sharing supporting him, he recognized that his opportunity had arrived. Uncertain of how long Hui Yuhao could maintain this, he immediately unleashed his utmost capabilities. In his right hand, the dragon claw crackled with blue-violet electricity, forming a thunderous dragon claw that was twice the size of the previous one. This time, however, Bei Bei did not launch it directly. Instead, he swiftly dashed towards the 1,000-year mandala snake. The mandala snake, cunning and endowed with a degree of intelligence due to its millennium cultivation, sensed the significant danger emanating from Bei Bei and, disregarding its offensive intent, spewed forth a cloud of toxic mist before hastily retreating. Humph! Bei Bei scoffed, his gaze deepening as a flurry of minute electric sparks erupted from him, dispersing the toxic mist. Concurrently, he waved his right hand, the thunderous dragon claw slicing through the air towards the left front. At this moment, the effects of Hui Yuhao's mental detection became fully apparent. By sharing his mental detection with Bei Bei, the latter was able to anticipate the mandala snake's movements. As the snake leapt into the air, it was precisely heading towards Bei Bei's left front, and a tremendous gravitational pull manifested in its path, as if it had willingly delivered itself into Bei Bei's grasp. The immense suction force neutralized the mandala snake's momentum, drawing it towards Bei Bei. Faced with the life and death crisis, the mandala snake erupted, a brilliant pink light illuminating its head as it emitted a shrill scream. The flower-like protrusion atop its head suddenly exploded, unleashing a pink blood arrow aimed directly at Bei Bei. Yet, Bei Bei once again preemptively reacted. At the very instant the flower-like protrusion detonated, his right hand's thunderous dragon claw struck, colliding with the mandala snake just as the explosion occurred. The pink blood arrow was shattered mere inches from its origin. But Bei Bei broke into a cold sweat as he realized that the moment his thunderous dragon claw came into contact with the pink blood, it was assimilated into the same hue. Had he not anticipated the enemy's move, this encounter could have led to dire consequences. In a flash, Bei Bei surged forward. This time, the 1,000-year mandala snake possessed no means of resistance, as Bei Bei's right claw accurately seized it by its vital point. Though it attempted to ensnare Bei Bei with its body, he unleashed a cataclysmic surge of lightning, incapacitating it in an instant. Renowned for its formidable physicality and swift speed, the 1,000-year mandala snake was rendered inconsequential in the hands of Bei Bei, whose powerful martial soul obliterated its defenses. In the state of thunderous fury, Bei Bei's dragon claw exerted tremendous force, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds as it crushed the snake's skull, its bones seemingly on the brink of shattering. "Xiaoya!" Bei Bei called out sharply. Tang would not let such a prime opportunity slip away. Swiftly, she and Hui Yuhao approached the mandala snake's side. A half-foot-long flying dagger materialized in her hand, which she plunged directly into the gaping maw Bei Bei had created, ending the life of the 1,000-year mandala snake. As the brilliance of the lightning receded, Bei Bei finally exhaled in relief, and a circle of purple soul rings gradually began to coalesce at the head of the mandala snake. Tang gazed at Bei Bei with palpable excitement, to which Bei Bei nodded, urging her to proceed without delay, surprised to encounter a 1,000-year soul beast even on the periphery of the Stardow forest. They marveled at the increasing quality of soul beasts in this region. Tang chuckled, "I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Protect me." As she spoke, she swiftly settled into a meditative position beside the mandala snake, a radiant blue glow emanating from her right hand. Lifting her delicate hand, she gently tapped the purple soul ring hovering above the mandala snake. Instantly, the purple soul ring was drawn towards her, merging into her being. As Tangya's smile faded into concentration, Hui Yuhao realized that she had also reached the 30-level bottleneck. It seemed she and Bei Bei had ventured into the Stardow forest to seek a suitable third soul ring for her. Yet, what martial soul did Xiaoyu possess? Blue vines? Xiaoya's martial soul is blue silvergrass, Bei Bei replied gently, sensing Hui Yuhao's curiosity. Blue silvergrass? Is it akin to that legendary figure from the Tang Sect? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in surprise. Bei Bei nodded, explaining, a millennium ago. The first-generation master of the Tang Sect achieved its glory through the blue-silver grass martial soul. After he ascended to godhood, he left no descendants within the Tang Sect. In his honor, the successors of the Tang Sect have steadfastly chosen blue-silver grass as a mark of honor when selecting a master, striving to cultivate soul masters with the blue-silver grass martial soul. Unfortunately, it has been proven that not everyone can wield the formidable power of blue-silver grass. Since that legendary figure departed, no one with a blue-silver grass martial soul has managed to stand at the pinnacle of the continent. Nevertheless, this tradition has endured, unaltered. Xiaoyu has demonstrated considerable talent with the blue-silver grass. Let us hope she breaks through. Hui Yuhao inquired with a hint of curiosity, senior brother. If the Tang Sect was indeed as formidable as the legends proclaim, why did it descend into decline? Bei Bei responded with a gentle smile. This question will gradually reveal its answers once you arrive at Shrek Academy. There are numerous internal and external factors at play. Now, the Tang Sect consists of merely a few of us, but perhaps this is not entirely a misfortune. At least, certain constraints no longer hold sway over us. However, you, junior brother, have truly astonished me. Hui Yuhao naturally understood that Bei Bei was referring to the soul skill he had just employed, and he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. I was merely experimenting. If it proved effective, that would be splendid. Bei Bei replied with sincerity, it is not merely effective. I lack confidence in confronting a millennium soul beast. Had it not been for your remarkable mental abilities assisting me, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed just now. Previously, during the critical moment of battling the mandala snake, Bei Bei had relied on Hui Yuhao's shared mental detection to accurately predict the serpent's movements each time. Moreover, the pivotal moment arose when the mandala snake unleashed its crown. At that instant, within the realm of mental detection, Bei Bei distinctly sensed a radiant sensation emanating from the snake's crown, something that his own eyes could not perceive. It was entirely derived from Hui Yuhao's vivid mental exploration. This enabled him to instinctively react in the nick of time. Otherwise, had even a drop of that venomous blood touched him, he would likely not have emerged intact. This realization dawned upon Bei Bei, making him acutely aware of the immense significance of the skill Hui Yuhao had just demonstrated in combat. He conservatively estimated that with Hui Yuhao's skill assisting him in a confrontation, it could elevate his strength by at least 20 to 30%. Such an enhancement is indeed remarkable. Furthermore, this is merely the first skill that Hui Yuhao has displayed. Hui Yuhao, still trembling from the encounter, remarked, that serpent was truly formidable, senior brother. What kind of soul beast is it? Bei Bei replied, it is known as the mandala snake, renowned for its potent venom. Not only does it induce paralysis, but it also inflicts severe damage to the nervous system, positioning it among the most terrifying of poison-type soul beasts. Its body is remarkably resilient, impervious to ordinary blades, with only its mouth and eyes serving as vulnerable points. However, the mandala snake is exceptionally adept at safeguarding these two areas, coupled with its astonishing speed. Its aggressiveness is particularly alarming. Once it is locked onto a target, it seldom relinquishes its pursuit. Chapter 5. A glimpse of the path. Due to its innate strength and toxicity, the mandala snake has few natural enemies. In its early years, Before reaching 1,000 years of cultivation, its body displays a dark green hue, growing 1 meter every century. Approaching the millennium mark, it can attain a length of nearly 10 meters. Upon surpassing the 1,000-year threshold, its power condenses, leading to successive molts. Not only does its coloration shift from dark green to pink, but its length also retracts to 1 meter, thereafter increasing by 1 meter every century. After 2,000 years of cultivation, as it retracts once more, the pink hue deepens. Judging by the color and length of the mandala snake we just encountered, it has likely cultivated for over 1,300 years. Without your assistance, I would have undoubtedly paid a price to defeat it. Of course. What Bebe did not mention was that, had Hui Yuhao not been present, he and Tang Ye could have easily collaborated to slay the mandala snake. Otherwise, they would not have dared to venture into the Stardoe forest. As Bebe's account expanded Hui Yuhao's knowledge, he found the mandala snake's attributes truly astonishing. If it were to reach 10,000 years of cultivation, would it undergo further transformation? Bebe nodded, saying a 10,000-year mandala snake would turn yellow, becoming an even more terrifying entity. Even a Soul King at level 50 would think twice before provoking such a creature. Only a Soul Emperor at level 60 could secure a decisive victory. Junior brother, while Xiaoya absorbs her soul ring, please tell me about your soul skills. What is the name of the technique you employed earlier, and how long can you maintain it? This information is crucial. Prior to this, Hui Yuhao had received a reminder from the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, cautioning him against disclosing its secrets. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Senior brother, the skill I just demonstrated is known as mental detection sharing. As you may have sensed, its range currently extends to approximately 30 meters in diameter. As my soul power increases in the future, I believe this range will also expand. I am uncertain how long I can maintain it. But it seems that the consumption of soul power for this skill is relatively minimal. Is that so? Bebe exclaimed, taken aback. A skill with such significant utility consumes so little soul power? Your spiritual martial soul appears exceedingly formidable, especially considering your soul ring originates from a 10-year soul beast. The Wind Baboon. This truly defies my comprehension. Soul masters on the Doloa continent have been studying martial souls for over 10 millennia. Yet I have never encountered any records that describe a phenomenon like yours. It is indeed hard to fathom. Hui Yuhao lowered his head and said, I am uncertain about the matter. After a moment of contemplation, Bebe smiled warmly and replied, Junior brother, there is no need for you to overthink it. A powerful soul skill is ultimately a boon. With this soul skill as your foundation, any soul master in the future will likely be eager to collaborate with you. However, Junior brother, as you are a spirit attribute soul master, are you inclined to pursue the path of a support-type soul master or that of a control-type battle soul master in the future? Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. Uncertain of his response, Bebe remarked, the path you choose for your cultivation is of paramount importance, as it directly influences your future choices regarding soul rings, skills, and your overall inclinations and training. Although your spiritual attribute has only just acquired its first soul ring, it has already demonstrated immense potential. To limit yourself to mere support seems rather wasteful. While I am unsure of the spiritual skills you may obtain in the future, I would prefer to guide you towards becoming a control-type battle soul master, focusing on mental manipulation. If all goes well, you might even emerge as the cornerstone of a team in the future. A team? Is it essential for a soul master to have a team? Hui Yuhao inquired curiously. Throughout his life, he had relied solely on himself for cultivation, exploring independently without any guidance. Now that he had joined Tang Sect, this senior brother held more significance for him than a teacher, having imparted so much knowledge in less than half a day. Bebe patiently explained, the profession of soul masters has evolved over countless years, yet the concept of teamwork was fully realized only a millennium ago, thanks to the legendary figures who founded our Tang Sect. At that time, they and their companions were known as the Shrek Seven Monsters, each possessing formidable abilities. When combined, their collective strength could multiply exponentially in battle. Since then, collaboration among soul masters has become an indispensable path for development, as individual power is always limited. For instance, our recent coordination made my efforts in combat significantly easier. Xiaoya and I also have ways of cooperating. Typically, a soul master team comprises no more than 10 individuals, including defensive battle soul masters, offensive attack-type soul masters, and control-type soul masters responsible for commanding and managing the battlefield. These three roles hold the most significant functions within the team, while there are also supportive, food-type soul masters and agile attack soul masters. each fulfilling distinct roles in the collective. Hui Yuhao pondered. So, does this mean that you, senior brother, are a powerful assault-type soul master? Bei smiled and nodded, saying, My martial soul is the blue lightning tyrant dragon, which is considered quite formidable among beast martial souls. I excel in offensive capabilities. As for Xiaya, her martial soul is the blue silver grass, which aligns her with the legendary ancestors of the Tang Sect as a control-type soul master. However, her control primarily manifests through the blue silver grass. If you were to become a control-type soul master as well, your mental control abilities combined with Xiaoya's blue silver grass could create a dual control dynamic. This synergy would enable us to form a formidable soul master team without the necessity of auxiliary soul masters. Hui Yuhao nodded earnestly. Senior brother, I will heed your advice. I shall strive towards becoming a control system soul master. However, my innate talent is rather lacking, and my cultivation progresses slowly. As he spoke, he could not help but lower his head. Compared to Bei and Tanya, at the age of 11, having only just attained his first ring, his talent appeared quite poor. Bei gently ruffled Hui Yuhao's hair and smiled. Talent is merely one aspect of success. In the past, you likely did not have anyone to guide your cultivation, and without suitable techniques, it is commendable that you have reached this point through sheer effort. Moreover, your martial soul is quite exceptional, and its potential for future development is equally vast. Therefore, there is no need for self-pity. Instead, invest your time in diligent cultivation. If you can break through to level 30 or above before you turn 20, there is a chance you could become a formidable soul master. Both Tanya and I will do our utmost to assist you. Thank you, senior brother, Hui Yuhao replied, his face reflecting deep gratitude. Bei warmly patted his shoulder and continued, Encountering you may also be fortuitous for Tanya and me. We have swiftly resolved her advancement issue. Once she finishes absorbing her soul ring, we can return to the academy. This place is not conducive to cultivation. You might want to reflect on the cultivation method of the Xiantian skill that I shared with you, and start practicing once we reach a safe location. Understood. Hui Yuhao responded respectfully. In his heart, he regarded Bei as a mentor, perhaps even more than he did Tang Yu. Oh, by the way, junior brother. Didn't you mention that you were unsure about the duration of your skills? Why don't we conduct a test? This relates to our future cooperation in battle and will help you better understand your abilities and familiarize yourself with your newly acquired skills. Following Bei's suggestion, Hui Yuhao once again released his mental detection sharing. A faint golden light flickered in his eyes, and a three-dimensional image appeared in the minds of both him and Bei, covering a radius of 30 meters. The mental detection was all-encompassing. Even the most subtle changes could be discerned with clarity. As Hui Yuhao experienced the intricacies of his two skills, Bei similarly felt the benefits of this mental enhancement. The more he sensed, the more astonished Bei became. This mental detection sharing was not merely auxiliary detection, but akin to having an additional brain for judgment. Within a 30-meter radius, nothing was obscured, providing a comprehensive view from every angle. Even more surprising was the sight of Hui Yuhao effortlessly utilizing his soul skill, showing no signs of exhaustion. Through the mental detection sharing, they could even perceive the subtle changes in Tanya's body as she merged with her soul ring. Tanya appeared to have grown somewhat taller, her aura intensified at an astonishing pace, her skin glowed with vitality, and her blood vitality surged. Before long, a quarter of an hour had passed, and Hui Yuhao's complexion had only slightly paled. Bei silently admired him. Such an extended mental detection would be sufficient in battle. Moreover, Hui Yuhao's mental detection ability could be employed in various scenarios beyond combat, such as when seeking soul beasts during adventures, an invaluable skill indeed. If, as he claimed, the detection range expands with his cultivation, it would truly be a remarkable technique. Finally, as Hui Yuhao maintained the skill for nearly half an hour, he could no longer sustain it. His body swayed, and he ended the mental detection sharing. A sharp pain coursed through his brain, and a dizzying sensation nearly caused him to collapse. He hurriedly sat cross-legged to meditate, seeking to recover his expended soul power and mental energy. This was the first time Hui Yuhao experienced the agony of mental exhaustion. The sensation of his mind going blank was far from pleasant. Bei observed him quietly. When he saw Hui Yuhao, despite his fatigue, managed to sit upright and begin meditating, a smile crept onto his face, and he nodded in approval. He valued composure over innate talent, and it was evident that this junior brother had passed his test. The absorption of a 1,000-year soul ring required considerable time. Bei scattered some herbs he carried to repel soul beasts around them, and their fortune was relatively favorable. During Tanya's cultivation, Only a few soul beasts of 10 and 100 years had appeared, all of which Bei Bei had successfully driven away. They did not encounter any thousand-year beings, and thus they navigated through without peril. Taking a deep breath, Tanya slowly opened her eyes. Her bright gaze sparkled with vitality, and her overall spirit had greatly elevated. In the cultivation of a soul master, reaching level 30 is a significant milestone. Crossing this threshold into the rank of Soul Venerable marks the true emergence of a powerful soul master, with limitless potential ahead. Many with inferior talents spend their entire lives unable to breach the level 30 barrier. I did it, Tanya exclaimed joyfully, leaping from the ground. With the surge of her soul power, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rapidly ascended from her feet. The most striking was the 1,000-year purple soul ring, emanating an aura of nobility. From this moment, Tanya's strength had ascended to an entirely new level. Bei Bei smiled and congratulated her. Little ya, congratulations. Tanya cheered and leaped into his arms, exclaiming, Bei Bei, thank you. Bei Bei embraced her gently, a hint of indulgence in his smile. I promise to help you realize your dreams, and I will certainly keep that promise. As Tanya leaned against Bei Bei, she inadvertently noticed Hui Yuhao's wide eyes, filled with astonishment. Suddenly recalling the presence of others, she quickly extricated herself from Bei Bei's embrace, feeling a bit flustered as she addressed the sparkling-eyed Hui Yuhao. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a teacher-student romance before? Hui Yuhao candidly remarked, I have never encountered it before. Observing Bei Bei and Tanya entwined in an embrace, he felt an inexplicable sense of envy arise within him, yet not a trace of jealousy. Indeed, the elder brother and teacher Xiaya were exceptionally well matched. Bei Bei cleared his throat and said, All right, since you have completed the absorption of your spirit ring, let us hasten our departure from this place. Over the years, incidents involving spirit masters entering the Star Doe forest have increased significantly. And with 1,000-year spirit beasts lurking even at the periphery, it would be wise to leave as soon as possible. Tanya nodded in agreement and replied, Let us go. At that moment, twilight had descended, and camping out in the Star Doe forest was evidently unwise. The trio, disregarding their fatigue, swiftly made their exit. Rejuvenated, Hui Yuhao activated his mental detection sharing once more, providing them with an added layer of security as they navigated through the forest, even managing to evade a 1,000-year spirit beast known for its non-aggressive nature. After an hour of rapid travel, they finally returned to the small stream where they had dined on grilled fish, now situated several dozen miles from the Star Doe forest, leaving the dangers behind. Hui Yuhao was once again conscripted, and under Tanya's insistence, he resumed his role as the fish-grilling chef. However, this time, he was not tasked with catching the fish. Bei Bei merely dipped his right hand into the stream, and a flash of blue-violet lightning surged through the water, stunning several catfish, which then floated belly up. He effortlessly summoned them to the riverbank using the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. They swiftly procured their meal. Tanya also produced some food carried by her soul guide device, and the 3 of them sat together, enjoying a sumptuous dinner. In high spirits, Tanya ended up eating a bit too much, and after satisfying her hunger, she leaned against a large tree by the campfire and fell asleep. Contrarily, Hui Yuhao, who had reaped even greater rewards, resisted the urge to succumb to slumber. Despite the dual exhaustion of body and mind, he requested Bei Bei to guide him in initiating his first cultivation of the Xiantian Gong. Bei Bei greatly admired Hui Yuhao's diligence. After shedding his outer clothing to cover Tanya, he began to impart the essentials of Xiantian Gong cultivation to Hui Yuhao, assisting him in entering a meditative state. The pathway of the Xiantian Gong was significantly more intricate than Hui Yuhao's foundational meditation method, involving at least 10 times the number of meridians. Many of these channels had never before been traversed by Hui Yuhao's soul power. To ensure Hui Yuhao's safety during cultivation, Bei Bei sat cross-legged behind him, gently pressing his hands against Hui Yuhao's back, gradually channeling his own soul power into Hui Yuhao's body, guiding him through the initial cycle of cultivation. However, as the guidance began, Bei Bei's expression turned grave. Hui Yuhao possessed a high level of comprehension and intelligence, yet he was indeed lacking in physical aptitude. Upon entering Hui Yuhao's body, Bei Bei discovered that his meridians were exceedingly narrow, some places alarmingly thin, rendering them unsuitable for forceful unblocking. In certain regions where multiple meridians converged, signs of disorder were evident. At that moment, Bei Bei realized just how arduous it had been for Hui Yuhao to cultivate to his current level and attain his first soul ring. Despite the improvements that typically accompany acquiring the first soul ring, Hui Yuhao's meridians remained so frail that his physical talent was clearly inferior. even compared to some ordinary individuals lacking soul power awakening. It was a testament to the immense willpower required to cultivate soul power to level 10 and become a soul master. Bei, with his calm demeanor, did not feel disappointment upon uncovering these issues. Instead, he felt a deeper respect for Hui Yuhao. At such a young age, Hui Yuhao displayed an indomitable spirit. Even with somewhat inferior innate talent, his future was not necessarily bleak. Through his examination of Hui Yuhao's physical condition, Bei speculated that the extraordinary capabilities of Hui Yuhao's spirit martial soul were likely linked to its mutation. While the mutated martial soul was indeed formidable, it had also caused significant harm to Hui Yuhao's body during his childhood. Without adequate care, this had led to his current physical deficiencies. Had he received proper medicinal conditioning immediately after birth, perhaps this young disciple of his could have become a prodigy. Bei's speculation was only partially accurate. Hui Yuhao's physical frailty was indeed a consequence of the martial soul mutation and the subsequent lack of proper nourishment. However, the strength of his spirit ability was more significantly attributed to the addition of the million-year wisdom soul ring, the Dream Eye Silkworm. As the dark sky gradually transitioned to a deep blue, the distant east began to reveal a hint of dawn. Bei slowly withdrew his hands, exhaling a long breath. His face pale and fatigue evident. He had spent the entire night aiding Hui Yuhao in clearing his meridians, guiding him through the first cycle of Xiantian Gong. This arduous process, while challenging, yielded immense benefits for Hui Yuhao. With a sudden gasp, Hui Yuhao expelled a mouthful of stagnant blood, his eyes snapping open. At that moment, he felt as if all 36,000 pores in his body had opened, an unprecedented sense of relief washing over him. That expulsion of stagnant blood was the impurity that had accumulated in his meridians, obstructing his qi and blood flow. After Bei's night-long efforts, these channels were finally unblocked. Although they remained thin and fragile, they were now capable of allowing soul power to circulate, thereby nourishing Hui Yuhao's cultivation in the future. This marked a significant alteration in his physical constitution, even though Bei was a standout among his peers and a formidable soul master. He too felt immense fatigue after completing the guidance for Hui Yuhao. Little junior brother, stand up and look toward the east. Follow my lead to cultivate, focusing your gaze. Bei urged, suppressing his weariness as he firmly placed his hands on Hui Yuhao's shoulders. At that moment, the previously slumbering Tang Sect awoke, springing to Bei's side. The three of them, eyes wide open, gazed toward the east, where a growing brightness emerged. A faint purplish aura flickered among the dawning light, nearly imperceptible without extraordinary vision and focus. The appearance of this purple aura heightened their concentration, rendering them breathless as they inhaled softly. Eyes fixed intently on the ephemeral violet hue. The purple aura lingered for only a brief moment. As the dawn gradually illuminated the eastern sky, the violet mist vanished entirely. The trio finally closed their eyes, exhaling a long breath of stagnant energy from their bodies. Bei and Tang Sect each expelled a stream of white energy, which dissipated after several cycles of inhalation and exhalation. Although Hui Yuhao's cultivation was far inferior to that of his teacher, Xiaoya, and his senior brother, in that fleeting moment, his astonishment was undeniably the most profound. When he beheld the distant hint of purple in the eastern sky, it felt as if a warm current flowed into his mind through his spiritual eyes, bestowing upon them an unprecedented clarity. He could perceive everything with remarkable precision. Even without the infusion of soul power, it was as if his perspective had expanded instantaneously. As he closed his eyes, the purple aura gradually seeped in under his eyelids, prompting his spiritual eyes to naturally draw upon the soul power within him to harmonize with this ethereal purple essence. The initial warmth gradually transformed into a subtle coolness, an indescribable comfort. This was the purple extreme demon eye, the very technique his teacher, Xiaoya, had proclaimed to be most suitable for his cultivation. Remarkably, even during this first attempt, the effects were astounding. Hui Yuhao felt that the soul power he had painstakingly cultivated over several months paled in comparison to the efficacy of this fleeting eastern purple energy. After a full quarter of an hour, that refreshing sensation slowly dissipated. When Hui Yuhao reopened his eyes, within the depths of his clear, deep blue irises, a faint glimmer of purple was already beginning to manifest. It appeared that the results were indeed promising. Tang Sect observed Hui Yuhao with satisfaction. Hui Yuhao hastily rose to his feet, respectfully expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, master. Thank you, senior brother." The violet hue in Bei's eyes gradually faded, yet his complexion remained pale. He patted Hui Yuhao's shoulder and said, "From now on, we are family. There's no need for thanks. I need to rest for a while." and it seems we will be leaving a bit later. Teacher Tangya, please prepare some food. Junior brother, please practice the Xiantian Gong again to consolidate the memories from last night. Understood. Hui Yuhao's respect for his senior brother deepened. Upon receiving the instruction, he promptly sat down and began to channel his soul power according to the Xiantian Gong's methodology. With the profound recollections from the previous night and Bei Bei's guidance, he found it significantly easier to mobilize his soul power. The soul power, originally acquired through meditation, transformed into a faint white hue as it followed the refined pathways of the Xiantian Gong, and the impurities within it were gradually refined through the process. An hour later, Bei Bei was the first to awaken from his training. His cultivation base was already formidable, and any fatigue he had felt was swiftly dispelled. Tangya handed some provisions to Bei Bei and quietly inquired, "How is it?" Bei Bei smiled slightly and replied, "This time, you were indeed correct. Junior brother possesses great potential. Though his physical condition is not optimal, his comprehension is commendable. He is hardworking and has a calm disposition, a promising candidate. Moreover, the Xiantian Gong itself has health benefits. Prolonged practice will aid in repairing his internal meridians, making it the most suitable technique for him. As for his future development, it will depend on his own efforts and opportunities. What we can do is merely open a door. How far he can go ultimately lies in his hands." Tangya responded softly, "Thank you." Bei Bei chuckled, "What has gotten into you? You rarely express gratitude towards me. Is this because of Junior brother? I hope I won't end up with a rival." Tangya playfully punched him, saying, "You know precisely what I am thanking you for, so don't play dumb." Bei Bei stretched out his arms and embraced Tangya, confessing, "I admit that my initial agreement to join the Tang Sect stemmed from my affection for you. I fell for you at first sight. However, as I delved deeper into the Tang Sect's practices, I increasingly recognized its profound heritage. Although the Tang Sect has fallen, if we can revitalize it through our own efforts, wouldn't that be an intriguing endeavor? Thus, my dedication to the Tang Sect is no longer solely because of you, but also for the sake of the sect itself." Tangya blinked her large eyes and asked, "So, does that mean even if I no longer have feelings for you, you would still strive for the future of the Tang Sect?" Bei Bei's expression shifted, and he replied, somewhat exasperated, "Please act normally." "Hiki," Tangya giggled. "I simply enjoy seeing your true colors. You always present yourself with such decorum. Aren't you tired of that?" Bei Bei playfully flicked her forehead, responding, "That is called decorum. You know, not everyone displays their emotions as openly as you do." Tangya grasped his hand, feigning a pitiful expression. "You must not flick my forehead again. That is an offense to our master. By the way, do you think Sha Yuhao can endure in the academy?" Bei Bei shook his head. "It's hard to say. It ultimately depends on him. I can only assert that if he truly perseveres and remains in the academy for a full 12 years, his future achievements might even surpass mine." Tangya was taken aback, surprised by the high regard Bei Bei held for Hui Yuhao. Bei Bei smiled gently. "Junior brother's unique martial soul is extraordinary. Let me give you an example for clarity. The first time he utilized his mental detection sharing, and the second time he did so, there was already a noticeable difference. This indicates that while he has not yet mastered the skill, it has already provided us with significant enhancement. Moreover, as he mentioned, this skill appears to have the potential for evolution. If every soul skill he develops is of such caliber, he is bound to become a top-tier soul master specializing in mental control." Tangya commented, "However, his self-protection ability seems somewhat lacking, at least until he reaches a certain level of cultivation." Bei Bei countered, "No, you're mistaken. He does not need to rely on self-protection. For even with the soul skill he currently possesses, it guarantees that he will never lack for companions." Hui Yuhao's training extended far longer than Tangya and Bei Bei had anticipated, culminating only at noon. During this period, Bei Bei meticulously monitored the trajectory of his Xiantian Gong, without a single miscalculation. It can be said that Hui Yuhao had genuinely entered the realm of mastery through this session of cultivation. Upon awakening from his meditation and partaking of some sustenance, the trio set forth, journeying westward. The majority of the Star Do Forest lies within the borders of the Star Luo Empire, with only a small portion in the Heavenly Soul Empire. Shrek Academy is located to the northwest of the Star Do Forest, not too far from its expanse. Tangya and Bei Bei chose to enter the Star Do Forest from the southern approach, as this direction harbors fewer formidable soul beasts, rendering it relatively safer. In contrast, the soul beasts in the direction of Shrek Academy are notably the strongest. This is due to the frequent incursions by Academy students into the Star Do Forest for hunting soul beasts, which has fostered a deep-seated animosity among the powerful soul beasts within the forest. There have even been significant incidents where numerous soul beasts surged forth from the forest to launch a beast tide against Shrek Academy. Consequently, within the Academy, any individual below the Soul King rank is prohibited from entering the Star-Do Forest directly. Even those of the Soul King level must be accompanied by a mentor to gain entry. Hui Yuhao and his companions journeyed toward Shrek Academy at a leisurely pace, as they needed to navigate around the Star-Do Forest, making their expedition nearly 1,000 miles long. Along the way, Tang and Bei imparted the profound secrets of the Tang Sect to him. Among these teachings, Hui Yuhao found the deepest understanding in the Xiantian skill and the purple extreme demon eye, while his grasp of the crane control and dragon capture technique. The phantom shadow stepping and the Xian Jade hand remained merely a tentative glimpse into their essence. Hui Yuhao's diligence profoundly astonished Tang and Bei. At merely 11 years of age, he remained committed to his cultivation even while on the road. After listening to Bei explain how the continuous use of soul techniques could slightly enhance soul power, he resolved to persistently employ spiritual detection sharing as long as he could. Whenever he took a break, he immediately commenced practicing the Xiantian skill. While traveling, he not only unleashed his skills but also diverted his attention to pondering the ghost shadow step, the dragon catching crane, and the Xianyu hand. It was precisely because Hui Yuhao often entered a deep meditative state for extended periods while practicing the Xiantian skill that their journey to Shrek Academy was delayed. However, Bei and Tang did not urge him. Instead, they increased their own training time under his influence. Xiaoya, if you could muster even half of Xiao Shidi's diligence, given your talent, you would likely have surpassed me by now, Bei remarked, observing Hui Yuhao, who was seated cross-legged beneath a large tree, engrossed in his cultivation. Tang smirked and replied, "Are you truly diligent? You cannot even compare to Xiao Yuhao." Yet, she sensed that he harbored some inner turmoil, as if emotions were driving his relentless effort. Whether this was good or bad remained uncertain. Bei smiled and said, "Having a goal is never a bad thing, and considering his young age, under our subtle influence, his emotional knots will eventually unravel. What is most crucial for him now is to break through to level 30 before he turns 20. At that moment, Hui Yuhao awakened from his meditation, faint wisps of white energy swirling around his mouth and nose. As he opened his eyes, brilliant golden light flickered within his clear gaze, and his spiritual eyes seemed to glimmer with newfound clarity. Hui Yuhao's diligent cultivation is undoubtedly aimed at achieving prominence. Yet the more significant aspect lies in the profound transformation of his physique following the practice of the Xiantian Gong. With the assistance of Bei and Tang, his constitution has undergone notable improvement, and indeed, the Xiantian Gong is an exceptionally remarkable technique. They have been on their journey for 4 days, during which Hui Yuhao has engaged in the study of the Xiantian Gong for the same duration. Over these 4 days, his soul power has been entirely converted into the soul power used for cultivating the Xiantian Gong. Throughout this conversion process, the muddled and impure nature of his soul power has gradually evolved into a state of purity. After each session of cultivation, he experiences an indescribable warmth and comfort throughout his body, surpassing even the restorative effects of sleep. Although the total amount of soul power may not have significantly increased, the complete replacement with the refined soul power of the Xiantian Gong has allowed Hui Yuhao to distinctly perceive changes in his bodily functions and an enhancement in the endurance of his soul power. Such a remarkable progress is unprecedented in his cultivation history. How could he not strive with fervor? Xiao Yuhao, you cannot remain so tense all the time. It is essential to take a break when needed. Otherwise, in the long run, you might end up becoming a mere wooden figure, Tang remarked sternly. Hui Yuhao nodded and replied, "Yes, teacher Tang." Tang chuckled softly and said, "Don't be so earnest and obedient. It's rather dull. Come on. We're almost at the academy. You've been so absorbed in your cultivation these past few days that I haven't had the chance to share some important information about the academy with you. Now that you're taking a break, it's a perfect time to relax your mind and listen." Chapter 6. The First Academy of Doa Continent O. Hui Yuhao, who had been contemplating the grappling techniques taught by Bei the previous day, was momentarily taken aback by Tang Ye's words. The three of them stood up and continued on their way, while Tang Ye began to enlighten Hui Yuhao about the circumstances of Shrek Academy. Founded over 10,000 years ago, the term Shrek in ancient language signifies monster. This implies that the original founders of Shrek Academy aimed to establish an academy for extraordinary individuals. The initial motto of Shrek Academy stated that it only nurtures monsters, not ordinary people. In this context, monsters referred to prodigies. Even the founder of the continent's foremost sect, Tang Sect, graduated from Shrek Academy. And it was during his generation that the academy first achieved greatness. At that time, Shrek Academy had only 7 students, who are now historically known as the Shrek Seven Monsters. The tales of the Shrek Seven Monsters have circulated widely across the continent, with the most renowned being the couple who led the Tang Sect. Although the Tang Sect later declined, Shrek Academy remained steadfast and, with the passage of time, gradually ascended to the status of the continent's premier academy. Today, Shrek Academy holds a pivotal position on the continent, a phenomenon largely attributed to the Continental War that ensued over 4,000 years ago following the collision of the Sun-Moon continent and Dalaw continent. Initially, the 3 great empires of Dalaw continent were at odds, which resulted in their disadvantage during the early stages of the war. The armies of the Sun-Moon continent even managed to penetrate deep into Dalaw continent. At this critical moment, the then president of Shrek Academy made a rallying cry, which was met with overwhelming support, gathering nearly 60 titled Dalaw-level superpowers from across the continent. They temporarily assumed command of the 3 armies and decisively defeated the forces of the Sun-Moon Empire, ultimately securing victory and unifying the continent under the name Dalaw continent. The Sun-Moon Empire, having lost territory and paid reparations, could only continue to exist in a significantly weakened state, unable to contend with the coalition of the 3 great empires. Their military power reduced to that of merely one empire. This battle catapulted Shrek Academy into renown, not only due to the assembly of 60 titled Dalaw, but also because the Academy's president became the commander of the 3 armies. In response to his rallying call, the royal families of the 3 great empires were astonished to discover that almost all of the commanding generals hailed from Shrek Academy. Under the unified coordination of the Academy's president, the coalition of the 3 empires never again faced internal discord. It was this complete alliance that enabled their remarkable achievement. Since then, Shrek Academy has stood independent of any nation. The Academy has produced a succession of exceptionally wise presidents, and despite its esteemed status on the continent, it never claims credit for its accomplishments. Its stance towards any nation remains impartial, and it possesses no private military forces, even maintaining a regulated number of instructors. Consequently, Shrek Academy has always remained an institution of learning, instilling no sense of crisis in any nation. Thus, it not only endured but also maintained a lofty status that no nation could easily destabilize. Situated in the southeastern part of the Heavenly Soul Empire, Shrek Academy finds itself at the intersection of the 3 great empires. To the southeast lies the Star Do Forest, to the east the Do Ling Empire, and to the south the Xing Luo Empire. Tangya informed Hui Yuhao that Shrek Academy is divided into an outer court and an inner court. Each year, approximately 1,000 new students are admitted, yet the total number of students has never exceeded 5,000. Completing all subjects at Shrek Academy requires a lengthy 12 years. This indicates that the Academy imposes a significantly high elimination rate. Those who fail to pass the Academy's assessments are mercilessly expelled. However, those who successfully graduate from Shrek Academy are invariably exceptional talents. It can be asserted that Shrek Academy is a true cradle of strength. The Heavenly Soul Empire, Do Ling Empire, and Xing Luo Empire often elevate the number of admissions to Shrek Academy to a political level, underscoring the Academy's prestigious reputation. Conversely, the Sun-Moon Empire, perhaps due to its animosity towards Shrek Academy, has never sought to send individuals to study there. The Sun-Moon Empire does possess some esteemed institutions, which have developed significantly over the course of several millennia, but its military strength remains constrained by earlier agreements, preventing substantial expansion. On the surface, the Sun-Moon Empire continues to maintain a low profile. Yuhao, once you enter the academy, you will begin your training in the outer court. The outer court is divided into several departments. For now, you should join the control department for your training while also studying the soul guidance department. What do you think? After briefly introducing the situation at Shrek Academy, Tangya addressed Hui Yuhao. Teacher Xiaoya, what is the soul guidance department? Hui Yuhao inquired. Tangya explained. The soul guidance department focuses on the creation of soul-guided weapons. Her tone slightly hardened when mentioning soul-guided weapons. Soul-guided weapons? Hui Yuhao remained somewhat perplexed. This confusion was understandable, as Shrek Academy is the foremost institution on the continent, while he had grown up in a rather isolated environment with limited exposure. Noticing Tangya's displeasure, Bei Bei stepped in to elucidate for Hui Yuhao. The soul guidance devices are closely linked to our Tang Sect. In some ways, they are weapons powered by soul energy. The higher the quality of a soul-guided device, the greater its destructive capability. This means that even if you are merely a weapon soul master, possessing a powerful soul-guided device can endow you with considerable offensive power. The evolution of soul-guided devices is also the primary reason for our Tang Sect's decline. Our Tang Sect was once prosperous over 4,000 years ago. The collision with the Sun-Moon continent triggered our downfall, Tang said bitterly. Our Tang Sect is renowned for its hidden weapons, which have long been our main source of income. Almost every nation consistently purchases a certain quantity of our hidden weapons, including various sections. However, after the collision between the Sun-Moon continent and our Doa continent, war soon broke out. The armies of the three great empires, armed with our Tang Sect's hidden weapons, confronted the forces of the Sun-Moon Empire. While the Sun-Moon Empire may not have been strong in terms of soul masters, they had unique expertise in soul-guided devices. Those soul-guided devices, powered by soul energy, surpassed our hidden weapons in both overall power and range. Consequently, the three great empires of Doloa continent suffered significant losses during the initial conflict. Although we ultimately emerged victorious in the war, the efficacy of our Tang Sect's hidden weapons came under great scrutiny. Following this, nations began to drastically reduce their orders for our hidden weapons. While our Tang Sect earned considerable income, the first-generation sect master decreed that most of the profits be donated to improve the lives of impoverished communities and to build schools and public facilities. Therefore, we did not retain much surplus. At that time, our Tang Sect had thousands of members. The speed at which we fell from grace was astonishing. Within just 200 years, our once mighty Tang Sect faded into obscurity. By the time it reached my generation, only my parents and I remained. In a confrontation during the hunt for soul beasts, my parents departed from this world, leaving me as the sole remnant of the Tang Sect. As I recount this sorrowful tale, tears cascade down Tang Ya's smooth and delicate visage, her fists clenching tightly in anguish. Hui Yuhao murmured, "Teacher Tang Ya, is it true that our Tang Sect's hidden weapons are truly inferior to those soul-guided devices?" Tang Ya sighed and replied, "In certain respects, one could certainly argue that. The Sun and Moon continent has not only introduced soul-guided devices, but has also unveiled a wealth of abundant mineral resources. These rare minerals serve as exceptional conductors of soul power, making them particularly suited for the creation of soul-guided devices. Consequently, over the course of several millennia, the rapid advancement of soul-guided devices has rendered our Tang Sect's hidden weapons increasingly obsolete. However, when it comes to intricacy and ingenious design, our hidden weapons undoubtedly surpass soul-guided devices, especially the elite among them. Yet, the crafting of these hidden weapons is indeed quite complex. Bei gently patted Tang Ya on the head and remarked, "The advancement of soul-guided devices has significantly impacted our Tang Sect's hidden weapons. When I first met Xiaoya, she stubbornly believed that hidden weapons were inherently superior to soul-guided devices. Yet, the reality has proven that soul-guided devices can indeed replace our Tang Sect's hidden weapons as the weapon of choice among the masses. And there is a valid reason for this. Primarily, they are exceedingly easy for the public to accept, particularly for those weapon spirits who lack offensive capabilities. The introduction of soul-guided devices has almost instantaneously transformed them into battle spirit masters, requiring only the expenditure of soul power. Thus, after discussions with Xiaoya, we have resolved that for our Tang Sect to thrive, we can no longer afford to remain stagnant and ensconced in our own world. To restore our Tang Sect's former glory, we must not only familiarize ourselves with soul-guided devices, but also integrate the craftsmanship of our hidden weapons with soul-guided technology, crafting even more formidable soul-guided devices. Only in this manner can our Tang Sect seize the opportunity for development. Therefore, every disciple of our Tang Sect must, alongside their own martial soul cultivation, also engage in the study of soul-guided devices. Hui Yuhao inquired, "Teacher Xiaoya, senior brother, if soul-guiding devices are so formidable, why did the Sun-Moon Empire still succumb to our Three Kingdoms alliance back then?" Bei replied with a calm smile, "That is because, although the soul-guiding devices at that time were not weak, even the most powerful among them could not compare to the might of a title de law. However, over the past few millennia, particularly potent soul-guiding devices have begun to emerge, some even posing a threat to title Duluos. Yet, there lies a challenge with these devices. The more powerful the soul-guiding device, the stronger the soul master required to wield it. without sufficient soul power. The device's capabilities are significantly limited. Consequently, after our two continents unified, an intriguing phenomenon arose. We have endeavored to learn the methods of crafting soul-guiding devices, while the Sun-Moon Empire has focused on cultivating formidable soul masters. Over the course of millennia, it seems there has been a degree of balance achieved. With Bei Bei and Tang Ye's introduction, Hui Yuhao finally formed a preliminary impression of Shrek Academy. After Tang Ye wiped the tears from her face with Bei Bei's sleeve, she addressed Hui Yuhao, "Little Yuhao, what matters most for you now is to remain at Shrek Academy. Bei Bei and I are already third-year students. Having obtained a Millennium Soul Ring, I should have no trouble advancing to the fourth year alongside him. Once we enter the fourth year, the elimination rate diminishes significantly. In a few years, we will all have the opportunity to study in the inner court. However, your situation is different. You have just entered the academy as a first-year student, where competition is the fiercest. Every 3 months, the academy conducts assessments for new students. Only those who pass can continue their studies. Although Tang Sect has reserved spots for admission without examination, whether you can remain at the academy depends solely on your own abilities. This is something no one can assist you with. Do you understand?" Hui Yuhao nodded earnestly and said, "Teacher Tang Ye, I will exert my utmost effort. However, with your and senior brother's abilities, why have you not yet become a student of the inner court?" Tang Ye replied, "It is no easy feat to enter the inner court of Shrek Academy. The academy's motto has remained unchanged throughout its history. The outer court was established later, in response to the demands of the 3 great empires, to cultivate more talents. However, only those who enter the inner court can be considered true students of Shrek Academy, in a certain sense. All of them are prodigies, eccentrics, or even monsters. Outer court students undergo an examination upon reaching the 6th grade. Those who pass can graduate. Only a select few, the most exceptional among them, may have the opportunity to take the inner court assessment again, and upon passing, they are permitted to enter the inner court. The study period in the inner court also lasts 6 years. It is said that those who graduate from the inner court are at least Soul Emperor-level experts. They receive the best offers from all nations, including the Sun-Moon Empire. Such greatness! Hui Yuhao felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. He secretly thought that if one day he could become a graduate of the inner court, he could return to the Duke's mansion and retrieve his mother's remains, allowing her to rest in peace. As he contemplated this, his fists clenched tightly. Bei Bei said earnestly, "It is not just impressive. I once met a senior brother from the inner court. That senior brother entered the Star Dove Forest alone and defeated 3 10,000-year-soul beasts barehanded without harming them, bringing them back to the academy. It is said that this was his task for the 10th grade assessment." Tang Ye added, "I have also heard of a 12th grade senior who, upon graduation, had already reached the Soul Sage level, above level 70, and possessed a red 100,000-year soul ring. That senior was later retained in the academy to be groomed as the next dean." Listening to their tales, Hui Yuhao felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. His time spent with Tang Ye and Bei Bei had made him profoundly aware of how invaluable a good teacher is to his cultivation. Undoubtedly, Shrek Academy is the best choice. He silently vowed to strive with all his might to remain in the outer court and eventually gain admission to the inner court of Shrek Academy. With such feelings, Hui Yuhao couldn't help but ponder the Tang Sect's unique skills as he walked. Tang Ye and Bei Bei's introduction to Shrek Academy had ignited a fiery passion within him. Observing Hui Yuhao's demeanor, Tang Ye and Bei Bei exchanged knowing smiles. Had they not been just like him when they first entered Shrek Academy? Several hours later, Hui Yuhao finally beheld the site of Shrek Academy. Rather than a mere academy, it resembled a grand city. Emerging from a forest along the main road, he saw the towering city walls stretching across the distant plain. Shrek Academy is established on the Limo Plain, covering an expansive area, and is often referred to as Shrek City. In the Doloa continent, Shrek City ranks among the largest, housing over 2 million inhabitants. Furthermore, Shrek Academy enjoys autonomous governance over this city, exempt from taxes imposed by any nation. This privilege is unmatched by any other academies in the 3 great empires, including the Sun-Moon Empire. Shrek Academy is not located in the heart of Shrek City, but rather in the eastern part, facing the direction of the Star Dove Forest. Shrek City is well connected, with thoroughfares leading in all directions, serving as a vital commercial hub at the intersection of the 3 great empires of the Doloa continent. Thanks to the presence of Shrek Academy, Shrek City boasts excellent public safety. Transactions here are not only fair, but also instill greater confidence. Consequently, Merchants from the three great empires often choose Shrek City for their cross-border trade. The southern, western, and northern city gates of Shrek City allow free entry and exit, while the eastern gate is exclusively reserved for Shrek Academy. Under the guidance of Bei Bei and Tangya, Hui Yuhao arrived at the eastern city gate. Although this gate is exclusively used by Shrek Academy, it was bustling with activity at that moment, with over 5,000 people gathered outside. The atmosphere was vibrant, and numerous vendors had already set up their stalls, making the area outside the city even more lively than within its walls. Junior brother, you have fortuitously timed your arrival with the Academy's recruitment of new students, allowing you to join this year's freshman class, which is 3 cohorts lower than mine and Xiaoya's. These ordinary newcomers must not only pass an assessment, but also possess a recommendation letter from at least a major city within the 3 great empires. This time of year is always the most animated period in our Shrek City. Hui Yuhao inquired softly, Senior brother, is the assessment exceedingly challenging? Bei Bei hesitated momentarily, his gaze instinctively drifting towards Tangya. With an unhesitating tone, Tangya replied, he will inevitably learn the truth in due time. This will serve as motivation for his future endeavors. It's best to enlighten him. She continued, Little Yuhao, there are 2 prerequisites for gaining admission to the outer court of Shrek Academy. One must be no older than 12 years, and one's soul power must not be below level 15. From the perspective of the assessment alone, you currently do not meet the criteria. She refrained from uttering words that would urge Hui Yuhao to strive harder, for he was already demonstrating ample diligence. Hui Yuhao solemnly inquired, will the first assessment 3 months from now also evaluate soul power? Given his constitution, it was utterly impossible for him to elevate his soul power from level 11 to level 15 within that time frame. Bei Bei shook his head and replied, no. The assessments at Shrek Academy are always grounded in practical combat. A teacher once stated that any statistics are rendered insignificant in the face of real-world experience. Hui Yuhao nodded vigorously. Teacher Xiaoya, senior brother, perhaps I may not currently measure up to the majority of the new students who have enrolled, but I shall undoubtedly surpass most of them in the future. His tone bore a tranquility beyond his years, and his eyes shimmered with an unwavering determination that belied his age. Bei Bei, towering over Hui Yuhao, placed a reassuring arm around his shoulder and said, let us go. If you can endure the next 3 months, I have faith you will reach the end. Bei Bei and Tangya led Hui Yuhao around the throng and arrived at the East City Gate. At the East City Gate, a group of young men and women, similar in age to them, stood guard, each clad in vibrant yellow attire adorned with a green emblem on their chests. These were the uniforms of the 2nd and 3rd year students from the outer academy of Shrek Academy. Upon spotting Bei Bei, the young students immediately showed him the utmost respect. Senior brother Bei Bei, you've returned. Bei Bei smiled and greeted each fellow student warmly before exchanging a few words with the leader among them. That student glanced at Hui Yuhao and promptly nodded. What Bei Bei says is beyond question. Please take this young brother inside to register. Bei Bei grinned and gave a thumbs up, thanking him before turning back to treat his friends to a hearty meal. The student responded jovially, that's a promise. We won't pass up this opportunity for a feast. Bei Bei exchanged a high five with him, assuring, I will not let you down. With that, he and Tangya guided Hui Yuhao through the East City Gate, a portal that symbolized entry into Shrek Academy. Not far off, a newly registered student, having just completed his assessment, inquired of the senior student overseeing him, Senior, who was that senior brother just now? That was senior brother Bei Bei, he replied. Everyone affectionately calls him Thunder Bei Bei. He possesses one of the most formidable beast martial souls, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, and is exceptionally gifted. He broke through to level 30 at just 13 and is rumored to be nearing level 40 now. Within a year or 2, he will likely ascend to the rank of Soul Zone. He is among the most powerful in our outer academy. If it weren't for accompanying junior sister Tangya, with his prowess, he could have already taken the 5th year assessment. Should he break through to level 40, even the 6th year assessment would pose little challenge for him. Not only is senior brother Bei Bei strong, but he is also known for his genial nature. If we were to name the most popular figure in our outer academy, it would undoubtedly be him. He is the Prince Charming in the hearts of many female students. However, he is devoted to junior sister Tangya and has turned down countless advances from admirers. It is said even senior sisters from the inner academy have feelings for him. Many believe that within 2 years, senior brother Bei Bei will surely enter the inner academy. As Bei Bei and Tangya led Hui Yuhao into Shrek Academy, the environment was a stark contrast to his earlier expectations of grandeur and solemnity. The academy boasted a picturesque landscape, replete with a rich variety of lush vegetation. Walking along the broad avenue, one could observe at least 10 different species of meticulously pruned plants in every direction. After strolling 200 meters forward, they were greeted by a series of imposing statues that obscured their view. There were over 10 statues, each standing 10 meters tall, sculpted from the hardest granite. The front row featured 3 statues, with the central figure being an elderly man wearing glasses, a jovial expression on his face, and a moderately plump physique, exuding an aura of amiability. Bei explained to Hui Yuhao, "The gentleman in the center is the founder of Shrek Academy and its first president, Flinder. To his left stands one of my ancestors, Yu Xiaojing, known as the Master, who established the foundational teachings of various martial soul systems at Shrek Academy and was instrumental in shaping the 10 core competencies of the martial soul realm. My mother is his direct descendant. On his right stands Lu Erlong, also an ancestor and the Master's wife. They, along with President Flinder, are collectively referred to as the Golden Iron Triangle. If President Flinder created Shrek Academy, then the Master is its true soul, having nurtured the legendary Shrek 7 Monsters. The Master's statue depicted a somewhat gaunt middle-aged man, while Lu Erlong was portrayed as an elegant middle-aged woman. Behind them stood 7 statues, and as Hui Yuhao's gaze fell upon the foremost statue, he involuntarily shuddered. It depicted a tall and handsome man with strikingly unusual pupils, adorned with a kingly symbol etched upon his forehead, emanating an overwhelming presence despite being merely a statue. Behind the Golden Iron Triangle were the revered Shrek 7 Monsters. Leading the lineup was the White Tiger Daloa, Dai Mubai. Next was the Sausage Daloa, Oscar, and third was Tang San, the ancestor of our Tang Sect. Among them, Tang San was the most handsome, his flowing blue hair cascading down his back, clad in simple yet robust attire, entwined with spirals of blue vines representing his blue-silver grass martial soul. A subtle smile graced his lips as his gaze was poignantly directed toward the 5th figure, a woman with scorpion braids. The 4th statue was the evil Phoenix Daloa, Ma Hongjun, while the 5th was the soft-boned Daloa, Xiao Wu, who was said to have transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast. Following them was the 9 treasure Daloa, Ning Rongrong, renowned as the strongest support soul master, and she was the wife of the Sausage Daloa. The final figure was the Phantom Daloa, Zhu Zhuqing, who was wed to the White Tiger Daloa, Dai Mubai. The statues of the first generation of the Shrek 7 Monsters were remarkably diverse, and their titles as titled Doluos alone attested to their formidable strength. Tang Ye's gaze remained fixed on the statue of Tang San. For the Golden Iron Triangle and the first generation of the Shrek 7 Monsters laid the foundation of Shrek Academy. Over the millennia, countless exceptional talents and powerful figures have emerged from Shrek Academy, yet only these 10 statues have been erected, never increasing in number. Bei continued to enlighten Hui Yuhao. From here, we shall diverge. To the left lies the Martial Soul Division, and to the right is the Soul Guidance Division. These are the 2 major branches of our Shrek Academy, both part of the Outer Academy. Comparatively, the Martial Soul Division is larger, while the Soul Guidance Division is smaller and consists of various specializations. We will first head to the Martial Soul Division to register. Only after passing the new student's initial assessment will we be eligible to enroll in the Soul Guidance Division. Hui Yuhao's gaze was captivated by the 10 statues. As memories of the legendary tales recounted by his mother surged through his mind, evoking waves of profound emotion. As he proceeded left from the statues, the path remained broad enough to accommodate 4 or 5 horse-drawn carriages side by side, with a signpost indicating Lakeside Path. Beyond the verdant canopy of trees on his right, a vast expanse of water was faintly visible. This implied that behind the 10 statues of the Golden Iron Triangle and the Shrek 7 Monsters lay a grand lake. Tang Yin noticed the direction of Hui Yuhao's gaze and spoke with a hint of pride. That is an artificial lake built in honor of our ancestor from the Tang Sect, the 1,000-handed Doloa Tang San, known as the Sea God Lake. According to legend, our ancestor Tang San inherited the mantle of the Sea God himself. The Sea God Lake is extensive, fed by underground springs. Our Shrek Academy's inner compound is situated on an island at the heart of the lake. All disciples from the outer academy take great pride in being able to set foot on that island. Bei cast a resolute glance towards the Sea God Lake, his eyes shimmering with determination. Indeed, the Sea God Lake was substantial, following the lakeside path southward. They walked for nearly a quarter of an hour before turning west and continuing for over another quarter hour, until a spacious rectangular plaza came into view. A sign marked Shrek Plaza appeared nearby. Behind Shrek Plaza stood imposing teaching buildings, each adorned in distinctive hues: white, yellow, purple, and black. Gazing into the distance towards the northern end of Shrek Plaza, one could discern a cluster of gray buildings. Bebe pointed towards the teaching buildings on the opposite side of the plaza, explaining, "The colors of the buildings represent different grades, distinguished by the colors of the soul rings. White signifies the freshman teaching building, akin to the lowest decade of soul rings. Yellow denotes the second and third year outer academy buildings. Purple corresponds to the fourth and fifth year buildings, while black is reserved for the sixth year building. Exiting the black building indicates one is already qualified for graduation from the outer academy. The distant gray buildings belong to the Soul Guidance Department. In terms of area, the Soul Guidance Department occupied approximately 1/3 of the main teaching zone, while the Martial Spirit Department comprised 2/3. Beyond these initial teaching buildings, there were various designated educational facilities such as the Soul Fighting Arena, assessment zones, dormitory areas, and faculty offices. The white freshman teaching building was located at the southernmost end, closest to the lakeside path. As Hui Yuhao and his companions traversed the southern side of Shrek Plaza, they entered this teaching building. Given that it was the enrollment period for new students, the freshman teaching building buzzed with activity, as some newly admitted students who had passed the assessments were registering. With the guidance of Bei Bei and Tangya, Hui Yuhao's enrollment proceeded smoothly. The tuition fee, amounting to 10 gold soul coins for the academic year, was covered by Bei Bei, not including meal expenses. Tuition was non-refundable should one choose to withdraw after failing assessments. After receiving his dormitory key, 2 sets of school uniforms, and a white freshman badge, Hui Yuhao followed Tangya and Bei Bei out of the freshman teaching building. Tangya remarked, "Xiao Yuhao, your dormitory is just behind the teaching building. That largest structure in the academy is yours. You can head there by yourself later. The new academic year officially begins in 3 days, so take this time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. We covered your tuition for the first year, but thereafter it will be up to you. The academy hosts various competitions with monetary rewards, and as you are now a soul master, upon registering, you will receive a monthly stipend from the 3 empires. Use it wisely. It should suffice for your meals." Hui Yuhao committed Tang Ya's words to memory as he prepared to bid farewell to teacher Xiaoya and his senior brother. Meanwhile, Bei Bei furrowed his brow slightly at a notice posted on the bulletin board not far away. Hui Yuhao did not need to step forward. With a slight manipulation of his soul power, his formidable spiritual eyes came into play, enabling him to discern the words on the notice with clarity. His mother had taught him to read from a young age, and although he had never formally attended school, Yuhao's literacy was commendable. The notice read, "Class 1's homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi, Class 2's homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi. It appears I am indeed in Class 1. Hui Yuhao, having registered early, was directly assigned to this class. Tangya also noticed what Bei Bei was focused on, and she gasped softly, "What? How could it be that old hag Zhou Yi? Isn't she supposed to be teaching the 3rd grade? Why is she assigned to the new students?" Bei Bei smiled wryly. "I heard that teacher Zhou was excessively strict with her 3rd grade students, resulting in only 1/10 of her class advancing to the 4th grade. Moreover, she received multiple complaints from students to the academy, which is why she was demoted to the new student class. Junior brother, you must exercise caution. While there aren't many extraordinary students in our Shrek Academy's outer school, there are certainly a number of formidable teachers, with this teacher Zhou being the most notable." Chapter 7. New student enrollment. Upon hearing Bei Bei's introduction of the teacher who would soon instruct him, Hui Yuhao was taken aback. "Senior brother, does the academy not intervene in such matters regarding this teacher's conduct?" Bei Bei replied softly, "Although teacher Zhou is strict, she is genuinely a good teacher. Every student who has successfully advanced from her class has spoken highly of her. Her strictness primarily stems from her high expectations and rigorous teaching methods. However, nearly a quarter of those who have been taught by her and have advanced have entered the inner academy, a statistic that ranks among the best in the entire academy. This demotion is merely a consequence of the considerable uproar caused. Nevertheless, as long as you are diligent and exceptional, you will undoubtedly benefit from teacher Zhou's guidance." Hui Yuhao exhaled in relief and said, "I see. Teacher Xiaoya, big brother, you may continue with your tasks. I shall return to my dormitory." Bei Bei smiled gently and replied, "Very well, teacher Xiaoya and I must also proceed to take our upgrade assessments. If we succeed, we will both advance to the 4th grade. I reside in dormitory 316, so feel free to come find me if you need anything. Indeed, Bei and Tanya had numerous matters to attend to. Tanya was particularly eager to acquire her third soul ring to ensure she could smoothly pass the advancement examination for the 4th grade. Following their promotion, even more responsibilities awaited them. Hui Yuhao had previously ventured alone into the Stardow Forest and successfully obtained a soul ring. Thus, he was quite capable of taking care of himself, alleviating their concerns. As he traversed the space between the pristine white freshman teaching building and the yellow structures designated for the 2nd and 3rd years, Hui Yuhao soon beheld the dormitory building. The dormitory complex was extensive. Though it comprised a single structure, it was adorned in white, yellow, purple, and black, clearly representing the residential areas allocated to students of different grades from the 4 teaching buildings. It rose to an impressive 6 stories. Hui Yuhao arrived at the entrance of the white building, where an elderly man, seemingly advanced in years, sat. The old man was clad in a simple gray robe, his face etched with wrinkles that could simultaneously ensnare more than a dozen flies. His eyes, a dull yellow, were heavy-lidded, presenting a visage of a life nearing its twilight. The sunlight filtering through the buildings fell perfectly upon him, and the half-reclining chair appeared quite comfortable. Hui Yuhao stepped forward respectfully and said, "Greetings, esteemed elder. I am a new student here to check into the dormitory. Do you need to inspect my student badge?" The elderly man, without lifting his head, extended his trembling right hand, and a hoarse, subdued voice emerged. "Please show me your badge and dormitory key." Hui Yuhao hurriedly presented it. The elder waved it in front of his eyes before returning it to him, instructing, "Go ahead. Dormitory 108 is the 3rd room on the left on the 1st floor. The female dormitories begin on the 4th floor. Entry is forbidden. Any violation will result in expulsion." "Thank you, sir," Hui Yuhao said, bowing respectfully once more before stepping into the dormitory building. The elder remained in his original position, murmuring, "A rare and polite child." As he spoke, several new students passed by, seemingly oblivious to the elderly man by the door, entering without a glance. The elder made no attempt to stop them, merely sitting there in a drowsy stupor. Following the guidance of the elder, Hui Yuhao swiftly located his dormitory. The student accommodations resembled a long corridor with numerous dormitory doors, each adorned with a numbered plaque. It was evident that the building had aged, its wear and tear suggesting many years of use. At each end of the hallway, there were communal restrooms. Upon unlocking the door, a wave of stale air rushed forth, prompting Hui Yuhao to quickly step aside. After a moment's pause, he took a deep breath and entered, promptly opening the window. The room had evidently been unoccupied for over a month, dust coating every surface. As the air circulated, Hui Yuhao took a moment to survey the modest arrangement within. The dormitory was quite small, approximately 10 square meters, with 2 beds occupying much of the space. Aside from that, there was merely a table and 2 metal wardrobes, along with a ceiling light. The walls bore several metallic protrusions, which Bei had informed him were simple soul-guiding devices requiring soul power to illuminate. After a brief airing out, the once stagnant atmosphere transformed into a refreshing one, and Hui Yuhao felt an indescribable excitement swell within him. From this day forward, this would be his abode for the coming year. It appeared he would also have a roommate. It was time to tidy up. Though born into a ducal family, Hui Yuhao had lived a life that often mirrored that of the common folk. With the little money he had, he purchased a basin and a used cloth from the student supplies store and immediately commenced the cleaning of his dormitory. In just half an hour, with meticulous attention, he had eradicated every speck of dust, leaving the space immaculate. Though the room remained simplistic, it now exuded a sense of freshness. Hui Yuhao decided against purchasing bedding. The wooden plank bed sufficed for a diligent cultivator like himself. Feeling a pang of hunger, he ventured out to inquire about the dining hall's location and acquired the most inexpensive rice bowl from the supplies store before heading to the cafeteria. Each grade had its designated dining hall, situated just behind the dormitory area. Upon entering the freshman cafeteria, Hui Yuhao was taken aback by its emptiness. The space felt vast, devoid of tables and chairs, save for a side with a sink for washing hands and utensils. The opposite side featured windows for purchasing meals, each marked with prices, 8 in total, showcasing a variety of dishes, with prices ascending from right to left. Was it truly the case that there were no places to sit within the dining hall? A sign at the entrance stated that food was not permitted to be taken outside. After a moment of surprise, Hui Yuhao approached the farthest and least expensive window, ordering a serving of stir-fried greens and white rice. To his delight, The simplest meal was surprisingly delectable, and at merely 2 copper coins, it was quite affordable. With a monthly allowance of 1 gold coin, he could easily manage his meals with some frugality. As he ate, Hui Yuhao observed the cafeteria. Noting that the most expensive window offered dishes priced in gold soul coins, a sum he could scarcely fathom. After swiftly finishing his meal, he returned to his dormitory, embodying the saying that a diligent bird takes flight early. Aware of the gap between himself and the other students, he was determined not to squander a single moment. Sitting cross-legged on the firm wooden bed, Hui Yuhao quickly entered a meditative state to practice his Xin Tian Gong. Although his progress paled in comparison to Beibei and Tangya, he had made significant strides when measured against his past self. Since adopting the Xian Tian Gong, he could feel daily improvements, a marked enhancement from before. Furthermore, after several days of cultivation during his journey, his previously muddled soul power had wholly transformed into Xian Tian Gong energy. This newly refined energy bore beneficial effects. As the Xian Tian Gong circulated, it nourished his meridians. Though the immediate advantages were not yet evident, Beibei had assured him that sustained practice would ultimately enhance his physical constitution. Hui Yuhao had meticulously arranged his daily schedule. Each morning, he devoted himself to cultivating the purple extreme magic eye, followed by an hour dedicated to practicing the control crane seizing dragon technique, the ghost shadow displacement step, the Xian Jade hand, and various grappling techniques imparted by Beibei. The remaining hours, aside from meals, were wholly committed to refining the Xian Tian skill. Soul power forms the foundation of a soul master, and he recognized the necessity of investing more time in honing the Xian Tian skill. Indeed, this technique is rather splendid and well-suited to your current condition. You humans truly possess remarkable abilities. Just as Hui Yuhao entered a meditative state, he was abruptly enveloped in a sea of white, and the voice of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm resonated, transporting him once more to his spiritual ocean. "Brother Tianming?" Hui Yuhao exclaimed with a hint of surprise. The languid voice of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm replied, "Your physical condition has seen considerable improvement over the past few days. At last, a promising beginning. Your physical endurance is gradually strengthening. Excellent, excellent. The abilities you are cultivating are quite appropriate for you, especially this meditative technique and the method for exercising your eyes. You have felt the 4 skills I bestowed upon you, I trust? Practice them frequently, particularly the last skill, as it should synergize well with your eye training technique, yielding commendable results. This will provide you with a foundational attacking soul skill, surpassing my initial expectations. Brother Tianming, I will surely put forth my utmost effort in training." Hearing the voice of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm once again reaffirmed Hui Yuhao's belief that merging with a million-year soul beast was not merely a fantasy. The heavenly dream-eye silkworm continued, "I am feeling fatigued and shall rest for a while. You may proceed with your training as you currently are. When you reach the point of requiring a second soul ring, I shall naturally awaken. At that time, the ice attribute martial soul I grant you will also manifest as your primary martial soul, facilitating a qualitative leap in your abilities." Hui Yuhao inquired, "Is it still possible for me to find you?" The dream-eye silkworm replied, "If you encounter any insurmountable danger, I shall naturally assist you. Rest assured, your survival is essential for my existence." After drifting into slumber, the white light retracted, and Hui Yuhao awakened from his meditation, astonished to discover that the sky outside had completely darkened. He had been cultivating for at least 3 hours, and it seemed that his Xian Tian skill had made some progress. With night having fallen, he felt a slight hunger, but judging by the darkness outside, the dining hall had likely closed for the evening. Fortunately, a few pieces of dried food remained in his pack, which he consumed along with some fresh water to quell his hunger before continuing his cultivation. In the early morning, imbued with the extraordinary power brought by the violet aura, Hui Yuhao returned to his room to practice several Tang Sect secret arts. He could only describe his understanding of these arts as superficial, as he had not focused his energies primarily on them, merely engaging in some rudimentary practice. Once he completed his exercises, the day had brightened outside. After freshening up, Hui Yuhao proceeded to the dining hall for breakfast. Upon arrival, he wore a frown. Ever since he began practicing the Xian Tian skill, his appetite had significantly increased. His enhanced physique required ample nourishment, yet he lacked funds. His tuition had already been paid by his senior brother, and he hesitated to ask Beibei for assistance. Fortunately, breakfast options were limited and inexpensive. Hui Yuhao purchased a few eggs and a bowl of porridge, reluctantly spending 3 copper coins. At last, he had managed to replenish some of his nutrients. What had seemed like affordable meals the previous day, he now realized, were indeed more expensive compared to prices outside Shrek Academy. Little junior brother, one cannot skimp on meals. Insufficient nutrition is unacceptable. There are some jobs within the academy that you can take on as a source of income, Bei remarked, having approached Hui Yuhao. Senior brother, Hui Yuhao exclaimed in surprise. Thus far, he had only acquainted himself with Tangya and Bei at Shrek Academy. Bei spoke apologetically. Not providing you with money directly is intended to encourage you to learn self-reliance. Combat ability is merely one aspect of strength. A person's capability encompasses many competencies, the most vital of which is the ability to survive in any circumstance. Do you understand? Senior brother, you have helped me immensely. I understand. I still have a few silver coins, and once classes commence, I will seek out some work, Hui Yuhao replied. Bei ruffled his hair and said, I must take my leave. Remember, while money can be earned again, one must not skimp on nourishment. You require sustenance. As Hui Yuhao exited the cafeteria alongside Bei, he resolved to heed the advice of his elder brother and treat himself to a more sumptuous meal that afternoon. Upon returning to the dormitory building, just as he reached the entrance to his room, he noticed that the door was ajar. Initially taken aback, he soon realized that his roommate must have arrived. At that moment, a young lad emerged from within the room, momentarily stunned upon seeing Hui Yuhao. The youth possessed striking features, with fair skin and a pair of unusually light powder blue eyes. His neatly cropped hair mirrored the same hue, and his handsome visage appeared to surpass even Bei's in beauty. Indeed, he was the most attractive peer Hui Yuhao had ever encountered. They seemed to be of similar height and age. Who are you? Hui Yuhao instinctively inquired. The young man shot him a haughty glance and stepped aside. Oh. Hui Yuhao hastily moved aside, allowing the boy to pass. However, after taking a few steps, the youth halted, turned, and said, You are in this dormitory as well, aren't you? Given the cleanliness of your living space, I shall permit you to reside here temporarily. However, there are a few rules you must adhere to. First, do not bring anyone back to the dormitory without permission. Second, do not roam around the dormitory in a state of undress. Third, refrain from snoring during the night. Fourth, do not disturb me. Fifth, you will be responsible for maintaining the dormitory's cleanliness, but do not touch my bed. Do you understand? Observing the boy's condescending demeanor, Hui Yuhao felt a surge of indignation. Why should I listen to you? The youth snorted in response, If you refuse to comply, I will have no choice but to expel you. Go ahead, test me. Since childhood, Hui Yuhao had endured oppression within the Duke's mansion, and he found the lofty demeanor of others particularly intolerable. With a chilly tone, he declared, Let us see what you've got. We shall go outside. Observing his unwavering spirit, the young man instead chuckled, his smile strikingly handsome. Yet the disdain and contempt in his expression only served to further ignite the flames of fury within Hui Yuhao. I still do not know your name. The youth inquired with a sneer. Hui Yuhao spoke in a low voice. Shouldn't one introduce oneself before inquiring about another's name? The youth replied nonchalantly. My name is Wang Dong. I am Hui Yuhao, he responded. Wang Dong smiled faintly and suddenly stepped closer to Hui Yuhao, saying, Very well. I believe your name will soon fade into obscurity within Shrek Academy. Let us go, fool. With that, he turned and strode out first. Hui Yuhao clenched his fists tightly and strode forward. Although he was acutely aware of his lack of formidable combat prowess, he refused to be bullied, especially by someone who would be his roommate for at least the next year. Chapter 8. The monster teacher Shrek Academy sprawled over an expansive area, with vast spaces separating each building. Upon exiting the dormitory, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong found themselves in an open area just outside. Wang Dong turned and beckoned Hui Yuhao with a flick of his finger. A fierce fire of anger burned within him, yet Hui Yuhao refrained from charging forward impulsively. The life and death trials he had endured in the Stardow Forest had imparted upon him a vital lesson, the importance of composure. At the entrance of the dormitory, an elderly man reclining in a chair lifted his head slightly, curiosity flickering in his dim golden eyes as he observed Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong with keen interest. A faint golden light shimmered in Hui Yuhao's gaze as a white soul ring rose from beneath his feet, activating his spirit eyes. Seeing his decade-old soul ring, Wang Dong chuckled lightly. I am quite curious about how you managed to enroll here. With such meager abilities, do you really dare to challenge me? I need not even employ my spirit to deal with you. As he spoke, Wang Dong's left foot tapped the ground, propelling his body toward Hui Yuhao like an arrow. His speed was remarkable, and he appeared exceedingly agile, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. He lifted his right leg, aiming a direct kick at Hui Yuhao's chest. In that instant, Hui Yuhao recognized Wang Dong's legs, which were disproportionately long. The impending kick was swiftly approaching him. Yet, just then, Hui Yuhao reacted, stepping quickly to the right while simultaneously striking at Wang Dong's ankle with his left hand. Wang Dong, Clearly taken aback by Hui Yuhao's ability to evade his rapid kick, retracted his right foot instantly, dodging Hui Yuhao's left hand, and unleashed another swift kick. This time targeting Hui Yuhao's neck. Hui Yuhao seemed to have foreseen his opponent's actions. As soon as Wang Dong executed his kick, Hui Yuhao had already crouched down. In the next instant, he sprang upwards, his right shoulder colliding precisely with the lower part of Wang Dong's thigh. Their movements were executed with remarkable swiftness. To an onlooker, it would appear as though Wang Dong had deliberately offered his leg for Hui Yuhao to thrust his shoulder against. It must be said that Wang Dong possessed extraordinary physical prowess. When his thigh was lifted, an ordinary person would surely have lost their balance. Yet, Wang Dong's right leg soared high above, performing a vertical split, while his left foot remained firmly planted on the ground. Hui Yuhao felt a softness and resilience pressing against his shoulder as he leaned against Wang Dong's thigh. Seizing the opportunity, he propelled himself forward, aiming to knock Wang Dong down while he was precariously balanced on one leg. However, in response to Hui Yuhao's advance, Wang Dong executed a remarkable maneuver. He lifted his right leg, arching his upper body backwards simultaneously, while his left foot sprang up to kick at Hui Yuhao. At that moment, the extent to which his legs were spread had surpassed the realm of what a normal person could possibly conceive. Although Hui Yuhao accurately grasped Wang Dong's previous attacks through the spiritual detection ability of his spirit eye, this time, despite sensing Wang Dong's movements, he had already committed to his own advance, leaving no time to retract. Anticipating the opponent's intentions undoubtedly conferred a certain advantage. As he saw Wang Dong's left foot ascending to strike his chin, Hui Yuhao simultaneously pressed down with both hands, colliding with the incoming kick. The impact was astonishing. Wang Dong's force was extraordinary, accompanied by an indescribable shockwave that rendered Hui Yuhao's palms numb. Instinctively, he activated the power of his Xianyu hand. Nevertheless, he was still jolted back, staggering as he retreated. Wang Dong executed a backflip, lightly touching the ground with his right foot before bringing his left foot crashing down. Completing his rotation, his right leg lashed out like a whip, aiming directly at Hui Yuhao's shoulder, evidently incensed by Hui Yuhao's earlier resistance against his thigh. In the midst of his retreat, Hui Yuhao reacted the moment Wang Dong's foot touched the ground, his movement suddenly becoming nimble as he swiftly sidestepped to the left. With a resounding thud, Wang Dong's descending right foot struck the ground forcefully, leaving a faint imprint on the hard stone surface, a testament to the sheer power behind the blow. Subsequently, he surged towards Hui Yuhao like a windmill, his legs transforming into twin steel whips, unleashing a torrential onslaught. Having engaged in earlier skirmishes, Hui Yuhao found a semblance of calm, fully activating his spiritual detection ability. He coolly anticipated each of Wang Dong's attacks, employing his knowledge of the ghost shadow steps to navigate the ferocious assault, akin to a small boat skillfully avoiding capsizing amidst turbulent waters. Wang Dong, increasingly alarmed, sensed that Hui Yuhao was significantly inferior in strength. Both speed and power fell short of his own. Yet, despite his overwhelming advantage, his strikes failed to connect. Hui Yuhao's pace was not particularly swift, but he consistently predicted Wang Dong's actions with remarkable accuracy, effectively evading the attacks. Wang Dong had attempted feints, yet they proved ineffective against his opponent. Proud and stubborn, Wang Dong was resolute in his vow to refrain from using his martial soul. He intensified his assault, convinced that Hui Yuhao could not endure indefinitely. Indeed, Hui Yuhao was beginning to falter. The relentless force and rapidity of Wang Dong's dual-legged attacks pressed heavily upon him, and he could barely keep pace, relying solely on his spiritual detection to hold his ground. However, as time passed, the disparity in physical prowess between him and Wang Dong became increasingly apparent. From a young age, Hui Yuhao endured a life of hardship and malnutrition, with the nourishing effects of the Xiantian skill just beginning to take root within him. In comparison to the profoundly cultivated Wang Dong, he still fell significantly short in terms of physical prowess. Although he had now summoned his martial soul, Wang Dong remained unarmed. Nonetheless, the essence of soul power's nourishment is inherently internal. As the battle prolonged, Hui Yuhao inevitably began to exhibit minute errors. He found himself struck several times by the edges of Wang Dong's feet, leaving him with a stinging pain. His still awkward ghost shadow misty steps became increasingly erratic, rendering him more and more passive. This trajectory was untenable. If it continued, defeat was certain. Hui Yuhao retreated with increasing urgency, on the verge of being unable to evade Wang Dong's assault. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply. The abrupt movement instinctively drew Wang Dong's gaze to his face. In that moment, Wang Dong distinctly perceived a flicker of purple within Hui Yuhao's softly glowing golden eyes. Instantly, he felt as if his brain had been pierced by a needle. a searing pain causing his mind to plunge into an abyss of blankness. Such a fleeting opportunity was not to be squandered. Wei Yuhao lunged forward with fervor, leaping into the air to tightly grasp Wang Dong's arms while entangling his legs around his waist, forcefully bringing him to the ground. Wang Dong had predominantly relied on his legs for attack, and in this moment of desperation, Wei Yuhao's legs wrapped around his waist rendered any chance of a counterattack impossible. All he needed to do was to subdue him. The piercing agony in Wang Dong's head made him furrow his brow tightly, yet after merely 2 seconds, he regained his senses, only to find himself already toppled to the ground by Wei Yuhao's forceful tackle. With Wei Yuhao's legs securely locked around his waist and his arms firmly held, their faces were merely an inch apart, breaths mingling in the air. Breathing heavily, Wei Yuhao growled, "Are you convinced? Convinced? Not a chance. Let go of me." Wang Dong retorted fiercely, struggling with all his might. Nevertheless, Wei Yuhao exerted every ounce of his strength, drawing upon his soul power. Breaking free without invoking his martial soul proved to be no simple feat. Will you admit defeat? Had I wielded a blade moments ago, you would have been dead, Wei Yuhao insisted defiantly. In their close proximity, he was taken aback to discover that Wang Dong's physique was not only remarkably supple and resilient, but also exuded a subtly refreshing fragrance that was surprisingly pleasant. Upon hearing Wei Yuhao's words, Wang Dong paused, his resistance waning. Indeed, the brief moments of pain and dizziness in his mind had not lasted long, and given their closeness, Wei Yuhao had ample opportunity to harm him if he so desired. "I concede. Just get up already," Wang Dong declared angrily, his eyes betraying a mix of defiance and resentment. However, Wei Yuhao did not release his grip. Instead, he coldly responded, "The 5 conditions you mentioned earlier are indeed within my capability. However, this is not due to your threats, but rather out of respect for my roommate. I am aware that your strength surpasses mine, and should you employ your martial soul, I would undoubtedly be no match for you. Nevertheless, remember this, should you dare to insult me again, even if it leads to my demise at your hands, I shall at least take a piece of flesh from you." As Wei Yuhao's demeanor grew increasingly fierce, his eyes taking on a bloodthirsty glint reminiscent of a soul beast, Wang Dong's hatred dissipated, replaced by a flicker of fear. Although the opponent's strength was evidently inferior, in terms of momentum, he had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. Wei Yuhao slowly released Wang Dong and stood up, taking a few steps backward before turning to walk toward the dormitory. Wang Dong sat on the ground for a moment, then rose and walked slowly toward the dormitory. As he reached the entrance, an elderly voice echoed in his ear, "You have indeed lost, not merely in battle, but in heart as well." "Why?" Wang Dong abruptly turned his head towards the old man, his face expressing disbelief. "I am clearly more powerful than he is. If I wished to confront him, he wouldn't even come close to me. How could he possibly defeat me?" The elder pointed to his heart. "It is because of this. He possesses a fearless heart, while you do not. Not everyone can embrace death as you must." Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he bowed deeply to the elder. "Thank you for your enlightenment, sir." With that, he strode toward the dormitory. Upon returning, Wang Dong found Wei Yuhao already seated on his wooden bed, deep in meditation. He contemplated saying something but ultimately refrained, letting out a huff as he prepared his own bed. Compared to Wei Yuhao's modesty, Wang Dong's bed was adorned with a thick fur blanket, crafted from the hide of an unknown soul beast, appearing both plush and soft, accompanied by a cozy cotton quilt. His belongings had already filled his side of the cabinet, with many items scattered across the table. However, Wang Dong, seemingly disinterested, sulkily pulled the quilt over his head and fell asleep. In the following 2 days, neither Wei Yuhao nor Wang Dong acknowledged the other, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Wang Dong was somewhat astonished that, aside from meal times, Wei Yuhao remained in a state of cultivation almost constantly. He could vaguely sense Wei Yuhao's soul power intensity. Yet the more he sensed, the more incredulous he became. How could someone of his caliber have defeated me? Finally, the New Year's enrollment process came to an end, and the freshman dormitory buzzed with activity. Though each room was small, the arrangement of 2 students per room fostered a lively atmosphere. Outside was bustling, yet the dormitory boasted excellent sound insulation. In recent days, Wei Yuhao has been diligently honing his skills. His battle against Wang Dong proved to be a significant source of inspiration. His ability to triumph over his opponent was largely attributed to a technique illuminated by the heavenly dream ice silkworm. While the ice silkworm is not a formidable soul beast, the 4 skills bestowed upon Wei Yuhao by the million-year-old heavenly dream ice silkworm are not particularly powerful. These skills include mental detection, mental sharing, mental interference, and soul impact. Wei Yuhao has become quite adept with the first 2 skills, having tested their effectiveness alongside Bei Bei. Mental interference, being an area of effect skill, can disrupt any living being emitting mental fluctuations within a 30-meter radius centered around Huiyuhao. However, its effectiveness is somewhat limited at his current level of cultivation. It can merely induce a momentary state of mental disorientation. Furthermore, he can only sustain this skill for less than 3 seconds. And it drains significantly more soul power than the previous 2 skills. Soul Impact, the sole offensive capability among the 4, is a single target skill, thus allowing for a slightly stronger force compared to the group target mental interference, yet still not overwhelmingly powerful. Huiyuhao's victory over Wang Dong was primarily due to his integration of the purple extreme demon eyes capabilities into Soul Impact, yielding results beyond his expectations. Of course, this success was also due to Wang Dong being caught off guard. Had he been prepared, the efficacy of Soul Impact would have been considerably diminished. Regardless, Huiyuhao has begun to form a rudimentary semblance of a control-type soul master through these 4 mental skills. However, his senior brother had previously advised him that during the first year of his studies, distinctions between disciplines are irrelevant, and he must endure through this initial year. Hey, class is about to start, and you're still sitting here idly? Wang Dong's voice jolted Huiyuhao from his reverie. He had just returned after a light breakfast, ready to continue his training. Is class starting now? Huiyuhao instinctively inquired, marking their first exchange since their duel. Without sparing him a glance, Wang Dong replied nonchalantly, "There is still half an hour." "Oh," Huiyuhao acknowledged, closing his eyes to meditate. After days of effort, he had become increasingly proficient in the Xiantian skill. Half an hour was sufficient for him to circulate the Xiantian skill for a complete cycle, allowing for a slight enhancement in his soul power. Wang Dong, noticing the silence, glanced back at Huiyuhao, who had resumed his meditation, and muttered under his breath, "What a lunatic." Without further ado, he exited the dormitory. For 2 days, he had yet to witness Huiyuhao lying down to sleep. The doors of the white teaching building swung open, and the freshmen, clad in white uniforms, filed in, each adorned with a green monster emblem on their left chest, symbolizing Shrek Academy. Students from different grades wore uniforms of varying colors, reflecting the hues of their respective teaching buildings. As Huiyuhao hurried to the freshman teaching building, he arrived just as the bell rang. He dashed inside and, upon spotting the sign for Class 1 in the first classroom on the left, he entered without hesitation. The spacious classroom was already filled to capacity. Being the last to arrive, Huiyuhao found only a few vacant seats left and managed to take one, seated next to a remarkably beautiful girl. However, this girl bore a striking resemblance to Wang Dong upon their initial meeting. She held her head high and did not cast a glance in his direction. Once seated, Huiyuhao took a moment to observe his surroundings. The classroom was large, with over 100 students in his class. Considering the total of 1,000 freshmen, there should be around 10 classes. He quickly spotted Wang Dong, primarily due to his outstanding appearance. Surrounding him were girls, each as captivating as the girl beside Huiyuhao. At that moment, an elderly woman entered through the classroom door. Her skin was weathered, her hair silvery white, elegantly coiled atop her head, and she wore a flowing white robe. Remarkably, she possessed an exceptionally bright pair of eyes, with sparkling black irises radiating intelligence. Huiyuhao possesses a soul called the Spirit Eye, making him particularly sensitive to the eyes of others. He sensed a formidable mental pressure emanating from the elderly woman's gaze. Despite her advanced age, she stood with an upright posture and strode to the back of the podium with purpose. Undoubtedly, she was the teacher for this new class. Upon her arrival, the previously restless classroom fell into a sudden hush, with all eyes drawn to the front. The elderly woman's calm gaze swept from left to right, creating an overwhelming sensation of being scrutinized, an intangible pressure settling in the hearts of each student. "I am Shou-Yi, your homeroom teacher," she introduced herself. "I cannot predict how many of you will journey with me over the next year. However, I must inform you that in my class, no mediocrity will pass the assessments. I aim to cultivate monsters, not fools." Zhou's voice was a harsh rasp, akin to the sound of a cracked gong. Her words sparked indignation among several students, as they bore the distinction of having passed rigorous evaluations to become members of Shrek Academy, handpicked from across the continent. In her eyes, however, they were merely deemed as trash and imbeciles. Huiyuhao remained remarkably composed. Upon first encountering teacher Zhou, he recalled the words of his senior brother and teacher Xiaoya, indicating that this teacher Zhou would be strict and temperamental, yet undeniably skilled. "Those who have engaged in fights, please stand up." Zhou-Yi's next statement left the entire class in astonishment. These students had just been admitted. Who would dare to brawl within the academy? Even if a fight had occurred, who would admit to it? As the class fell into silence, one individual rose, Huiyuhao. His motivation for standing was not honesty, but rather an instinctual understanding that teacher Zhou would not adhere to conventional norms. Seeing Hui Yuhao stand, Wang Dong snorted and defiantly rose as well. Out of the 100 students in the class, only these two stood, instantly becoming the focal point, akin to cranes among a flock of chickens. Just two? Zhou raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. Do you not understand that avoiding trouble is the mark of mediocrity? Everyone else, out. Run 100 laps around Shrek Plaza. Those who fail to complete it will be expelled. The classroom erupted in a chorus of disbelief. It was the first day of school and they hadn't even begun classes. Yet they were being punished for not fighting. Who could accept such a decree? Suddenly, one student stood up. Teacher, I refuse to accept this. Why should we be punished for not fighting? Zhou replied coolly, because I said so. If you're dissatisfied, you may leave. As the head teacher, I possess the authority to expel any student. You have 1 minute. If I do not see you running around Shrek Plaza in that time, you will all be expelled. As she spoke, an overwhelming aura surged from her, the oppressive waves of soul power creating an atmosphere that rendered every student breathless. Soul rings began to rise beneath her feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, summoning an indescribable might. This teacher Zhou was indeed a soul emperor, adorned with 2 10,000-year soul rings. It was no exaggeration to say that if she wished to deal with the 100 novice students before her, it would be a simple task. These students, being mere newcomers, were paralyzed by the immense pressure, and none dared to resist further. They shuffled out of the classroom. Heads hung low, as Zhou retracted her soul rings, her expression impassive as she watched them leave. Let me remind you, you have only 1 hour. Those who fail to complete 100 laps will be deemed unqualified. This is your first assessment for admission. Those who do not meet the standards will be dismissed. Upon hearing this, the students hastened their movements, quickly exiting the classroom and making their way to the training grounds. Wang Dong cast a surprised glance at Hui Yuhao. As only the two of them remained in the classroom, Zhou Yi's expression seemed to soften considerably as she beckoned them over. Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao approached together. Observing them, Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction. Good, at least there are 2 spirited children among you. Now, tell me, who did you fight with and why? Just as Wang Dong was about to respond, Hui Yuhao interjected, report, teacher, we are roommates who had a conflict over a trivial matter. Zhou Yi appeared intrigued. Oh, roommates? You say? Excellent. Fighting among roommates fosters competition and mutual progress. Standing before Zhou Yi, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong felt a chill run down their spines. Cold sweat beating on their foreheads. This teacher Zhou was exceedingly imposing, and indeed, she did not conform to conventional expectations. Her thought process was distinctly different from that of a typical individual, truly a monster teacher, as described by the senior brother. A smile that was more painful than tears flickered across Zhou Yi's aged face, which seemed to twitch slightly. While fighting can be beneficial, I do not favor my students engaging in conflict with one another. Remember, next time, choose to fight with students from other classes. The rules of Shrek Academy are generally lenient, aimed at fostering individuality among students. We typically turn a blind eye to fighting, but certain limitations exist. Allow me to elucidate. Upperclassmen are not permitted to provoke or attack underclassmen. If caught, expulsion is immediate. Conversely, underclassmen may challenge upperclassmen, provided a teacher is present to ensure that it is not an act of bullying. As for fights among students of the same year, feel free to engage. As long as no fatalities occur, the academy will not intervene. Fighting is an excellent means of self-improvement. Should you progress to the 2nd year, you will have the opportunity to compete in the soul fighting arena. Victorious competitors may even receive rewards from the academy. However, for now, you may commence your running. Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback. Teacher, did you not say we were spirited? Zhou Yi maintained her smile. But I never stated that you need not run. To start the school year by fighting with your roommate. How ambitious of you. Since you are so ambitious, the difficulty of your assessment must be elevated. Besides, you must endure alongside your classmates. Your deadline for completing 100 laps is the same as the others. She paused. Oh dear. It seems quite a bit of time has already passed. Wang Dong intended to protest, but Hui Yuhao tugged at him. Without hesitation, Hui Yuhao turned and began to run outside. Although Wang Dong felt disgruntled, he followed suit. Why are you pulling me along? This teacher Zhou is utterly insane. Hui Yuhao remarked with a hint of exasperation. Can you truly out-talk her? Can you defeat her? If you cannot, and you wish to remain at Shrek Academy, then your only option is to heed her words. Run swiftly. For I firmly believe her assertion that failure to complete 100 laps will result in expulsion is undoubtedly true. Upon exiting the freshman teaching building, they found themselves at Shrek Square. The square, though not particularly vast, measures approximately 300 meters in circumference. For an ordinary individual, running 100 laps around the square would be a formidable task. However, for these young scholars with a foundation in soul mastery, it is far from insurmountable. With honest effort, they could easily complete the distance within an hour. As Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong joined the ranks of runners, a chorus of schadenfreude arose around them. However, the two paid no heed to the comments. They had already fallen behind by a quarter of an hour and needed to hasten their pace. While running, Wang Dong suddenly inquired of Hui Yuhao, "What skill did you employ to defeat me that day? I still cannot fathom it. Could it be that your martial soul possesses a spiritual attribute?" Hui Yuhao nodded. Wang Dong was taken aback. It truly was a spiritual attribute. "No wonder I couldn't discern your martial soul after you activated your soul ring that day. At least my defeat was entirely unjust." Hui Yuhao expressed his helplessness, remarking, "You are exceedingly arrogant. If you were to utilize your martial soul, I would undoubtedly stand no chance. I can sense that your soul power is significantly more formidable than mine." Wang Dong, with a hint of pride, replied, "That is certainly the case. Among this year's new students, only a select few possess strength that can rival mine. With merely a decade-old soul ring, you are naturally no match for me." Hui Yuhao could not tolerate his arrogant demeanor, for he had recently suffered defeat against a decade-old soul ring. Wang Dong, slightly irritated, replied, "Enough of that. Considering how you defended me in front of that peculiar teacher just now, let bygones be bygones. From now on, I shall shield you. Should anyone dare to bully you, I will stand guard." Hui Yuhao felt utterly speechless, declaring, "I do not require your protection." As he spoke, he quickened his pace and ran ahead. Wang Dong, keeping up effortlessly due to his superior physical condition, also accelerated. "You truly lack compassion," Wang Dong remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Hui Yuhao cast him a sharp glance and remarked, "If you treated me as an equal classmate, such feelings would not arise." Wang Dong curled his lip, reflecting that throughout his life, there had been hardly anyone among his peers whom he could regard as an equal. Hui Yuhao let out a hum, turning his gaze away, for their conversation was devoid of any resonance. Wang Dong, too, fell silent, suddenly accelerating past Hui Yuhao, his speed astonishing as he circled the Shrek Square. It must be noted that although Wang Dong was proud, his cultivation was indeed extraordinary, coupled with his exceptional physical prowess. As he surged ahead, none in the freshman class could keep pace with him. At that moment, Zhou Yi had arrived beside Shrek Square, standing quietly as she observed the running students. Her attention was swiftly captured by Wang Dong, her eyes momentarily shifting before returning to their usual calm. Time flew by, and as the laps increased, the breath of the runners grew heavier. It was at this juncture that their physical attributes and cultivation levels became evident. Zhou Yi had not prohibited the use of soul power for assistance, thus everyone utilized their soul energy to replenish their stamina during the long run. Leading the pack were a dozen or so individuals, all moving swiftly, with Wang Dong at the forefront, though he had started later. Within half an hour he had caught up to the leading runners and even surpassed them. Remarkably, he showed little sign of fatigue, maintaining his speed without faltering. Behind this leading group was the main contingent, comprising over 70 students in this area, running at a steady pace without excessive strain, given their speed. Completing 100 laps within an hour seemed quite feasible. Trailing at the back were several students, including Hui Yuhao, determined to catch up with his peers. Hui Yuhao had initially sped ahead, but after covering 20 laps, he began to feel the toll on his stamina. Not only was he in last place, but having started a quarter of an hour later than the others, he had fallen significantly behind, with more than half the time elapsed. Zhou Yi's voice suddenly resonated in every student's ear, urging them to accelerate, with her position as the finish line. As she spoke, Wang Dong zipped past her, the first to complete 100 laps. After finishing the 100 laps at an incredible speed, a flush appeared on Wang Dong's handsome face as he slowed his pace, breathing heavily, and took another lap around the field before finally coming to a stop. Gradually, other students began to complete their 100 laps, with roughly 15 minutes remaining in the hour. After ceasing his run, Wang Dong's gaze quickly fell upon Hui Yuhao, who was trailing at the back, and he could not help but furrow his brow, murmuring, "How could I lose to him?" Hui Yuhao's speed had waned considerably compared to the beginning. His school uniform was thoroughly soaked with sweat. His martial spirit was of the spiritual attribute, which provided relatively little physical assistance in terms of soul power. Were it not for his cultivation of the Xiantian skill, he would be in an even more deplorable state. Completing 100 laps within an hour was a task he could barely endure, but after being delayed by Zhou Yi, he found himself in a precarious position. The intentional acceleration had significantly drained his stamina, leaving him 3 laps behind the few students beside him, with a daunting 20 laps still remaining. Completing 20 laps in a quarter of an hour was nearly an impossible feat. Chapter 9. The Goddess of Light Butterfly. No, I must persevere. I cannot afford to be eliminated. Hui Yuhao gritted his teeth and quickened his pace once more, in an effort to awaken his fatigued spirit. He even summoned his soul power to unleash a soul shock upon himself. The intense pain in his mind stimulated his bodily functions, and indeed, his speed increased once again, allowing him to surpass the last few individuals in his group. Zoe stood quietly, her gaze not fixed on the students who had already completed their laps, but rather on those who were still struggling. Among them, Hui Yuhao appeared the most fatigued, his uniform drenched in sweat, a clear testament to his efforts. Yet, he clung to his resolve, pushing through with sheer determination. Time swiftly passed, and Hui Yuhao managed to run another 8 laps, leaving only 5 minutes before the hour's end. Alongside him, 7 others had yet to finish, their remaining laps ranging from 3 to 5, and they had begun to exert their utmost efforts to accelerate. There was still a glimmer of hope for them. However, Hui Yuhao lagged a full 12 laps behind. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst forth from the Shrek Square and swiftly caught up to Hui Yuhao, astonishing the entire assembly. From behind this individual, a pair of blue butterfly wings unfurled in an instant, their colors shifting from deep blue to azure to light blue at the edges, creating a breathtaking spectacle reminiscent of the bright rings adorning the blue sky, imbued with light. The form and colors were unparalleled in their exquisite beauty. The sudden appearance of such magnificent wings elicited a profound sense of awe, prompting gasps from nearly all the students, regardless of gender. Those wings were undeniably stunning. Reminiscent of white waves frolicking upon the azure sea, their colors and patterns utterly spectacular, presenting hues of violet blue. The wings sparkled in the sunlight, radiating a captivating brilliance that left everyone, even the teacher Zoe, spellbound. As the butterfly wings released their ethereal glow, the figure swiftly approached Hui Yuhao, slipping arms beneath his armpits. With a powerful flap of the wings behind him, he effortlessly lifted Hui Yuhao off the ground. Hui Yuhao was also taken aback, instinctively turning to glance back, only to behold the handsome visage of Wang Dong. What are you waiting for? Hurry and channel your soul power to lighten your body. As Wang Dong spoke, he flapped his splendid wings behind him, suddenly accelerating and whirling around Shrek Square with Hui Yuhao in a rapid, exhilarating motion. Hui Yuhao found himself captivated by the wings behind Wang Dong, a sight of exquisite beauty that left him utterly entranced. Could these wings be his martial soul? Hui Yuhao could even perceive the V-shaped patterns upon the wings absorbing the warmth of the sun. Setting aside these thoughts, the very ability to soar through the skies signified an extraordinary existence. Moreover, there exists a prevailing legend in nature that the more beautiful something is, the more powerful it becomes. Zhou Yi's eyes reflected a glimmer of satisfaction amidst her astonishment as she murmured to herself, the Goddess of Light Butterfly? The most beautiful butterfly martial soul on the continent. Very well, I am relieved to find that my expectations have not been entirely dashed. Wang Dong's flight speed was remarkable, completing 12 laps in just 5 minutes, a feat previously deemed impossible. As he and Hui Yuhao descended from the final lap, both stumbled slightly upon landing. Hui Yuhao swiftly turned to steady Wang Dong by grasping his shoulder, only to find himself toppling backward. Wang Dong fell directly atop him. Though Wang Dong's cultivation was commendable among his peers, he remained but a child. Having flown over 3,000 meters with Hui Yuhao, his soul power had begun to wane. As soon as they touched down, the resplendent wings folded back, leaving his complexion pale. Hui Yuhao found himself pinned beneath him, yet a faint smile graced his face. Thank you. Last time I had you pinned down, and now you have returned the favor. Wang Dong, wearing a look of disdain, pushed himself up. You reek. As if I would willingly pin you down. Hui Yuhao was not angered. Instead, he stood up alongside Wang Dong, gasping for breath while giving him a thumbs up. Wang Dong paused for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement and returning the gesture. A smile involuntarily crept onto both of their faces, dissolving the previous tensions between them. All the students had completed 100 laps within the designated time and stood loosely on the Shrek Square. Zoe, with an expression devoid of emotion, turned to the students and calmly announced, the names I call will step forward. Cheng Qing, Qiu Jianrao, Tang Dao, Shang Wanchentian, Lin Ziyu, Zhuge Yun, Tai Long, Tang Ling, Yun Xiaopiao. A total of 9 individuals were summoned. The students were evidently surprised that Zoe could effortlessly call out the names of 9 people she had never met before. The summoned students stepped forward with a sense of resignation. Zoe stated calmly, "You 9 may return to gather your belongings and leave the academy. From this moment on, you are no longer students of Shrek Academy." What? The 9 students, still weary from their recent exertions, were taken aback, while the others erupted in disbelief. "Teacher, why?" questioned Tai Long, a tall youth, his face flushed with anger. He had been among the top finishers in the recent run. Joey replied coldly. Shrek Academy does not require opportunistic students. Those with strength but lacking a proper mindset will only bring disaster to any nation they serve after their training, not assistance. Tai Long, did you run the full 100 laps? Of course I did. Tai Long protested. Joey smiled. Did you? If I recall correctly, at the start of the run. While I was not yet present at Shrek Square, you leisurely completed 2 laps. You only began to catch up when the leaders reached the 5th lap. Therefore, you did not run 100 laps, but rather 97. I am certain more than one person witnessed your initial laziness. Tai Long's face turned crimson. He never expected Shoei, who had not been present at the start, to expose his deceit as if she had seen it firsthand. However, he retorted, even if I ran a few laps short. You cannot expel me for that. Joey scoffed. As I mentioned, you do not deserve to be a student of Shrek Academy. Pack your things and leave. Tai Long was utterly stunned. In truth, with his capabilities, completing 100 laps was no challenge, and he was among the top in his class. He had never anticipated being eliminated in such a manner. Joey glanced at the other students and stated, though I possess a temper, I am a woman of my word. The 9 individuals I called out all attempted to cheat during the run and failed to complete 100 laps. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to report me to the academic office, but for now, you may leave. Teacher Zhou, I refuse to accept this, protested another eliminated student. Lindsay Yu, pointing at Hui Yuhao. He did not complete 100 laps either. He only managed it with help. Joey smiled. Dissatisfied? His name is Hui Yuhao. If he had not completed 100 laps, he too would be among you. I will not alter my words. However, he completed 100 laps. I did not say that assistance was forbidden. Wang Dong helped him voluntarily. If anyone else is willing to help you during the run, that is permitted. But did anyone assist you? I do not concern myself with the process, only the outcome. Hui Yuhao completed 100 laps, and you did not. Leave now, or I shall render your martial souls useless. Under Zhou Yi's formidable authority, the 9 students slinked away, not to gather their belongings, but to rush to the academic office to lodge complaints. It was only the first day of school. How could they accept this? The perspiration on Hui Yuhao's brow increased as he witnessed Zhou Yi's unwavering resolve in expelling 9 students. It was only natural for him to feel a swell of anxiety in his chest. Had it not been for Wang Dong's assistance, he might very well have found himself among those dismissed. Reflecting on this, he cast a grateful glance at Wang Dong. The expressions of the remaining students had transformed entirely. Their breaths held in trepidation as they regarded Shoei. In just the span of an hour, Zhou Yi had firmly established her absolute authority within Class 1 of the first year. Return to your dormitories to change, then proceed to the classroom. I shall grant you a quarter of an hour, she commanded before turning on her heel and striding back towards the teaching building. This time, no one dared to delay even a moment longer. They dispersed with a thunderous rush, sprinting towards their dormitories at nearly the speed of a 100-meter dash. This old woman is truly ruthless, Wang Dong remarked as he hurried alongside Hui Yuhao back to their dormitory. Hui Yuhao said, Thank you. If it weren't for you, I fear I might not have accomplished this. Wang Dong let out a dismissive snort and replied, No need for gratitude. Had it not been for our sparring, you would have managed just fine on your own. Please, go ahead and change. I haven't broken much of a sweat. Hui Yuhao paused for a moment and asked, Aren't you going to hurry up and join me? Wang Dong replied, Have you forgotten the 5 rules I mentioned that day? I have no fondness for observing the bodies of others, for fear of developing needle marks. So, please be swift. Hui Yuhao, disregarding any further conversation, hastily returned to his room, shedding the sweat-soaked garments clinging to him. He wiped his body with a clean cloth before donning another uniform, leaving the soiled attire to be washed after his classes concluded. Exiting his room, he encountered Wang Dong, who was also changing clothes. At this moment, Hui Yuhao was still slightly out of breath, his mind involuntarily replaying the magnificent wings that had adorned Wang Dong's back earlier. They were breathtakingly beautiful, truly exquisite. What kind of martial soul could this be? While others may have overlooked the wings, Hui Yuhao distinctly noticed that when Wang Dong unleashed his martial soul, 2 soul rings emerged as well. Astonishingly, they were of different colors, one yellow and one purple, indicating that his second soul ring was of the millennium level. This fact transcended the conventional understanding of soul masters. No wonder Wang Dong exuded such pride. He possessed ample grounds for it. In terms of strength, Hui Yuhao recognized that he was indeed far inferior to Wang Dong. As he pondered, Wang Dong emerged from his change. The two friends dared not linger, swiftly making their way back to the classroom. Shoei had allocated a quarter of an hour for changing, yet in less than 10 minutes, all the students were already seated in an orderly fashion. The vacant 9 seats still evoked a lingering sense of dread in their eyes. Everyone had heard the adage that it was easy to enter Shrek Academy but difficult to leave. Yet it was only when faced with the reality that they truly felt a palpable sense of crisis, dispelling any thoughts of taking shortcuts. Once the quarter hour elapsed, Joey arrived punctually in the classroom. Observing that all 91 students were present, she nodded and declared, "We shall commence our lesson now. Your performance during the recent assessment has largely satisfied me. The majority completed the running test with ease. Ho Yuhao, please stand." "Yes, teacher," Ho Yuhao replied, rising with his posture impeccably straight. Joey's voice turned cold as she commanded, "State your soul power level." "Yes, my soul power is at the 11th level," Ho Yuhao respectfully stated. From the way Joey had called out their names earlier, he understood that this teacher, though seemingly unapproachable, was well acquainted with their abilities, and he suspected that his own cultivation could not remain concealed. Upon hearing the words 11th level, doubt flickered in the eyes of the assembled students, and Wang Dong even raised his hand to shield his eyes. It was utterly humiliating to be outdone by someone with only an 11th level soul power. Wait, how could he only be at the 11th level? Wasn't the admission criterion for Shrek Academy set at the 15th level? With this thought, Wang Dong couldn't help but glance up at Ho Yuhao in astonishment. Indeed, Ho Yuhao's soul power is merely at the 11th level. I understand that you are all curious as to how he managed to pass the Academy's assessment and become a new student. I shall only address this matter once. Henceforth, until he is eliminated, no one is permitted to question him regarding this. He is a specially invited student and did not need to undergo the entrance examination to enter the Academy. However, this is the sole exception granted to specially invited students. Should he fail to complete the assigned tasks, he too will face elimination. Now, Ho Yuhao, you may sit down. Thank you, teacher. Ho Yuhao resumed his seat, astonished that Joey had seemingly defended him, clarifying his situation to prevent others from using his soul power level against him in the future. Joey appeared indifferent to the students' reactions as she turned to the blackboard and wrote the two characters, attack and defense. After completing this, she faced the students again. I'm aware that many of you are dissatisfied with my earlier decision to have you run laps in the expulsion of 9 individuals. However, you have refrained from expressing your discontent due to the pressure I exerted. I see no necessity to explain myself to you. Those with insight will understand in due time, while the foolish may remain perplexed. Now, let us begin our lesson. The 2 words I have inscribed on the blackboard should be familiar to you, attack and defense. In today's first lesson, I shall discuss with you the principles of attack and defense for soul masters. Since ancient times, we soul masters have been categorized by the abilities of our martial souls into various types, such as strong attack, agile attack, support, food, control, and defense. Some soul masters develop their abilities in a singular direction, while others pursue a more balanced approach to training. Wang Dong, please answer, among the various types of soul masters, who excels in offense, and who should lean towards defense and support? The question was exceedingly simple. Wang Dong stood without hesitation and replied, naturally, the strong attack, agile attack, and control types are more inclined towards offense, while support, food, and defense types are more suited for defense. Joey bluntly retorted, that is a foolish answer. Wang Dong was taken aback. Teacher, my answer, sit down, Joey interrupted, waving her hand. A surge of potent soul power enveloped him, compelling him to return to his seat. Had this been over 4,000 years ago, before the Sun and Moon continent collided with our Dolua continent, Wang Dong's answer would have been accurate. Yet in this present age, his response was utterly misguided. Ho Yuhao, enlighten us as to why. In his heart, Hu Yuhao mused that teacher Zhou had taken a particular interest in himself and Wang Dong today, and he was relieved that expulsion was not on the agenda. As his thoughts raced, he arrived at an answer and rose to speak. It is due to the soul guidance devices. The stern expression on Zhou Yi's face softened slightly. You are not entirely foolish, which explains your status as a special invitee. Indeed, it is the emergence of soul guidance devices that has blurred the lines between offense and defense, and this is the topic I wish to discuss today. Please take your seats. I trust everyone is well aware that over the past few millennia, soul guidance devices have undergone rapid advancements. Initially, the Sun and Moon continent introduced numerous rare materials and foundational crafting methods for soul guidance devices. After thousands of years of development, the crafting of these devices has become increasingly refined, and their power has grown exponentially. This has resulted in a situation where even a food-type soul master wielding a sufficiently powerful soul guidance device can unleash an offensive capability rivaling that of a strong attack-type soul master, or even surpass it. Conversely, a swift attack-type soul master equipped with a robust defensive soul guidance device can temporarily assume the role of a defensive soul master. It can be stated that the advent of soul guidance devices has profoundly altered the trajectory and status of soul master cultivation. In truth, the effectiveness of soul rings has been diminished. As long as one possesses sufficient soul power, the capabilities of soul rings can be compensated for by soul guidance devices. This has led many to overlook the significance of soul rings, resulting in a prevailing trend among the soul masters of the four great empires to pursue soul power as their primary method of cultivation. Undoubtedly, this cultivation method proves effective in the short term, particularly for soul masters below level 50, where the results are notably pronounced. However, I must inform you that our Shrek Academy does not cultivate such soul masters. For beyond level 50, they become utterly ineffectual. You may not comprehend this. So allow me to illustrate with an example. If you are a weapon soul master who has reached level 50, and I am an agile attack type soul master. Also at level 50, you possess a soul guidance device capable of threatening my life, while I possess none. Who would win this battle? The answer is simple. I would undoubtedly prevail. Why? Because with my speed, you would have no opportunity to strike me with your soul guidance device. Even if you wield the finest soul guidance device, I could exhaust your soul power before you could land a hit. The more formidable the soul guidance device, the greater the consumption of soul power it demands. Thus, while defensive, auxiliary, and food-type soul masters may utilize soul guidance devices to attain attack capabilities comparable to those of an attack-type soul master, they do not possess the true combat prowess of one. You must remember this point. Therefore, while soul guidance devices significantly enhance the capabilities of defensive, auxiliary, and food-type soul masters, if your physical constitution is insufficient, you will invariably be among the first to fall on the battlefield. Your enemies will not spare you simply because you are not an attack-type soul master. Rather, they will target the weakest link. If my physical attributes are extraordinarily strong, and I possess formidable combat capabilities, then wielding a powerful soul guidance device would only serve to amplify my strength. This is the mark of a true powerhouse. The blurring of offense and defense means that any member of a soul master team can assume the role of an attacker. However, it is the enhancement of one's own attributes that will maximally augment your survival capacity on the battlefield. Unless one day soul guidance devices evolve to completely usurp the necessity of physical presence, the cultivation of physical attributes and the selection of soul rings will remain paramount in your future training. Unbeknownst to Zoe, a millennium hence, soul guidance devices would indeed evolve to the extent she had envisioned. In the upcoming 3 months, my primary focus for your training will be on physical conditioning. Regardless of who you are, your background, or your innate talent, if you are unable to pass my assessment in 3 months, you will be dismissed. Just like the previous 9 individuals. Thus concludes today's lesson. I advise you to enjoy a hearty meal at noon. We shall commence physical training in the afternoon. Class dismissed. Wu Yuhao, please come to my office for a moment. With that, Zoe wasted no time, turning on her heel and striding away. Even as the bell signaling the end of class had yet to ring. As Zoe exited the classroom, an air of tranquility lingered within. The majority of students remained engrossed in her earlier discourse. Despite her unconventional methods, they could not deny the soundness of her reasoning. Wu Yuhao rose and followed Zoe outside. In addition to the faculty office building situated behind the purple and black teaching buildings, each teaching building also contains modestly equipped offices. Wu Yuhao followed Zoe into an office not far from the classroom. Zoe gestured for him to close the door and took a seat behind the desk. Despite her age, her movements exhibited no sign of decline. Wu Yuhao, I'm not one to indulge in trivialities. Wang Dong's martial soul surprised me, yet yours piques my curiosity. Even with my experience, I cannot discern the nature of your martial soul. Now, I seek the answer. Zoe's authoritative demeanor was unmistakable in her words. There was no reason for Wu Yuhao to conceal his martial soul from his teacher. My martial soul is the spirit eye, a mental attribute, he replied. Upon hearing this, Zoe visibly reacted with astonishment. A glimmer of delight flickered in her bright eyes, which starkly contrasted with her aged visage. A primary martial soul, mental attribute, eyes? Wu Yuhao nodded slightly. Zoe's eyes were half closed, as though she were in deep contemplation. After a moment, she inquired of Wu Yuhao, could you disclose what your first soul skill is? It is quite customary for a teacher to inquire about a student's martial spirit. However, the soul skill remains the most crucial ability and secret for every soul master. Even with Zhou Yi's formidable demeanor, she opted for a tone of inquiry. While others might hesitate, Hui Yuhao felt no such reluctance. His first soul ring possessed an impressive 4 skills, and revealing a couple of them was entirely reasonable. Without directly answering Zhou Yi's question, Hui Yuhao summoned his pristine first soul ring, which slowly ascended. His eyes were soon veiled in a delicate golden hue. Immediately, Zhou Yi sensed a wave of mental energy manifesting before her. Unlike Bei Bei and Tang Ye, Zhou Yi was a formidable soul emperor, ranked above level 60. Although she was not a mental attribute soul master, her cultivation granted her considerable mental prowess. Rejecting the mental skill of Hui Yuhao, a mere 11th level soul master, would have been effortlessly achievable. Yet, she clearly chose not to resist, opting instead to accept it without hesitation. Upon accepting, Zhou Yi's pupils widened in astonishment. The mental detection shared accurately materialized in her vision, transforming her perception of the surroundings. Everything became distinct, as if she had stepped out of a fog. The clarity provided an exhilarating sensation. All was rendered clear and orderly, describable and precise data. The extraordinary judgment akin to his second brain accompanied the shifting angles of her gaze, continually adapting. After approximately a minute, Hui Yuhao retracted his skill and stood obediently before Zhou Yi. After a brief moment of astonishment, she murmured, "What a remarkable skill. No wonder the Tang Sect chose you as a special student. With this skill alone, Tang Ye made an astute choice." I had pondered how this seemingly unremarkable yet astute girl would select someone of merely 11th level cultivation and average physicality. It turns out there was a hidden depth to you. Hui Yuhao, follow me, Zhou Yi said, quickly rising to her feet and leading Hui Yuhao out of the office, striding purposefully onward. At this moment, Hui Yuhao found himself utterly perplexed. He sensed a significant fluctuation in Zhou Yi's emotions upon learning about his martial soul and soul skills. Yet he was uncertain whether this was a positive or negative reaction. Moreover, he was completely in the dark regarding Zhou Yi's intentions for him. Upon exiting the new student teaching building, Zhou Yi led Hui Yuhao towards the rear of the academy, progressing steadily westward. After a short distance, Zhou Yi frowned slightly and remarked, "This is too slow. Allow me to assist you." With that, she swiftly appeared beside Hui Yuhao, grasping his shoulder with her right hand. In the next instant, Hui Yuhao experienced a sensation akin to soaring through the clouds. The scenery around him blurred past at an astonishing speed, while an invisible barrier seemed to encase him, rendering the surroundings indistinct. Without a doubt, Zhou Yi was the most formidable soul master Hui Yuhao had ever encountered. What astonishing velocity was this? He quickly unleashed his mental probe to vaguely discern the direction of Zhou Yi's movement. After heading west for a while, Zhou Yi abruptly altered their course to the north, leading Hui Yuhao to feel as though they had exited the outer courtyard's martial soul department and entered the soul guide department instead, traveling at such a breathtaking pace. It took several minutes before Zhou Yi finally came to a halt, bringing Hui Yuhao to stand before a colossal structure. The teaching building they had just departed was already quite sizable, yet it paled in comparison to the imposing gray edifice before them. The total area of this rectangular building was likely comparable to that of the dormitory buildings in the Martial Soul District. The gray structure appeared exceptionally robust, not merely constructed from brick and stone, but adorned in numerous places with a metallic sheen. A low, rumbling sound resonated from within, causing the ground beneath Hui Yuhao's feet to tremble slightly. A nearby sign revealed the name of this place, Soul Guide Experimental Zone. Hui Yuhao was filled with confusion, wondering why teacher Zhou would bring him to the Soul Guidance Device Experimental Zone. What could her intentions possibly be? Naturally, Zhou Yi would not elaborate, releasing her grip on his shoulder as she proceeded into the experimental area. Upon entering, Hui Yuhao immediately noticed that the entire zone was constructed of a metallic structure he had never encountered before, exhibiting a dark brown hue. Inside, a long horizontal corridor stretched out before him, reminiscent of the dormitory area, yet featuring doors labeled Experiment Area Number 1, Number 2, and so forth, positioned every 30 meters along one side. Zhou Yi appeared to be quite familiar with the place, guiding Hui Yuhao northward along the corridor until they reached the end, halting before a door marked Experiment Area Number 12. With a flick of her wrist, she produced a hexagonal silver token, pressing it against the door. A marvelous scene unfolded as a gap appeared in the door, perfectly accommodating the token. After experiencing a brief surge of soul power, the token sprang back from the opening, and with a series of mechanical sounds, the door to Experiment Area Number 12 slid open horizontally. To Hui Yuhao's astonishment, the door, entirely made of metal, was an impressive 2 feet thick, equipped with sliding tracks on both the floor and ceiling that allowed for its gradual movement. As the door fully opened, Zhou Yi waved to Hui Yuhao, beckoning him inside. Upon entering, Hui Yuhao was startled by a tremendous noise. A powerful shockwave intertwined with her currents rushed towards him, causing his school uniform to flutter. Zhou Yi, however, seemed entirely unfazed as she continued onward. Inside experiment area number 12, Hui Yuhao discovered an extraordinary sight. With heavy metal panels segmenting the area into various sections, resembling a series of metallic boxes. Under Zhou Yi's guidance, they soon arrived at the most expansive area, which was an open space approximately 2,000 square meters in size and over 10 meters high. At the edges of the space, several individuals were engaged in manipulating peculiar devices. Fan Yu, Zhou Yi called out loudly, instantly drawing the attention of a group nearby. One tall, middle-aged man with a furrowed brow strode toward them. Standing around 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders, he wore simple cloth attire, his muscular arms resembling granite. His features were sharply defined, and his gaze was heavy and contemplative, exuding a presence akin to a mountain. Zhou Yi, what brings you here? The man, evidently Fan Yu, acknowledged her presence. Do you remember what you said to me last time? Zhou Yi replied, her excitement evident. Fan Yu's face displayed a hint of helplessness as he responded. I've said many things to you. How am I to know which one you mean? If there's nothing pressing, you should head back. I still have several experiments to conduct. In front of the students, Zhou Yi, who exuded authority, seemed to lose her domineering demeanor in the presence of Fan Yu, speaking amiably. I refer to what you mentioned about spirit attribute soul masters utilizing soul guidance devices. Upon hearing this, Fan Yu's eyes brightened, involuntarily shifting towards Hui Yuhao. He possesses a spirit martial soul? Zhou Yi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this is Hui Yuhao, a new student this year. His martial soul is the spirit eye, a spirit attribute. After scrutinizing Hui Yuhao, Fan Yu shook his head, stating, no, his physique and soul power are too weak. Even the simplest fixed soul guidance device would likely be beyond his capability. Moreover, I find his talent rather mediocre, far from my requirements. Zhou Yi huffed. Are you underestimating my judgment? True, Hui Yuhao is currently weak, but his soul skills are remarkable. They are the most practical spirit attribute skills I have ever encountered. Hui Yuhao, show him. As a student, Hui Yuhao could only observe. He promptly activated his mental detection sharing towards the middle-aged man. To his astonishment, he felt as though he was on the verge of losing control. The moment his mental detection shared with Fan Yu, the latter's brow furrowed slightly, and in that instant, Hui Yuhao felt as if a terrifying beast had suddenly opened its maw before him, threatening to devour him whole. This sensation even roused the dormant dream-eyed silkworm within him. A refreshing aura emerged in his sea of consciousness, dispelling Hui Yuhao's initial shock. The overwhelming presence emanating from Fan Yu vanished as quickly as it had appeared, allowing Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing to establish a connection with him. Within moments, Fan Yu discerned the intricacies of Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing, and his previously calm demeanor shifted to one of intrigue. Such a spirit attribute skill exists? How could it be a soul skill from a 10-year-old soul beast? Fan Yu gazed at Hui Yuhao's white soul rings with a look of perplexity. Yet beneath that confusion lay a growing sense of delight. Certainly, Hui Yuhao would not reveal the matter regarding the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. Once again, the wind baboon served as an excuse. 10 years of the wind baboon? Fan Yu and Zhou Yi displayed expressions of utter disbelief. Zhou Yi turned to Fan Yu and inquired, could it be that the soul skill has undergone a mutation? Fan Yu nodded thoughtfully, replying, it is indeed possible. This little fellow possesses both a primary martial soul and a spiritual martial soul, which inherently makes it a mutated existence. Moreover, the soul beast he has chosen for his soul ring is entirely incongruous with the attributes of his martial soul, triggering a mutation with a remarkably low probability. The fact that a spiritual martial soul can absorb a wind attribute soul ring without suffering backlash is already miraculous. To think that such a mutation would occur is likely an unparalleled wonder that cannot be replicated. Kaitu, come here. Fan Yu beckoned towards a group of individuals not far away. Instantly, one of the young boys hurried over. Upon seeing him, Hui Yuhao couldn't help but be astonished. Judging by his facial features, he seemed to be of a similar age to Bei Bei, yet he was exceptionally tall, standing over 2 meters. With shoulders broader than Fan Yu's, his bare upper body revealed dark, muscular flesh, and his scalp was devoid of any hair, making him appear considerably darker than the average person, all while wearing a rather simple, earnest expression. Teacher, the boy greeted Fan Yu respectfully. Fan Yu pointed at Hui Yuhao, instructing, you should fire a shot from the fixed installation soul cannon, and let this young man assist you in targeting a moving target. Understood. The robust young man asked no questions and, with a hearty smile directed at Hui Yuhao, said, little brother, come with me. Zhou Yi remarked, Hui Yuhao, You simply need to use your skills to assist him. All right. Hu Yuhao had begun to grasp the purpose of Shou-Yi bringing him here and hurriedly followed the sturdy youth. Hello, little brother. My name is Kaitu. But everyone calls me Kaitu. You can call me that too. The young man beamed with a simple smile. Hu Yuhao spoke. Hello, big brother. My name is Hu Yuhao. Upon hearing this simple address, Kaitu was momentarily taken aback, but soon after, he gave a thumbs up and replied, Little brother. You've got spirit. Even historians of future generations would remain oblivious to the fact that the camaraderie between the Eye of Shura, Hu Yuhao, and the source of destruction. Kaitu began with such a modest greeting. The two approached the edge of the testing ground, where Kaitu skillfully patted the dark belt around his waist. In an instant, a peculiar object appeared in Hu Yuhao's hands. It was a black metallic tube, approximately 1.5 meters in length, with a cross-sectional diameter of around 15 centimeters, broadening towards the rear. The surface was adorned with numerous strange patterns. Kaitu deftly grasped the tube, pressed two buttons at the back with his right hand, and a cover sprang open, revealing a gap measuring 20 centimeters in length and 10 centimeters in width. With remarkable speed, he swiftly tapped his waist again, producing an elongated piece of metal. He carefully inserted this metallic shard into the opening of the tube before sealing it with the cover. With a swift motion, he hoisted the metal tube onto his broad shoulder. The amiable demeanor that Kaitu had previously displayed transformed instantaneously as the tube rested upon him. Hu Yuhao, whose martial soul was of a spiritual nature, sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from Kaitu. Let us begin, Hu Yuhao. Kaitu's voice resonated. In the depths of Hu Yuhao's eyes, a glimmer of golden light flickered as his spiritual detection accurately pinpointed Kaitu. A hint of surprise flashed in Kaitu's gaze, and he excitedly shouted into the distance, moving target, fire. From the other side, as if guided by an unseen hand, a disc-like object shot forth from a distant corner, hurtling toward Hu Yuhao and Kaitu. At that moment, a potent surge of soul power erupted from Kaitu, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, simultaneously shimmered into view. The metallic tube upon his shoulder quivered slightly, enveloped in a dense aura of black light. Kaitu's body shifted gracefully, directing the metallic tube at the rapidly approaching disc. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant black light erupted from within the metallic tube, and the sudden rush of air nearly sent Hu Yuhao tumbling to the ground. However, the black energy failed to strike the flying disc, instead grazing past it and soaring into the distance. After traversing 100 meters, it collided violently with a distant metal panel, resulting in a resounding explosion. The colossal shockwave rebounded, prompting Kaitu to swiftly shield Hu Yuhao behind him. The turbulent air persisted for several seconds before gradually calming, while the previously launched disc landed not far from them, remaining within the testing zone. With a furrowed brow, Kaitu expressed his frustration, still not right. Fan Yu and Shou-Yi approached, Zhou-Yi's expression somewhat grim, while Fan Yu, as if struck by inspiration, inquired of Hu Yuhao. Hu Yuhao, what is the range of your spiritual detection? Hu Yuhao remarked, approximately 30 meters in diameter. Fan Yu, enlightened, responded, I see, that explains it. After all, this is merely a 10-year soul ring skill. Achieving such precision over a certain distance is quite remarkable. We cannot expect too much. It is just a pity. Hu Yuhao suddenly remarked, Teacher Fan Yu, my spiritual detection sharing expands its range in tandem with the enhancement of my soul power. Fan Yu was taken aback. It seemed implausible that a soul skill could evolve. Hu Yuhao earnestly stated, it is indeed possible. Since I acquired this skill, the diameter of my detection range has already increased by 1 meter. Moreover, I am still unable to fully control this ability. Perhaps in the future, I will be able to reduce the detection range while extending the distance. As Zhou-Yi led him to this place and engaged in subsequent conversations, Hu Yuhao keenly sensed that this might be an opportunity for him, although he was uncertain about the nature of this opportunity. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle that one should not overlook an opportunity, he articulated his thoughts. Fan Yu glanced at Shou-Yi, who subtly nodded in response. Fan Yu remarked, Very well. If one day your spiritual detection sharing can reach over 100 meters in one direction, come find me. I will teach you how to create soul-guiding devices. Yes, thank you, teacher, Hu Yuhao promptly replied with a respectful bow. Fan Yu waved his hand and instructed, Kaitu, take him aside and explain to him what a fixed soul-guiding device is. Understood, Kaitu replied, visibly impressed with Hu Yuhao, beckoning him to follow as they walked to the side. Watching their figures gradually recede, Fan Yu turned to Zhou-Yi and inquired, what are your thoughts on this child? His skill is undoubtedly formidable, and his role within a team is indisputable. Am I setting my expectations too high for him? Zhou-Yi responded, Indeed. To make him use this skill in conjunction with a fixed soul-guiding device, a distance of at least 100 meters is required. I dare say, if one day his spiritual detection sharing can extend to a straight line of 1,000 meters, he will become the most terrifying support-type soul master on the continent. Zhou Yi continued, I have only just begun to interact with this child, so it is difficult to make a judgment. However, you should also recognize that although he lacks strong cultivation and has a relatively weak constitution, his temperament is more mature than that of his peers. Other students may not have expressed such thoughts. I will keep an eye on him for you. However, if he fails to pass the assessments for new students this year, I will still have to expel him. Rules cannot be disregarded. Fan Yu pondered for a moment and said, please observe him closely. Even if he does not pass the evaluations in the martial spirit department, as long as his spiritual detection sharing skill continues to improve, I can still recruit him into the soul guiding department. I have dedicated over a decade to researching fixed soul guiding devices and combining the wisdom of predecessors. I have finally developed this formidable device. What I lack now are users. Zhou Yi sighed softly, do not be overly fixated. You should understand that aside from the lack of users, the exorbitant cost of fixed soul guiding devices is also a fatal flaw, predestining them for limited use. Fan Yu declared with pride, soul guiding devices are inherently powerful weapons that can only be wielded by a select few exceptionally skilled soul masters. I have never intended to promote fixed soul guiding devices among soul masters, as long as a small number of soul masters can utilize them. Then these devices will become our academy's true trump card. At that moment, Hui Yuhao, filled with curiosity, asked Kaitu, what exactly is a fixed soul guiding device? Kaitu chuckled and replied, there are many classifications of soul guiding devices, so it is difficult to explain them all at once. They can primarily be divided into close-range and long-range soul guiding devices. Close-range soul guiding devices are similar to the weapons we commonly use, which unleash greater force when fueled by soul power. In a certain range, close-range soul guiding devices are generally more powerful. In contrast, long-range soul guiding devices initiate remote attacks through the infusion of soul power. The more powerful the device, the more soul power is required. This implies that the higher a soul master's cultivation, the higher the grade of soul guiding device they can utilize. He continued, fixed soul guiding devices are a special category developed by our teacher through the synthesis of prior wisdom. They are designed for long-range attacks but do not necessitate an excessive infusion of soul power. You witnessed my earlier demonstration in simple terms. It divides the soul guiding device and the attacking weapon into two components. The soul guiding device serves merely to launch and detonate. The fixed soul guiding cannon I used earlier merely fired the projectile. Its greatest advantage lies in its minimal soul power consumption, allowing it to be employed without requiring exceptionally high cultivation. However, its drawback is the difficulty in targeting, especially against moving targets, making it challenging to hit. Yet against stationary targets, its power is formidable. The only issue is that producing the projectiles is quite complicated and requires many precious materials. My teacher usually does not allow me to fire them casually. He once said that theoretically, a fixed soul guiding device can increase a soul master's attack power tenfold. However, the device's power also has limitations, as it is inevitably influenced by the materials used, meaning it can only be equipped by a select few suitable soul masters. Kata's explanation, while not particularly thrilling or entirely clear, opened the door to the realm of soul guiding devices for Hui Yuhao for the very first time, granting him a preliminary understanding. He vaguely realized that Teacher Fan Yu must have achieved remarkable accomplishments in this field. Teacher Xiaoya had mentioned that she also intended to learn the crafting of soul guiding devices. And becoming a disciple of Teacher Fan Yu would undoubtedly be the most favorable choice. Hui Yuhao, we are leaving. At that moment, Zhou Yi's voice resonated. Hui Yuhao addressed He Kaitu, saying, Brother He, I shall take my leave now. It has been a pleasure to meet you. He Kaitu chuckled softly and replied, You are a newcomer this year, aren't you? Do strive to excel. It would be wonderful if you could become my junior in the future. Usually, the teachers do not allow me to leave this place. It can be quite stifling. Upon exiting the soul guidance device experimentation zone, Zhou Yi continued to escort Hui Yuhao back to the dormitory. Hui Yuhao, she remarked, you heard what Teacher Fan Yu said earlier. I can only tell you that he's an unparalleled master in the crafting of soul guidance devices at our academy. If you could become his disciple, your future would be limitless. However, you must first ensure your place in the academy. Let us go and have a meal. As Zhou Yi departed, Hui Yuhao made his way directly to the dining hall. At that moment, students from other classes had also finished their lessons, and the entrance to the cafeteria was bustling with activity. Suddenly, a figure obstructed his path, startling Hui Yuhao. When he looked up, he was taken aback to find it was Tang Ye. "Teacher Tang?" she inquired, her face adorned with a somewhat enigmatic smile as she pulled Hui Yuhao to the side and whispered, "Little Yuhao, you don't have much money, do you?" Hui Yuhao nodded in agreement. "Indeed. My senior brother informed me that there are various tasks available at the academy. I plan to explore these opportunities after class. The annual tuition fee amounts to 10 gold soul coins, not to mention the daily expenses. Although Hui Yuhao would prefer to dedicate his energy solely to cultivation, he must also consider his livelihood." Tang Ye chuckled softly and said, "As a disciple of our Tang Sect, the instructors ought to take care of you. I have devised a plan. I am acquainted with the lady in charge of procuring food for the cafeteria. Henceforth, I shall have her supply you with an additional 20 fish each day. Furthermore, I have arranged for a grill and some charcoal to be made for you. I have also prepared some seasonings. After school, you can sell grilled fish at the academy's entrance. With your culinary skills, I am certain you will sell out quickly. The cost of each fish is approximately 1 copper coin, and selling them for 5 copper coins will be utterly feasible. This way, you will have a source of income." Hui Yuhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Teacher Tang Ye, what an excellent idea. I possess the spirit eye, which allows me to master the intricacies of cooking with precision. Shall I give it a try tonight?" Tang Ye nodded enthusiastically, finally revealing her ulterior motive. "I have procured some items for you. When you roast the fish, you must let me have the first bite. Rest assured, I shall be a paying customer as well. As for future ingredients, you will need to procure them yourself." Ever since she tasted Hui Yuhao's roasted fish, she had been unable to forget it. After completing her assessment, she had devised this mutually beneficial plan yesterday, of course, without Beibei's knowledge. Seeing the greedy expression on Tang Ye's face, Hui Yuhao understood and smiled knowingly. "Very well, Teacher Tang Ye, shall we meet here tonight?" "Yes, indeed. I must return now. By the way, I have good news. Beibei and I have both been promoted to the 4th grade. Tang Ye waved goodbye to him and dashed off with excitement. After a simple lunch, Hui Yuhao returned to his dormitory, only to find Wang Dong absent, his whereabouts unknown. Joey had mentioned that they would be practicing in the afternoon. Taking advantage of the midday break, Hui Yuhao entered a state of meditation, endeavoring to restore his energy while cultivating. This session of cultivation brought him considerable delight. After an exhausting run in the morning, he discovered that his practice of the Xiantian skill during the lunch period had yielded a greater increase in soul power than usual, although it was merely a slight enhancement. He felt immensely satisfied. He mused to himself, "It seems that extreme physical training positively influences the growth of soul power. Given that my physical fitness is quite average, it is essential that I train. This is indeed a mutually beneficial endeavor." When Hui Yuhao awakened from his meditation, he was startled to find Wang Dong seated on the opposite bed, gazing intently at him. "You're back? Isn't it time for class?" As he spoke, Hui Yuhao leaped off the bed to put on his shoes. Following the events of the morning, the tension between him and Wang Dong had noticeably eased. Wang Dong spoke softly, "Hui Yuhao, I've always been curious about your martial soul. You saw mine today. Could you share what yours is?" Hui Yuhao stood upright after putting on his shoes and declared, "My martial soul is none other than my own eyes, which I refer to as the spirit eye. It possesses a spiritual attribute. I understand your curiosity. My soul skill is spiritual detection. The reason you were unable to strike me that day was due to my ability to anticipate your actions through this skill." Wang Dong suddenly realized, "So that's it. I never imagined you possessed a true martial soul." He continued, "Let us not linger any longer. I just inquired a bit and discovered that our teacher, known by the nickname the perverse old spinster, has expelled a number of students equivalent to the total expulsions of at least 10 other teachers combined. With such a homeroom teacher, our luck certainly does not seem to be in our favor." Hui Yuhao shook his head and smiled, asserting that it was not quite accurate to say so. Teacher Zhou was simply more stringent, and all they needed to do was to hold themselves to the same rigorous standards to meet her expectations. "By the way, I have seen your martial soul, but I am yet to learn its name. I noticed that your soul rings include 1 yellow and 1 purple. How is it that your second soul ring can be a millennium old?" Wang Dong chuckled and replied, "The fact that my second soul ring can be a millennium old is a secret I cannot divulge. My martial soul is the radiant goddess butterfly, the most exquisite butterfly on the continent, which is now on the brink of extinction. It is far rarer than your innate martial soul. Soon, you will witness its formidable power. By the way, what did Teacher Zhou summon you for today?" As they conversed, the two had already exited the dormitory and were making their way towards the teaching building. It was likely that not a single student from the freshman class would dare to be late. Hui Yuhao did not conceal the matter of Teacher Zhou taking him to meet Teacher Fan Yu. There was nothing to keep secret. and he relayed every detail to Wang Dong. What? Your spiritual detection can also be shared? Let me experience it. The curiosity of their youthful age, around 11 or 12, surged within Wang Dong as he eagerly requested. Reluctantly, Hui Yuhao released his spiritual detection sharing, allowing Wang Dong to experience it as well. Suddenly, everything within a 30-meter radius became vividly clear, accompanied by a data-driven feedback that left Wang Dong momentarily stunned. It was akin to a blind person gaining sight of the world. This profound shock is a sensation every soul master experiences upon their first encounter with Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing. Moreover, through continuous practice, Hui Yuhao's skill in spiritual detection sharing had become increasingly refined. As he allowed Wang Dong to feel it, he couldn't help but recall Fan Yu's words, subconsciously directing his spiritual detection towards a specific direction, striving to cover as far as possible. In this focused state, Hui Yuhao was unaware that the pale golden hue in his eyes had noticeably intensified, and the released spiritual fluctuations had become much more potent. The originally all-encompassing spiritual detection gradually concentrated forward. Wang Dong sensed this transformation in the spiritual detection. He noticed that the three-dimensional images to the left, right, and behind him had vanished, leaving only the three-dimensional image directly ahead, and this range was slowly extending. For Hui Yuhao, a mere few seconds felt far longer than the usual quarter hour he would spend releasing spiritual detection. He sensed his soul power converting into spiritual power at an astonishing rate, only to dissipate. In that brief moment, waves of weakness began to wash over him. As his body swayed, he grasped Wang Dong's arm to steady himself, and the spiritual detection sharing came to an end. Hui Yuhao, what's wrong? Wang Dong quickly supported him. Hui Yuhao's complexion was deathly pale, and his forehead was slick with cold sweat, presenting an appearance of considerable frailty. Hui Yuhao waved his hand to indicate that he was fine, though the consumption of his mental energy had been quite significant. Wang Dong, when you look straight ahead just now, how far could my mental detection reach? Wang Dong pondered briefly before replying, I didn't pay much attention, but it seemed to be about 50 or 60 meters. However, in other directions, the mental detection was non-existent. Only towards the front did the distance nearly double. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao felt a surge of vitality. Even the fatigue he had been experiencing diminished considerably. This was indeed promising. However, the mental energy expenditure was rather excessive. By focusing his mental detection in one direction and extending the distance, the consumption was nearly tenfold compared to normal. This was why he had encountered symptoms of mental exhaustion after such a brief period. Nevertheless, Hui Yuhao believed that this was merely due to it being his first attempt, and with more practice, he would surely see greater improvements. Teacher Fan Yu had mentioned that once his mental detection reached 100 meters, he could become his student. After witnessing the terrifying power of the soul guidance devices and listening to Hikade's introduction, he was filled with fascination for this extraordinary phenomenon. In the new student's classroom, 10 minutes before the afternoon class bell rang, the room was already filled to capacity, and an unusual silence enveloped the space, with not a single student daring to speak loudly. Thus, it can be said that sometimes a teacher's strictness is not a detriment, but rather beneficial in promoting diligent study among students. Due to the absence of assigned seating, Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao found themselves sitting together. Both 11-year-old boys wore contemplative expressions. Hui Yuhao was naturally reflecting on the gains and losses from altering the direction of his mental detection, while Wang Dong's thoughts remained unknown. When Zhou Yi leisurely entered the classroom, the atmosphere among the new students instantly became tense, and both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong emerged from their reverie. Although only a short time had passed, Hui Yuhao, having a lesser base of soul power, had already restored a significant portion of his mental and soul energy, at least alleviating his sense of weakness. All stand, assemble in the square. Surprisingly, Zhou Yi uttered just this one command before turning to leave. No one dared to be sluggish. The students quickly exited the classroom, orderly and quietly trailing behind Zhou Yi until they reached Shrek Square. What they failed to notice was the hint of a smile in Zhou Yi's eyes. This stern yet somewhat eccentric teacher was contemplating the advantages of teaching new students, as their rebellious natures were comparatively milder, making them easier to manage. Unlike the third-year and above students, who, having achieved a certain level of success, exhibited stronger pride and rebelliousness. At some point, a pile of iron chains had been stacked in Shrek Square. Under Zhou Yi's command, the students stood in formation. Wang Dong, Zhou Yi called. Here, Wang Dong stepped forward. Zhou Yi addressed all the students. I have reviewed your entrance examination results, along with this morning's tests. As it stands, Wang Dong has the highest cultivation level among you all. Therefore, I declare him the class monitor of the new student class from this moment forward. The position of monitor is fluid. Anyone who possesses the ability to defeat him may take his place. Is that clear? Understood, the students replied. Several male students, who believed themselves to be quite capable, cast sharp glances at Wang Dong, while the female students looked at him with a slightly gentler demeanor. Joey pointed to the iron chains before them. These are iron clothes, specifically designed to enhance physical conditioning. Each of you will wear one. After putting them on, you will begin running laps around the square. You will continue running until the class bell rings. You may use your soul power but not your soul skills. Your rankings will be determined by the number of laps completed. The last one will be expelled from the new student class. I must reiterate one point. In my class, elimination does not only occur during assessments, it can happen at any time. Today, we will reduce the number of students from 91 to 90, starting now. As she spoke, Joey flicked her foot, and a set of iron clothes made entirely of heavy chains appeared before Wang Dong. He hurriedly accepted them and donned the attire. Upon wearing the iron clothes, his expression shifted slightly. Their weight was at least 30 pounds. Upon hearing of the elimination for the last place, the students dared not delay and rushed to put on the iron clothes. While the male students managed somewhat better, many female students turned pale upon donning the heavy garments. Joey coldly stated, I know many of you wish to tell me that this is unfair, due to the inherent physical differences between boys and girls, as well as between weapon soul masters and beast soul masters. However, I must inform you that in my class, all are treated equally. Think about it. On the battlefield, would the enemy spare you because you are a female or a weapon soul master? Now, begin running laps. Regardless of how the students internally cursed Joey, they dared not voice their dissent. Under Wang Dong's lead, they collectively surged toward the track's edge, burdened by the heavy iron garments. None wished to be eliminated. And right from the start, their spirit while running was markedly different from that of the morning session. Wang Dong led the charge, his speed undiminished despite the iron clothes, as he was among the best in both martial souls and soul power within this group of students. Meanwhile, a few male students who sought to compete with him swiftly followed in pursuit. Wu Yuhao refrained from accelerating, fully aware of his physical condition. As Joey had mentioned, he was to continue running until the school bell rang. The afternoon class would last a full 2 hours. This was merely the beginning. He had set himself the most reasonable goal of persevering until the moment the bell signaled the end, rather than competing with others in terms of speed. Consequently, when he commenced his run, his pace was markedly slower than that of his peers. As he watched them swiftly pass him by, Wu Yuhao remained unperturbed, maintaining a steady, albeit somewhat leisurely stride. After just 2 laps, he found himself in last place, even surpassed by the female students. Yet, he remained entirely unfazed. By the 4th lap, Wang Dong, who was leading the pack, had lapped him by more than 1 round. As he sped past, Wang Dong cast a surprised glance in his direction. Wu Yuhao, however, responded to him with a nonchalant smile. Joey stood expressionless in the square, observing the students as they ran, her thoughts a mystery to all. Chapter 11. The weakest class leader. When Wu Yuhao, drenched in sweat, completed his 10th lap, Wang Dong, leading the pack, had already surpassed him by 3 laps, while the other students had at least outpaced him by 1. Many cast him scornful glances, well aware that he was the weakest among them in terms of soul power. Yet, at this juncture, the pace of those ahead began to wane. As time elapsed, the weight of the iron armor became increasingly apparent. Even Wang Dong was now glistening with perspiration. Those female students who had initially trailed behind him had begun to fall behind, some even overtaken by those behind them. Droplets of sweat began to dampen the track beneath them. After a span of half an hour, a frail female student collapsed, struggling to rise but finding herself unable to do so. Just then, Wang Dong reached her side, assisting her to her feet while casting a questioning glance. The girl shook her head and plopped back onto the ground, resolute in her refusal to rise again, even rendered speechless. With the first collapse came the second. Perhaps it was due to Wu Yuhao's presence at the back that the students, despite their exertions, ultimately lacked the fortitude to continue. Bearing the heavy iron armor while running was indeed a monumental burden, especially as they had initially sprinted at full speed, quickly draining their soul power. For students of their age, relying solely on their bodies to endure the weight of the armor proved exceedingly challenging. By the end of the hour, at least half of the students had succumbed to exhaustion. Joey remained impassive, neither urging them to continue nor displaying any signs of concern. Wu Yuhao was on the brink of collapse. Although he had been maintaining a steady pace, minimizing his physical exertion, his soul power was indeed the weakest among all. And his stamina was hardly commendable. To have persevered until this moment was a remarkable feat in itself. In terms of lapse, due to his prolonged endurance. He was no longer in last place. A wave of darkness enveloped his vision, and it felt as though a fire burned fiercely in his chest, leaving him parched and drenched in sweat, his body sticky and uncomfortable. The heavy iron uniform chafed against his skin, sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. I cannot go on, a voice echoed in his mind. He strained to channel the soul power within him into his spiritual eye. A refreshing sensation emanated from the spiritual eye, momentarily awakening his senses. No, I cannot succumb like this. I must endure. Observing many fellow students still racing ahead, he recalled the accelerated enhancement he had experienced during his morning training, which had drained much of his energy. With a sudden bite of his tongue, he summoned his spirit and resumed his run. At that moment, he felt a warm sensation in his abdomen, though his soul power was nearly depleted. This warmth gradually circulated through his limbs, alleviating the soreness in his muscles. Is this the power of the Xiantian skill? Hu Yuhao quickly recognized the source of the warm current. After practicing the Xiantian skill, it ultimately converged in his lower abdomen. Although he had only been training in the Xiantian skill for a short period, his prior foundation in soul power allowed him to convert his original soul power into Xiantian skill, thereby mastering its initial level. Both his senior brother and the Ice Silkworm of Dream had remarked that the Xiantian skill was particularly suited for him, capable of nourishing his meridians. Was it now demonstrating its efficacy? As he pondered this, Hu Yuhao's consciousness naturally followed the trajectory of the Xiantian skill, and upon this exploration, the warm sensation within his lower abdomen began to flow through his meridians alongside his awareness. Hu Yuhao observed a faint trace of the Xiantian skill's soul power, which gently diffused through his meridians during its circulation. This phenomenon was the source of the warmth he felt. Even more astonishing was the fact that his meridians were absorbing this soul power with remarkable ease, which explained the soothing sensation that alleviated his fatigue. Hu Yuhao was born with a frail constitution, yet he possessed remarkable intelligence. The Xiantian skill could be absorbed by him even when his body reached its limits, signifying that he could operate the Xiantian skill while in motion, rather than being confined to meditation. The execution of the skill in this manner differed from the usual practice. Although the speed of soul power enhancement was not significantly accelerated, it became more intimately intertwined with his physical being. Upon this revelation, Hu Yuhao swiftly concentrated his mind, deliberately slowing his pace, and began to quietly activate the Xiantian skill. The Xiantian skill, introduced to this world by the first-generation sect master Tang Sect, was, in a sense, not originally from the Dolua continent. However, it undoubtedly ranked among the highest forms of martial arts and offered immense benefits for one's health. By a stroke of serendipity, Hu Yuhao inadvertently developed a method for operating the mysterious heavenly art outside of a meditative state. During this process, the efficacy of the heavenly art primarily transformed into nourishing the body, using soul power to enrich the meridians. As the heavenly art circulated, it gradually restored itself, creating a wondrous cycle within him. It can be described as a form of cultivation in action. Hu Yuhao was unaware that even Tang Sect, the first-generation leader of the Tang Sect, had never achieved such a feat. It was only he who possessed an unparalleled advantage. His cultivation was still weak, which placed him at the limits of his physical capabilities, yet his mental strength was formidable. The possession of a spiritual martial soul allowed him to perceive and manipulate this extraordinary phenomenon. Many strong members had emerged from the Tang Sect, yet none shared the unique conditions that Hu Yuhao currently exhibited. Once they attained strength, they seldom reached their limits, nor did they meticulously sense the faint warmth emanating from their dantian. It could be said that the Xiantian skill had undergone a transformation within Hu Yuhao. With the regulation provided by this warmth, his body, which had reached its limits, found some relief. This not only fortified his willpower, but also enabled him to channel more energy into guiding this warmth. The warmth circulated according to the route of the Xiantian skill, and as it completed a cycle, the subtle warmth was nearly depleted. At that moment, the cycle concluded, and the warmth seemed to swell slightly, continuing its journey. His body grew increasingly weary, yet Hu Yuhao's spirit soared. The nourishment that the Xiantian skill provided to his meridians was precisely what he required at this moment. Delicate meridians that had previously demanded utmost caution became more resilient under the warmth's nurturing, even slightly widening. Where the warmth flowed, an unprecedented sense of smoothness reassured Hu Yuhao that his actions were entirely correct. Around Shrek Square, fallen students continued to increase in number. Even those who had initially led the pack were gradually succumbing. The sound of iron uniforms striking the ground echoed intermittently. Wang Dong passed by Hu Yuhao once more, struggling to maintain his footing. He was astonished to see Hu Yuhao's eyes slightly closed, revealing only a narrow slit through which a faint golden light flickered. His strides were slow, yet he continued to move forward steadily. Students with far superior cultivation had collapsed, yet he persisted. Each step he took left a sweat mark on the ground. "Don't force it if you can't go on," Wang Dong murmured before pressing on. He had already lapped the track many times, but his physical state was also nearing its limits. An hour and a half had passed, and the bell signaling the end of class drew ever closer. Only 9 students remained running on the outer circle of Shrek Square, and astonishingly, Hui Yuhao, who had started at the bottom, was one of them. Joey had been observing Hui Yuhao closely. After an hour had elapsed, her astonishment grew. Based on her calculations regarding Hui Yuhao's stamina and soul power, he should have reached his limits by now. Yet, he held on. Despite his advantage of running at a steady pace, his cultivation and physical condition were evident. Could a person's willpower truly be so formidable? And at such a tender age? With a thud, 2 more students collapsed. Their fall triggered a domino effect, causing several others to succumb in succession. One of them inadvertently bumped into Wang Dong as he passed. Wang Dong stumbled, his already fatigued legs could no longer bear the strain. And he too fell to the ground. The resolve within him crumbled in an instant. He had completed the most laps, and no one could surpass him now. Only 3 remained, including Hui Yuhao. 5 minutes later, the other 2 students fell one after another, leaving Hui Yuhao, the weakest among the new students, as the last one standing on the playground. Although he staggered and moved barely faster than walking, he continued to endure while everyone else had collapsed, leaving many peers watching him in astonishment. Indeed, Hui Yuhao had reached his limits. Although the warmth brought by the Xiantian skill nourished his body and alleviated fatigue to some extent, it could not genuinely strengthen him. Time and again, he pushed himself to the brink, gritting his teeth to persevere. Hui Yuhao understood that among the new class, he was the weakest. To remain, he needed to exert 200 or even 300% of the effort others made. Yet, this extreme physical trial was somehow widening his meridians and increasing his soul power. He was determined to hold on as long as possible. Persist, hold on. Hui Yuhao repeatedly urged himself in his mind. He had reached a point where he could no longer channel soul power into his spiritual eye to sharpen his awareness. Gradually, a rallying cry emerged from his throat. "Mother, for my mother's last wish, to someday honorably bring her remains from that place, to clear her name and seek vengeance. I must endure." With a heavy thud, Hui Yuhao's footsteps felt leaden, his legs and body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, he refused to fall. Mechanically repeating the motion of lifting and lowering his feet, step after step. Gradually, the mocking glimmers vanished from the eyes of those who had fallen. The power of role models was profound. One by one, they began to rise, staring in awe at Hui Yuhao's unwavering persistence. Wang Dong stood dazed for a moment before being the first to rush forward, trailing behind Hui Yuhao. However, this time, he did not overtake him. With Wang Dong leading the way, a second and third followed suit. Gradually, the entire class of new students gritted their teeth, lifting their stiff legs and laboriously returning to the track. Joey was moved. Since becoming a teacher, she had seldom been touched by her students' performances, but this time, she truly was. Because of Hui Yuhao, and because of the 90 students rising to follow him. This was no longer a mere physical exercise. It was a test of their spirit. In the faces of these 11 and 12-year-old children, Joey saw a resolute determination amidst their fatigue. This lesson exceeded her expectations by far. Ding, ding, ding. The bell signaling the end of class finally rang. With a crash, it was as if the dominoes had truly fallen. The harsh sound of the bell instantly toppled a multitude of students. The clash of iron uniforms against the ground created a cacophony, as the fallen students of the new class stirred up clouds of dust. At last, Hui Yuhao succumbed as well. The bell had allowed him to fully release the passion and persistence within him. However, he did not crash directly to the ground. As he fell, Wang Dong seized his iron uniform from behind, and together they rolled to the ground, gasping for breath, gazing upward at the sky. Hui Yuhao's vision darkened momentarily, yet his entire body felt warm and comfortable. His soul power was depleted, and his physical energy was long exhausted. Yet his meridians radiated a sense of comfort. He sensed that after this ordeal, he had made considerable progress in various aspects. Wang Dong collapsed beside Hui Yuhao, his physical condition and cultivation far superior. Although utterly exhausted, he was not as incapacitated as Hui Yuhao. "I truly cannot fathom what strength has sustained you thus far. A soul master with just 10 years of soul rings has managed to endure longer than I, a greater soul master. Truly a marvel." Hui Yuhao chuckled foolishly. Yet he found himself devoid of the strength to speak. Joey took a slow, deep breath and waved her hand towards the distance. A man clad in white floated gracefully toward her, seemingly traversing the ground with a mere few light steps. After nodding in her direction, he turned to address the gathered students. Circles of radiant soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, amounting to a remarkable total of 7. A soul sage, indeed, he was a powerful entity exceeding the level of 70. Among soul masters, he stood on the precipice of greatness. Despite his appearance suggesting he was merely in his 30s, the depth of experience reflected in his eyes belied his youthful visage. As he raised his hands, a gentle green began to emanate from his palms. The 7th soul ring around him shimmered with dark light, and in an instant, he vanished with a graceful flourish. Verdant leaves burgeoned forth, transforming that formidable 7-ring presence into a towering tree. A refreshing breeze swept through, and a precise number of 91 emerald leaves fluttered forth from the expansive canopy, delicately landing upon the 91 students of Class 1. Each individual experienced an unparalleled sensation of coolness, a refreshing wave coursing through them, alleviating even the most excruciating muscle aches and healing wounds inflicted by their iron armor at an astonishing rate. Their stamina gradually replenished, though their soul power remained untouched by the influence of the verdant leaves. Wang Dong, the strongest among them, was the first to fully recover. He swiftly turned over and sat up, his eyes gleaming as he regarded the magnificent tree. He inhaled sharply. This was one of the pinnacle existences within the plant-based martial souls, the Tree of Life. Level 70, the true form of a martial soul. Teacher Zhou had summoned a plant-type soul sage of such caliber to restore and heal us. As the shimmering green light faded and the 91 leaves were released, the towering tree rapidly retracted, transforming once more into the white-clad man, who nodded at Zhou. In return, she respectfully bowed to him, just as he had arrived. He departed like a whisper of wind, never having exchanged a word with Zhou. The students gradually rose from the ground, although fatigue lingered. The exhilaration of surpassing their limits brought an indescribable joy. Hui Yuhao gradually emerged from a semi-conscious state, rejuvenated by the miraculous soul skill he had just experienced. The refreshing sensation banished the weariness from his muscles, while his meridians remained immersed in the warm embrace of the Xiantian Gong. It was a remarkable juxtaposition of extremes. Since the awakening of his martial soul at the tender age of 6, he had never encountered such a profound sense of comfort. With determination, he managed to rise. His body now covered in dirt, yet his luminous eyes shone even brighter. Instinctively, he activated his soul power, allowing it to circulate along the pathways of the Xiantian Gong. And indeed, it proved effective, subtly nourishing his meridians. Furthermore, as the energy no longer dissipated, the inner strength of the Xiantian Gong, after traversing and nourishing his meridians, retained a trace that returned to his dantian, completing the cycle and preparing for renewed operation. Zhou observed the students who were rising one by one and remarked coolly, "I must say, you have provided me with a surprising answer. Today, no one will be eliminated." Upon hearing this, the students erupted with cheers, especially those who had lagged behind in laps, as they felt an immense sense of relief. Zhou continued, "You should extend your gratitude to Hui Yuhao. Initially, I had prepared a punishment for you all. The task I assigned required you to continue running until the bell rang, but other than Hui Yuhao, none of you completed the entire course. However, considering that you managed to ignite a flicker of spirit under his influence, I will refrain from imposing any punishment. Wang Dong, step forward." "Teacher," Wang Dong replied as he approached. Zhou stated, "As the class leader, you focus solely on yourself and failed to set a commendable example. Henceforth, I shall revoke your position, and it will be assumed by Hui Yuhao. Until the next physical training class, Hui Yuhao will serve as the class leader. If anyone wishes to challenge him, Wang Dong, you are responsible for accepting the challenge." Wang Dong paused momentarily at Zhou Yi's words. "What? Do you have any objections?" Zhou Yi's voice was cold. Realizing his error, Wang Dong shook his head vigorously and responded, "No, Teacher Zhou. I wholeheartedly accept this." Zhou Yi nodded and declared, "You are dismissed. Each of you should take your iron uniforms back. Tomorrow, other instructors will conduct theoretical classes. I advise you to meditate thoroughly and digest the insights and significance gained from today as physical training. My class resumes the day after tomorrow. By then, I hope not to see any more failures." "Yes," the students collectively responded, yet instead of scattering, they surged toward Hui Yuhao and exuberantly lifted him into the air. For these young individuals, their excitement and joy were palpable. Thanks to Hui Yuhao, no one faced elimination, and they had avoided punishment. In that moment, Hui Yuhao was their hero. Following the arduous and painful physical training, Teacher Zhou had summoned a remarkable plant-type soul master to collectively restore and heal them, allowing them to tangibly experience the power of a high-ranking soul master. The physical anguish faded, and their resentment toward teacher Zhou diminished significantly. The group reveled for several minutes, only ceasing when students from other classes finished their sessions, after which they returned to their dormitories to clean themselves. Their current state was undeniably disheveled. Unbeknownst to these 91 students, this very lesson had gradually instilled in them a sense of collective honor. The class had been established for merely a day, and despite not yet knowing each other's names, they had already developed a sense of unity, undoubtedly a testament to Zhou Yi's effective teaching. Coupled with Hui Yuhao's fortunate performance, the new class had already taken the lead, with Hui Yuhao emerging as the most unassuming class leader. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, clad in iron garments, returned directly to their room. They had to cleanse themselves in the restrooms located on either side of the corridor. Wang Dong instructed Hui Yuhao to go first, while he prepared a basin of water to wash himself within the dormitory. At this moment, Hui Yuhao remained deeply immersed in his unique comprehension of the Xiantian skill, and without further contemplation, he proceeded to cleanse his body. However, he realized that the warm current, which had been continuously generated within him, had begun to weaken considerably. Why was this happening? Was it due to the restoration of my physical strength? Hui Yuhao pondered in confusion. It was only after he had finished his cleansing that he began to form a vague understanding. It seemed that the warmth only manifested when his soul power was nearly depleted and his body was utterly fatigued. Now, having received treatment, his body had recovered significantly, and his soul power was gradually replenishing. Thus, the warm current would no longer arise. If only I had refrained from treatment, Hui Yuhao thought with a hint of resignation. Perhaps my meridians could have benefited even more. Nevertheless, the teacher had left the iron garb for us, and I can attempt it myself later. With this thought, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Just then, a voice called out, pulling him from his elation. Hui Yuhao inwardly lamented his oversight in forgetting her and hurriedly called out in the corridor, "Teacher Xiaoya, I will be right out." He swiftly dashed back to his dormitory, intending to don a fresh uniform before heading out. In his anxiousness, he neglected to knock, pushing the door open without a second thought, only to be taken aback upon entry. Before him lay a pristine expanse of white. A delicate silhouette revealed itself. The shoulders, neither broad nor overly slender, formed a gentle curve downwards, accentuating the waist, before culminating in a subtle rise at the hips. The legs, longer than average, were straight and slender, embodying youthfulness without exaggeration. Yet, the radiant skin, glistening with droplets of water, appeared almost translucent, creating a striking visual impact. A sharp gasp broke the silence, and in an instant, the white before Hui Yuhao transformed into a blinding azure. Enormous wings unfurled suddenly, and he beheld a V-shaped formation of golden rings illuminating the wings, which shifted from a royal blue to a rich violet. A powerful surge of soul energy erupted, seemingly intent on engulfing him. Fortunately, the tumultuous wave of energy ultimately subsided. "What are you doing? Why didn't you knock?" Wang Dong's voice rang out, filled with indignation. As the blue light receded, Hui Yuhao noticed that Wang Dong had donned his uniform and was rushing toward him, yet he refrained from making any aggressive move. Hui Yuhao, freshly cleaned, was clad only in his undergarments, his skin gleaming with cleanliness. However, in comparison to Wang Dong's strikingly fair complexion, his own bronzed skin, while radiating health, paled in contrast. "There was someone calling for me outside. I was anxious." "I'm sorry." Hui Yuhao, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt his heart racing. He quickly dressed in a clean uniform at his bedside and turned to flee. Wang Dong stood there, momentarily stunned, not attempting to stop him. It was only after Hui Yuhao had closed the door behind him that he regained his composure, his face a tapestry of crimson and pallor, unsure of what to say. As Hui Yuhao rushed out of the dormitory, his heart settled somewhat, yet the vision of that pristine expanse lingered in his mind, particularly the subtly prominent curve of her hips. "What on earth am I thinking?" He scolded himself internally, desperately shifting his focus to the contemplation of Xiantian Kong. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his ear, prompting a yelp of discomfort from Hui Yuhao. "You finally decided to come out, did you? I've been waiting forever." Tang Yi's teasing voice chimed in. Hui Yuhao said pitifully, "Teacher Xiaoya, please let go of me. We just exerted ourselves greatly in the physical training class, and we merely went back to the dormitory to freshen up before coming out." Tang Yi then released her grip, observing Hui Yuhao's somewhat pallid complexion, her brow furrowing slightly as she inquired, "Has that twisted old hag Zhou been giving you a hard time? You must be cautious. She is notoriously unyielding. To fall into her clutches means to endure considerable hardship, if not worse. How are you feeling? If you're not well, we can postpone this until tomorrow." Hui Yuhao swiftly shook his head and replied, "Teacher Xiaoya, I'm perfectly fine. Let us proceed." Today's physical training has made me acutely aware of my need for nourishment. Copious amounts of it. The warmth brought by the Xiantian art within me has faded, yet a profound hunger has risen. How can one procure food without money? Tang chuckled playfully and said, I have already prepared 20 fish for roasting. It won't take up too much of your time. Certainly less than the hours wasted working for the academy. Teacher Xiaya, where shall we sell them? Hui Yuhao inquired. Tang appeared to have anticipated this, responding. At the entrance of the academy, the gate of Shrek Academy is the eastern gate of Shrek City, which is always bustling with vendors, including our fellow students conducting business. We shall go there. With your skill in roasting fish, we need not fear unsold wares. Even if they do not sell, we can enjoy them ourselves. As Hui Yuhao followed Tang out of the academy, he was taken aback the moment they stepped outside. The enrollment period had concluded. And the area beyond the eastern gate was indeed bustling with a multitude of vendors. An array of goods was on display, creating a vibrant tapestry of offerings. Among the merchants, those selling an assortment of delectable foods were the most numerous, their calls resounding in the air. Clearly, they had gathered here to cater to the students of Shrek Academy. Tangya, evidently filled with anticipation, had already begun to set up her station not far from the city gate, even encroaching slightly onto the thoroughfare. She promptly unveiled her meticulously prepared items, a metal grill crafted by an artisan, an iron stand, an array of seasonings, and freshly cleaned green fish. In no time, she had everything laid out, even arranging a small table to accommodate her supplies. Hui Yuhao set up the grill for her. Unable to suppress a chuckle at how easily teacher Tangya succumbed to the allure of delectable food, Tangya retrieved the charcoal and placed it on the ground, saying, All right, my task is complete. Now it's your turn. I will go buy some other snacks. Remember, there are 2 fish belonging to me among these. You can sell them for 5 copper coins each. In the future, if you need to purchase ingredients, just seek out Aunt Lin from your cafeteria. With that, she dashed away, brimming with enthusiasm. Hui Yuhao first examined the seasonings before he commenced preparing the freshwater fish. Indeed, there was quite an assortment of ingredients. Tang Yu had shown great thoughtfulness by even procuring some perilla leaves. Hui Yuhao tore the perilla into pieces and mixed it with several other spices. Then stuffed it into the belly of the fish, securing it with bamboo skewers. The physical training session of the day had bestowed him with numerous insights. And eager to return to his cultivation, he was naturally reluctant to linger here for too long. Igniting a fire was a trivial matter for him, in no time. Several glowing coals had been added to the grill. The grill was sizable enough to accommodate 4 fish simultaneously, and he proceeded to roast them. It must be said that Hui Yuhao's skill in grilling fish was truly exceptional. Before long, a rich aroma wafted through the air, more effective than any advertisement. Not only the students emerging from the academy, but also the nearby vendors could not help but cast curious glances in his direction. Hey there. How much do you sell your grilled fish for? Inquired a male student clad in a yellow uniform as he approached. Hui Yuhao politely remarked, Senior. The grilled fish is 5 copper coins per piece. The student responded readily, drawn in by the enticing aroma, and requested a piece to sample. As he spoke, he handed Hui Yuhao 5 copper soul coins. This marked Hui Yuhao's inaugural successful transaction, filling him with a sense of exhilaration. Upon receiving the coins, he became increasingly diligent in his grilling, even channeling a portion of his recently restored soul power to assess the cooking temperature through mental probing. With the first inquiry made, it was only natural that others began to gather around. However, as it was Hui Yuhao's debut at this location, the quality of his offerings remained uncertain to the onlookers. The majority of those encircling him were recent graduates from Shrek Academy. When Hui Yuhao presented a perfectly grilled blue fish to the student clad in yellow, the attention of the others inevitably shifted toward him. Chapter 12. Su Sanshir and Jiang Nan and the golden brown grilled fish glistened with a delicate sheen of oil, releasing an aromatic fragrance that wafted enticingly from its belly. As the fish met the student's teeth, a subtle crackling sound emanated, revealing that the skin had been grilled to a delightful crisp without a hint of charring. Beneath the crunchy exterior lay tender, juicy flesh that was thoroughly infused with flavor. As soon as he took a bite, the yellow-clad student's eyes widened in astonishment. He was too enraptured to offer praise, devouring the fish in mere moments. Observing the spectacle, the other students quickly grasped the situation, and Hui Yuhao's remaining 3 grilled blue fish were swiftly snatched up, propelling his sales to an impressive total of 20 copper soul coins, equivalent to 2 silver soul coins. Within a brief span, for grilled fish had bestowed upon Hui Yuhao an exceptional reputation. Positioned at the academy's entrance, where foot traffic was abundant, his modest stall soon became inundated with eager patrons. It's so delicious, truly exquisite. exclaimed the first buyer, the yellow-clad student, finally managing to squeeze back in. Junior, give me 3 more. I shall have my dinner here today. A nearby senior student dressed in purple coldly interjected, please wait your turn. Hui Yuhao was pleasantly surprised by the remarkable success of his grilled fish venture. Apologetically addressing the students gathered around the grill, he said, esteemed seniors. Today marks my inaugural foray into business. I can only sell 18 grilled fish. I've already sold 4, leaving 14. In accordance with the principle of first come, first served. I kindly ask those who did not secure a place in line to return tomorrow. While speaking, he collected payment from the students at the front of the line. Stowing the coins in his belt, the 24 bridges by night, after selling the 18 fish, which yielded him an income of 9 silver soul coins. After deducting costs and expenses for tomorrow's procurement, he had sufficient funds to cover his meals. Hui Yuhao was not at all greedy. He understood that, at this stage, his primary focus should be on cultivation, and earning enough to meet his needs was sufficient. As the grilled fish continued to emerge from the grill, Hui Yuhao was meticulous in his preparation, ensuring that the quality did not diminish despite the crowd. Every student who received a grilled fish was immensely satisfied, with some even requesting to place orders for the following day. After careful consideration, Hui Yuhao decided to adhere strictly to the line system. After all, the fish tasted best when freshly prepared, and he did not want latecomers to miss out on the exquisite flavors. At that moment, several female students clad in purple uniforms emerged from the gates of Shrek Academy. The foremost among them instantly captivated the attention of many. She appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, with a tall, slender figure and cascading golden waves of hair. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her eyes sparkled like clear water, exuding an air of elegance and grace, with a beauty that seemed to overshadow everything around her. She resembled a delicate flower dusted with snow, enchanting and ethereal. Nanjia, what is that delightful aroma? Inquired another female student beside the stunning girl, her own appearance commendable, yet overshadowed by the brilliance of her companion. The exquisite girl clearly sensed the enticing fragrance, prompting the group to direct their gaze towards Hui Yuhao's stall. Perhaps the allure of the leading girl was simply too compelling. The students surrounding Hui Yuhao's stall instinctively parted to create a pathway, allowing her and a few other female students to approach the grill directly. Despite the attention, the beautiful girl was not haughty. She greeted the students with a warm smile and a nod of acknowledgement. Every student who caught a glimpse of her smile felt their cheeks flush with excitement. Hui Yuhao was momentarily entranced by the girl's beauty. Until now, the most beautiful woman he had encountered was Tangya. Yet this girl in purple not only rivaled Tangya in appearance but also possessed a gentle and warm demeanor, enhanced by an unshakable hint of melancholy that rendered her all the more endearing. In comparison, Tangya was a vivacious optimist, and any comparison of their looks was subjective. Junior, how much do you sell your grilled fish for? The beautiful girl inquired softly. At that moment, Hui Yuhao had just completed the transactions for all 18 grilled fish, with only 2 remaining on the grill, intended for Tangya. Senior, they are 5 copper soul coins each, he replied. The exquisite girl furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, that seems a bit expensive. Considering the cost and your labor, 3 copper soul coins would suffice, and you would still make a profit. Hui Yuhao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a striking young woman would engage in haggling with him. No student had ever done so before. I apologize, but my grilled fish is non-negotiable, and besides, I have already sold out for today, Hui Yuhao responded calmly. The price had been set by Tangya, and he was reluctant to change it, especially since this income was vital for him and perfectly adequate. The enchanting girl paused for a moment and then said apologetically, I am sorry, I was merely doing some casual calculations. If given the chance in the future, I would love to try it. With that, she turned and walked away. Hui Yuhao distinctly sensed an unsettling atmosphere around him. The students who had previously gazed at him with eager expressions now cast him glances filled with anger. You dare not sell? A deep, resonant voice filled with rage suddenly echoed, and in the next moment, a gleam of golden light shot towards Hui Yuhao's stall. That golden light struck the grill with precision, embedding itself completely within it. It was a gold soul coin. Immediately after, a figure strode forward, swiftly bypassing the stunningly beautiful girl, and reached Hui Yuhao's stall, extending a hand towards the 2 grilled fish on his grill. Since grilling fish requires precise control of heat, Hui Yuhao had kept his spiritual eye open. As the deep voice resonated, he felt a tremendous sense of pressure, and his mental detection instinctively released. Though the hand reaching for the grilled fish moved swiftly, Hui Yuhao, through his mental perception, was able to anticipate the attack and quickly snatched up the 2 grilled fish. Stepping back, Those were meant for Tangya. He could not let anyone else take them. The large hand failed to grasp the fish, but instead seized several pieces of charcoal from the grill. At that moment, Huiyuhao finally discerned the appearance of the assailant. Clad in a black uniform, the individual was a 6th-grade student, seemingly of similar age to Bei. He was tall and strong, comparable to Kai Tu. With thick eyebrows and fierce eyes, a straight nose and square mouth, exuding a commanding presence. His fair skin flushed slightly with anger, and his chubby visage was quite imposing. "You seek death?" The black-clad youth bellowed, crushing the charcoal in his grasp, sparks flying, yet he appeared unaffected by the heat. With a swift kick, he overturned Huiyuhao's grill and lunged forward, his large hand aimed straight at Huiyuhao's chest. Within Huiyuhao's mental detection, the black-clad youth was not merely aggressive, his seemingly simple grasp was filled with myriad transformations. Although Huiyuhao could identify some flaws, his cultivation was too weak to evade it, and he was caught by the black-clad youth, grasped firmly at his chest. "Hey!" The black-clad youth lifted Huiyuhao into the air with ease, while his other hand snatched the 2 grilled fish from Huiyuhao's grasp. The entire sequence, from the youth's appearance to his assault, transpired with astonishing swiftness, so much so that only now did the surrounding onlookers awaken to the situation. 2 voices rang out almost simultaneously. "What are you doing?" "Stop." The former speaker was the beautiful girl, her face a mix of shock and fury. While the latter had already dashed over like lightning, a palm aimed directly at the black-clad youth, clearly taken aback by the unexpected attack. The black-clad youth found himself in a dilemma, one hand grasping Huiyuhao, the other the grilled fish. To counter the assault, he had to relinquish one of them. He chose to let go of Huiyuhao, and with a flick of his wrist, Huiyuhao was sent flying sideways, his right hand raised to meet the incoming palm. Both individuals staggered back a step, neither gaining the upper hand. The newcomer was none other than Bei, the esteemed senior of the Tang Sect. As Huiyuhao was thrown through the air, he spun twice before a graceful figure appeared beneath him, catching him with both hands and ensuring a smooth landing. The one who caught Huiyuhao was, of course, Tangya, her delicate face now filled with anger. "Su Sancher, if you dare to bully my friend, I'll fight you to the end." As she spoke, Tangya raised her right hand, sending a gleam of golden light flying towards the black-clad youth. The black-clad youth swung his right hand, a fierce black light igniting, attempting to envelop the golden light. However, in a surprising turn of events, the golden light suddenly gleamed brightly, piercing through the dense black soul power and vanishing into the black-clad youth's body. The black-clad youth's body trembled violently, his gaze abruptly freezing, rage igniting in his fierce eyes. 3 soul rings instantly rose from beneath him, 2 yellow and 1 purple. His previously fair skin darkened, muscles bulging, his entire form swelling noticeably. Most remarkably, in his right hand, he now held a black tortoise-shell shield with a diameter of approximately 1.5 meters. Huiyuhao activated his spiritual detection, distinctly sensing that the young man in black, upon unleashing his martial soul, exuded an aura that was on par with Bei's blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Tangya, do not assume that with Bei protecting you, I am powerless against you," he growled, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Tangya responded with a cold laugh. "Come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Bei interjected calmly. "Su Sancher, you bully my junior brother. You must provide an explanation for today's events. Otherwise, we shall resolve this in the soul fighting area." Su Sancher was momentarily taken aback. Pointing at Huiyuhao, "He is your junior brother?" Bei nodded expressionlessly. Su Sancher retorted, "So what? If he disrespects Jiang Nanan, he disrespects me. It's merely 2 grilled fish, which I have already paid for." Tangya exclaimed in anger, "Those were meant for Yuhao." She urged Bei, "Stop wasting words with him. Just teach him a lesson. If you render him incapable of self-care, I shall reward you with a kiss." Initially, Bei wore a stern expression, but upon hearing Tangya's mischievous words, his facial muscles twitched. Su Sancher smirked, addressing Bei. "Your little ya is still as unpredictable as ever. It's been a while since we sparred. Let us head to the soul fighting area." Without further ado, he turned and strode towards a stunning girl named Jiang Nanan, his previous fury instantly replaced by gentleness as he handed her 2 grilled fish, softly saying, "Nanan, please eat first. I will return shortly." However, Jiang Nanan remained unresponsive. Despite being amiable to others, she was frigid towards Su Sancher. "Su Sancher," she stated icily, "I have told you before, there is no possibility between us. Please do not bother me again." With that, she turned and walked away. Su Sancher's face flushed with embarrassment as he straightened up, glaring at the onlookers. "What are you staring at? Disperse." With that, he beckoned to Bei, "Let us go," and headed back towards the academy, tossing the grilled fish towards Huiyuhao. Tang swiftly intercepted the fish before Hui Yuhao could react, gracefully catching it with a natural ease. She took a bite without hesitation and, pulling Hui Yuhao along, said, "Let us go join the excitement." The soul fighting area. A significant zone within Shrek Academy was situated in the northwest corner of the Martial Soul Department, not far from the Soul Guide experimental area Hui Yuhao had previously visited. This venue was frequented by many upperclassmen, facilitating various competitions overseen by dedicated instructors who acted as referees, ensuring fair play, student safety, and providing medical assistance. Participation required a fee. To engage in a soul fight, each participant needed to pay at least 10 gold soul coins as a venue fee. Yet many students relished the opportunity. Here, they could engage in unrestricted combat without fear of excessive harm, as the referees maintained control. Victors in the soul fighting area would also earn academic credits, which could be advantageous during grade evaluations. After the 4th grade, advancing further necessitated earning soul fight credits. For instance, moving from 4th to 5th grade required at least 10 victories over peers in the soul fighting area, with more needed for subsequent grades. Beyond the 6th grade, gaining admission to the inner academy would demand even greater soul fight credits. The competitions in the soul fighting area were open to all students, contingent upon payment of a 1 silver soul coin entry fee. Hui Yuhao was astounded to witness the throngs of students drawn to the duel between Bei Bei and Su Sancher. The excitement that had initially gathered at the academy gates seemed to have spread, as students of all grades chose to follow and spectate. Teacher Xiaoya. The academy truly knows how to generate revenue. Hui Yuhao remarked after Tang Yu succinctly described the soul fighting area. Tang Yu replied, "It is only natural. The academy is vast and expenses are substantial. If we do not devise ways to earn more, how can we sustain ourselves? Moreover, Shrek City contributes a significant amount in taxes. Our academy is, after all, the wealthiest on the continent." She then added, "By the way, Xiao Yuhao, your grilling skills have improved. Or perhaps my seasoning is exceptional. It's delicious." Before they even reached the soul fighting area, Tang Yu had finished both grilled fish. Hui Yuhao, feeling famished, seized the opportunity to purchase dinner at the cafeteria. By the time he and Tang Yu arrived at the soul fighting area, a considerable crowd had already gathered, and more students continued to pour in as the news spread rapidly. Tang Yu paid 2 silver soul coins and led Hui Yuhao into the soul fighting area, which was hexagonal and roughly the same size as Shrek Square. The central space was a vast arena for the students' competitions, surrounded by tiered seating capable of accommodating around 3,000 spectators. At that moment, 200 or 300 spectators had already taken their seats around the perimeter, while Hui Yuhao and Tang Yu, arriving relatively early, sat in the front row closest to the arena, which remained empty. Unsure of where Bei Bei and Su Sancher had gone, Tang Yu explained to Hui Yuhao, who was still unfamiliar with the rules of the soul fighting area. The soul fighting area opens every day after classes and remains accessible until midnight. Students wishing to compete must first pay and register. If the competitors are well known within the academy, the institution broadcasts the event across dormitory areas via Soul Guide amplifiers to attract more spectators. The academy retains half of the ticket fees, while the other half goes to the victor. Your senior brother has earned quite a bit here. Furthermore, Su Sancher is a 5th-year student, while your brother has just entered the 4th year, which constitutes a challenge beyond his grade. Thus, if Su Sancher loses, he must also pay an additional 10 gold soul coins. Both your senior brother and Su Sancher are renowned figures in our outer academy, hailed as geniuses. I estimate that the audience today could exceed 500. Hui Yuhao inquired, "Who was that Jiang Nan just now?" Tang Yu raised her hand and playfully tapped Hui Yuhao on the head, chiding him for his youthful indiscretions at such a tender age. "You should focus on your studies rather than gazing at beautiful girls." Humph. Hui Yuhao winced in pain, refraining from further inquiries. He opened his lunchbox and began his dinner. Tang Yu, observing his earnest demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, since you asked, I shall inform you. Jiang Nan is renowned as the most beautiful woman in the outer academy. Hailing from a humble background, she is kind-hearted and possesses quite a following within the institution. Do you think she is more attractive than I?" Hui Yuhao hurriedly shook his head. Tang Yu, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Indeed. I do not believe she surpasses me in any regard." Humph. That Su Sancher possesses a remarkably potent mutated martial soul known as the Shimming Turtle. With dual attributes of water and earth, his defensive capabilities are formidable, reputed to be as solid as a fortress. His cultivation level is comparable to Bei Bei's, both wielding top-tier beast martial souls. Fear not, for I have already avenged you. Just moments ago, I delivered a sharp jab with my dragon whisker needle. which should suffice to make him feel the repercussions. Let him pursue Jiang Nan Nan if he wishes. Those who cross me shall not go unscathed. Curiously, it seems Jiang Nan Nan may have some peculiarities regarding her affections, despite numerous outstanding male students vying for her attention. I have yet to hear of her showing interest in anyone. While others tend to reject advances with relative politeness, she has been particularly cold towards Su Sanshi, leading one to wonder if he has taken advantage of her in some way. The spectators here are quite innocent. They are aware that Bei Bei and Su Sanshi are renowned for their exceptional offensive and defensive martial souls, respectively. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that these two are well acquainted. I suspect they have conspired together to make a bit of profit, which is why they have come to the soul battle arena. Hui Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment, "You know my senior brother and Su Sanshi?" Tang Yin nodded and reassured him. "Do not worry, little Yuhao. Despite their acquaintance, your senior brother will not allow him to bully you without consequence." In the Soul Arena's lounge, Bei Bei remarked, "Your Xiaoya is quite ruthless. Just look at Su Sanshi," his face filled with discontent as he lifted his shirt, revealing a bulge the size of an infant's fist at his right waist. Yet, he maintained his martial spirit's release, making his skin appear as hard as iron. Bei Bei scoffed, "Serves him right for bullying our little junior brother. Enough talk, pass me a Xin Shui Dan, and I will assist you in removing this dragon whisker needle. Otherwise, prepare to carve out a piece of your flesh." The dragon whisker needle was a legacy from the first generation of the Tang Sect, passed down only to the sect leaders. Tang Yi was genuinely furious this time. Su Sanshi questioned, "Was that young man truly one of your Tang Sect?" "I saw no evident skill." He continued, "Forget the Xin Shui Dan. Hurry. I cannot maintain my martial spirit indefinitely. This dragon whisker needle is incredibly vicious, causing excruciating pain and specifically targeting soul power." Caught off guard, I fell prey to Tang Yi's trap, which is quite frustrating. Bei Bei gazed skyward and responded, "Suit yourself. You can choose not to give it. You struck our junior brother and destroyed his stall. Now you must endure the dragon whisker needle. The competition is about to begin, and I doubt you can contend with me while suffering from it." Su Sanshi huffed in anger. "Fine, Bei Bei, just wait. You'll see how I deal with you in the soul arena. I will show no mercy." Bei Bei smiled slightly. "Do you think I need your mercy?" As he spoke, he gestured towards Su Sanshi with his right hand. Reluctantly, Su Sanshi retrieved a small white jade vial from his pocket and tossed it to Bei Bei. "Thank you," Bei Bei said as he caught it. "Withdraw your martial spirit, and I will extract the dragon whisker needle for you." Slowly, Su Sanshi retracted his martial spirit, and immediately, waves of agonizing pain surged from the site of the needle's insertion. Despite his cultivation and willpower, his body trembled uncontrollably. With swift movements, Bei Bei's right hand tapped around the injury, and then both hands began to work in tandem, channeling gentle soul power into the constricted muscles. His speed was remarkable, and each finger's motion infused varied degrees of soul power. In a short while, a delicate strand of golden silk, finer than a hair, emerged from Su Sanshi's waist muscles. Bei Bei gently tugged on it, and it quickly transformed into a small golden bead the size of a millet grain, which he deftly pocketed. Su Sanshi exhaled in relief, though his face remained contorted with anger. "Bei Bei, you are taking advantage of my plight. You know how precious the Xin Shui Dan is. Let us wager. If I win, you return the Xin Shui Dan." Bei Bei chuckled easily. "And if you lose?" Su Sanshi retorted, "I will give you 1,000 soul coins." Bei Bei shook his head. "That one tea suffice. The Xin Shui Dan is worth far more than a mere 1,000. I won't gamble on something unfair." Su Sanshi snapped, "This is all I have. If you refuse, I will be angry." With a sigh, Bei Bei replied, "Do I lack money? Very well, here is a chance. I know you have another Xin Shui Dan. Let us wager that one instead." Su Sanshi's eyes flickered with doubt. "Do you seem overly confident in your victory?" With warmth in his smile, Bei Bei replied, "You proposed the wager, not I. You may choose not to gamble, but should you lose, do not complain." Su Sanshi huffed, "Will I lose? Although I may not win, it won't be easy for you either. What if it ends in a draw?" Bei Bei was unfazed. "Then we simply go our separate ways. Hurry up. Don't dawdle like a woman." With gritted teeth, Su Sanshi declared, "Fine, I accept your wager. You may be cunning, but I will not fall for your tricks again. If I do, I will just have to negotiate with my father when I return home." Bei Bei maintained his smile, while Su Sanshi scrutinized his expression, finding no discernible change. "You know, you're not foolish, but whenever it involves Jiang Nan Nan, you become a bit dim-witted. I truly wonder if you two are enemies from a past life. Although Jiang Nan Nan is beautiful, there are many outstanding female students among our peers. Why do you fixate on just one?" Su Sanshi retorted sourly. "Do not stand there and speak as if unscathed. If you have the ability, why not let Tang be with me? Rising, Bei advised. You should focus on preparing yourself. Otherwise, you will be in despair should you lose. I will step out now. As he spoke, he headed towards the door. As Tang predicted, the number of students gathered in the Soul Arena was steadily increasing, surpassing 400 and soon expected to reach 500 without a doubt. Hui Yuhao, a voice, filled with malice, startled him. Turning, he saw a fully equipped Wang Dong striding towards him with a fierce demeanor. You're here too? Hui Yuhao asked, feeling a pang of guilt as memories of earlier events flooded back. Wang Dong's face flushed with anger, and he plopped down beside Hui Yuhao. Lowering his voice, now tell me, what did you see? Hui Yuhao was taken aback for a moment and replied, Huh? I didn't see anything. Wang Dong snorted in anger. If you don't knock next time, I shall end your life. Hui Yuhao, aware of his own shortcomings, mumbled defensively, we're all men. If you saw it, you saw it. It's not like you're losing anything. What did you say? Wang Dong retorted furiously, raising his hand to seize Hui Yuhao. Just then, a slender hand intervened, swatting Wang Dong's hand away. It was Tang Ye's voice that rang out, Xiao Yuhao, you haven't introduced me yet. Only then did Wang Dong notice Tang Ye's presence. Upon beholding her stunning beauty, he momentarily faltered but quickly regained his composure, snorting dismissively and straightening up, choosing to ignore Hui Yuhao. It turned out that after Hui Yuhao had fled, Wang Dong hastily donned his clothes but could not locate him. He attempted to meditate but found it impossible to calm his thoughts. Just then, he heard the dormitory's announcement, prompting him to step outside for a breath of fresh air, only to unexpectedly encounter Hui Yuhao and Tang Ye. Hui Yuhao remarked, Teacher Xie, this is my roommate Wang Dong. Wang Dong, this is Tang Ye, our senior. That was the extent of his introduction. Wang Dong nodded slightly at Tang Ye, who smiled and said, what a charming young boy. I like him. How about, Yuhao? You do some convincing and bring him into our Tang Sect? Upon hearing the mention of the Tang Sect, Wang Dong's body shuddered slightly as he exclaimed, You are members of the Tang Sect? Tang Ye nodded repeatedly, saying, Indeed, there are only the three of us left in the Tang Sect now. I am the current leader. Surprised, are you? Come, the Tang Sect welcomes you. Her words were somewhat casual, despite her often carefree demeanor. Anyone who underestimated her would inevitably suffer a significant setback. She had already discerned Wang Dong's extraordinary nature, his essence was restrained, and his soul power was substantial, indicating that his cultivation far surpassed that of Hui Yuhao. However, to Tang Ye's surprise, after a brief moment of astonishment, Wang Dong nodded at her and said, Sure. I have long heard of the marvels of the Tang Sect's hidden weapons. Sect leader, I wish to join the Tang Sect. Please accept me. Ah? You truly wish to join us? Tang Ye was taken aback, her gaze filled with bewilderment as she observed Wang Dong. He nodded earnestly, stating, I hope to join the Tang Sect to learn about hidden weapons. Tang Ye's expression turned serious as she replied, I will consider this matter and let Yuhao convey my response to you later. Just as they were conversing, Bei entered the arena from the lounge. The moment he appeared, the students spectating from the sidelines began to chant his name, Thunder Bei, Thunder Bei. Bei smiled and waved to the students watching. While his gaze roamed the stands in search of familiar faces, Tang Ye stood up and waved back at him. It was then that Bei noticed their location. Due to the distance, he could not hear their words, so he gestured to Tang Ye. Having spent considerable time together, Tang Ye quickly responded with a few gestures to indicate her understanding before sitting down again. Yuhao, what is the maximum range of your spiritual detection sharing? Tang Ye whispered to Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao remarked, if it's merely a single direction, I can reach approximately 50 meters. He had recently engaged in an experiment with Wang Dong to test the limits of their mental detection in a unidirectional manner. Normally, when releasing mental detection, the effective radius is only 30 meters, implying that the actual detection range in any direction is merely 15 meters. Thus, a distance of 50 meters represents more than 3 times the limit, albeit at a considerable expense of Hui Yuhao's soul power. Tang Ye immediately raised her right hand, gesturing toward Bei, who nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Su Sancher entered the battle arena, accompanied by a teacher in his 40s. Upon entering the arena, Su Sancher and Bei adopted expressions of steely determination. This was not their first competition in the arena. In previous contests, they had exchanged victories, with draws being the most frequent outcome. The battle matches had proven lucrative for them, and they were keen to keep their close relationship under wraps. The referee approached the center of the arena and announced in a deep voice, 4th year Bei challenges 5th year Su Sancher. Should Su Sancher lose, he must pay an additional 10 gold soul coins. You have both privately agreed on the stakes. Are you prepared? Bei and Su Sancher nodded in unison. Chapter 13. Xian Shui Dan. With the commencement of the match, the referee swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, Bei and Su Sancher unleashed their martial spirits. The previously noisy arena fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixated on the two combatants. As prominent figures from Shrek Academy's outer court, Bei and Su Sancher's battles were always thrilling spectacles, captivating the students, many of whom had placed secret bets. Blue electric currents coalesced as Bei's right arm rapidly expanded. The blue light swirling around him as he manifested his martial spirit, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Su Sancher, not to be outdone, also inflated his form, stretching his school uniform tight as he summoned a massive tortoise shell shield in his right hand. The two of them stepped sideways, their piercing gazes locked onto one another. The air thick with their rising soul power, one side radiating blue, the other black, a clear demarcation within the arena. On the surface, they appeared evenly matched, both being soul masters above level 30 with 3 soul rings each. However, Bei's martial spirit clearly indicated he was an offensive soul master, while Su Sancher, with a shield, was likely a defensive soul master. One wielded the strongest offensive martial spirit, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, the other, the formidable defensive martial spirit, the Xianming turtle. Who would gain the upper hand was difficult to predict. Wang Dong seemed to have forgotten his earlier conversation with Hui Yuhao, engrossed in the duel unfolding before them. Hui Yuhao shared this sentiment, their emotions intertwined with the clash of the two soul masters. Upon releasing his martial spirit, Bei's gentle demeanor transformed into one of fierce intensity, while Su Sancher exuded a newfound steadiness akin to a mountain. As Su Sancher gradually moved closer to Hui Yuhao's side of the stands, Bei suddenly shouted and charged at him like a bolt of blue lightning. Su Sancher was momentarily taken aback. He had not revealed any openings. And this was hardly an opportune moment. When had Bei become so impetuous? Despite his thoughts, he could not afford to be complacent. Fully aware of Bei's explosive power during an attack, Bei leaped forward when he was approximately 5 meters away from Su Sancher, his scaled right arm swinging down towards him. Blue-violet electric currents crackling with the potential for a soul skill release. Su Sancher remained unflustered, taking a half-step back with his left foot, slightly crouching as he positioned his heavy shield before him, completely shielding his body within. Simultaneously, dark soul power surged from the tortoise shell shield, forming a faint black light barrier that securely enveloped him. The impact of Bei's dragon claw struck fiercely against the thick black tortoise shell shield, causing both combatants to stagger. Bei halted and fell to the ground, while Su Sancher slid back by a meter. The first of Su Sancher's 3 soul rings, a yellow one representing a century of age, illuminated, intensifying the black aura surrounding his tortoise shell shield, which expanded dramatically, creating a formidable protective dome that resonated with a deep rumble. This was Su Sancher's first soul skill, Xianming Shock, a wide-area repulsion skill with stunning effects. If the opponent's cultivation was inferior to his, they would not only be repelled but also dazed, ensuring a safe distance. However, Su Sancher was taken aback by Bei's resolve. As he activated his first soul skill, Bei's second and third soul rings illuminated almost simultaneously. The first to shine was the 1,000-year third soul ring, which erupted with a deep roar as Bei was enveloped in a surge of blue-violet electric energy. The scales on his right arm rapidly spread across his chest, amplifying his aura immensely. Thunderous fury. Following this, his second soul ring glowed, unleashing thick bolts of lightning that burst outward from his body. By combining the effects of his second and third soul skills, Bei countered Su Sancher's Xianming Shock. No matter how adept Su Sancher was at defense, his Xianming Shock could not repel Bei. The black protective dome was forcefully torn apart, and undeterred by the black currents, Bei surged through. Su Sancher, surprised, acted without delay, activating his second and third soul rings, fully aware of Bei's capabilities. He was confident in his defense, though victory against Bei was uncertain. He was resolute that Bei could not defeat him with sheer determination. Yet, at the moment he attempted to activate his second and third soul skills, he felt a sudden sharpness in his mind, as if pricked by needles. His consciousness momentarily blurred, causing a brief halt in his skill activation. Bei's form became ethereal as he executed the Tang Sect's Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, crouching low and gliding along the ground, his right claw grasping the edge of the tortoise shell shield before sweeping around to position himself behind it. Su Sancher was unable to activate his skills in time, allowing Bei to maneuver behind his shield sealed his fate. Bei's right foot pressed against Su Sancher's calf, the overwhelming force of thunderous fury amplifying the lightning surge, rendering Su Sancher's body quivering in place, while Bei's powerful dragon claw gripped his shoulder. The outcome was clear. The match concluded far more swiftly than anyone anticipated, with many spectators unable to fully comprehend the entire sequence of events before Bebe had bypassed Su Sanchi's shield defense to secure victory. Bebe wins. The referee's declaration rang out. Yet it did not deter Bebe from forcefully bringing Su Sanchi to the ground. As the lightning receded, Su Sanchi's resilience was evident. The trembling ceased almost immediately. But his speech faltered as he stammered. You cheated. Though he could not fathom the means by which Bebe had gained the upper hand. He was certain that his delayed skill activation was not due to his own shortcomings. Moreover, under his comprehensive defense, Bebe astonishingly discovered the most vulnerable point, leaving him utterly baffled. Deceive you? No, I accept the wager, he said. Bring forth the Xian Shui Dan. With a smile, Bebe infused a jolt of lightning soul power into Su Sanchi, causing the latter's towering figure to tremble. Little did Su Sanchi know that, in his effort to assist Bebe in overcoming him, someone in the stands had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Indeed, the sharp pain in Su Sanchi's mind when attempting to unleash his second and third soul skills originated from Hui Yuhao's purple extreme demon eye coupled with soul shock. Despite Hui Yuhao's relatively modest cultivation, the combined force of these two skills generated an attack potency that caught Su Sanchi off guard. Even as his soul power enveloped him in protection, the distance from Hui Yuhao to Su Sanchi was approximately 30 meters, perfectly within the coverage of his soul shock skill. Furthermore, prior to executing this ability, Hui Yuhao utilized both mental detection and mental sharing to identify Su Sanchi's flaws for Bebe. It can be said that this fleeting moment marked Hui Yuhao's pinnacle performance since becoming a soul master. Reverting to the moments before the match commenced, the gestures exchanged between Bebe and Tang were a silent plea for assistance from Hui Yuhao. Upon learning the range of Hui Yuhao's mental detection and sharing, it became clear why Bebe had dared to launch an attack on Su Sanchi despite the apparent lack of opportunity. This victory belonged to both Bebe and Hui Yuhao, the brotherly duo. Aside from Tang and Bebe in the arena, only Wang Dong sensed the shift. Although Hui Yuhao had deliberately controlled the appearance of his soul rings to remain grounded, the fluctuations of soul power could not escape Wang Dong's keen perception. Wang Dong distinctly observed the faint golden hue in Hui Yuhao's eyes, which swiftly intensified, culminating in a flash of purple light before Hui Yuhao collapsed toward him. Instinctively, Wang Dong caught Hui Yuhao as the match concluded. What has happened to him? Wang Dong inquired, astonished. Seeing Hui Yuhao fall, Tang Yu was equally startled. She promptly checked Hui Yuhao's condition and breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing he had merely overextended his soul power. We should leave. After causing such trouble, it's best to depart swiftly. Moreover, Tang Yu pondered within herself, how could Hui Yuhao's mental detection and sharing have such a profound impact? Bebe had merely intended for him to assist in gaining the upper hand. With their comparable cultivation levels, whoever seized the initiative would greatly enhance their chances of victory. Yet it had unexpectedly culminated in a decisive blow. Hui Yuhao was indeed utterly exhausted. After a day of physical training, coupled with the repeated use of his spiritual abilities, he had drained his soul power to the point of unconsciousness, leaving him in a profound slumber that would not be easily broken. This was a natural form of self-preservation by his body. Tang Ye and Wang Dong assisted in carrying Hui Yuhao back to the dormitory, and as they reached the entrance, Bebe hurriedly caught up with them. After using his soul power to help restore Hui Yuhao's condition, he produced a porcelain vial from which he poured a pill into Hui Yuhao's mouth. Little brother, I implore you to take good care of him, Bebe said. As upperclassmen were not permitted to enter the dormitory of lowerclassmen due to school regulations, he had no choice but to rely on Wang Dong. Wang Dong, momentarily taken aback, was of noble lineage and well acquainted with various matters. He had clearly observed the nature of the pill Bebe had dispensed. It was a deep blue pill, approximately the size of a cherry, adorned with numerous white patterns. Upon being extracted from the vial, a faint mist enveloped the pill, and a fresh, fragrant aroma lingered in the air, invigorating the senses. Is that the Xian Shui Dan? It can't be, Wang Dong thought, his heart racing in astonishment. Not only he, but even the elderly figure lounging lazily at the dormitory entrance opened his eyes slightly before returning to his previous state. Tang Ye turned to Wang Dong, saying, Little Jitai, when Xiao Yuhao awakens, please remind him not to forget about selling fish tomorrow. I shall prepare a portion of today's offerings for him later. Bebe retorted. You only think of eating. Today nearly brought calamity upon our junior brother. Tang Ye scoffed. Spare me your lectures. I see you've been scheming behind Su Sanchi's back all along. That fool fell right into your trap, and you seized the opportunity. With an innocent expression, Bebe replied, just as I was about to rest, an opportunity presented itself. What could I do? It seems our junior brother is fortunate. He added, now, off to cultivate. I recall someone promised me a kiss if I dealt with Su Sancher. Tangya stuck out her tongue at him. I said to incapacitate him. Have you done that? Cultivate, cultivate. Suddenly, Wang Dong interjected, Senior Sister Tangya, please consider my request. I truly wish to join the Tang Sect. Tangya nodded, waving her hand, while Bei Bei wore a contemplative expression, smiling at Wang Dong before turning to leave with Tangya. Wang Dong supported Hui Yuhao back to the dormitory, laying him gently onto the bed. The image of the pill Bei Bei had given Hui Yuhao lingered in his mind. He shook his head lightly, then shot Hui Yuhao an irritated glare, murmuring, you don't fear the consequences of peering where you shouldn't tea. Now you deserve to sleep on a hard bed. As he spoke, he leapt onto his own bed, crossing his legs to begin meditating. Today's physical training had proven equally beneficial for him. Hui Yuhao had an exceptionally sweet slumber. Ever since joining Taemin, he had been diligently cultivating the Xiantian Gong, and this was his first genuine rest. In his dreams, he felt as though he were immersed in a refreshing pool, the exhilarating sensation nearly eliciting a sigh of pleasure. After a brief period of meditation, Wang Dong reopened his eyes in surprise, gazing at Hui Yuhao in the opposite bed. He had been awakened by the intense fluctuations of soul power permeating the air. Indeed, this robust energy emanated from Hui Yuhao, whose faint blue glow was particularly pronounced in the night. It appeared as if a delicate mist floated around his body, exuding a subtle fragrance. Wang Dong quietly leapt from his bed and crouched beside Hui Yuhao to observe him closely. He noticed Hui Yuhao's skin subtly undulating, with fine streams of energy escaping from his pores. This was the soul power he had sensed. The pale blue mist continuously surged in and out through the pores. As time passed, the mist hue deepened while the pleasant aroma gradually diminished. The Xian Shui Dan was indeed a priceless treasure. How could Senior Bei Bei have casually bestowed such a precious pill upon him? Was it a mistake? Wang Dong mused in astonishment. After a moment of surprise, as he intended to return to his bed for more sleep, a thought struck him, prompting him to walk over to Hui Yuhao's bedside. He clenched his fist in a mock gesture and huffed, You've made it impossible for me to sleep. Just wait. As he spoke, he rolled up his bedding and stored it in his soul guide, quietly exiting the dormitory to seek rest elsewhere. Shortly after Wang Dong departed, the pleasant scent emanating from the mist surrounding Hui Yuhao transformed into a foul odor, and the color deepened. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao's breathing grew increasingly steady. He slept so soundly that he was eventually roused by a sticky sensation. As his consciousness returned, he could not suppress a massive sneeze. What a foul stench! What is that smell? Hui Yuhao exclaimed as he turned over and sat up, instinctively thinking it was Wang Dong playing a prank. However, upon opening his eyes and glancing at the opposite bed, he found it empty. Wang Dong was nowhere in the dormitory. Outside, the night remained dark. But Hui Yuhao quickly sensed something amiss, for everything in the dormitory was crystal clear, unaffected by the darkness. He had previously possessed such vision, but that required invoking his soul power and releasing his spirit eyes. Yet now, he had not called upon his martial soul at all. Looking down, he discovered that his school uniform had transformed into a deep black hue, the noxious odor emanating from it, where the uniform did not cover. His skin was coated with a layer of black grime, as though he had fallen into muck and been pulled up again. Does Wang Dong truly harbor such animosity towards me? Hui Yuhao gazed at his body in bewilderment. Upon rising, he noticed the wooden bed was also evenly coated with a layer of black filth. What on earth was happening? The stench emanating from his body and the bed was unbearable. Hui Yuhao, unable to ponder further, quickly leapt from the bed, flung open the dormitory window, and dashed out the door toward the restroom at the end of the corridor. The grime on him felt greasy, and the task of cleaning the bed and washing his clothes took him nearly half an hour to complete. When he finally returned to sit on the bed, Hui Yuhao wore a perplexed expression. Forget it. I'll ask Wang Dong tomorrow, and I'll surely find out. Having wasted much of the night, he decided it was best to meditate and cultivate promptly. With that in mind, he sat cross-legged and began to channel his soul power according to the Xiantian Gong's operational route. After merely 3 seconds of meditation, Hui Yuhao suddenly opened his eyes wide. Disbelief etched across his face. Am I dreaming? He pondered momentarily before hastily closing his eyes again. 3 seconds later, when he opened his eyes once more, his face was alight with joy. Indeed, something incredible had occurred. As he entered the meditative state and activated his soul power, he experienced an unprecedented sensation. If his previous soul power operation had been akin to a snail's pace, now it felt at least as swift as a spider's. The soul power circulated at least 3 to 5 times faster, and its potency had significantly increased, flowing with remarkable ease. As the soul power coursed through him, an unparalleled sense of strength surged throughout his body, as if all his meridians had opened wide. This sensation was utterly exquisite, as if his limbs and every fiber of his being were tingling with a revitalizing vigor. Hui Yuhao, filled with anticipation, eagerly closed his eyes once more, channeling his soul power into motion. It was indeed a reality. Typically, the soul power, when cultivated along the path of the Xiantian art, would require at least half an hour to complete a full cycle. Yet this time, Hui Yuhao accomplished it in less than a quarter of that duration. Moreover, the increase in his internal soul power was severalfold greater than before. It no longer manifested as a gradual accumulation, but rather as a profound evolution. Simultaneously, through meditative practice, Hui Yuhao discovered that his meridians had become unprecedentedly unobstructed. Areas that were once narrow and constricted had been significantly widened and thickened, endowing his meridians with a newfound flexibility. The surges of soul power coursing through them posed no danger whatsoever. Could it be that he had undergone a metamorphosis overnight? At that moment, he was reluctant to engage in further contemplation. Since he began his cultivation journey at the tender age of 6, he had never experienced such an immediate sense of enhancement. Having finally grasped this sensation, he was resolute in his determination not to relinquish it. He continuously urged his soul power to flow, and astonishingly, the speed of the Xiantian art's operation subtly increased, while his meridians, nourished by the Xiantian art, began to radiate a warm and comforting sensation. Hui Yuhao remained oblivious to the number of cycles his soul power had undergone until the exterior light gradually brightened, revealing a faint blush of dawn on the horizon. It was only then that he emerged from his meditative state. Sitting cross-legged for an extended period, he felt no stiffness or numbness in his legs. With a slight movement, he found himself at the window, gazing at the ethereal purple aura that began to rise in the eastern sky. Instinctively, his soul power flowed into his spiritual eyes, initiating the cultivation of the purple extreme magic eye. The transformation of his body and the enhancement of his soul power seemed to render everything profoundly different. As his spiritual eyes focused on the layer of purple mist ascending in the east, Hui Yuhao distinctly sensed something within his mind breaking free. An invisible force began to emerge from his spiritual eyes, drawing in the fleeting hint of purple within the dawn like a great whale siphoning water. The surface of his eyes felt warm, yet the depths remained cool. He perceived his mental energy expanding outward, surpassing his previous limits, extending until it reached a diameter of approximately 40 meters before finally halting. The purple essence in his gaze deepened significantly, and even his skin acquired a sheen of luster, transforming his essence, energy, and spirit into a state entirely different from the day before. With a long exhale, releasing the stagnant energy within, he completed the cultivation of the purple extreme magic eye. Everything around him became increasingly vivid. With a mere thought, his soul power was retracted, and his spiritual eyes returned to their normal state, although his deep blue irises glimmered with newfound brightness. He felt certain that something remarkable had transpired within him. Otherwise, such a monumental enhancement could not have been achieved even after 6 months of diligent practice. Just as questions swirled in Hui Yuhao's mind, the door to his dormitory creaked open. Wang Dong peeked in, cautiously sniffing the air to ensure no strange odors lingered before strolling in with his bedding. Tossing it onto the bed, with a teasing tone, he remarked to Hui Yuhao, who stood there, "You've undergone a transformation, yet left me with nowhere to go. Humph. You're treating me to breakfast today." Hui Yuhao gazed at him with a look of perplexity and inquired, "Wang Dong, what on earth has transpired? Why did I awaken covered in filth, and yet my cultivation has significantly advanced? It truly feels, as you mentioned, as if I have undergone a transformation." Wang Dong's wrist adorned with an ancient golden bracelet shimmered momentarily, and a circular metallic sphere materialized in his grasp, which he tossed to Hui Yuhao. "First, let's ascertain the extent of your soul power enhancement. This testing soul guiding device can measure soul power ranging from level 10 to 30. Simply channel your soul power into it." "Understood," Hui Yuhao replied, grasping the metallic sphere and gradually infusing it with his soul power. Initially, the sphere emitted a faint yellow glow, which gradually expanded outward, and a numeral emerged on its surface, first stabilizing at 11, then swiftly fluctuating to 12. The yellow radiance continued to extend, and the numeral 12 began to tremble, yet Hui Yuhao exerted all his strength and ultimately could not provoke it further. Wang Dong's expression mirrored astonishment. "Truly remarkable, the mystic water pill has indeed worked wonders. In just one night, your soul power has surged by nearly 2 levels. You are now at the pinnacle of level 12, merely a step away from level 13. Hui Yuhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you telling the truth? What is the Xian Shui Dan?" Wang Dong snatched the testing soul guide from Hui Yuhao's hands, scoffing, This device is quite accurate. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? You should be grateful to Senior Bebe. What is your relationship with him? He casually bestowed upon you a Xianshui Dan worth its weight in gold. I suspect he may have mistakenly given you the wrong medicinal pill. Noticing Hui Yuhao's puzzled expression, Wang Dong elaborated, Xianshui Dan is an extraordinarily miraculous elixir, reputed to be unique to a certain water attribute martial soul sect. However, I am unaware of the specific sect. The crafting of Xianshui Dan requires the essence of over a dozen water attribute soul beasts and numerous water-based plants, meticulously combined through a special process. Water possesses cleansing properties. Thus, Xianshui Dan not only offers substantial nourishment and enhances soul power, but also features a remarkably mild nature, allowing any soul master, regardless of rank, to effectively absorb its effects. For soul masters below level 20, it can at least elevate their soul power by 1 rank. Yet, its most precious attribute lies beyond mere enhancement. It possesses the ability to cleanse the marrow and purify the veins, while bathing removes surface impurities. Xianshui Dan purges the internal contaminants of our bodies. This elixir is beneficial for anyone. For exceptionally gifted soul masters, it merely amplifies their prowess, adding a touch of brilliance. However, for those of average talent, it serves as a boon in times of need, by eliminating internal impurities and nourishing the meridians. A single Xianshui Dan can significantly enhance the potential of an ordinary soul master, akin to an increase of 1 innate soul power rank. In essence, if your martial soul awakened with an innate soul power of only 1, consuming a Xianshui Dan would elevate it to 2 ranks. This represents a profound enhancement of both talent and constitution. What Wang Dong was unaware of was that his analogy hit remarkably close to home. Hui Yuhao's innate soul power was indeed at rank 1. Nevertheless, Hui Yuhao distinctly sensed that the transformative experience following the cleansing by Xianshui Dan was far more profound than merely elevating his innate soul power by 1 rank. In truth, his cultivation speed had nearly quadrupled. Although he still could not compare to the prodigious talents of Wang Dong and Bebe, he was at least on par with an ordinary soul master now, no longer struggling through the arduous path of cultivation as he once had. Hui Yuhao's eyes involuntarily glistened with moisture. It was his senior brother who had bestowed upon him the priceless Xianshui pill. This profound bond of friendship was etched deeply within his heart. Hui Yuhao's fortune is truly remarkable. Wang Dong's exposition on the Xianshui Dan is entirely accurate. Under normal circumstances, the enhancement provided by the Xianshui Dan is precisely as he described. However, Hui Yuhao's opportunity to consume the Xianshui Dan is perfectly timed. After a day of arduous cultivation, his body has undergone rigorous training that surpasses its limits, akin to having completed a thorough warm-up prior to ingesting the Xianshui Dan. Moreover, his profound understanding of the Xian Tian Gong has allowed the essence of this technique to permeate his meridians, placing them in a state of nurturing. In a state of extreme mental exhaustion, Hui Yuhao ingested the Xianshui Dan while teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Thus, he did not consciously attempt to regulate its effects. Consequently, the medicinal properties of the Xianshui Dan were evenly distributed throughout his body, resulting in a perfect assimilation of its nourishing effects. Furthermore, it is imperative to note that the Xianshui Dan is inherently a water-attributed elixir. While the second martial soul bestowed upon Hui Yuhao by the heavenly dream ice silkworm is ice, essentially solidified water, making the absorption of the Xianshui Dan considerably advantageous. As the Xianshui Dan catalyzed transformations within his body, the initial surge of the colossal primordial energy sealed within the heavenly dream ice silkworm began to fissure, allowing a portion of this energy to amalgamate with his own being. Thus, in comparison to the enhancement of his soul power, the augmentation of his mental strength is even more profound. This explains the expansion of his spiritual perception from 30 meters to 40 meters. It can be asserted that this singular Xianshui Dan has facilitated a comprehensive enhancement of Hui Yuhao's physical capabilities, leading to such a significant transformation. The implications for his future cultivation are immense, and even the purple extreme demon eye has undergone evolution. The purple extreme demon eye comprises 4 realms: observation, subtlety, mustard seed, and vastness. Hui Yuhao's cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye through the spiritual eye is inherently efficient. As the Xianshui Dan enhanced his abilities, it simultaneously invoked the primordial energy of the heavenly dream eye silkworm, which, during his prior cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye, exerted a tremendous attraction on the celestial purple aura, enabling Hui Yuhao's purple extreme demon eye to transition directly from the observation realm to the subtlety realm. It can be said that he is the fastest individual in history to cultivate the purple extreme demon eye, surpassing even the founder of the Tang Sect, Tang San. Hu Yuhao remains unaware that the advancement of his purple extreme magic eyes has significantly enhanced his control over all mental attribute skills. Consequently, when he wields his soul abilities, the consumption of soul power will markedly diminish. Observing Hu Yuhao's dazed expression, with his eyes a vivid crimson, Wang Dong gently pats his shoulder and says, "Come. Let us go for breakfast. I intend to indulge in double portions today." Hu Yuhao chuckled, "Sure, I can eat 4 portions." Wang Dong shot him a glare. "You're the pig." The moment the words escaped his lips, both of them burst into hearty laughter, dissipating the awkwardness of the previous night. In this innocent age, they still nurtured pure hearts. Chapter 14. The dream of the one finger having earned some money from selling grilled fish yesterday. Hu Yuhao had not forgotten to extract a gold soul coin from the oven before going to watch Bei Bei and Su Sancher compete with Tang Ya. By the time he and Wang Dong reached the cafeteria, they felt an air of newfound affluence. Their breakfast was exceptionally lavish, significantly replenishing their physical needs. They were the earliest to arrive at the cafeteria, and by the time they finished their meal, there were still few students present. "There's still some time before class. Let us head back to the dormitory," Hu Yuhao said, patting his satisfied belly and stretching his body, a look of contentment on his face. Since arriving at Shrek Academy, his spirits had gradually brightened. Here, he had finally made friends, along with the caring presence of his teacher, Tang Ya, and his senior brother, Bei Bei. This was a stark contrast to the cold atmosphere he had experienced at the Duke's residence. Wang Dong replied, "Take it easy. You need to relax. If you stretch the bow too tightly, it will snap. A bit of relaxation is essential. Come on, let us take a stroll by the Sea God Lake and unwind. The Xin Shui Dan has already helped you boost your cultivation considerably. A little break won't hurt." "All right." Hu Yuhao readily agreed. In the few days since enrollment, he had yet to visit the Sea God Lake, and it was indeed not far from the classroom. A stroll would be pleasant. Exiting the cafeteria, they navigated around the freshman teaching building and headed east along the southern side of Shrek Square, soon arriving at the lakeside path. Passing through the woods beside the path, the shimmering Sea God Lake unfolded before their eyes. A gentle mist mingled with the fresh air enveloped them. Although merely an artificial lake, the water was remarkably clear. A deep azure that was pure, profound, and tenderly serene. The lake's surface, resembling a blue satin, rippled lightly like the playful glances of a young girl, reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, and the shaded green trees along the shore. How beautiful! Wang Dong couldn't help but inhale deeply, stretching his body vigorously. As he did so, his shirt inevitably lifted, revealing his rounded, firm backside. Hu Yuhao did not intentionally gaze in that direction. Yet a fleeting glance inadvertently reminded him of what he had seen the previous day, causing him to awkwardly turn his head away and look towards the far end of the Sea God Lake. The lake, expansive in its area, likely surpassed even the main campus of Shrek Academy located to the west of Shrek Square. A veil of mist hovered over the distant water's surface. After the evolution of Hu Yuhao's purple extreme magic eyes, the vision of his spiritual eyes experienced a remarkable enhancement. Even without channeling soul power into the spiritual eyes, he could still see far into the distance. He vaguely perceived what appeared to be a cluster of houses amidst the mist rising from the lake. Recalling the descriptions from Xiaoya and Bei Bei, he couldn't help but ponder that this must be the inner courtyard. If even the exceptionally talented senior brother could only study in the outer courtyard, just how formidable must the upperclassmen in the inner courtyard be? Suddenly, as Hu Yuhao was lost in thought, he appeared to spot a red dot emerging from the mist on the lake. "What's wrong?" Wang Dong inquired, perplexed. Hu Yuhao pointed towards a direction he had observed, exclaiming, "Look, there appears to be a red dot over there." Wang Dong, following Hu Yuhao's gesture, gazed into the distance but perceived nothing more than a veil of mist. "Where is it?" he questioned, casting doubt on Hu Yuhao's words. Yet, in the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. He too had spotted it. What he initially thought was a mere red dot was, in fact, a crimson figure racing across the surface of the water with astonishing speed, and alarmingly, it seemed to be heading straight towards them. Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged a glance, simultaneously exclaiming, "Senior from the inner courtyard?" The speed of that crimson figure was utterly astonishing, in the blink of an eye. He had already surged to the center of the lake. Each time his toes touched the water's surface, ripples would emanate outward. Yet he seemed to harness that subtle buoyancy to accelerate further, gliding forth like a swift red cloud. As they drew nearer, Hu Yuhao could discern more clearly that the figure was not merely clad in red attire. His hair, too, was a deep crimson, tall and slender. He emanated an aura of chilling ferocity, reminiscent of a fearsome soul beast. Adorning his face was a mask of the same hue, with eyes that gleamed a blood red. The air around him shimmered slightly, and wherever he passed, Mist would ripple beneath his feet. This senior appears incredibly formidable. Just look. He hasn't even unleashed his martial soul, yet he can race across the lake's surface, Wang Dong analyzed with an expression of exhilaration directed at Hui Yuhao. Although Hui Yuhao's cultivation was inferior to his perception was considerably sharper. Wang Dong, something feels amiss. The crimson figure approached with alarming speed, closing in within 100 meters while they conversed. A wave of terrifying heat surged forward, causing both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong to display expressions of horror. They simultaneously sensed an indescribable aura of madness emanating from that senior. It was far beyond what a normal person should exhibit. With a swift motion, brilliant azure wings unfurled from Wang Dong's back as he grasped Hui Yuhao, attempting to ascend into the skies. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the crimson figure had already drawn near. The overwhelming heat erupted instantaneously, engulfing Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao in what felt like a sea of flames. The wings that had spread from Wang Dong's back twisted in an instant, rendering him unable to fly, and both fell to the ground. In a radius of several dozen meters around them, all the vegetation was instantly scorched to a charred yellow. The disparity in cultivation was simply too vast. Wang Dong desperately attempted to unleash his soul skill, but as his soul power stirred, he was immediately struck by the terrifying heat, letting out a muffled groan before slipping into unconsciousness. Although Hui Yuhao's cultivation is inferior to Wang Dong's, one must not overlook the fact that he possesses an unformed martial soul of ice. Stimulated by the intense external heat, this ice attribute martial soul was immediately awakened. However, Hui Yuhao's peak soul power at level 12 was swiftly consumed in a mere second by the surrounding searing heat. Moreover, a large hand from that crimson figure was menacingly descending upon him. The temperature surrounding his body was already terrifying. Should he be struck directly, the consequences would be dire indeed. In the end, all that Hui Yuhao could do was initiate a soul shock. However, the disparity between the two was insurmountable. His soul shock dissipated in the intense heat before it could even penetrate the dense aura of fire. As he stood on the brink of annihilation beneath the searing giant palm, a void suddenly enveloped his vision, rendering everything around him indistinct. Was he destined to perish? Was this truly the end? In that fleeting moment of impending death, he felt not resentment, for everything had unfolded too abruptly, leaving him only with confusion. Then, the scene abruptly sharpened into focus, revealing a most extraordinary spectacle. He beheld himself. If Wang Dong were awake at that moment, he would undoubtedly witness an astonishing sight. Just as Hui Yuhao was on the verge of being engulfed by the fiery giant palm, the hue of his soulful eyes underwent a remarkable transformation. The deep blue irises, shimmering with a faint golden light, instantaneously morphed into a pristine white, reminiscent of eternal ice. A wave of piercing cold emanated from Hui Yuhao, forcefully dispersing the surrounding heat, causing the fiery figure to emit a muffled grunt as its form was sent tumbling backward. As Hui Yuhao unleashed his spiritual eye, the soul ring beneath his feet shimmered in white, but suddenly transformed into a dazzling gold. The blinding golden light radiated as if a brilliant sun were rising from beneath him, within 100-meter diameter centered around Hui Yuhao's form. The surroundings instantaneously morphed into a realm of ice and snow. Even the sea god lake ahead had succumbed to the freeze. The red figure seemed to tremble violently, as an oppressive aura coalesced in the air. Hui Yuhao's right arm slowly lifted, his forefinger inexplicably turning an icy blue, his eyes glimmering with white light. A somber voice resonated through the atmosphere. Dare to disturb the one chosen by my brother? Prepare to perish. With a pointed gesture of his forefinger, a beam of ice blue light shot forth, hurtling towards the red figure. As the extreme chill emanating from Hui Yuhao enveloped the area, the temperature around the red figure plummeted. Perhaps sensing the imminent danger, it suddenly thrashed its body, and from its back, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed. A colossal fire phoenix ascended, accompanied by 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, rising in unison. A soul emperor-level powerhouse. Among the 6 rings, the 2nd, 3rd, and 6th glowed simultaneously, transforming the flames behind it into a deep crimson. A slender line of fire, akin to a finger, erupted from the phoenix's mouth, colliding with the ice blue beam shot from Hui Yuhao's finger. A series of peculiar hissing sounds erupted as the fire line rapidly disintegrated. The massive fire phoenix lunged forward, shielding the red figure with its imposing body. Amidst the thunderous roar, the crimson figure was thrust backward, enveloped in a layer of ice blue, and plunged directly into the distant sea god lake. Instantly, a multitude of white mist billowed from the surface of the water. As Hui Yuhao was about to pursue, he hesitated for a moment as the previously heard sound echoed again. Much to his annoyance, more people were arriving. This little fellow's physical prowess has improved remarkably. It seems I can grant him a bit more strength. I vanished. The golden halo swiftly faded, transforming into white before dissipating, and the surrounding chill instantly receded. With the lake returning to its normal state, Hui Yuhao's intense icy gaze normalized, and his body weakened, collapsing to the ground. Just moments ago, the shores of the sea god lake were filled with terrifying fluctuations of soul power. Now, tranquility had been fully restored. On the riverbank, only Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong lay unconscious on the ground. In the distance, deep within the sea god lake, several figures approached with astonishing speed, reaching the shore in the blink of an eye. This is bad. An outer courtyard student has been injured. Leading them was an elderly man clad in white, who suddenly stepped forward as if traversing through space, arriving beside Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. With a gesture of his hands, their bodies levitated. Fortunately, they merely fainted and suffered no harm. Teacher Li, please tend to them. Understood. Another middle-aged man in white hurried forward, taking over Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Had they been conscious, they would certainly recognize this Teacher Li as the soul sage who had utilized the Tree of Life Martial Soul for their entire class's recovery the previous day. With the manifestation of soul rings, circles of green light enveloped Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, quietly infusing them. A miraculous scene unfolded as the surrounding withered plants began to revive at an astonishing pace. It was vaguely discernible that the expansive vegetation along the sea god lake emitted a faint green glow, flowing towards Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong and gradually entering their bodies. Xiaotao is here. With a splash, a figure in white emerged from the water, having retrieved the previously submerged individual in red. Soaked through. The red-clad figure revealed an elegant silhouette, surprisingly a woman. The elderly man approached her, placing his right hand on her shoulder. And a rich stream of white soul power surged into the red-clad woman's body at an incredible speed. How peculiar. The elderly man's brow furrowed, seemingly puzzled by something. Teacher Li, how are the two outer courtyard students? He inquired of the teacher treating Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. They are fine. They will awaken shortly, replied Teacher Li. The elderly man exhaled in relief, remarking, fortunately, a grave mistake has been avoided. It seems Xiaotao retained some semblance of consciousness. Teacher Li, please escort these two students back and instruct them to forget what they have seen. Should it leak out, they will be expelled. Provide them with substantial compensation. We shall return. The last 4 words were directed to the others. He lifted the red-clad woman, his figure flickering, transforming into a beam of white light that sped into the depths of the sea god lake. At the moment Hui Yuhao collapsed, his consciousness could no longer perceive the world outside, and he was oblivious to the events that followed. So soon, you've woken my brother. How annoying. The voice of the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm echoed within the sea of consciousness. Hui Yuhao, in a daze, asked, Brother Tianming, was it you who acted just now? Tianming Binkin replied, Of course it was me. Otherwise, you would have already turned into a charred corpse. That fellow possesses a formidable fire attribute. Indeed, having a trace of the Phoenix's bloodline. Otherwise, a mere flick of my finger could have obliterated her. However, it seems she has lost her sanity. Her flames are rather sinister, but after consuming the essence of ice for so many years, she is still far from my level. Xiao Yuhao, your cultivation is progressing smoothly. Your physical condition has improved significantly. Among the 10 seals I left within you, the first has already been partially activated. Really? Hui Yuhao exclaimed with joy. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, he increasingly recognized his own insignificance. After witnessing so many powerful individuals, his desire for strength intensified. Yet, due to his lack of innate talent, he could only strive quietly. Now, even Tianming Binkan praised him. How could he not be elated? Tianming Binkan, somewhat troubled, continued, however, I just utilized my primal power. This is my source spirit, which, in a sense, is an intelligence added to your soul rings. Only in this way could I protect your body first before employing my strength. Furthermore, after the recent impact, your body cannot be infused with my power for at least a year. You must be exceedingly cautious. If you encounter another opponent you cannot withstand, we shall both face dire consequences. Now, I must return to slumber. You should strive diligently. Once you advance to the second ring, you will no longer need to trouble me constantly. Tianming Binkan always seemed to depart in haste. Hui Yuhao had intended to inquire further about soul skill control, but it had already fallen into a deep sleep, and everything around him faded into darkness. Wang Dong awoke first. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a middle-aged man in white before him. Before he could speak, Hui Yuhao, beside him, groaned softly and slowly opened his eyes. Unlike Hui Yuhao, who had an understanding of the situation, Wang Dong's mind was engulfed in confusion, exclaiming in anger, What on earth is happening? What was that creature just now? The middle-aged man in white replied calmly, You are both safe now. Please forget what you just witnessed. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the academy. He tossed a green object to each of them. Instinctively, they raised their hands to catch it. The white-clad man then leaped towards the sea god lake, instructing, "Go to class. Remember, forget everything you saw before." Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged bewildered glances, remaining in a state of stupor for a while. "Hui Yuhao, what do you suppose is happening?" Wang Dong inquired softly. Hui Yuhao shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. "It seems we have encountered a madman." Wang Dong glanced at the green object in his hand, momentarily taken aback, before his face lit up with joy. "Wow, we have struck it rich. It's actually a soul-enhancing pill." Hui Yuhao gazed curiously at the green orb in his hand, a pill the size of a walnut, exuding a delicate fragrance. Its surface was a vibrant emerald hue, and within, a faint halo seemed to swirl, crystalline and translucent, brimming with the essence of life. "What is the ascension pill?" he inquired. "Is it akin to the Xian Shui pill, another type of elixir?" Wang Dong replied, "Indeed. It belongs to the same category of medicinal pills. Relatively speaking, the Xian Shui pill is more precious due to its ability to cleanse and refine one's physique. However, for soul masters who have surpassed the 30th rank and have solidified their foundations, the ascension pill is superior to the Xian Shui pill. Hence, the value of the ascension pill is comparable to that of the Xian Shui pill. You should keep it safe. It is said that the concoction of such a pill is exceedingly challenging. I was surprised by the considerable sum the teacher just offered us as a sealing fee. I have decided to act as if I did not witness the previous events." Hui Yuhao inquired, "Could you please clarify? What exactly is the purpose of this soul ascension pill?" Wang Dong chuckled mischievously and replied, "I won't tell you. You must plead with me." With that, he turned and dashed towards the direction of the freshman teaching building. Hui Yuhao was momentarily speechless as he carefully stowed the soul ascension pill into the 24 bridges under the moonlight. Only then did he pursue Wang Dong, calling out as he ran, "If you don't tell me, I'll just ask senior brother. He must know. Now, if you share, lunch is on me." Wang Dong slowed his pace, waiting for him to catch up, adding, "Then I want something exquisite." Hui Yuhao withdrew all his assets and said, "After all, I am an orphan without a home. This is all I possess. You may handle it as you see fit." Wang Dong was taken aback for a moment. You are an orphan?" Hui Yuhao nodded. Wang Dong continued, "Your dormitory bed lacks even a blanket. Not due to a commitment to endure hardship through hanging your head and pricking your thigh in relentless training, but rather because you are reluctant to spend money on bedding?" Hui Yuhao remarked, "I believe that saving money for meals is of greater significance. The food in the cafeteria is rather expensive." Wang Dong, without realizing it, came to a halt, and Hui Yuhao instinctively followed suit. "What are you doing? We need to hurry. Class is about to start." Wang Dong pressed his lips together, gazing intently at Hui Yuhao. The intensity of his stare made Hui Yuhao feel uneasy. "What is wrong with you? Did that guy from earlier rattle your brain?" Wang Dong took a deep breath through his nose and exhaled slowly. "Hui Yuhao, I apologize. I was unaware that you were an orphan. I should not have bullied you." Hui Yuhao chuckled lightly and replied, "Have you not failed to intimidate me as well?" Wang Dong, slightly irked, gave him a playful slap on the shoulder, saying, "Could you refrain from interrupting me when I am feeling sentimental? Come now, let us head to class. From now on, I shall cover your meal expenses." Hui Yuhao shook his head and replied, "That is unnecessary. Teacher Xiaoyu has devised a plan for me. From now on, I will sell grilled fish for a while after school each day, which will suffice for my living expenses. Later, I shall treat you to grilled fish." As they spoke, the two resumed their journey towards the teaching building. Along the way, Wang Dong informed him about the function of the ascending soul pill. The primary purpose of the ascending soul pill is to enhance one's soul power. It is crafted from various rare herbs and materials. Each soul master can only consume one throughout their lifetime. And the amplification of soul power it provides is akin to the increase one experiences when advancing from level 30 to 31. An elevation of one level in soul power is indeed a rare treasure. However, excessive consumption may adversely affect one's future cultivation potential. Moreover, the ascending soul pill bears similarities to the Xian Shui pill, as it primarily focuses on stimulating potential and providing additional nourishment, thus possessing milder medicinal properties. Any soul master with a cultivation level exceeding 10 can partake of it. What enhancement can I expect if I consume it? Hui Yuhao inquired cautiously. Wang Dong shook his head and said, "I do not know. I have yet to hear of anyone who would willingly consume the ascending soul pill at such a low level. This item is a coveted treasure in any auction, and it is seldom available for sale. It is said that only a handful of plant-type soul masters can produce it, with an annual yield not surpassing 20 pills. We are truly fortunate this time." It seems the academy is fair. That individual threatened our safety yet bestowed upon us such a valuable item. In contrast to Wang Dong's admiration, Hui Yuhao felt little elation, for he was acutely aware that had it not been for the presence of the heavenly dream eye silkworm, he and Wang Dong would have likely been reduced to ashes, rendering any elixir pointless. When do you think is the most suitable time to consume it? Hui Yuhao asked again. Wang Dong replied, of course, it should be consumed tonight upon returning. Such a precious item must not be kept for later. Furthermore, elevating our cultivation level sooner will facilitate reaching level 30 more quickly. If I can obtain a third soul ring today, I will not find myself in such a passive position. Carrying you aloft would be effortless. Hui Yuhao pondered for a moment and resolved to consume the soul elevation pill upon his return that very night. The stronger is Xian Tian Kung's soul power, the more beneficial it would be for nourishing the meridians within his body. Thus, it was only natural to enhance his soul power as much as possible. He wondered just how much this single soul elevation pill could augment his soul power. From level 30 to 31, it could potentially elevate him by 2 or 3 levels of soul power. If that were the case, his cultivation would be nearly at level 15, which would meet the admission standards for Shrek Academy. The mere thought ignited a fervor within Hui Yuhao's heart. Although he did not feel inferior, he was acutely aware of the impending challenges. Given his original talent, passing the first assessment 3 months after becoming a freshman would be quite difficult. However, the rapid advancements he had made over the past 2 days instilled a glimmer of hope within him. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to remain. Compared to the lessons of the previous day with Shou-Yi, today's classes were exceedingly lenient for the students. The morning and afternoon were filled with theoretical courses. The morning session focused on the classification of martial souls, while the afternoon was dedicated to identifying the years of soul beasts. Many students, due to their familial backgrounds, did not regard these subjects with much seriousness, but Hui Yuhao was different. He listened intently. His deficiencies lay not only in talent and cultivation but also in knowledge. As anticipated, Wang Dong treated him to a sumptuous lunch. Immediately after school, Tang arrived. Come on, little Yuhao. I've prepared something for you again. Rest assured. Today teacher Xiaya will be by your side to protect you. Let us see who dares to bully you. She then handed him a porcelain vial. Wang Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. He had seen this type of vial just yesterday. It was identical to the one Bei Bei used to present the Xian Shui pill to Hui Yuhao. Is this the second Xian Shui pill? He exclaimed. Unlike the soul elevation pill, the Xian Shui pill had no consumption restrictions, but the first one had the most significant effects, with subsequent doses yielding diminishing returns. After all, the impurities in each person's body were finite, and the increase in soul power was not as substantial as that from the soul elevation pill. Teacher Xiaya, have you considered my proposal? Wang Dong inquired eagerly of Tang Yu. She chuckled softly. I've discussed it with Bei Bei. He said that if you achieve the top rank in the first assessment among all freshmen, you can join our Tang Sect. Agreed. It's a deal. Wang Dong responded without hesitation. The benefits of the Tang Sect were simply too enticing. Hui Yuhao had already procured 2 Xian Shui pills. Although he considered himself exceptionally talented and thought the Xian Shui pill might not be of much use to him, there might be other treasures in the Tang Sect. Moreover, the primary reason for his desire to join the Tang Sect was not merely the benefits. Hui Yuhao took the porcelain bottle and placed it amidst the serene ambience of the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, refraining from further inquiries. He followed Tang Ye as they made their way out of the academy. Wang Dong hurriedly caught up, exclaiming, I shall accompany you as well. After all, we are roommates. Allow me to take care of your affairs by purchasing a couple of grilled fish. Hui Yuhao chuckled softly and said, Allow me to treat you. Wang Dong shook his head and replied, That won't do. Friends are friends, and business is business. I won't impose on you. I'll buy my own. As he spoke, he pulled out a silver coin and firmly pressed it into Hui Yuhao's hand. He initially believed he was helping Hui Yuhao, but as the three of them stepped out of the academy, Wang Dong realized that he was the one benefiting from the situation. Outside the academy, there were at least 30 people waiting for Hui Yuhao to emerge with grilled fish, among whom the most eye-catching was Su Sanshi, who had lost to Bei Bei in the soul fighting competition the previous day. Upon seeing Su Sanshi, Hui Yuhao paused for a moment, but Tang Ye immediately stepped forward, asking, What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? How about a duel in the soul fighting arena today? Su Sanshi retorted dismissively, You? Spare me. I don't fight women. I'm here to buy grilled fish, not cause trouble. Can't you see I'm first in line? Hearing this, Tang Ye's expression softened as she asked, Buying it for Jiang Nanan? Indeed, Su Sanshi nodded. Tang Ye teased, I didn't realize you were so infatuated, but unfortunately, she doesn't seem to have eyes for you. Su Sancha replied angrily, Tangya. Don't provoke me. Your Bebe tricked me terribly yesterday, and I haven't sought retribution yet. Tangya stuck out her tongue and turned to Hui Yuhao, saying, let's get started. Little Yuhao, given the good things someone provided yesterday, I'll sell him 2 today. Setting up the grill. Hui Yuhao began selling his grilled fish outside Shrek Academy for the second time. However, the first 2 were not given to Su Sancha. He bore no goodwill towards the person who had attacked him the day before, and since Wang Dong had paid first, the initial 2 grilled fish went to him. The 3rd and 4th were given to Tangya. It was only after Su Sanchi's face grew increasingly dark that he finally received the 5th and 6th grilled fish. He tossed down the payment and turned to leave. Delicious, truly delicious. I never knew fish could taste this good, Wang Dong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. His enjoyment of the grilled fish rivaled that of Tangya, and by the time he finished the 2 fish, his face and hands were already greasy. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber on the central island of the Sea God Lake at Shrek Academy, a woman in red began to awaken from unconsciousness. She stirred slightly, instinctively covering her chest with her right hand, murmuring, so hot, so uncomfortable. I feel terrible. Gradually, she opened her eyes, revealing faint pink irises. The color of her face had paled, and a hint of confusion flickered in her gaze. Strange, why is it no longer hot? Suddenly sitting up, she instinctively looked down at herself. Her previously damp clothing had dried completely. She jumped off the bed and removed her mask, revealing a slightly pale, oval face. She appeared around 20 years old, her facial features cold yet unable to conceal her striking beauty. Standing upright, she displayed a figure that was captivatingly voluptuous, reminiscent of a ripened peach. You have awakened, an aged voice echoed, followed by a long sigh. Xiao Tao, you nearly made a grave mistake this time. It seems that by sheer coincidence, an external ice attribute force has entered your body, quelling the evil fire within you. Do you recall what transpired after you left the Sea God Lake? The red-clad woman was none other than the 6-ringed Soul Emperor of Fire Attributes, who had nearly brought disaster upon Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. If she truly appeared to be around 20, her talent was beyond mere extraordinary. A 20-year-old Soul Emperor was among the elite in the history of the Dolua continent since the emergence of Soul Masters, even comparable to the original Shrek 7 Monsters. The aged voice belonged to the white-clad elder who had brought her back. Upon hearing his question, the woman known as Xiao Tao shook her head in confusion, replying, I don't remember. All I recall is a sea of red, followed by what seemed to be a life-threatening presence. I fought back, and then I found myself back here. At this moment, the white-clad elder frowned slightly and approached her, speaking solemnly. How could you not inform me that you couldn't suppress the evil fire within you? Do you realize the disaster you nearly caused? 2 Outer Academy students nearly lost their lives due to your evil fire. Xiao Tao was taken aback. I didn't know it would escalate to this extent. I thought I could control it. But the white-clad elder sighed deeply. The longer you suppress it, the more violent the eruption will be. Xiao Tao, from now on, refrain from cultivating. Although you are the most talented individual Shrek Academy has seen in centuries, you must not sacrifice yourself for the Academy. If the evil fire destroys your consciousness next time, I would regret it for life. Xiao Tao stubbornly replied, No, teacher. I want to cultivate. I promise it won't happen again. I can feel that the evil fire's strange and fiery essence has been completely suppressed. There shouldn't be any issues in the short term. But what kind of power could possibly suppress my Phoenix evil fire? The white-clad elder pondered. That is an exceptionally extreme ice attribute, a force of utmost coldness. Its purity far surpasses that of your Phoenix evil fire, resembling the absolute icy breath of an ancient ice dragon. This is what entirely suppressed the influence of the Phoenix evil fire on your body, even more effectively than any method we have employed. Xiao Tao inquired curiously, but there can't possibly be an ancient ice dragon, nor would it appear in our academy. Could someone have infiltrated the academy? The white-clad elder shook his head. I have already sent someone to investigate. Initially, I suspected that the 2 students had guardians sent by their families. However, upon investigation, that possibility was ruled out. One of those students is named Wang Dong, and the other is Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao is a special enrollment from Tang Sect. I asked Bebe, and he was brought back by him in Tangye from the Stardow Forest. He has average talent and is an orphan, so it's unlikely he would have a powerful protector. Wang Dong, however, has a significant background, but it is not associated with ice attribute martial souls. As for the academy, I have checked multiple times. There are many students with ice attribute martial souls, but none possess such extreme ice attributes. It is indeed strange. Xiao Tao said, Teacher, let it go. There's no need for further investigation. The white-clad elder responded, This concerns your future. How can I not be anxious? If we could find a male with an extreme ice attribute martial soul to pair with you, it would alleviate the negative effects of your Phoenix martial soul's evil fire. Only then could you truly soar to great heights in the future. As it stands, you are completely restricted. Your cultivation speed has slowed. And it may even jeopardize your life. Xiao Tao's cheeks flushed. I don't want to marry anyone, especially not for my martial soul. The white-clad elder sighed. The problem is that the evil fire cannot be suppressed. Xiao Tao huffed. I will control it. I simply refuse to marry. The white-clad elder exclaimed, Ma Xiao Tao. If you continue to be willful, I will no longer recognize you as my disciple. Seeing the elder's anger, Xiao Tao immediately quieted down, feeling wronged as she said, but, Teacher, the white-clad elder gently ruffled her hair. Silly girl, feelings can be cultivated, but life only comes once. Moreover, you are so exceptional. No matter what, I will find you a suitable match. Nan, I bought grilled fish from that boy yesterday for you. Rest assured, I have not resorted to any violent means. I merely queued to purchase it. Su Sancher stood before Jiang Nanan, who was on her way to the cafeteria, and spoke with a demeanor full of eagerness. Jiang Nanan shook her head and replied, No, thank you. Su Sancher tentatively inquired, Do you think I was too aggressive yesterday? In truth, I am not usually like this. It is only because of you, Nanan. I understand that you hold some reservations due to past events. However, is it not a twist of fate that we have reunited at Shrek Academy? I have genuinely developed feelings for you, and I assure you of my unwavering devotion. Jiang Nanan responded coldly, I recall telling you that after our last encounter, we would seek our own paths and part ways. There is no possibility of any connection between us. Su Sancher, you are a lofty noble. Why must you trouble a mere girl like me? I have nothing to offer you. Please do not interfere with my life any further, or I will report you to the academy. Moreover, do not bully other students on my account. Having spoken these words, she turned to leave, only to be obstructed by Su Sancher, who interjected angrily. Am I the one bullying other students? Are you unaware of how terribly I have been treated by that fellow Bebe? The grilled fish from yesterday was taken by his junior, who deceitfully swindled 2 of my Xian Shui Dan. Tangya even struck me with a dragon whisker needle. I still bear a large bruise on my waist. What have I done wrong? You simply refuse to grant me a chance. Jiang Nanan retorted coldly. What good is it that you have visited such places at your young age? After saying this, she turned to leave, and this time, she sprang into the air. Her 3 yellow soul rings shimmering, and her ears appeared to elongate and perk up, giving her a more graceful silhouette. With a slight exertion of her long legs, she swiftly covered a distance of 10 meters without looking back. Su Sancher gazed at her retreating figure in a daze, before biting into the grilled fish with a fierce determination. Su Sancher, you are truly lacking in ambition. What is so remarkable about this? I shall enjoy it myself. This grilled fish is surprisingly delightful. Ho Yu Hao, I did not expect your grilling skills to be so exceptional. How about this? Every evening, I will treat you to dinner, and in return, you shall provide me with grilled fish? Wang Dong exclaimed excitedly, savoring the rich and delicious flavors of the fish. Hu Yu Hao chuckled. You can't possibly eat grilled fish every night, can you? No matter how delicious something is, too much of it can become tiresome. Wang Dong replied. It's no bother. I don't mind. I just want to indulge myself first. It's settled then. I'll have 4 pieces tomorrow night. 2 simply 1 tea suffice. Besides, look at all those people queuing today. I think you should prepare more. It won't take too long, anyway. Otherwise, before you know it, they'll all be consumed internally. Having concluded their grilled fish sales, the 2 returned to the dormitory after dinner in the cafeteria. The senior brother handed Hu Yu Hao Xian Shui Dan. Wang Dong, should I take this first, or the Shanghun Dan? Hu Yu Hao inquired, revealing both pills. Wang Dong, evidently more knowledgeable about elixirs, pondered before suggesting, if I may advise, it would be best not to rush into consuming either. Why? Hu Yu Hao asked, perplexed. Wang Dong elaborated. Consider this. You just took a Xian Shui Dan yesterday, and a significant amount of impurities has already been expelled from your body. The potency of the Xian Shui Dan will linger in your system for a while, accompanying your meditative practice. If you take another elixir now, while the effect will still be beneficial, some of its efficacy may be wasted. Both the Xian Shui Dan and Xinghun Dan are treasures. Such precious elixirs should be fully utilized. I suggest practicing for about 10 days first, allowing your body to completely absorb the effects of the first Xian Shui Dan before consuming the second. This will further enhance your constitution and elevate your soul power. Once you have completely absorbed the effects of both Xian Shui Dan, You will experience significant improvements in your physique and meridians. When your body is unimpeded, taking the Xing Hundan will yield optimal benefits. After considering Wang Dong's analysis, Hu Yuhao felt it was quite reasonable. Thank you. I'm glad you informed me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to consume them. What about you? Are you taking yours today? Wang Dong nodded. I am already at level 21. With an excellent constitution and meridians, consuming the Xing Hundan is perfect for me. I'll take it now. A whole night is sufficient to digest its potency. Hee, by tomorrow, I'll at least be at level 22, possibly even 23. Didn't he seen your sister Xiaoya say that once I achieve first place in the new student assessment for the entire year, I can join Tang Sect? Taking the Xing Hundan will significantly enhance my chances. With that, he retrieved the walnut-sized Xing Hundan, bringing it to his lips and gently biting down. Instantly, an intense, refreshing fragrance burst forth from the elixir. Wang Dong inhaled deeply, a stream of vibrant green liquid flowing into his body from the broken piece. He even consumed the shell, chewing it a few times before swallowing. At that moment, the dormitory was enveloped in a fragrance reminiscent of a blooming garden. Hu Yuhao felt his mind clear, as if all 36,000 pores of his body had opened, a euphoric sensation coursing through him. Not daring to waste a moment, he quickly settled into a meditative posture, seizing the opportunity to cultivate as his soul power surged within. With the cleansing effects of the Xin Shui Dan, Hu Yuhao found that his cultivation had become a sheer delight. Soon, he entered a state of profound meditation, the Xian Tian Gong flowing effortlessly within him, nourishing his body while steadily enhancing his capabilities. A faint azure glow began to emanate from Wang Dong, as the rich, fresh aroma continued to linger in the room. Partially absorbed by Hu Yuhao while more was drawn in with Wang Dong's breath. Under the stimulation of the Xing Hundan, Wang Dong's soul power was increasing at an astonishing rate. After the trials of the first 2 days of school, Hu Yuhao's academic life began to stabilize, gradually gaining a modest reputation. His fame stemmed not from his strength, but from his exceptional skill in grilling fish. Almost all the students and teachers who had tasted Hu Yuhao's grilled fish were full of praise. Hu Yuhao's grilled fish offerings have increased from an initial 20 to 30 daily, yet this still falls short of satisfying the demands of both students and instructors. Nevertheless, he remains reluctant to further escalate production, as he wishes to dedicate more time to his cultivation. To secure a single grilled fish, many students rush out to queue immediately after classes, and due to the scarcity, a purchase limit of 1 fish per person has been enforced. Despite this, Hu Yuhao has steadfastly refrained from raising prices, garnering unanimous praise from the students and forming numerous friendships. The first beauty of the outer academy, Jiang Nanan, finally managed to savor a grilled fish, having queued for it herself. Interestingly, although Su Sancher was unsuccessful in charming Jiang Nan and with the grilled fish, he developed a fondness for the flavor himself, becoming a devoted customer of Hu Yuhao. In the blink of an eye, 3 months of studies for the new students have elapsed. Under the rigorously demanding guidance of Zhou Yi, Class 1 of the new students has undergone a remarkable transformation. However, it astonished even the higher echelons of the academy that, after 3 months of rigorous training, Zhou Yi's Class 1 still boasts a count of 67 students. A stark contrast to the academy's expectation of retaining only a third of the original cohort. If one were to identify the student who has undergone the most significant change over these 3 months, it would undoubtedly be Hu Yuhao. Upon his enrollment, his soul power was a mere 11th rank, and he had only recently acquired his first soul ring, placing him at the absolute bottom of the academy's rankings without question. Yet today, after 3 months, Hu Yuhao has undergone a complete metamorphosis, and since assuming the role of class leader, no one has dared to challenge his position. This is not solely due to his remarkable strength, which renders him unbeatable, but rather because of the spirit he embodies, which inspires genuine admiration from all the members of Class 1. This is also a crucial reason why, despite Zhou Yi's stringent teaching methods, 2/3 of the students in Class 1 have persevered. Hu Yuhao is truly indefatigable. Nearly every instructor who has taught in the first-year class is aware of his remarkable presence. Regardless of the time of day, whether morning or afternoon, and irrespective of the subject matter, there is always a pair of eyes fixated on the teacher, listening intently to their explanations. Although his innate talent is not particularly outstanding and his abilities are not exceptionally strong, he remains perpetually the most diligent among his peers. Zhou Yi's strictness is unparalleled throughout the academy, yet even she cannot find fault with Hu Yuhao. Her grueling physical training sessions are a torment for students of his age. Yet Hu Yuhao not only endures until the very end each time, but also engages in additional practice every night. One evening, Zhou Yi stumbled upon this revelation. Having had an errand to attend to, she returned to the academy well past midnight. as she passed by the Shrek Plaza in front of the teaching building. She was astonished to see a solitary figure moving slowly along the track, accompanied by the faint sound of clinking chains. Upon closer inspection, she discerned a figure with a bare upper body, drenched in sweat. His iron attire was thoroughly soaked, and each step he took seemed heavy, leaving a trail of moisture on the track. This seemingly unremarkable yet steadfast figure was none other than Hui Yuhao. At that moment, Zhou Yi was profoundly moved. He was indeed practicing late into the night. She called out to Hui Yuhao, inquiring about his actions. Hui Yuhao simply replied, "Teacher, my talent is lacking, so I must strive harder than others. After physical training, I meditate. It seems to expedite the enhancement of my soul power." At first, Zhou Yi even suspected that Hui Yuhao was aware of her outing and was performing for her benefit. However, she soon dismissed that notion, for regardless of wind or rain, each night, a solitary figure would quietly appear on Shrek Academy's plaza, running for over 2 hours. Moreover, his iron attire gradually increased from 1 piece to 2. After all, this is an academy. Although Hui Yuhao did not disclose his secret, his classmates became aware of it. Other students attempted to join him in his nocturnal runs, yet none could persist beyond 3 days. Daytime already demanded intense study, and continuing to practice late into the night was not merely ordinary physical training, it was a veritable torment of the body. Yet it was this very suffering that Hui Yuhao endured. His ability to achieve what others could not earned him the recognition and respect of all his classmates. Under Zhou Yi's rigorous expectations, he persevered for 3 months, becoming one of the 67 remaining students in the first-year class. Hard work can make up for lack of talent, a simple phrase, yet how many can genuinely embody its essence? Hui Yuhao has accomplished remarkable feats, thus reaping significant rewards. Indeed, the acquisition of 2 Xian Shui pills coupled with a Xing Hun pill has been pivotal in his substantial advancement over the past 3 months. However, his growth transcends mere soul power, it is comprehensive in nature. In terms of knowledge and various skills, he has undergone a profound metamorphosis since that time. Once slightly shorter than Wang Dong, he now stands at a comparable height, and his physique has notably become more robust, while lacking exaggerated musculature. A glimpse of his upper body reveals a well-proportioned form, with each muscle seemingly brimming with latent explosive strength. More importantly, Hui Yuhao's constitution has experienced a transformative change over these 3 months. A shift that emanates from within and is far from being solely attributable to the effects of the 2 Xian Shui pills. Following an exceptional epiphany regarding the Xian Tian Gong, Hui Yuhao shared his insights with Tang Ye and Bei Bei. However, despite their attempts, they were unable to replicate the same invigorating effect on their meridians as he did. Hui Yuhao's nightly dedication to enhancing his physical fitness stems from the understanding that only when both his stamina and soul power are completely depleted does the nourishing effect of the Xian Tian skill manifest. Each subtle infusion of energy causes a slight expansion of his meridians, a sensation that has gradually diminished over time. Remarkably, his cultivation speed has significantly accelerated. After consuming the second Xian Shui pill, Hui Yuhao's cultivation speed has surged to 7 times its original rate, effectively purging further impurities from his body. Following 3 months of relentless training, his meridians have continuously broadened, becoming increasingly resilient, now achieving nearly 10 times his initial cultivation speed. Such an astonishing enhancement. Upon taking the second Xian Shui pill, Hui Yuhao's soul power ascended a full level, reaching the pinnacle of level 13 from the peak of level 12. After a period of adjustment, he then ingested a soul elevation pill. Indeed, the efficacy of the soul elevation pill in enhancing soul power proved to be far more remarkable. Hui Yuhao's soul power surged through 3 levels and surpassed a significant bottleneck, stabilizing at level 17. Consequently, Hui Yuhao's cultivation has now aligned with the average standard of his peers. Even more impressively, through his own rigorous training over the past 3 months, his soul power has continued to rise, culminating today at the pinnacle of level 17, on the verge of breaking through to level 18. This progress was tempered by the necessity to stabilize his foundation due to rapid advancement through medicinal means earlier on. It is safe to say that his innate talent has transformed from being perceived as inept upon his arrival at Shrek Academy. Today's physical training class was suspended. Zhou Yi stood at the podium, her aged visage maintaining a demeanor of indifference, yet every student sat upright during her lesson, none daring to show any signs of restlessness. 3 months have elapsed since the commencement of the term, and you are now poised to face your first assessment at Shrek Academy. Only upon passing this evaluation can you officially become first-year students and truly integrate into the Shrek Academy community. Provided all goes well, you shall be able to remain here for training until at least the graduation examination of your first year. The assessment begins tomorrow. and today I shall outline its key points for you. It is rare for Zhou Yi's voice to be so tranquil. Her gaze swept over the 67 students before her, a sense of satisfaction brewing within her. While this cohort may not surpass previous classes in quality, their willpower has undoubtedly exceeded that of any class Zhou Yi has previously instructed, a delightful surprise for her. Hui Yuhao, as the class leader, has played a crucial role in fostering this development. Hui Yuhao, please stand. He instantly rose, responding with utmost respect. Over the past 3 months, Hui Yuhao's reverence for Zhou Yi has been sincere, not merely stemming from her authoritative presence. Zhou Yi often employed unconventional teaching methods, at times pushing her students to the brink of despair. However, it cannot be denied that her teaching prowess is formidable, and the effects of her unique approaches have proven far more beneficial than they initially seemed. Consequently, the transformation of the new class is remarkable. Today, the remaining 67 students exude an aura of steadfast determination, akin to that of unyielding rock. Hui Yuhao observed the students from other classes, but did not perceive the same aura among them. As Bei remarked, although Zhou Yi was strict, those who persevered under her guidance would undoubtedly become excellent students and perhaps, in the future, true powerhouses. Zhou Yi waved her hand at Hui Yuhao, who promptly approached the podium to receive a stack of papers she handed him. Without needing further instruction from her, he swiftly distributed them to every classmate. Zhou Yi stated, after the new student assessment concludes, we will tailor our teaching to individual strengths. Write down the direction you wish to pursue in your cultivation and submit it to me shortly. The cultivation direction she referred to included classifications such as offense, defense, control, and support for soul masters. During the initial 3 months of instruction, everyone could learn together, but once the true first-year curriculum commenced, differentiation would be necessary, as the training inclinations of soul masters varied significantly based on their classifications. Hui Yuhao returned to his seat, being the last to inscribe his aspirations. Naturally, he pinned his ambition to become a control-type soul master, followed by his signature. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Dong, seated nearby, cast a glance at his written intention before commencing his own. Zhou Yi addressed the class, stating, "You are all my students. Although there will be a rearrangement of classes post the freshman assessment, I hope you little rascals will not forget the lessons I have imparted to you. Please submit the papers you hold after class. Now, allow me to elucidate the key points of the freshman assessment." As she spoke, Zhou Yi turned towards the blackboard, sketching a few lines before inscribing the word battle prominently in the center. Indeed, the freshman assessment revolves around combat, and it is imperative that each of you participates. I understand that among you, the weapon soul masters, particularly those specializing in assistance and nourishment, may find it perplexing as to why you two must engage in battle. I assure you, you must indeed be present on the battlefield, just like the battle soul masters. While Shrek Academy cultivates well-rounded talents, the paramount skill remains one's capability in combat. On the very first day of school, I mentioned how the advent of soul-guiding devices has blurred the classifications of soul masters. Even if you are an auxiliary or nourishment-type weapon soul master, you can unleash formidable combat prowess through these devices. However, from where will your combat instincts arise? Can merely being a soul master equipped with a soul-guiding device allow you to naively step into battle and survive? Certainly not. Combat ability must be derived from actual combat experiences. Hence, all of you must undergo combat assessments. Rest assured, the Academy will not pit auxiliary weapon soul masters against powerful assault-type battle soul masters, as that would be inequitable. Consequently, the freshman assessment will be conducted in the form of team battles. However, the number of participants will not be excessive. This year, each team will comprise 3 members, a standard conducive to fostering cooperation among your age group. During team formation, there can be no more than 1 assault-type battle soul master per group. The remaining 2 members can be selected freely. Priority will be given to students from the same dormitory forming a team, while others may select their partners at will. Those unable to form teams independently will be assigned partners through a draw. Shortly, I will provide you with a reasonably structured plan for team assignments. The freshman assessment will be conducted uniformly across the entire grade. Given the substantial number of students at our academy in recent years, nearly 300 teams will compete in this assessment, yet only half will remain. Specifically, the top 150 teams will be recognized. This ranking will be determined based on the points accrued during your combat matches. Matches will be assigned through a draw, with each team required to participate in at least 10 battles. Ultimately, rankings will be established based on the number of victories. The top 64 teams will then enter a knockout round, with distinct rewards for the top 4 teams. The champions will receive exceedingly rare rewards. All students listened intently, as the freshman assessment represented a critical juncture for their futures. Should they be eliminated, their only recourse would be to return to a lesser academy, potentially forsaking their dreams of becoming elite powerhouses in the Doloa continent. After 3 months of diligent effort, none wished to face elimination at this juncture. Zhou continued. Our class currently consists of 67 students, allowing for 22 teams, with 1 individual left over. I have categorized you according to your respective martial soul characteristics, and, after careful analysis, completed the team formations. If anyone is dissatisfied, you may alter your arrangements upon returning. However, when I submit the final roster tomorrow morning, if no objections are raised, my arrangements must be adhered to strictly. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. Song Qinghan, Zhou called out in a solemn tone. A petite student quickly rose, seemingly taken aback that Zhou would call upon him first. Zhou stated, each freshman class instructor may nominate 1 exceptional student to bypass the assessment. I have selected you, based on my observations. I believe you would be better suited to continue your training in the soul guiding department. Do you have any objections? You now have 2 choices. Either join the soul guiding department or leave. Such assertiveness was truly overwhelming. All students turned their gazes towards Song Qinghan. I am willing. Thank you. Teacher Zhou, he replied, displaying no resistance to her commanding presence, nearly jumping with excitement. His goal in coming to Shrek Academy was precisely to enter the soul guiding department. Zhou gestured for him to take his seat as she proceeded with the team assignments. The first group, Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong rose almost simultaneously. Initially, they had planned to be in a team together, but upon hearing Zhou personally assigned them to the same group. They exchanged glances, both revealing the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. Alongside them stood a female student from the front row. This young lady was petite and appeared quite delicate. Like Song Qinghan before her, she was not particularly remarkable among her peers, seemingly possessing abilities that hovered around the average level. Though not conventionally beautiful, she had a fresh and pleasing appearance, exuding a certain charm. Her face flushed with a hint of shyness as she turned to glance backward, yet her gaze inadvertently bypassed Hui Yuhao and landed on the increasingly handsome Wang Dong. Embarrassed, she quickly lowered her head. In the second group were Zi Hao, Ma Qingxuang, and Lung Lung. The third group, led by Zhou appeared assertive. However, once her group assignments were announced, each student felt a sense of relief wash over them. Hui Yuhao observed with a cold gaze, inwardly marveling at the situation. Despite teacher Zhou's usual stern demeanor and her apparent severity, it was evident that she possessed profound insight into each student. Her meticulous arrangements for the groupings were unmistakable. Chapter 16. The Freshman Assessment. All right. This is how it will be. If anyone has objections, voice them swiftly. You will have a day to contemplate this. Other classes are also forming groups, but none will be as prompt as ours. Let them dawdle. Submit the papers you have in hand. And then you may leave for the day. Upon returning, ensure you rest well. No one is permitted to wander aimlessly. Starting tomorrow, in the freshman assessment, my ultimate expectation is that all 22 of you advance. Should anyone be eliminated, not only will they have to pack their belongings and depart, but I shall also leave them with some indelible memories. Upon witnessing the sudden icy glint in Zhou Yi's eyes, each student felt an involuntary shiver run down their spine. Undoubtedly, the memory she would impart could only be nightmarish. In an instant, the atmosphere among the freshmen transformed, charged with a fierce determination. Even if only to avoid the torment of teacher Zhou, they were resolute in their efforts to pass the assessment. Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, remain here for a moment. The other students submitted their papers detailing their future cultivation preferences and exited the classroom, making their way back to the dormitories. Only Hui Yuhao and his 2 companions remained. Meanwhile, other classes were still engaged in animated discussions regarding their groupings for the assessment. Bring it to me, Zhou commanded. Wang Dong, why are you hiding? As she approached, she reached for the white papers from Hui Yuhao and the others. Wang Dong immediately lowered his head and discreetly stepped back, seeking refuge behind Hui Yuhao. Zhou scrutinized the 3 white papers in her hand, her eyelid twitching slightly before she raised her gaze to Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. Under her piercing stare, Hui Yuhao and his companions felt as though their very beings were being penetrated. Well then, you 3 are intentionally trying to test my patience, are you? She slapped one of the papers down onto the table with a resounding thud. Bang! All 3 of them trembled simultaneously. Control system, Zhou declared coldly. She then picked up the second paper and slammed it down on the table with equal force. Control system. Her voice rose noticeably in intensity. Hu Yuhao turned to Wang Dong in surprise. Undoubtedly, the second paper belonged to him. Bang! Zhou Yi's final strike nearly shattered the podium, yet again. It was a control system. What? This time, both Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong expressed their astonishment, their gazes shifting to the downcast Xiao Xiao, who was nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing. In their minds, Xiao Xiao was supposed to be an auxiliary system soul master. How had she transitioned to a control system? The corners of Zhou Yi's mouth twitched in irritation. Are you three little rascals deliberately conspiring against me? The freshman assessment restricts each group to only one strong attack type, but it also prohibits the three of you from having identical preferences. Yet here you are, presenting me with 3 control systems. Were you doing this on purpose? If it weren't for the impending competition tomorrow, I would have you run for 5 hours to clear your heads. Hu Yuhao, explain yourself. With your spiritual martial soul, which is perfectly suited for the auxiliary system. What is the meaning of choosing control system? Hu Yuhao hurriedly responded, Teacher Zhou, I have always aspired to become a control-type soul master. My spiritual perception allows me to survey the entire battlefield, and certainly, the soul rings I will absorb in the future will include offensive soul skills. Therefore, I do not wish to merely become a support type. The control type is more suited to my future development. Zhou Yi nodded slowly and said, that makes some sense. The control type indeed holds more promise than the support type, so your choice is not misguided. Consider yourself passed. Wang Dong, why are you hiding? Come forth. While it makes some sense for Hu Yuhao and Xiao Xiao to write about control type, what about you? You, a powerful attack type soul master. Writing about control type, are you trying to cause trouble? Wang Dong cautiously stepped out from behind Hu Yuhao, a sheepish smile on his face. Teacher Zhou, please do not be angry. Actually, I believe my abilities could also fit within the realm of a control type soul master. If I can control the battlefield with my offensive power, isn't that control? Moreover, I can both fly and attack from a distance. Controlling the field is not beyond my capabilities. Zhou Yi nearly laughed in exasperation, glaring at him with a knowing look. Do not think I am unaware. You simply do not wish to be separated from Hu Yuhao. If I call you foolish, you are the strongest in the class, and thus can be considered a genius. If I call you clever, you can be quite foolish at times. When have you ever seen an attack-type soul master and a control-type soul master separated? While classes may be divided, attack-type and control-type soul masters are placed together. You fool. Change it. As she spoke, she tossed the white paper in her hand towards Wang Dong, coughing slightly, despite being labeled a fool. Wang Dong wore an exuberant expression as he quickly changed his designation from control type to attack type and respectfully handed it back to Zhou Yi. Humph. Zhou Yi huffed in annoyance, her gaze finally shifting to Xiao Xiao. And you, Xiao Xiao, if I remember correctly, your martial soul is the rare Jinhuan Ding, which can be classified as a top-tier weapon soul. The primary function of the Jinhuan Ding is support. Why have you chosen to write about control? Xiao Xiao glanced at Wang Dong and replied softly, Teacher Zhou, my Jinhuan Ding is not like the typical ones. It integrates both attack and support, and can even serve for defense, making it a mutated Jinhuan Ding, referred to as the Sanxing Jinhuan Ding. Zhou Yi paused, surprised. Xiao Xiao, do you not realize that if your inclinations are too scattered, it could hinder your future development? I suggest you focus on a single direction. Even for mutated martial souls, there must be a certain inclination when adding soul rings. Xiao Xiao nodded, I understand. Which is why I primarily selected attack and defense capabilities for my Sanxing Jinhuan Ding. Zhou Yi frowned, but that still has nothing to do with control. It was evident she had a great deal of patience for this girl. Xiao Xiao quietly added, however, I possess another martial soul that can assist and control. What? This revelation astonished not only Zhou Yi but also Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong, who were equally wide-eyed. Wang Dong's shock was particularly pronounced, for he had always believed himself to be uniquely powerful in the new class, only to discover such a hidden talent among them. Dual martial souls? Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong exclaimed in unison. Xiao Xiao shyly lowered her head. Zhou Yi's expression shifted rapidly. This was the first occurrence in the new class that had exceeded her control. After a moment of contemplation, she said, very well, control type it is. This will also facilitate future cooperation among the three of you. Although the new student assessment is merely your first evaluation at Shrek Academy, it is crucial for your future cultivation path. Achieving a commendable rank in this assessment could lead to your names appearing on the Academy's nurturing roster. Among our class, you three are the ones I hold in the highest regard. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao need not be mentioned. You both possess talents and strengths that surpass those of other students. As for Hu Yuhao, though your cultivation is not robust and your talent is average, You possess a tenacity and a unique spiritual attribute martial soul that is unparalleled. The abilities of the three of you, even without considering Xiao Zhao's second martial soul, inherently complement one another. I assign you a task. In the new student assessment, your singular goal is to secure the championship. If you fail to bring back the championship, Xiao Xiao may be excused, but you two shall prepare to follow me in training indefinitely. Hu Yuhao nodded and said, Teacher Zhou, even if I were to attain the championship, I would still wish to follow you in my cultivation. Zhou Yi was taken aback, thinking to herself, silly boy. Do you not find me overly strict? I am well aware of what they call me in private. There is no need to flatter me. Hu Yuhao shook his head earnestly and said, No, Teacher Zhou. I genuinely wish to continue learning from you. Although you may be somewhat stern, it is only under your guidance that I can acquire truly valuable knowledge. I have occasionally observed the students in other classes, and at least during these initial 3 months, their progress pales in comparison to that of our class. A faint smile finally graced Zhou Yi's aged face, though her countenance was not particularly pleasing when smiling. For the first time, Hu Yuhao sensed a gentle emotion emanating from her. All right, you three may return to rest. Remember, achieving the championship is imperative. Moreover, I can reveal in advance that our Shrek Academy is quite generous, as has been demonstrated on numerous occasions. Among all assessments within the Academy, the rewards for the champions of the freshman assessment and the external graduation assessment are the most substantial. As for the specifics, you will learn them upon securing the championship. Now go, adjust your state of mind. I have faith in your abilities. Yes, the three responded in unison as they exited the classroom. Upon stepping outside, Xiao Xiao, seemingly mustering her courage, said, Wang Dong, may I have a word with you? However, Wang Dong waved his hand dismissively and replied, No need. I still have to prepare for tomorrow's competition. Xiao Xiao, we shall see the power of your twin martial souls once the assessment begins. With that, he grasped Hu Yuhao's shoulder and departed. Observing the disappointment in Xiao Zhao's eyes, Hu Yuhao smiled at her, and she managed a faint smile in return. At their tender age, their feelings for each other were still somewhat nebulous, primarily influenced by appearances. Although Wang Dong's rejection left Xiao Xiao feeling a twinge of disappointment, she brushed it off, inwardly resolving, what is so remarkable? Once the assessment starts, you will understand my capabilities. Humph. Her pride was often concealed deep within her heart. There's no need to be so overtly dismissive when someone has feelings for you, Hu Yuhao teased Wang Dong. Over the past 3 months, the two had become quite familiar with one another. The intense training environment of the academy had not only strengthened Hu Yuhao's physique, but also afforded him an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Here, every student was treated as an equal, devoid of the class distinctions he had experienced in the Duke's mansion. With his spirit unburdened, his demeanor had become considerably more cheerful, shedding the reticence of the shy boy he had once been. Wang Dong shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, There are plenty of girls who like me. Should I respond to each one? Furthermore, we are still young. Our priorities should lie with our studies, rather than frivolous distractions. Hu Yuhao, your mindset is quite unhealthy. I must concede to you, Wang Dong. You win. Hu Yuhao replied. Wang Dong chuckled and said, Let us go. Class has been dismissed early today. Let us grab some grilled fish to eat. Tomorrow marks the official registration, and the assessment will likely commence the day after. It is time for us to showcase our talents. Hu Yuhao replied with irritation, Aren't you tired of eating grilled fish every day? Moreover, the assessment is approaching. It's too late to prepare now. Wang Dong scoffed and said, You stubborn fool, all you know is to practice and practice. Are you not afraid of becoming foolish from overexertion? Hu Yuhao chuckled softly and remarked, I may lack talent, but a dull bird must fly early to enter the forest. As you know, my soul power has reached level 17 largely due to the effects of medicine. I finally have a glimmer of hope to pass the assessment. Teacher Zhou has grouped me with you, and Xiao Xiao, clearly looking out for me. If I do not put in the effort now, it would be a disservice to Teacher Zhou's goodwill. Wang Dong smirked and replied, Your talent may not be remarkable, but your martial soul is quite commendable. Rest assured. With this genius by your side, not only will we handle a few freshmen, but even second-year students may find it challenging to defeat me. When the time comes, all you need to do is unleash your psychic detection and observe from the sidelines. With this genius in action, the championship will be within our grasp. Hu Yuhao reminded. Our Shrek Academy is renowned as the foremost institution in the world, always harboring exceptional talents. Do not underestimate this. However, I must say that Xiao Xiao possesses commendable strength. You two should collaborate effectively. He had 4 formidable spiritual abilities, yet Wang Dong was only aware of the spiritual detection sharing. In terms of direct combat prowess, Although Hui Yuhao had established a foundation after practicing the Tang Sect secret arts, relying solely on these techniques and the formidable spirit of a soul master was still insufficient. As Wang Dong aptly pointed out during the assessment, Hui Yuhao's primary contribution was indeed the spiritual detection sharing. While Wang Dong could verbally contend with Hui Yuhao, he ultimately could not contradict his stubbornness. After returning to their dormitory, they each engaged in meditation and training. Although Hui Yuhao agreed to prepare extra grilled fish for Wang Dong to enjoy later that evening, with the soul power of level 17, he had begun to channel it into a stream of white energy, flowing through his body along the route of the Xian Tian Gong, rendering him thoroughly permeated and warm, providing both comfort and significant progress. After 3 months of arduous practice, Hui Yuhao sensed that, under the nurturing effects of 2 Xian Shui pills and the profound workings of Xian Tian Gong he had discovered, his meridians had notably widened, exhibiting considerable elasticity and resilience. In terms of physical fitness, he no longer lagged behind his peers. However, having started his training later, it was unlikely he could catch up to Wang Dong. They could only strive for mutual progress. At this pace, Hui Yuhao felt confident he could reach level 20 by the time he graduated from the first year, thereby obtaining his second soul ring. Brother Tianning once mentioned that acquiring a second soul ring would catalyze a leap in his strength, especially as his ice martial soul would truly manifest its capabilities. Hui Yuhao eagerly anticipated that moment, envisioning himself fighting alongside Wang Dong, ready to offer greater assistance. Meditation time always seemed to pass swiftly, and soon evening descended. As was his custom, Hui Yuhao went to the cafeteria to purchase a prepared blue fish, making his way toward the academy's entrance. Today, the flow of people at the academy gate was noticeably diminished, likely due to the impending new student assessments, as most newcomers felt a sense of urgency and remained in their dormitories for rigorous training. Nevertheless, Hui Yuhao's business was unaffected by the time he arrived. A queue had already formed, with Su Sancher standing prominently at the front. Su Sancher flicked a silver coin to Hui Yuhao and said, "No need for change. Just give me a large one." With a chuckle, Hui Yuhao remarked, "Brother Su, your determination is truly unwavering." The earlier discomfort between the two had long since dissipated, and their daily encounters had fostered a comfortable camaraderie. As they grew closer, Hui Yuhao discovered that although Su Sanchi's temperament was not as gentle as Bei Bei's and could be somewhat volatile, his fiery nature was accompanied by a heart full of warmth and generosity. Su Sancher grinned and replied, "What can I say? I simply have a penchant for your cooking. I cannot relish my dinner without indulging in your delightful dishes each evening. I have sampled numerous grilled fish, yet none have matched your mastery of the grill. Even Jiang Nan has praised your culinary skills. By the way, I heard that you were preparing for the new student evaluations?" Hui Yuhao nodded and replied, "Indeed." Su Sancher then remarked, "You must strive hard. You absolutely cannot be eliminated. Otherwise, I shall have nowhere to enjoy grilled fish." To this day, he remained oblivious to the fact that behind Bei Bei's earlier victory lay the shadow of Hui Yuhao, believing instead that Hui Yuhao possessed only mediocre talent and merely excelled in preparing delectable grilled fish. In truth, Hui Yuhao's reputation for culinary prowess at Shrek Academy far surpassed his actual strength. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. Upon hearing it, Su Sancher shivered involuntarily. In Hui Yuhao's eyes, he discerned a hint of fear, but more prominently, a sense of helplessness. The other patrons behind Su Sancher fell silent, instantly rendered mute. A woman emerged from the academy's entrance, walking gracefully towards them. The crowd instinctively parted to grant her passage, not daring to meet her gaze, and lowered their heads in reverence. The effect was markedly more profound than when Jiang Nan made her entrance. Hui Yuhao lifted his gaze and beheld a woman clad in red. She possessed a tall and well-proportioned figure, her exaggerated curves immediately drawing attention. Yet her waist was remarkably slender, flaring out only at the hips. Her legs were straight and elegant, exuding a palpable aura of youth. However, her face remained concealed beneath a crimson veil, leaving her beauty largely to the imagination, for the graceful arch of her brows hinted at her allure. Her pale pink eyes had an enchanting quality, capable of ensnaring the heart, yet her icy demeanor tempered the captivating allure. Su Sancher appeared to recognize her. Turning away with a stubborn resolve, avoiding her gaze, and bowing his head slightly as he addressed her, "Sister Xiaotao." Hui Yuhao's astonishment deepened. Su Sancher, known for his fiery temperament and rebellious spirit, held a higher status among the fifth-year students than even Bei Bei. His formidable talent commanded a degree of respect from many sixth-year students, and even the teachers would not typically warrant such a demeanor from him. Who was this woman in red? For reasons unknown, both Hui Yuhao and his companion Wang Dong felt a flicker of familiarity upon seeing her. The woman in red glanced at Hui Yuhao's grill, then gracefully approached Su Sanshi, inquiring, "Xiao Su, are you here to enjoy grilled fish?" Su Sanshi nodded, replying, "Indeed. The grilled fish made by Yuhao is exceptional and delicious." A hint of curiosity sparkled in the woman's eyes as she turned to Hui Yuhao and said, "Please prepare one for me as well." She was no ethereal being untouched by the world. Rather, she devoted much of her time to cultivation and was naturally intrigued by novel experiences. Hui Yuhao instinctively remarked, "I apologize, but I can only sell 30 fish each day. And the queue today has already reached that number. I kindly ask you to come back early tomorrow." He had uttered these words countless times before. However, this time, as soon as his voice fell, nearly all the people in line abruptly lifted their heads, gazing at him with expressions of sheer terror, including Su Sanshi. To Hui Yuhao's astonishment, those who had been standing behind Su Sanshi promptly scattered, vanishing in an instant. The woman in red smiled and said, "Well, now that the queue has dispersed, I believe I shall be able to have my meal." Su Sanshi kept casting furtive glances at Hui Yuhao, who, being a reasonable person, nodded and continued to attend to the grilling of fish with diligence. However, Wang Dong could not contain himself, voicing his displeasure. "Who are you to disrupt our business?" The woman in red raised her right hand, revealing fingers as delicate as spring onions. On her right index finger, a magnificent ruby glimmered, its blood-red hue exquisite beyond compare. With a flash of brilliance, a golden soul coin appeared in her hand, which she extended towards Wang Dong, declaring, "I shall cover the cost of today's grilled fish." Wang Dong, unreserved, accepted the golden soul coin without further protest. Although the woman had intimidated many into fleeing, she seemed not entirely unreasonable. Yet, he felt an unsettling sense of fear towards her. Hui Yuhao, ever earnest, stated, "That is far too much money. My grilled fish is merely 5 copper soul coins each." The woman in red appeared disinclined to engage further, coolly stating, "Consider it a deposit. In the future, when I wish to dine, you need not charge me." "Very well." Hui Yuhao replied, nodding in agreement while meticulously grilling the fish. Initially, it seemed she had sought Su Sanshi, but now her focus was entirely on Hui Yuhao as he prepared the fish. After a moment, she let out a soft exclamation, "Your control over the heat is impeccable. Are you a fire attribute soul master?" Being an expert in the art of fire herself, she could readily discern Hui Yuhao's adept manipulation of the flames as he adjusted the position of the fish with extraordinary finesse. Hui Yuhao shook his head. A moment later, the first batch of 4 grilled fish was ready. Since there were no others present today, Hui Yuhao handed 2 fish each to the woman in red and Su Sanshi. The quantity of catfish he purchased daily exceeded 30, with the surplus naturally allocated for Tang Ye and Wang Dong. Su Sanshi appeared noticeably unsettled upon seeing the woman in red, his enthusiasm for the grilled fish waning in contrast to his usual fervor. Conversely, the woman in red slowly lifted her veil, revealing her stunningly beautiful face, and began to eat with deliberate grace. Her movements were refined. Yet what left Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong astounded was the bizarre vanishing of the fish bones in her hands after consumption, leaving no trace behind. She had clearly been eating with her hands, yet not a hint of grease lingered on her fingers. What kind of ability is this? Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. The 2 grilled fish were quickly devoured, and the woman in red nodded to Hui Yuhao, saying, "The grilled fish you made is delicious, with a delightful flavor, and it carries a sense of earnestness. Let me see your martial soul." Her words bore an undeniable insistence. After the explosion of flames within her body had been suppressed by that peculiarized attribute, she had enjoyed 3 months free from the torment of her martial soul's overpowering malevolence. However, as time wore on, the icy aura was gradually refined by her own phoenix flames, leading to a resurgence of the backlash. She sought out Su Sanshi because his Xianming turtle martial soul was currently the finest water attribute martial soul among the students, allowing her to harness a measure of power to help suppress the malevolent fire within her. This process for Su Sanshi was akin to tempering steel, providing only benefits. Yet it was an arduous journey. This explained why Su Sanshi's expression darkened upon seeing her. He had endured such torment more than once or twice. Hui Yuhao furrowed his brow slightly, while Wang Dong beside him seethed with indignation, only to be restrained by Hui Yuhao's raised hand. He gradually lifted his gaze towards the woman in red, as a soft golden glow illuminated his eyes, accompanied by a ripple of violet within his deep blue irises. Among the unparalleled skills of the Tang Sect, Hui Yuhao had made the most remarkable progress with the purple extreme demon eye. Each morning, as he absorbed the eastern purple energy, his spiritual eye would naturally experience a sensation akin to siphoning. After a day of cultivation, His results surpassed those of Bei Bei and Tang's 10 days of training, thus leading to a rapid advancement of the purple extreme demon eye. The long lashes of the woman in red fluttered slightly as she sensed Hui Yuhao's extraordinary mental detection sharing. With the enhancement of his cultivation, the power of Hui Yuhao's soul rings also began to amplify gradually. As the heavenly dream eye silkworm had stated, the extent of Hui Yuhao's endurance directly correlated with the potency of his first soul ring. Initially, the first soul ring, though it contained 4 skills, was only equivalent to a soul ring of approximately 400 years. However, now, the first soul ring had already attained the strength of around 600 years. The range of his mental detection and interference had reached a diameter of 50 meters, with an even greater precision. A portion of the first seal of the heavenly dream eye silkworm within Hui Yuhao had been unlocked, and its formidable mental source power would naturally elevate the might of his first soul ring whenever Hui Yuhao achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. This was a notion that other soul masters could scarcely fathom. As Hui Yuhao's cultivation progressed, his first soul ring would only grow more formidable in the future. While the heavenly dream eye silkworm could not grant Hui Yuhao immense power all at once, it had bestowed upon him an extraordinarily brilliant future. The mental detection sharing lasted for only about 10 seconds before Hui Yuhao retracted it. The woman in red appeared to be momentarily stunned before she nodded at Hui Yuhao and cast a deep glance at the singular white soul ring that had risen from beneath his feet, remarking, "This is the most powerful 10-year soul ring I have ever encountered." Hui Yuhao replied with a certain ease, "No matter how powerful, it still requires 10 years of soul rings." The woman in red chuckled softly and said, "My name is Ma Xiaodao. It's a pleasure to meet you. I shall return to savor your grilled fish another time." Turning to Su Sanshur, she added, "Shall we depart?" Su Sanshur, with a bitter expression, replied, "Sister Xiaodao, could you perhaps take it easy today?" Ma Xiaodao cast a fleeting glance at him, prompting Su Sanshur to quickly amend his statement, "No problem at all. I'm completely fine with it." As he spoke, he hastily moved ahead, gesturing for Ma Xiaodao to follow. Once they entered the academy, Wang Dong whispered, "Her name is rather commonplace." Hui Yuhao inquired, "What can a name truly signify? Do you not find her somewhat familiar?" Wang Dong was suddenly taken aback. Could she possibly be that person they encountered previously? Dressed in red, could she be a disciple of the inner courtyard? Hui Yuhao shrugged his shoulders, indicating his uncertainty. As Ma Xiaodao and Su Sanshur departed, individuals promptly rushed to form a queue anew. The foremost among them, a 4th-year student from the outer academy, happened to overhear their conversation and immediately lowered his voice to advise, "Junior brothers, please speak more softly. Inner court disciples are not permitted to discuss matters casually, especially concerning senior sister Xiaodao." Hui Yuhao expressed his astonishment. "Is it truly from the inner courtyard?" The senior replied, "Of course. In our Shrek Academy, those donned in red are all seniors from the inner courtyard. I am uncertain of the exact number of individuals in the inner courtyard. Yet it is indeed rare for inner courtyard seniors to emerge. There is a ranking system within the inner courtyard, and the competition is quite fierce. This senior sister Xiao Tao ranks among the top 10 in the inner courtyard, and her strength is undoubtedly beyond our reach." Senior Su Sanshur appears to share a close relationship with senior sister Xiao Tao. Perhaps she might recommend him for entry into the inner courtyard in the future. Wang Dong, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Is a recommendation necessary for entering the inner courtyard?" The senior affirmed, "Certainly. However, I am not entirely clear on the specifics of the process. It is said that every outer courtyard student wishing to enter the inner courtyard must have a recommendation from an inner courtyard student." The grilled fish sold remarkably well, and as the event neared its conclusion, Bei Bei and Tang arrived together. Hui Yuhao presented them with the stock he had prepared, inviting them to enjoy the grilled fish. "Junior brother, the new student assessment begins tomorrow. I have received reliable information. Registration will take place in the morning, followed by the assessment in the afternoon. You must be well prepared," Bei Bei remarked, maintaining his usual gentle demeanor. Hui Yuhao nodded and said, "Senior brother, I will certainly strive to pass the assessment." Bei Bei smiled, while Tanya, standing beside him, remarked, "Little Yuhao, I cannot indulge in your grilled fish without offering something in return. Here, take this. It may prove useful in the future." As she spoke, she handed Hui Yuhao an object resembling a treasure pouch. "When you return, categorize it within the context of the 24 bridges by the bright moonlight, and be cautious when using it. Avoid targeting vital areas. Additionally, after you pass the freshman assessment, you will commence elective classes on the crafting of soul-guiding devices, at which point the instructor will impart some secret techniques to you." "Thank you, Teacher Xiaya," Hui Yuhao replied as he accepted the treasure pouch, already having a hunch about its contents. Wang Dong, filled with curiosity, inquired, Teacher Xiaya, isn't the use of soul-guiding devices prohibited during the freshman assessment? Tang retorted. What soul-guiding devices? Are you unaware of what my Tang Sect is renowned for? Upon returning to their dormitory, Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong opened the treasure pouch and were taken aback. It was filled with concealed weapons, flying knives, flying needles, penetrating bone spikes, and numerous other types, each in the hundreds. This treasure pouch could indeed be considered an arsenal of hidden weapons. Evidently, Tang Ye had prepared these items for Hu Yuhao due to his martial soul lacking offensive capabilities. Over the past 3 months, Hu Yuhao had made progress in the Tang Sect's profound techniques and had begun to delve into the art of concealed weapons. His intelligence and eagerness to learn had led him to master a couple of techniques, making the precise use of concealed weapons a feasible task. For freshmen like them, who possessed only 1 or 2 soul rings, these weapons posed a significant threat. Wang Dong glanced at Hu Yuhao's assortment of concealed weapons and couldn't help but smirk, saying, Your teacher Xiaya clearly underestimates me. With my presence, there's no need for you to take action. Chapter 17, The Initial Collaboration, Dual Control of the Field. Hu Yuhao expressed his exasperation, saying, Pride leads to stagnation. One should adopt a more modest demeanor. Wang Dong scoffed, retorting, Do you truly believe my martial soul could ever be understated? Indeed, his martial soul, the radiant goddess butterfly, commanded attention whenever it manifested, making it quite a challenge to remain inconspicuous. After a night of silence, they devoted themselves to their training. The following morning, after partaking in breakfast, the duo arrived at the classroom. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by an atmosphere brimming with enthusiasm. Following the group assignments from the previous day orchestrated by Zhou Yi, today saw every trio of students engaged in hushed conversations. Xiao Xiao had arrived even earlier than them and was eagerly waving to greet the two as they entered. Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong approached, and Xiao Xiao remarked, The afternoon assessment is about to commence. Let us deliberate on our tactics. Wang Dong, in a carefree manner, replied, There's nothing to analyze. We'll simply fight our way through. Xiao Xiao gently shook her head, stating, It is not that simple. I have heard that each class has assembled particularly outstanding students into elite teams, all vying for the championship. They will not be easily defeated. We must work in harmonious coordination to have a chance. Wang Dong was about to voice another opinion when Hu Yuhao interrupted, saying, Wang Dong, adjust your attitude. Otherwise, I shall request a team change with Teacher Zhou. Xiao Xiao, perhaps harboring some resentment for Wang Dong's rejection the previous day, quickly concurred. Indeed, excessive confidence is merely arrogance. Wang Dong huffed in response, but chose to remain silent. Hu Yuhao placed a comforting arm around his shoulder and said, All right, let us not harbor any anger. It would be far easier to triumph over our opponents during the assessment if we work together harmoniously. Let us first share the abilities in which we excel. Although we have been classmates for 3 months, our studies have been solitary pursuits, and each of us remains largely unaware of the other's martial spirits. Hu Yuhao spoke. Allow me to begin. My martial soul is of the spiritual attribute, adept in the art of mental detection and sharing. This grants us a meticulous awareness of any movements within a 50-meter radius during combat, while also providing a strategic advantage in anticipating our adversary's actions. Wang Dong interjected. I am a powerful assault-type soul master, proficient in both ranged and melee attacks, and I possess the ability to fly. Though somewhat arrogant, he indeed has the prowess to back it up. In terms of soul power, martial soul, and soul skills, he stands unparalleled among his peers. The mere fact that his second soul ring is of the millennium grade is likely unmatched within the entire academy. Xiao Xiao nodded and remarked, My primary martial soul is the 3 Lives Town Soul Cauldron, which embodies both offense and defense, allowing for a degree of battlefield control. Its main function is to collide with enemies, instilling a sense of intimidation. Upon impact, it can induce dizziness in the opponent while simultaneously delivering an offensive effect. My secondary martial soul is the Shao, the 9 Phoenixes or rival Shao, primarily focused on auxiliary control. Currently, my secondary martial soul possesses only a century-old soul ring, which can slow down opponents during battle. Wang Dong expressed his surprise, saying, Isn't your auxiliary martial soul supposed to enhance our allies? Xiao Xiao replied with a hint of pride, Not necessarily. At times, weakening the opponent proves to be more beneficial than merely enhancing oneself. You will understand in due course. However, I shall not readily employ my secondary martial soul. We must conceal some of our capabilities and proceed gradually. Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong both realized a troubling truth. Xiao Xiao was likely far more formidable than they had initially perceived. Unbeknownst to them, when Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao united their powers, they would unleash an astonishing level of control. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 sharp knocks echoed. And in the next moment, the classroom fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Zhou Yi stood at the entrance of the classroom, her right hand just lowered. The sound had originated from her striking the classroom door. She walked slowly to the podium, maintaining her usual icy demeanor. I have submitted the list of participating teams. The competition officially begins this afternoon. In the 10 rounds of the round-robin matches, you will not encounter each other, but rather face off against students from other classes. I have but one piece of advice for you. Should anyone obstruct your progress in the assessments, do not hesitate to retaliate. With that, the elderly lady coolly turned on her heel and departed. Wang Dong leaned in to Hui Yuhao and whispered, "Do you not think that old lady Zhou is becoming increasingly charismatic?" Hui Yuhao cast a glance at him and remarked, "It's not about being handsome. It's about possessing an undeniable aura of dominance." At that moment, Xiao Xiao approached with a playful smile and said, "Teacher Zhou, this is what we call charisma. Come, let us find a place to practice first. Otherwise, how shall we coordinate this afternoon?" Without waiting for Wang Dong to speak, Hui Yuhao immediately nodded in agreement. "Wang Dong, if you wish to continue enjoying roasted fish in the future, I require you to comply with all the directives of your class leader during the freshman assessment. Do you agree?" Wang Dong, gazing into Hui Yuhao's resolute eyes, replied with a look of indignation, "Hui Yuhao, you are taking advantage of my predicament." Hui Yuhao, exuding an air of calm confidence, remarked, "You have the option to abstain from eating." Wang Dong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed, saying, "I shall endure this. I will heed your words. However, from now on, the responsibility for maintaining cleanliness in our dormitory shall rest upon you." Hui Yuhao looked at him with disdain and remarked, "Did you really clean for 3 months prior?" Wang Dong, taken aback, replied, "You certainly have a point." At this moment, Xiao Xiao seemed to have entirely sided with Hui Yuhao. With a playful chuckle, she declared, "Laziness is indeed a vice." Suddenly, Wang Dong blurted out something that caused Xiao Xiao's cheeks to flush bright red. "Xiao Xiao, your capacity for emotional infidelity is astonishing." Xiao Xiao pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Dong, her face a mixture of anger and indignation. All right. Weren't we supposed to practice? Let us hurry along. I suggest we head outside the academy where we can find some trees and avoid any interruptions." Wang Dong stuck out his tongue at Xiao Xiao and dashed away. Hui Yuhao offered a few comforting words to Xiao Xiao, who then managed to smile through her tears. The two of them chased after Wang Dong, exiting the academy along the lakeside path. Finding a quiet spot outside Shrek Academy was hardly a challenge. Although the area was crisscrossed with numerous thoroughfares, both sides were lined with abundant vegetation, some of which was naturally occurring while others were cultivated. The trio located a relatively flat clearing amidst the trees, and Wang Dong inquired, "How shall we practice? Shall we each demonstrate our soul skills?" Xiao Xiao immediately countered, "That lacks excitement. The essence of practice lies in the thrill of competition. You, as a powerful assault-type soul master, will stand on one side, while I shall partner with the squad leader on the other. Let us engage in a contest. You two wish to challenge me?" Wang Dong raised his right hand, shaking his index finger in defiance. "You stand no chance, not a single opportunity." Xiao Xiao retorted with a smirk. "How can you be certain unless we give it a try? However, considering you are an assault-type soul master, it would be unwise to engage in close combat right away. We must maintain some distance. I propose we begin from 30 meters apart." As Hui Yuhao listened to the playful banter between the two, he increasingly recognized Xiao Xiao's cleverness. His mental detection shared a radius of 50 meters, and when Xiao Xiao instructed Wang Dong to position himself 30 meters away, it effectively meant that the moment Wang Dong made a move, he would enter Hui Yuhao's mental detection zone. Without hesitation, Wang Dong agreed. Xiao Xiao continued, "You can fly, while we cannot. This is a practice session, so do not flee just because you find yourself losing." Wang Dong casually replied, "As long as I stay no more than 5 meters off the ground, I'm good. All right, I'm heading over now. Just let me know when to start." As he spoke, he stepped back. Xiao Xiao immediately turned to Hui Yuhao and said, "Class leader, we will be flying kites shortly. You just need to use your mental detection to assist me. Let us make that arrogant fellow eat his words." Had it been before arriving at Shrek Academy, Hui Yuhao would have been utterly unaware of what flying a kite entailed, Yet now he understood that it was a tactic of both offense and retreat. Hui Yuhao nodded and said, "All right, I will cooperate with you." He was eager to witness the true extent of Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong's abilities. It had been 3 months since he had last seen Wang Dong unleash his martial soul in battle. However, he understood well that although Wang Dong exhibited a touch of pride, it stemmed from confidence rather than arrogance. Confidence is born of strength. The distance between them quickly widened. Wang Dong lazily leaned against a large tree, observing Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, who were 30 meters away. He even increased the distance further. He raised his hand and waved, signaling that he was ready. Xiao Xiao stood shoulder to shoulder with Hui Yuhao. She was petite, among the shorter ones in the class, even earning the nickname of pocket-sized beauty. She turned to Hui Yuhao and nodded. "Class leader, assist me." "All right." Only then did Xiao Xiao turn to Wang Dong and call out, "Begin." As she spoke, she swiftly unleashed her martial soul. 2 circles of yellow light erupted beneath her feet, soaring into the air in an instant. Remarkably, she was also a great soul master above level 20, leaving Hui Yuhao feeling a sense of pressure. As the 2 soul rings rose around her, her body remained unchanged, except for a shadow of black light rapidly condensing above her head. This shadow distinctly took the shape of a tripod, approximately 1 meter in diameter, with 3 legs and 2 ears. It was indeed Xiao Zhao's primary martial soul, the San Xingzhen Hunding. As Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing initiated, a circle of white soul rings rose from beneath him. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of inadequacy, reflecting on why the class leader exerted himself so diligently in his training. Indeed, his innate talent seemed somewhat lacking. However, she was soon astonished by the extraordinary spectacle presented by the mental detection sharing. Within a 50-meter radius centered around their bodies, everything instantaneously transformed into a 3-dimensional map in her mind, requiring no conscious thought as a torrent of information flooded her awareness. Even the tiniest details of the grass and trees within the area appeared vividly. This panoramic 3-dimensional map functioned akin to a brain assisting her thought process. Xiao Xiao cast a shocked glance at Hui Yuhao, while Wang Dong, on the other side, had already sprung into action. Although he outwardly exhibited disdain towards Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, he remained far from negligent. Having previously experienced Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing, he was acutely aware of its formidable capability for anticipating the enemy's moves. In an instant, resplendent blue wings unfurled from his back, enveloping him in a mystical hue that shifted between blue and purple. Golden orbs ignited on his massive wings, forming a V shape. His yellow and purple soul rings ascended, and the radiant goddess butterfly martial soul was unleashed. With a flash, Wang Dong surged forward at high speed. The soul power emanating from the golden orbs on his wings propelled him forward, achieving remarkable velocity. This was not a soul skill, but rather an instinctual ability of his radiant goddess butterfly martial soul, showcasing its immense power. Wang Dong, now accelerating abruptly, covered several meters in the blink of an eye, rapidly closing the distance to Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao. It was evident that when a powerful assault-type soul master approached 2 control-type soul masters, the outcome seemed all but predetermined, especially given the latter's lack of close combat methods. Just as Wang Dong approached within 25 meters of Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, the data of his actions swiftly materialized in Xiao Zhao's mind, encompassing his trajectory, bodily movements, transformations of his martial soul, and even faint insights into the operation of his soul power. Xiao Xiao appeared entirely unperturbed. Hui Yuhao's mere 10-year white soul ring had already provided her with considerable surprise. As Wang Dong rushed towards them, she too sprang into action. Pointing her right hand at Wang Dong, a massive shadow of a cauldron, 1 meter in diameter, surged forward. The shadow did not collide directly with Wang Dong, but rather obstructed his inevitable path. Similarly, she relied on the instinct of her weapon martial soul. Refraining from activating a soul skill immediately, Wang Dong found the trajectory of the black cauldron particularly vexing, as it unavoidably blocked his advance. This exemplified the exquisite utility of Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing. Otherwise, Xiao Xiao would have had to rely solely on her eyesight and fluctuations in soul power to navigate, certainly not achieving such precise positioning. Reluctantly, Wang Dong slightly retracted his left wing, altering his trajectory in midair. However, to his frustration, the black cauldron swiftly shifted laterally, remaining firmly in his path. Foreseeing the enemy's moves, Xiao Xiao instinctively glanced at Hui Yuhao, whose eyes shimmered with golden light. with the mental detection sharing. She no longer needed to visually track Wang Dong. She could simply follow Hui Yuhao's mental guidance to execute her attack. This was an exceedingly straightforward task. Wang Dong, however, remained obstinate, flapping his wings as he maneuvered through the air, accelerating multiple times. Yet, Hui Yuhao's mental detection enabled him to perceive even the fluctuations of Wang Dong's soul power, continuously allowing him to anticipate his next move. It was unrealistic for Wang Dong to evade Xiao Zhao's cauldron, which moved freely in the air. Wang Dong's frustration grew palpable, prompting him to exclaim, "Hui Yuhao, do you have no sense of humanity?" Unable to evade, he resolved to adopt a more forceful approach. As he spoke, his first soul ring suddenly ignited. Hui Yuhao's eyes widened with golden light. Through mental detection, he could distinctly sense the explosive surge of soul power within Wang Dong, furiously coursing into his front wings. His rear wings fully unfurled, maintaining his balance. The transformation of his front wings into a deep blue hue, adorned with golden patterns radiating outward, created a sharp golden edge approximately 3 inches wide along the wing's perimeter. Xiao Zhao's expression shifted slightly through Hui Yuhao's mental sharing. She could keenly perceive the astonishing destructive power of Wang Dong's wings enhanced by a soul skill. Wang Dong lifted both hands, gripping the inner sides of his front wings, and with a sudden motion, they spread out, forming 2 large guillotine-like blades. With a powerful flick of his body, his right wing slashed towards the 3-life calming cauldron. Just as he had claimed, if soft tactics would not suffice, he would resort to brute force. Yet, he underestimated the formidable synergy of Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao. The 3-life calming cauldron did not confront his attack directly. Instead, it retreated 2 meters, narrowly evading his wing's strike before charging forward. Colliding with the surface of his wings with a thunderous crash, Wang Dong was sent flying several meters away, while Xiao Zhao's cauldron remained suspended in midair. Wang Dong was utterly disheartened. He believed his strength surpassed that of Xiao Xiao. Yet he found himself unable to exert his power effectively against the combined efforts of Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization struck him. This time, instead of advancing, he retreated, swiftly moving outside the 25-meter range of Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, thereby escaping the confines of mental detection. Hui Yuhao, let us see how you can gauge my movements now. I possess long-range attacks, he declared as his second soul ring illuminated brightly. Hui Yuhao smiled gently and said, "Have you forgotten that I can detect fixed directions? Currently, I can sense approximately 100 meters. If you believe your long-range attack can exceed this distance and successfully lock onto us, feel free to attempt it. Moreover, when your attack enters the range of my spiritual detection, I will have ample time to assist Xiao Xiao in defending against it, unless your strength has reached the point of shattering her 3 lives soul-settling cauldron. Not to mention, do remember that Xiao Xiao has yet to utilize her second martial soul." Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, although his second soul skill was of the millennium level and possessed considerable might, its power would significantly diminish if it exceeded 100 meters. Furthermore, Hui Yuhao undoubtedly had sufficient time to aid Xiao Xiao in her defense. Nevertheless, he could not concede verbally, asserting, "My long-range attack is still an area of effect attack. Your detection is of no consequence." Xiao Xiao chuckled, "Wang Dong, do not get too complacent. Do not forget, I have yet to employ my 2 soul skills. Are you aware of what the abilities of my 3 lives soul-settling cauldron entail? Frankly speaking, in a one-on-one scenario, you may not be my match. As for your so-called long-range attack, while it may possess considerable strength, all I need to do is buy myself and the class leader enough time to evade. Just watch." As she spoke, she pointed her right hand once more at the 3 lives soul-settling cauldron. Instantly, the cauldron trembled slightly, then astonishingly split into 3, spreading out above her and Hui Yuhao, forming a tripod stance. Simultaneously, the first soul ring on Xiao Zhao's body illuminated. A thunderous roar erupted in the air, and within a radius of approximately 10 square meters above them, the atmosphere twisted violently under the impact. The 3 cauldrons then merged back into one, quietly descending before Xiao Xiao. This time, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's expressions changed simultaneously. What a formidable martial soul! The division of the 3 lives soul-settling cauldron was instinctive, with the final tremor serving as an attack. Through his spiritual detection, Hui Yuhao could distinctly perceive the terrifying force of that shockwave. Wang Dong's countenance quickly returned to normal. "I concede. Against the two of you working in unison, I truly have no means of contending. However, Xiao Xiao, you will come to realize that in a one-on-one encounter, you are certainly not my equal. Yet, in situations where cultivations are comparable, whoever has Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection assistance is virtually guaranteed victory. His ability leaves no room for survival. Unless one possesses overwhelming strength to crush their opponent, they will always remain in a passive position. Although Xiao Xiao was reluctant to accept Wang Dong's claim of being inferior in a one-on-one match, she agreed with his subsequent statement, nodding as she said, "Indeed. With the class leader's spiritual detection, I merely need to execute my skills simply during combat. Class leader, your ability is truly remarkable. The synergy we share feels fantastic. I had previously underestimated your 10-year soul ring. My apologies." She was a straightforward girl, speaking her mind without hesitation, instantly earning the favor of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Hui Yuhao extended his right hand towards Xiao Xiao, who responded with a charming smile and placed her right hand atop his. Wang Dong then approached and placed his own right hand on top of theirs. Hui Yuhao declared, "From this moment onwards, we are partners in a united team. We shall strive for the championship." The trio simultaneously shouted in unison, which brought their bond closer together. Naturally, the most elated among them was Xiao Xiao, who finally sensed her genuine acceptance by both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Hence, in the realm of soul masters, the simplest, most direct, and effective means of communication remains the demonstration of strength. The assessment area of Shrek Academy is situated in the central northern region of the Martial Soul Department, adjacent to the Fighting Soul Zone. In contrast to the Fighting Soul Zone, the assessment area is considerably more expansive. For the students of the Outer Academy, this space serves as a paradise for exceptional talents to showcase their abilities, yet it also transforms into a nightmare for those with lower cultivation. Each year, a multitude of students face elimination for failing to pass the assessments, the majority of which occur within this very area. The assessment area is oval-shaped. Unlike the Fighting Soul Zone, which resembles an enclosed stadium, it is merely an open space. Encircling it is a low wall, while the interior is partitioned into distinct sections by movable dividers that can be adjusted to alter the size of the areas. Historically, the assessment area experiences its most extensive division during the new student evaluations, not only due to the large number of newcomers, but also because their destructive capabilities and attack ranges are limited, making smaller areas sufficient for them to demonstrate their skills. Covering approximately 20,000 square meters, the assessment area has been segmented into 50 zones, each about 400 square meters, forming squares with a side length of 20 meters. This is ample for the newcomers, most of whom possess only the first or second ring of cultivation. Following a tense morning of group allocations, the afternoon marks the official commencement of the assessments. As today is the first day, each group is permitted to complete only one match before departing, allowing the newcomers to acclimate. The Academy has dispatched 50 instructors to oversee and register the assessments in each of the 50 zones. The matchups for today were determined by a draw conducted at noon, ensuring that teams from the same class do not encounter each other in the forthcoming 10 rounds of competition. While the first-year class comprises only 22 teams, other classes typically consist of over 30. Unless a student has shown particularly poor performance during the new student period, instructors generally refrain from hastily eliminating individuals, granting them the opportunity to participate in the evaluations. Ultimately, 310 teams, totaling 930 participants, are involved in the new student assessments. Of these 310 teams, only 150 will remain, officially becoming first-year students to continue their studies, while the remainder will face elimination. Studying at Shrek Academy undoubtedly entails fierce and brutal competition. However, it is precisely this atmosphere of intensity that compels students to exert themselves diligently, thereby unlocking their potential and contributing to the Academy's enduring legacy of triumph. With 50 zones designated for the new student evaluations, each area accommodates 6 or 7 teams. Not only today but also tomorrow, they will continue to compete within the same zones against the other teams assigned to those areas, until all teams have encountered one another, after which they will be reallocated for the completion of each team's 10 matches. Hui Yuhao and his companions found themselves assigned to the 33rd zone. After sharing a lunch together, they returned to their dormitory for a brief period of meditation before proceeding together to their designated area. The division of zones was straightforward to navigate, as each section was marked with distinct symbols, and soon they located their assigned zone. Other students from various classes participating in the competition had also arrived, some appearing anxious while others were eager and ready for action. All were merely 11 or 12 years of age, their emotions transparent as they exchanged glances, revealing a palpable sense of rivalry. After all, it was likely that only half of them would remain. Although there were 10 competitions in total, each one bore significant implications for their futures. Attention all new students. Attention all new students. Please proceed immediately to the assessment area to prepare for the freshman evaluation. There are only 10 minutes remaining to enter. Latecomers will be considered to have forfeited this round. The booming announcement reverberated throughout the outer courtyard, resonating in every corner. The expressions of the newcomers turned serious, for their first evaluation was imminent, and to claim that they were not nervous would be a falsehood. Hui Yuhao unconsciously clenched his fists, occasionally brushing his fingers against the 24 bridges bright moonlit night at his waist. The assessment forbade the use of soul-guiding devices. Yet concealed weapons were merely ordinary armaments and did not fall under this restriction. Generally speaking, soul masters seldom resort to weapons unless employing soul-guiding devices. However, as a disciple of Tang Sect, Hui Yuhao was evidently an exception. Wang Dong rested his left hand on Hui Yuhao's shoulder, leaning slightly against him. Don't be tense. It's merely a trivial matter. This time, Xiao Xiao refrained from commenting on Wang Dong's arrogance and also nodded at Hui Yuhao. Although Wang Dong did not fully showcase his abilities during their sparring session today, his final resolute statement indicated that his cultivation level was at least on par with her own. Coupled with the astonishing mental detection capabilities of the class monitor, it was clear that few peers in their grade could match their prowess. Hui Yuhao murmured, "We are champions." Both Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong nodded in agreement. Their hands once again stacked atop one another. Though still young, they understood that while the assessment might not pose a significant challenge, achieving the ultimate victory hinged on their unity. Consequently, even Wang Dong reigned in his pride. The importance of the new student assessment was paramount. The Academy's reminders through the Soul Guide device were hardly effective, as all the students had already arrived at their designated areas, prepared for the task ahead. A teacher, appearing to be in his 40s, arrived at Area 33. He bore an unremarkable appearance and lacked any imposing aura, his face adorned with a warm smile that exuded friendliness. In stark contrast to Zhou Yi, after counting the students, he nodded with a smile. "Very well, we have 6 groups of students ready for assessment." He introduced himself. "I am Wang Yan, your instructor for the next 2 days." "Hello, Teacher Wang," the students responded promptly, bowing respectfully. Wang Yan chuckled, "No need for such formality. I prefer to see everyone as friends. From now until the end of the assessment, you are all my little friends. I do not wish to see anyone harmed. While this assessment will determine whether you can continue your studies at Shrek Academy, I must remind you that this is an assessment, and harming your opponents is absolutely unacceptable. If that occurs, I will regretfully have to ask you to leave and report it to the Academy." His tone was gentle and understated. And while he did not specify the consequences of harming opponents, the students, all astute individuals, understood the implications and nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Yan smiled. "Since we are all clear, let us begin. The sooner we finish, the sooner you can return to hone your skills. A sense of urgency is beneficial for you young ones." As he spoke, he produced a folder, glanced at it, and then looked up. For the first round, first match. Class 1. Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao. Class 3. Ouyang Junyi, Chen Junfeng, Zhao Haochen. You may enter the arena and position yourselves in opposite corners. You may only unleash your martial souls once I declare the match to have begun. Enter now. The 6 groups of students were to partake in 3 matches in Area 33. Hui Yuhao and his companions were surprised to find themselves the first to compete. They exchanged glances before swiftly entering the arena, taking their positions in the northwest corner. Their arrangement was deliberate. Wang Dong stood at the forefront, followed by Xiao Xiao, with Hui Yuhao at the rear corner. Meanwhile, the 3 competitors from Class 3 naturally chose the southeast corner. The trio from Class 3 were all male, each possessing commendable looks, with Ouyang Junyi being the tallest and most handsome among them. Although he was not as robust as Wang Dong, his physique appeared significantly stronger. Beside him, Chen Junfeng was tall but slender, while Zhao Haochen, at the back, was a chubby boy with a round belly and a cheerful smile. Once both sides had taken their positions, Teacher Wang Yan nodded and announced, "The assessment begins." Instantly, both sides released their martial souls. Although Hui Yuhao was stationed in the corner, He deliberately refrained from extending his spiritual perception behind him, instead enveloping the entire arena within his awareness. Xiao Xiao likewise summoned her three-life, soul-returning cauldron, which rapidly took shape above her head. Wang Dong's actions were more direct. He dashed forward, his splendid blue-purple wings unfurling midair, adorned with shimmering golden patterns. The sheer beauty of his wings astonished both his opponents and the supervising teacher, Wang Yan, effectively overshadowing the presence of Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao. The three competitors were also poised for action, promptly unleashing their martial souls. Zhao Haochen, positioned at the back, shouted, "Come forth, my giant chicken leg." A ring of yellow soul rings swirled beneath his feet, and two glowing yellow orbs appeared in his hands, transforming into two roasted chicken legs, which he swiftly handed to his teammates, Ouyang Junyi and Chenju Feng. As the duo bit into the chicken legs while simultaneously activating their martial souls, Hui Yuhao realized this was his first encounter with a food-type martial soul, though he remained uncertain of its effects. Zhao Haochen possessed only one soul ring, yet it was of a century's age, suggesting a commendable amplification effect. However, the sight of Ouyang Junyi and Chen Junfeng munching on the chicken leg struck Xiao Xiao as rather amusing. The three-life, soul-returning cauldron remained above her, showing no indication of intervention. Simultaneously, Ouyang Junyi and Chen Junfeng made their moves, one wielding a beast martial soul and the other a weapon martial soul. Both were agile attack-type soul masters. Ouyang Junyi's martial soul was the sword-billed hummingbird, and upon activation, a sharp stinger manifested at the tip of his right arm. Though his martial soul was avian, he had yet to develop wings due to his insufficient cultivation level, highlighting the disparity in martial soul quality compared to Wang Dong, whose light goddess butterfly naturally possessed wings, a top-tier beast martial soul. Chen Juanfeng's martial soul was a soft sword. All three were first-ring soul masters, equipped with yellow 100-year soul rings. Among them, Ouyang Junyi was the strongest, having reached soul power level 19, while Chen Jufeng was at 18. Zhao Haochen, being a food-type soul master, progressed comparatively slower, with a cultivation level of 17. After consuming their chicken legs, the two agile attack-type soul masters surged towards Wang Dong like arrows, their speed astonishing even him. However, he quickly deduced that the chicken legs must have enhanced their speed. The collaboration of Zhao Haochen with Ouyang Junyi and Chen Jufeng maximized their speed advantage, aiming for a swift victory. Regrettably, for Hui Yuhao and his companions, speed was the least concerning factor, as Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection rendered them well prepared. A faint golden glow ignited in Hui Yuhao's eyes, allowing the entire arena to materialize vividly in Wang Dong's mind. Although Ouyang Junyi and Chen Junfeng were swift, their flight trajectories, soul power circulation methods, and the directions of their soul skills, along with any vulnerabilities, emerged clearly in Wang Dong's consciousness. He finally grasped the exhilaration of cooperation he had experienced with Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao earlier that morning. Ouyang Junyi and Chen Juanfeng's attacks were highly targeted, and Wang Dong's emergence played right into their hands. With a sudden burst of speed, they were confident that Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao would be unable to assist in time. Their strategy was to incapacitate Wang Dong first before dealing with Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, effectively picking them off one by one. Aside from the stinger in Ouyang Junyi's hand, feathers enveloped his entire right arm, rendering his body remarkably light. As a fellow agile attack-type soul master, he aimed to reach Wang Dong first, his yellow soul rings shimmering as the stinger transformed into numerous luminous shadows that cascaded toward Wang Dong. Chen Junfeng, though slightly slower, demonstrated familiarity with Ouyang Junyi, as even before his arrival, he wielded his short sword. His first soul ring gleaming as a streak of sword light shot forth directly at Wang Dong. The golden patterns had already begun to spread across Wang Dong's wings as he prepared to unleash his first soul ring. In an instant, the dual arms aligned with the front wings, and the two blades, reminiscent of the winged guillotine that both Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao had encountered, reappeared. Suspended in midair, Wang Dong occupied a position slightly higher than Ouyang Junyi and Chen Junfeng, his countenance betraying an air of arrogance, as if he were surveying them from a lofty perch. In response to their assault, Wang Dong unleashed a sweeping strike with his left wing, directly confronting Ouyang Junyi's sword-beak hummingbird spirit, while his right wing executed a decisive cleave, swiftly meeting Chen Juanfeng's sword radiance, demonstrating impeccable precision. With a series of piercing sounds echoing through the air, Ouyang Junyi was astonished to witness his first soul skill. Hummingbird flicker, merely create ripples of golden light upon impacting the luminous wings of the goddess of light butterfly, failing to penetrate the formidable strength of the wings. Immediately thereafter, the immense front wing descended upon him. Drawing upon his combat experience, Ouyang Junyi instinctively crouched, attempting to slip beneath the wing. However, Wang Dong's guillotine-like wing struck downward unexpectedly, as if punishing him for his evasion. With a resounding thud, Ouyang Junyi was sent crashing to the ground, landing awkwardly as the force from the impact nearly caused him to vomit. On the other side, Chen Zhufeng fared no better. The sword light emitted by his soft sword collided head-on with the sharpness of the winged guillotine, and he perceived a flash of golden light before his sword radiance dissipated. Subsequently, his soft sword emitted a violent hum before shattering spectacularly. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed in a dazzling blue-gold glow, propelled backward at an even greater speed than he had come, colliding with Zhao Haochen, who was engrossed in devouring a chicken leg. And the two tumbled together in a chaotic heap. Wang Dong unfurled his wings in midair, the blue and purple hues of the goddess of light butterfly's wings alternating in a mesmerizing dance, the golden patterns gradually converging as he gracefully descended to the ground, his pride unwavering. Observing from the sidelines, teacher Wang Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, while the other teams watched intently, their expressions turning solemn as the atmosphere within the 33rd district fell into an eerie silence. Such overwhelming might. What a fearsome assault-type soulmaster. It is commonly understood that assault-type spirits possess a natural advantage over agility-type spirits, yet how could the disparity be so pronounced among newcomers? By a singular strength, Wang Dong had managed to vanquish 2 agility-type soul masters in a single strike, even with the assistance of a food-type spirit master on the opposing side. Although the advantages of a 2-ringed soul master over a 1-ringed master are significant, the sheer disparity in a 1 versus 3 scenario is a testament to the extraordinary prowess of this light spirit master. Moreover, there was another individual who, like Wang Dong, possessed 2 rings, yet their team boasted 2 soul masters above level 20. As for Hui Yuhao, he was overlooked by everyone, save for teacher Wang Yan, who discerned the faint golden glimmer flickering in his eyes. In truth, while Ouyang Junyi's team had a notable advantage in strength over Hui Yuhao's, Wang Dong would not have achieved such a swift victory alone. Let us not forget that he benefited from Hui Yuhao's spirit detection sharing, equivalent to 600 years of soul rings. Spirit detection sharing is not merely a singular skill, but 2 distinct skills derived from 600-year spirit rings, providing Wang Dong with assistance far exceeding that of his opponents. Furthermore, with both possessing 100-year soul rings, Wang Dong had attained level 24, far surpassing his adversaries in cultivation. And with the acquisition of his second soul ring, the potency of his first soul ring's attack had increased significantly, coupled with the comprehensive suppression of his martial spirit. This culminated in a resounding victory. As Wang Dong retracted his wings and turned back to Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao, the 3 exchanged celebratory high-fives. Xiao Xiao chuckled softly. "Class leader, you are truly formidable. Wang Dong, how about letting me have a go next time?" She brimmed with confidence, believing that had the roles been reversed, she too could have triumphed over their adversaries. The more she experienced the wonders of Hui Yuhao's spirit detection sharing, the more entranced she became. Thus her praise was directed towards Hui Yuhao rather than Wang Dong. Wang Dong chuckled. "Oh no, you should conserve your strength. The first 10 assessments are merely appetizers for us. I can bask in the glory alone, but we must not allow them to discern our true capabilities." Hui Yuhao chuckled. "Wang Dong makes a valid point. Xiao Xiao, you are indeed our trump card." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao smiled and nodded in agreement. The first class of Hui Yuhao's team celebrated their victory. After Wang Yan announced the result, he meticulously recorded it in the documents he held. Meanwhile, Ouyang Junyi and his companions had already risen to their feet. Wang Dong had shown them mercy. They were not truly injured. Yet their faces were marked by shame and indignation. Having been so effortlessly defeated, they wished to leave without a moment's delay, fleeing swiftly from the scene. Once Wang Yan finished documenting the competition results, he cast another glance at Hui Yuhao and his companions, musing to himself that this group was likely the ace of the first class. Indeed, the students taught by teacher Shou-Yi were extraordinary. However, he remained perplexed about Hui Yuhao's situation. Unlike the other students, he understood the subtleties involved in team registrations. The freshman class team was named after Hui Yuhao, indicating that he was the team leader. Yet, in terms of cultivation, both Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao clearly surpassed him. To put it more bluntly, with Hui Yuhao's first soul ring reflecting merely a decade of experience and his failure to reach the 20th level of cultivation, he had not even qualified to enter Shrek Academy as a freshman. Nevertheless, he was the leader of this team, suggesting that this student with only a decade of Soul Ring experience was the core of the group. Why was this so? Wang Yin, a representative of the theoretical faction at Shrek Academy and a moderate figure, possessed a solid theoretical foundation and exceptional teaching abilities, despite being in his 40s. He was regarded as one of the foremost senior teachers in the Outer Academy. In Shrek Academy, the elevation of a teacher's rank is often more challenging than that of students, and the distinctions are quite pronounced. Zhou was merely a mid-level teacher, a fact that was undoubtedly related to her formidable teaching methods. Wang Yin, however, had attained the rank of senior teacher, qualified to instruct inner academy students, which attested to his formidable prowess in theory. Yet, he still found himself unable to comprehend the circumstances surrounding Hui Yuhao and his group, failing to discern what kind of soul master Hui Yuhao truly was. After the assessment concluded, Hui Yuhao and his companions did not depart but chose to observe the other two matches on the sidelines. It was only after all three contests had finished that they took their leave of Wang Yin. Wang Yin did not call out to Hui Yuhao for inquiries, as he believed that Hui Yuhao's capabilities would become evident in the subsequent matches. The first round of assessments for the new students came to a swift conclusion. The primary purpose of today's evaluation was to acclimate the newcomers to this combat-oriented assessment format. However, the intensity of the evaluations would significantly escalate on the following day, with 2 rounds scheduled for both morning and afternoon, totaling 4 rounds. The third day promised an even grimmer challenge, as each team would be subjected to 5 rounds of assessment. The entire evaluation for the newcomers spanned merely 3 days. This was not only to hone the students' practical combat skills, but also to test their endurance in prolonged engagements. As the second day of assessments commenced, all the students in Class 1 sincerely expressed their gratitude to their instructor, Zhou, for matches in a single day resulted in considerable exhaustion, both in terms of soul power and physical stamina. However, after Zhou Yi's rigorous training, Class 1 demonstrated a markedly superior adaptability to this competitive format compared to other classes. Following the first day of matches and observations, Hui Yuhao and his companions were fully convinced that within their group, there were indeed no opponents capable of posing a threat. Apart from themselves, there was only one other newcomer above level 20. In this intense competitive environment, the other groups of newcomers were not oblivious. In their quest for better results, they deliberately eased their efforts when facing Hui Yuhao and his team. Consequently, unlike the utter fatigue experienced by other groups, Hui Yuhao and his companions effortlessly triumphed in all 4 matches on the second day, achieving an impressive record of 5 victories out of 5. With this foundation of success, they could confidently assert that they had passed the newcomer assessment. Furthermore, these 5 victories instilled in them a robust sense of confidence. However, as the assessment instructor for District 33, Wang Yin found himself feeling somewhat disheartened. After 5 matches, the combat strategies employed by Hui Yuhao's team remained strikingly uniform. Wang Dong would initiate the attack while Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao observed, leading to swift conclusions of the battles. He still could not discern Hui Yuhao's true abilities, which left him, a teacher inclined towards theoretical approaches, quite vexed. Hui Yuhao, come forward, Wang Yin called to the trio after the second day's competition ended. Teacher Wang, Hui Yuhao responded, stepping forward, with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao flanking him on either side. Indeed, Wang Yin mused, Hui Yuhao is undoubtedly the core of their team. You 3 have achieved an impressive record of 5 victories in the initial 5 matches. Continue to strive in the upcoming contests, aiming to secure a place among the top 64 for the ranking matches. However, tomorrow's 5 matches will not be as effortless as today's. Following today's contests, there will be a redraw, and those teams with 5 losses will be eliminated. During the draw, not only will they ensure that teams from the same class do not compete against each other, but they will also consider prior performances. Tomorrow, your matches will certainly take place in District 33, but you may very well encounter 1 or 2 formidable teams as challengers. Hui Yuhao nodded and said, thank you, Teacher Wang. We will do our best. Wang Yin smiled slightly and replied, that's good. You should return and rest early. He still did not inquire about Hui Yuhao's martial soul. He possessed his own pride and believed that once they encountered formidable opponents, Hui Yuhao and his team could not conceal it for long. What a thrill. It felt as easy as slicing through vegetables. Wang Dong exclaimed excitedly as they walked back to the dormitory. Today had been quite exhilarating for him. Xiao Xiao remarked, tomorrow, it will be my turn to take the stage, right? Wang Dong, I believe this is the case. So far, you have only utilized your first soul skill. If we face a powerful opponent tomorrow, you may need to resort to your second soul skill. which is derived from a millennium soul ring and can be considered the most potent offensive technique within our team. It would be wise to conceal it until the ranking matches. If we encounter a formidable adversary, I will support you, and we will strive to use only our first soul skills. Even if our opponent is strong, I will employ my second soul skill to keep yours hidden. This way, we will possess 2 trump cards. What do you think? Wang Dong chuckled and said, Xiao Xiao, after all that you've said, it seems you're just eager to unleash your abilities. Fine, we'll do it your way. I've had my fill of excitement. I should let you enjoy it too. Fortunately, their conversation was free from the presence of adults. Otherwise, Wang Dong's words might have led to misunderstandings. Hui Yuhao chuckled and said, let us go. I shall treat you to grilled fish. I ordered more than enough yesterday. Just as the trio stepped out of the assessment area, they unexpectedly encountered 2 individuals. Upon seeing them, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were momentarily taken aback. The newcomers were none other than Ma Xiaodao, dressed in crimson, accompanied by Su Sanshi, whom she had taken away a few days prior. Compared to his usual spirited demeanor, Su Sanshi now appeared pallid and drained, as if all vitality had been sapped from him. He looked utterly listless, his clothes wrinkled and disheveled, embodying a profound sense of despondency. Ma Xiaodao remained as beautiful as ever, but a peculiar flush adorned her cheeks, and the pale pink hue of her eyes had deepened. Now that I've been found. Sister Xiaodao, may I leave? Su Sanshi said with a wry smile. After enduring several days of intense suffering, he had finally managed to pull through. However, the toll on his spirit, stamina, and soul power was exceedingly severe. All he desired now was to return to his dormitory for a long, restorative sleep. Ma Xiaodao nodded and replied, all right, you may go. Su Sanshi cast a glance at Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, conveying a message of self-preservation before he turned to leave. His ungracious demeanor tightened the hearts of the 2, prompting them to wonder about Ma Xiaodao's intentions. With an air of indifference, Ma Xiaodao said, you 2 follow me. Junior sister, you should head back first. Just as Xiao Xiao was about to protest, Hui Yuhao swiftly shook his head, signaling her to depart, assuring her that he and Wang Dong would be fine. It was evident that Ma Xiaodao's arrival bore ill tidings, and he did not wish to involve Xiao Xiao in this matter. Furthermore, being within the academy, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong believed that Ma Xiaodao would not harm them. Reluctantly, Xiao Xiao walked away. Under Ma Xiaodao's guidance, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong proceeded along the lakeside path. After a short walk, they arrived at the very lake where they had been ambushed. Ma Xiaodao halted before the sea god lake, maintaining a considerable distance from them. Wang Dong wore a vigilant expression, while Hui Yuhao's heart raced with apprehension. Senior Ma, what is it that you wish to discuss with us? Hui Yuhao inquired cautiously. With her back turned to them, Ma Xiaodao replied, I trust you recognize me now. Indeed, I am the student who once fled the inner courtyard and nearly harmed you. I have my reasons for my actions. I would like to extend my sincerest apologies to both of you. Wang Dong scoffed, thinking to himself, is this what one calls an apology? There is not a shred of sincerity in it. After a brief exchange of glances between Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, he spoke. Senior Ma, the past is behind us. Moreover, the academy has provided us with compensation. Ma Xiaodao abruptly turned around, her pink eyes darkening with intensity. An inexplicable pressure enveloping Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. However, for me, this matter is far from resolved, Ma Xiaodao declared in a low voice. On that day, there must have been an ice element soul master who intervened, which is why you were not harmed. This individual is of great significance to me. You must reveal everything you know, or identify who among you they were protecting. I am determined to find them. Wang Dong, somewhat bewildered, replied, Senior Ma, I do not comprehend what you are referring to. When you lunged at us that day, the intense heat emanating from you rendered us unconscious, and we are entirely unaware of what transpired afterward. As for any ice element soul master, we have no knowledge of such a person. Hui Yuhao nodded repeatedly, resolutely determined to keep the secret of the heavenly dream ice silkworm concealed. Ma Xiaodao observed the expressions of the 2, noting a sincerity that belied any pretense, though a flicker of hesitation danced in her eyes. The reason she sought out Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong was that, upon returning home that day, she suddenly recalled why their faces seemed familiar. She had seen their profiles in the inner academy. Over the past 3 months, she had made significant progress in her cultivation, thanks to the residual chill from the heavenly dream ice silkworm that had quelled the sinister flames within her. However, once the chill dissipated, she found herself compelled to approach Su Sanshi again. Yet, she soon realized that although Su Sanshi possessed the top-tier martial spirit of the Xiaming turtle, which was of the water attribute rather than ice, its efficacy in aiding her had diminished considerably. Without the ability to suppress the malicious flames, She was forced to halt her training, and the threat of an outburst loomed, endangering her very sanity. After much contemplation, she resolved to seek out Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. If she could locate the individual who had once used ice to mitigate her plight, her troubles would surely be alleviated. Do you truly not know? Ma Xiaotao inquired, her tone heavy with urgency. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong simultaneously shook their heads. Ma Xiaotao's expression suddenly altered, and she coldly declared, "Then do not blame me for being impolite. If you are unaware, I shall compel him to emerge." As she spoke, a fierce wave of heat erupted forth, and crimson flames surged from Ma Xiaotao, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. When Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were summoned by Ma Xiaotao, an unsettling feeling surged within them. Thus, they maintained a vigilant stance, especially after their previous misfortunes. The moment Ma Xiaotao made her move, they swiftly reacted. They could not afford to remain passive. The wings of the goddess of light, the butterfly, erupted from behind Wang Dong, unfurling to reveal intricate golden patterns. In an instant, the blade-like edges of the wings were unleashed. Hui Yuhao's mental detection and soul impact were unleashed simultaneously. Although merely 3 months had passed, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong had made considerable advancements in their cultivation, their synergy displaying remarkable harmony. In a sudden burst of energy, Wang Dong grasped Hui Yuhao from behind, and they soared into the air, swiftly retreating. Ma Xiaotao, evidently careless, underestimated the situation. With a mere 1-ring and 2-ring cultivation, it was implausible for her to treat the matter with the seriousness it warranted. As soon as her martial soul manifested, the resplendent crimson feathers enveloped her form. Yet Wang Dong had already propelled Hui Yuhao into the air, drifting backward. In that instant, Ma Xiaotao beheld the flickering purple light in Hui Yuhao's eyes, and she felt as though his gaze pierced her like 2 sharp needles, compelling her to instinctively shut her eyes, accompanied by a fleeting dizziness in her mind. Following the advancement of the purple extreme demon eye, the potency of Hui Yuhao's soul impact had intensified, rendering even Ma Xiaotao, with her 6-ring cultivation, unable to remain entirely immune. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Wang Dong had already led Hui Yuhao out of the woods, returning to the lakeside path. Upon reaching the teaching building, Hui Yuhao shouted fiercely, simultaneously extending both hands towards Ma Xiaotao's direction. A series of cold lights flashed, hurtling toward her, manifesting as the concealed weapons bestowed upon him by Tang Ye. The simplest yet swiftest technique for launching hidden projectiles produced a piercing sound through the air. Concurrently, the golden patterns on Wang Dong's wings expelled a powerful gust, propelling him rapidly away. Ma Xiaotao, unwilling to let them escape, disregarded Hui Yuhao's concealed weapons. With a swift movement, she pursued them, her massive fiery wings unfurling behind her. Every metallic projectile that came into her vicinity melted instantaneously, transforming into droplets of liquid on the ground. The terrifying heat enveloped Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong like an enormous hand reaching from behind. Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection, a formidable skill capable of altering outcomes among peers, appeared rather feeble when confronted with an opponent of Ma Xiaotao's caliber. What significance does accurate judgment hold if one cannot impede the inevitable? Wang Dong exerted himself to the utmost, yet the searing heat from behind swiftly engulfed their bodies. Observing from above, one could see Ma Xiaotao's form flickering as she swiftly closed the distance to Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Her immense fiery wings surged once more, converging violently to envelop Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, rendering them invisible. With a grip on the collars of both Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao, Ma Xiaotao's terrifying soul power rendered them utterly defenseless. In shock, they beheld a world consumed by crimson flames, the outside realm entirely obscured. They could scarcely utter a word. Ma Xiaotao, her countenance solemn, remained in silence, waiting for what seemed like an eternity before her brow furrowed in contemplation. Was it possible that the previous encounter had merely been a coincidence? Her intent in confronting Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong was singular, to compel the soul master who had previously subdued her with ice attributes to reveal himself. Yet, contrary to her expectations, despite appearing to have completely devoured Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, the soul master remained absent. As the flames receded and the surrounding crimson dissipated, Ma Xiaotao returned to her normal state, releasing her hold and pushing away Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, who stumbled and fell to the ground. With an air of indifference, Ma Xiaotao remarked, "Since this does not concern you, let it be. I understand your discontent. Channel that frustration into diligent practice. If one day you manage to enter the inner courtyard, I shall grant you the opportunity for a challenge. With that, she paid no heed to the indignation etched on Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's faces, turning and departing gracefully. That lunatic! Wang Dong exclaimed in fury. Hui Yuhao rose from the ground and then helped Wang Dong up, expressing his irritation by suggesting she should return to her training. She was not entirely wrong. After all, their strength paled in comparison to hers. They might as well head back. Hui Yuhao had witnessed the entire episode when Ma Xiaodao was repelled by the heavenly dream eye silkworm with a mere gesture, which led him to suspect Ma Xiaodao's intentions. In her lucid state, it was nearly impossible for Ma Xiaodao to harm them within the academy. Her aim was likely to draw out the heavenly dream eye silkworm. Yet, Hui Yuhao was already aware of her motives. Regardless, the heavenly dream eye silkworm would not emerge, as it was currently enjoying a deep slumber and had previously stated it could not assist Hui Yuhao for a year. The following morning, when Xiao Xiao saw Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, her delicate face revealed a hint of surprise. What happened to you two? You both look so glum. Did that senior sister from the inner academy give you a hard time yesterday? Wang Dong interjected. Of course not. She just wanted to ask us some questions. Now, let us head to the assessment. It was a shameful matter he preferred to keep to himself. Due to their outstanding performance in the previous 5 rounds, they remained in Area 33. After a reshuffle and regrouping, new students were drawn to compete against them. These newcomers were certainly not the top contenders from other areas, so the next 5 matches would likely not present the strongest opponents. However, compared to the earlier rounds, it would not necessarily be a walk in the park. Mr. Wang Yin cast a meaningful glance at the trio of Hui Yuhao before declaring, "All right, everyone is present." Since Hui Yuhao's team achieved the best results in the previous 5 rounds, they will represent our area as the seed team and will be the first to compete according to the match schedule. In the first match of the 6th round in Area 33, Hui Yuhao's team faced off against Team Huang Chutian from Class 7. Upon entering the arena, Hui Yuhao and his companions were astonished to find a pair of identical female students among their opponents. Both girls had long blue hair, rosy cheeks, and appeared quite adorable, seemingly younger than them. Twins. The towering male student in front of the twins was undoubtedly Huang Chutian, the leader of their small team. I am Huang Chutian. To my left is Lan Susu, and to my right is Lan Luoluo. I look forward to your guidance, he introduced. Hui Yuhao responded. Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao? Please advise us. As both teams took their positions, Hui Yuhao's team arranged themselves in their original order. Wang Dong at the forefront, Xiao Xiao in the center, and Hui Yuhao at the back corner. Conversely, Huang Chutian stood at the front, flanked by Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. Each team could have only one assault-type soul master, and it was evident that the twin girls were unlikely to be assault-type soul masters. They were likely support-type or control-type, much like Hui Yuhao's group. Mr. Wang Yan's voice resonated. The assessment begins. Both sides swiftly unleashed their martial souls. Huang Chutian roared as he struck his chest with his fists. Although he appeared younger than 12, he stood over 1.5 meters tall, and upon releasing his martial soul, his stature surged to around 1.80 meters. His robust muscles tore through his school uniform, exposing iron-black skin. His eyes transitioned from black to yellow, and his prominent canines protruded from his thick lips, while his limbs appeared exceptionally powerful, resembling solid steel. 2 yellow soul rings emerged beneath his feet, indicating he was a powerful assault-type soul master over level 20. The twins behind him simultaneously released their martial souls, which astonishingly turned out to be their hair. As Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu shook their heads, their long blue hair soared into the air, swiftly extending to over 10 meters in length, floating gracefully without touching the ground. This was a team composed entirely of students above level 20. How could they not have secured first place in their original area? This was the first entirely level 2 soul master team Hui Yuhao's group had encountered. While Huang Chutian and his companions were indeed formidable, they had faced opponents who countered their strengths, resulting in 4 wins and 1 loss, leading them to arrive here as second place. In an instant, Wang Dong soared into action, her wings unfurling as the luminous wings of the goddess of light butterfly emerged. The twins, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, gazed at Wang Dong with starry eyes, their expressions transformed. Huang Chutian growled, charging toward Wang Dong with powerful strides that echoed with each step. As he leaped forward, his fists aimed directly at Wang Dong. She folded her wings and braced herself for his strike. With a resounding crash, she was forcefully knocked from the air, landing with several steps backward before regaining her balance. Huang Chutian, undeterred, leaped again in pursuit of Wang Dong. Just then, a massive black cauldron appeared silently at the pinnacle of Huang Chutian's ascent, and he collided with it head-on. Momentarily stunned, Huang Chutian found no leverage in the air, and as he could not alter his trajectory, he aimed his fists at the black cauldron. Strangely, upon changing his attack, the cauldron retreated 30 centimeters, allowing his fists to bypass it before surging forward once again. Unfazed, Huang Chutian thrust his head forward, striking the Three Lives soul-calming cauldron with his skull. With a loud bang, he was sent flying backward, while the Three Lives soul-calming cauldron descended directly in front of Wang Dong. At this moment, Xiao Xiao finally made her move in the new student assessment. Mr. Wang Yan's eyes gleamed with recognition. He could clearly see that Xiao Xiao's martial soul was extraordinary, and he was particularly impressed by her sense of timing. Wang Dong turned to Xiao Xiao with a smile, saying, "I was merely testing his strength. This guy's martial soul must be the mighty ape with copper skin and iron bones. No wonder he is so strong. Watch this." As she spoke, she leaped into the air once more, her toes tapping on the Three Lives soul-calming cauldron, igniting her first soul ring. "Huang Chutian, let us see if your copper skin and iron bones can withstand my winged guillotine." With her wings wide open, she dove straight for him. At the same time, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo turned to face each other, their hands joining as they unleashed a more potent wave of soul power. The previously lengthy blue hair soared again, forming a vast net in the air that aimed directly at Wang Dong. Utilizing a net to ensnare a butterfly was clearly the most effective approach. This hair net was the identical first soul skill of the twin sisters. With their synchronized techniques, as the blue net descended upon Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao sensed through his spiritual perception that there were no flaws or vulnerabilities to exploit. Huang Chutian swiftly retreated, entering the hair net. Yet the strands seemed to possess a mind of their own, parting to avoid touching him. The situation that Hui Yuhao dreaded most has finally come to pass. His opponents employed a formidable combination of a powerful assault and two control tactics, and the two control-type soul masters, being twins, exhibited an exceptional synergy. At this moment, the formidable might of Wang Dong's winged guillotine was vividly displayed. Although the net originally countered his butterfly martial soul, the sharp edges of his dual-winged guillotine unleashed tremendous destructive power. Two blue-gold colossal blades swung rhythmically, cleaving through the net and creating an opening, while simultaneously plummeting towards Huang Chutian, guided by Hui Yuhao's mental probe. Huang Chutian and the Blue Sisters were taken aback. They had not anticipated the overwhelming destructive force of Wang Dong's light goddess butterfly. Moreover, they were puzzled as to how Wang Dong could accurately locate Huang Chutian even after being obstructed by the net. With a thunderous roar, Huang Chutian activated his first soul ring, causing his fists to suddenly swell to twice their size, gleaming with a brilliant metallic sheen as he charged towards Wang Dong's winged guillotine. Meanwhile, the Blue Sisters' net surged from behind, attempting to ensnare him. When the winged guillotine clashed against his iron fists, a resounding metallic clash erupted, and it was Huang Chutian who retreated this time, staggering back 5 or 6 steps. His fists were bloodied, each sustaining a grievous wound. Huang Chutian's expression shifted to one of horror. His great strength divine ape was a formidable martial soul, renowned for its indomitable might, yet it could not withstand Wang Dong's wings. This was not due to a lack of strength, but rather the terrifying sharpness embedded within those wings. Had he not retreated, his fists would have suffered severe injury. After repelling Huang Chutian with a single strike, Wang Dong's momentum surged. With both wings flapping simultaneously, he pivoted and spun like a top, wielding his winged guillotine and shredding the incoming net into fragments, rendering it utterly ineffective against him. Under Hui Yuhao's shared mental probe, Xiao Xiao could sense Wang Dong's current predicament. Thus, she chose to refrain from further intervention with her Three Lives soul-subduing cauldron after her initial strike. Huang Chutian roared again, raising both hands high above his head. His second soul ring began to glow, enveloping him in a dense yellow aura. His arms expanded, the robust muscles brimming with explosive power, and the yellow light surged down to his fists. "Power hammer," he bellowed as he struck towards Wang Dong. A solid sphere of yellow light burst forth from his fists, hurtling towards Wang Dong with precision. The sphere exhibited a locking effect, and despite Wang Dong's attempts to evade through 3 swift movements, he found himself unable to escape. Just as he prepared to meet the attack with his winged guillotine, a smile unexpectedly graced his face. He opted to abandon the block and instead dove downward, shredding the net while charging directly at the Blue Sisters. The three lives soul-subduing cauldron materialized silently behind Wang Dong, colliding fiercely with the power hammer. In that fleeting moment before their clash, a layer of black aura emanated from the cauldron, producing a deafening roar in the air. Upon impact with the black aura, the power hammer was significantly weakened before striking the cauldron. Despite still possessing formidable explosive force that sent the cauldron flying, Huang Chutian's attack was ultimately defused. Meanwhile, the Blue Sisters faced the full brunt of Wang Dong's assault. The Blue Sisters had evidently underestimated their adversaries. Although Huang Chutian and Wang Dong were at a disadvantage, they had not been defeated. They had overlooked the fact that they were not alone in this battle. As Wang Dong advanced, intent on dismantling the net and attacking them, it became apparent that they could not deploy their second soul technique in time, as it required a certain distance to unleash its full potential. Exchanging resolute glances, the sisters simultaneously released their soul rings, letting go of each other's hands as they embraced in the midst of battle. Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, pondering their intentions. The next instant, the Blue Sisters provided him with an answer. A surge of immense soul power erupted, as a deep blue aura enveloped their entwined figures, obscuring them from view. Simultaneously, their long hair lifted, transforming into translucent blue strands. Though the hair remained fine when it cascaded towards Wang Dong, the sensation it imparted was utterly transformed. As Wang Dong's winged guillotine made contact with the net, it did not shatter as before. Instead, he felt as though he had plunged into an elastic and resilient web. No matter how he struggled, the net constricted tighter around him. In that instant, Ho Yuhao's mental probe abruptly vanished. Hui Yuhao ceased his skill release? The answer is, of course, negative. This is due to the formidable soul skill that Wang Dong faced, which was so powerful that the immense fluctuation of soul energy effectively shielded Hui Yuhao's spiritual probing. After all, Hui Yuhao was merely a one-ring soul master. In the blink of an eye, Wang Dong found himself ensnared, much like a zongzi, his body surrounded by shimmering blue strands. These overwhelming blue strands did not relent. Instead, they swiftly advanced towards Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao. A martial soul fusion skill? Xiao Xiao exclaimed, and in an instant, the Sanxing Zhenhunding unleashed its full power, splitting into three as it soared through the air, simultaneously striking at the vast net. A martial soul fusion skill is a technique unleashed by soul masters whose martial souls are in perfect harmony. The potency of a martial soul fusion skill far exceeds that of any soul skill of the same rank, transcending into a realm of its own. Only a select few soul masters can achieve such a feat, making it a rarity akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Among Huang Chutian's team, he was undoubtedly the strongest individual, yet the true trump card lay in the martial soul fusion skill of the Blue Sisters. Throughout the preceding assessments, they had remained patient, refraining from using their fusion skill even after suffering a defeat. However, today marked the first match of the final 5 rounds, and they could no longer afford to lose. Just as Hui Yuhao's team was a seed team of the first class, Huang Chutian and the Blue Sisters were also the seed team of the new 7th class, tasked with striving for a top 3 finish. Hence, after a brief deliberation, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo embraced each other and activated their martial soul fusion skill, the Heavenly Net. It was said that even a 2-ring Great Soul Master, or even a 3-ring Soul Venerable, would find it impossible to escape the Heavenly Net alone. In an instant, the 3 black cauldrons were engulfed by the Heavenly Net. Xiao Xiao let out a delicate shout, and 3 thunderous booms resonated within the net. Remarkably, the Heavenly Net was slightly disrupted, as it was struck by the same technique that had previously hindered Huang Chutian's skill, Xiao Xiao's first soul skill. The shock of the cauldron. Unlike its earlier singular activation, this time, the shock of the cauldron was unleashed by all 3 cauldrons in unison, maximizing its power. The essence of Xiao Xiao's Sanxing Zhenhunding lies in its strongest defense when the 3 cauldrons unite, and its most formidable attack and soul skill potency when they separate. However, the Heavenly Net was a martial soul fusion skill. Although the shock of the cauldron unleashed with all her might was powerful, it was still dwarfed by the Heavenly Net. After a minor disruption, the Heavenly Net surged forth once more, closing in on Xiao Xiao. In that critical moment, Hui Yuhao suddenly bellowed, "Wang Dong!" The Heavenly Net, poised to envelop Xiao Xiao, appeared as if it had been stunned by Hui Yuhao's voice, coming to an abrupt halt. Deep within the net, a brilliant blue-golden light flared to life. Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing was perpetually activated. Although the circumstances within the heavenly web were obscured, Xiao Xiao still sensed the amplification brought forth by the mental sharing. At the moment Hui Yuhao shouted, she suddenly realized with horror that the originally broad mental detection sharing unexpectedly constricted towards the center, transforming instantaneously into a narrow probe that pierced directly into the core of the heavenly web. Moreover, Hui Yuhao's soul power fluctuations appeared to surge rapidly, infused with a force that eluded her comprehension. In the next instant, Xiao Xiao felt as though something brushed past the side of her head, causing her to experience a wave of dizziness. Subsequently, the overwhelming heavenly web began to collapse, receding like a tide. With a thud, Wang Dong fell to the ground, gasping for breath, clearly having endured severe exhaustion. Meanwhile, the Lan sisters fared even worse, having both collapsed and lost consciousness. Hui Yuhao's complexion appeared exceptionally pallid, to the extent that even the shared mental detection could no longer be sustained. Although he did not gasp for breath like Wang Dong, his chest rose and fell continuously. On the sidelines, Wang Yin stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the unfolding scene. When the Lan sisters activated their martial soul fusion technique, Skynet, his gaze was already filled with astonishment. He had initially believed that Hui Yuhao's team was destined to lose, yet he could not have anticipated the dramatic turn of events. Just as Skynet seemed poised to secure victory, Hui Yuhao's team astonishingly reversed the situation. What frustrated Wang Yin most was that he could not discern how Hui Yuhao's team had executed their maneuver. Especially Hui Yuhao, his pale face and the preceding shout indicated that he had indeed made a move. Moreover, breaking the Skynet was likely the result of his utmost effort. However, how had he executed such a feat? How had he dismantled the martial soul fusion technique? Wang Yin was utterly at a loss. The battle was far from over. Although Wang Chutian was taken aback to see the Lan sisters collapse, the fact that Skynet had not overcome the enemy quickly snapped him back to reality. With a low shout, he lunged toward Wang Dong, whom he perceived as the one who had disrupted the martial soul fusion technique. To him, Hui Yuhao was merely a soul master with a decade-old soul ring, hardly a figure of notice in any circumstance. At this moment, Wang Dong was nearing exhaustion. As Huang Chutian charged at him, he managed to flap his wings and retreat rapidly, calling out, "Xiao Xiao, it's up to you now. Leave it to me." Xiao Xiao responded with a huff. After the dispersion of Skynet, the three-life soul-settling cauldron reassembled. Even without Hui Yuhao's assistance in mental detection, she could clearly see the large target that Huang Chutian presented. The cauldron positioned itself before Wang Dong, effectively blocking Huang Chutian's advance. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao had seated himself on the ground in a meditative pose, striving to restore his mental energy. That previous exertion had indeed drained a significant amount of his reserves. Fortunately, he was no longer the novice of levels 11 or 12. His purple extreme magic eyes had undergone a qualitative leap, allowing him to avoid exhausting his mental energy completely. However, the momentary output had left him with bouts of dizziness, rendering him unable to maintain both mental detection and sharing simultaneously. He needed to recuperate. Could Hui Yuhao possess the ability to dismantle a martial soul fusion technique? That was, of course, impossible. He was merely a one-ring soul master. While a million-year soul ring was formidable, he was still far from harnessing the true might of the million-year Dream Eye Silkworm soul ring. The reason he managed to break Skynet was a confluence of multiple factors, wherein Hui Yuhao played an undeniably crucial role. He shouted, "Wang Dong," and Wang Dong immediately understood, activating his second soul skill as the Skynet tightened. While this second soul skill could not dismantle the martial soul fusion technique, it was worth noting that Wang Dong's second skill stemmed from a thousand-year soul ring, and its potency was equally formidable. Although it could not shatter Skynet, it significantly accelerated the soul power depletion of the twin sisters. Then came Hui Yuhao's attack. With mental detection obstructed by Skynet, he concentrated his mental probing in one direction, sending forth a powerful mental wave that broke through the encirclement, completing the detection anew, this time in a singular direction. Upon locating the Lan sisters, he unleashed a soul shock amplified by his purple extreme magic eyes, which was the full-force strike that caused Xiao Xiao to experience a momentary dizziness in her mind. Ultimately, Hui Yuhao's all-out effort bore fruit. The Lan sisters' martial soul fusion technique was undeniably powerful, yet it was not without its flaws. The most significant drawback lay in their current cultivation level, which rendered the execution of the technique exceedingly strenuous, making it unsustainable for long. Under Wang Dong's extensive depletion of their resources, Hui Yuhao's soul shock collided violently with their bodies, and the intense mental wave shattered their skill. resulting in the powerful backlash of the martial soul fusion technique, rendering them unconscious. Nevertheless, the Lan sisters, through their combined strength, had nearly incapacitated both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, underscoring the might of the martial soul fusion technique. Hui Yuhao, despite his seemingly frail appearance, wielded a million-year soul ring. Huang Chutian struck fiercely with both fists against the three-life soul-settling cauldron, employing his first soul skill, the mighty diamond fist. The collision of black radiance and metallic fists sent the three-life soul-settling cauldron flying 3 meters away, yet Huang Chutian remained firmly grounded, his body quaking violently. Xiao Zhao's cauldron shock possessed a potent dizzying effect, capable of not only inflicting damage through oscillation, but also stunning all enemies within a meter radius. As Huang Chutian staggered from the dizziness, Xiao Zhao coldly snorted, sweeping her hands, causing the three-life, soul-settling cauldron to divide into 3, encircling Huang Chutian in the center. The dizziness was fleeting, and Huang Chutian soon regained his senses. This time, he refrained from immediate action, taking a moment to assess the situation. The Lan sisters were unconscious, utterly devoid of combat ability, while Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao appeared equally incapacitated, though they remained conscious and could potentially rejoin the fray at any moment. He realized that swift resolution was imperative to seize any chance of victory in the assessment. With this thought, Huang Chutian roared, stamping his feet violently, propelling himself skyward. His fists clasped above his head as his second soul ring emitted a brilliant glow, activating the power hammer once more. Xiao Zhao clasped her hands inward, and the 3 large cauldrons transformed from the 3-life, soul-settling cauldron surged upward, colliding inward. The might of the power hammer was extraordinary, and she could not allow her opponent to unleash an attack. However, Huang Chutian, with a sly smile, flipped in midair just before the 3 cauldrons converged, altering his position to be upside down, and with a powerful swing of his fists, a sphere of yellow light shot forth, hurtling toward Xiao Zhao. To attack was to ensure survival. Huang Chutian did not believe Xiao Zhao would willingly engage in mutual destruction. As long as she redirected the 3-life soul-settling cauldron to defend, he would have an opportunity to close the distance, and thus the chance for victory would present itself. Indeed, Huang Chutian had calculated well. Xiao Zhao would need to unify the 3 cauldrons to counter his power hammer. In doing so, he would have ample time to close in. Regardless of whom he targeted among the trio, they would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand. Yet, in the fleeting moment before Huang Chutian launched his attack, he suddenly felt as if his vision had blurred. The power hammer was released, but it veered off course. The yellow sphere flew askew, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that shattered the partition used for area segregation in the assessment zone, startling the adjacent participants engaged in their own evaluations. At that moment, the outcome between Hui Yuhao's team and Huang Chutian's team had already been determined. Xiao Zhao had prepared to regroup with the 3 cauldrons unified, but just as the fused cauldron flew back a few meters, it abruptly swung back, crashing into Huang Chutian. With her second soul ring shimmering, Huang Chutian was sent soaring out of the arena, only to be caught by Wang Yan's outstretched hand, preventing him from being flung even further away. The black light swirled around him, persisting for over 3 seconds, before Huang Chutian regained his ability to act. This was the second soul skill of Xiao Zhao's 3-life soul-settling cauldron martial soul, Cauldron's Rebound, targeting a singular foe. It not only generated collision damage, but could also send the opponent flying while inducing a state of dizziness, effectively serving as a control skill. With her current 2 abilities, she rightfully claims the title of a control-type soul master. Naturally, Xiao Zhao could not have anticipated that her opponent's attack would veer off course. Her decision to shift from defense to offense was spurred by the renewed support from Hui Yuhao. However, she remained unaware that, at that very moment, Hui Yuhao had simultaneously unleashed 3 skills, which ultimately drained his soul power completely. Among these 3 skills, the first to be employed in combat by Hui Yuhao was mental interference, a wide-ranging, all-encompassing ability. In comparison to soul impact, the potency of mental interference may seem considerably weaker, yet one must not overlook its nature as an area of effect skill. Moreover, the effects of mental interference manifest subtly, often influencing the opponent without their conscious awareness. Otherwise, how could Huang Chutian's clearly targeted force hammer have missed its mark? Wang Yin declared, Hui Yuhao's team wins. As he spoke, he gently set down the somewhat bewildered Huang Chutian and proceeded to assist the Lan sisters in regaining consciousness by channeling his soul power. Upon awakening, the sisters were overwhelmed by excruciating headaches, as if countless steel needles were relentlessly piercing their skulls. Hui Yuhao's soul impact has grown increasingly potent, to the extent that even Ma Xiaodao, with her sixth ring cultivation, is affected to some degree, not to mention the others. Furthermore, the backlash from the martial soul fusion technique exacerbates the situation. It is evident that Huang Chutian's team has suffered considerable losses in this battle. At the very least, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo will undoubtedly be unable to regain their combat strength today. Moreover, they still face 4 more matches ahead. The situation on Hui Yuhao's side is somewhat more favorable compared to their opponents. After all, they have secured a victory. And both Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao have only expended their soul power without sustaining any injuries. They are afforded the luxury of resting for at least 2 matches. However, in the upcoming assessments, Xiao Xiao will undoubtedly assume the role of a key player. Wang Dong supported the weakened Hui Yuhao as they made their way to the sidelines, and Xiao Xiao followed, her expression tinged with confusion as she inquired, "Class leader, how did that last strike go awry?" Hui Yuhao chuckled bitterly. "Let us not dwell on that for now. We must quickly meditate to restore our soul power. We have expended a considerable amount in this first match, and there are still 4 more battles ahead. Let us hope that our opponents have also experienced similar depletion." With that, he promptly seated himself in a meditative posture to begin his recovery. Not only was Xiao Xiao puzzled, but Wang Dong also harbored doubts. Unlike Xiao Xiao, Wang Dong was intrigued by the ease with which the Blue Sisters' martial soul fusion technique had been dispelled. If their fusion technique could only sustain itself for such a brief duration, was there any merit in employing it at all? The answer was evidently negative. Yet they had used it, only to see it crumble rapidly under the release of his millennium soul skill, resulting in both sisters fainting. What could possibly explain this? Recalling Hui Yuhao's loud exclamation, he felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint what it was. A total of 6 teams participated in the assessment, and immediately following Hui Yuhao's team's conclusion, the second match commenced. The freshman evaluation had entered its latter half after reallocation into groups, marking the most critical moment for accumulating points. Each victory increased the likelihood of remaining in the competition. Consequently, all teams were now exerting themselves to the fullest. The earlier clash between Hui Yuhao's team and Huang Chutian's team had left the other 4 teams utterly astonished. Convinced of their own deficiencies, they resolved to score as much as possible against the remaining teams. The first match had resulted in a near mutual destruction, rendering the assessment increasingly complex. Before long, the 3 matches of the first round concluded. Just as Hui Yuhao had hoped, the other 4 teams had also suffered significant depletion. After all, they were not only expending energy today, the previous day's 4 consecutive matches had also taken a considerable toll. They had yet to recover to their optimal state. As the seed team, Hui Yuhao's group was the first to take the field in the second round. This time, their opponents comprised 3 students from the 4th class of freshmen. After exchanging names and taking positions, the arrangement on Hui Yuhao's side was notably altered. With Xiao Xiao at the forefront, Hui Yuhao behind her, and Wang Dong, a formidable assault-type soul master, at the rear. Before Wang Yin could announce the start of the match, Wang Dong had already plopped down onto the ground, entering a meditative state right there on the battlefield. This was a task entrusted to him by Hui Yuhao, to restore his expended soul power by any means necessary. Only with Wang Dong at his peak could they maximize their chances of achieving a flawless victory in the round-robin tournament. "Xiao Xiao, you can do it," Hui Yuhao whispered encouragingly. "Rest assured, class leader. We will certainly prevail," she replied. With Wang Yan's call to commence the assessment, both sides unleashed their martial souls. Having observed the previous matches, Hui Yuhao's team was aware that their opponents consisted of 3 agile attack-type soul masters, specializing in speed. As soon as Wang Yan's voice rang out, the 3 agile soul masters charged forward simultaneously, dividing their assault into 3 paths, all directed towards Xiao Xiao. They could see Wang Dong meditating on the ground, seemingly devoid of any combat capabilities. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Although they too had expended considerable energy, they were determined to give their all from the outset. Wang Yin stood at the sidelines, his gaze fixed intently on Hui Yuhao, not willing to miss a moment. He believed that without Hui Yuhao's assistance, Xiao Xiao alone would stand no chance against 3 opponents, especially against 3 agile attack-type soul masters. He was resolute in finding a way to discern how Hui Yuhao would engage and how his soul skills would be unleashed. Hui Yuhao's eyes gleamed with a faint golden light. Though subtle, Wang Yin perceived it clearly. For a soul master, the alteration in eye color upon unleashing their martial soul is a commonplace phenomenon. Wang Yin also noticed the delicate white soul rings appearing beneath Hui Yuhao's feet. Yet he remained unable to discern the nature of Hui Yuhao's martial soul. At that moment, the three agile attack-type Soul Masters had already initiated their assault. They approached from three distinct directions, their speeds varying slightly. Two advanced directly towards Xiao Xiao, while one circled around to launch a surprise attack from behind Hui Yuhao. Their coordination remarkably seamless. Xiao Xiao's gaze remained fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to their presence as she raised her hands above her head, performing a gesture of support to the heavens. The three live soul-calming tripods soared forth, dividing into three in midair, each heading towards one of the opponents. A breathtaking spectacle unfolded as Xiao Xiao, without even looking, positioned the three divided tripods to block the paths of the three agile attackers. The trio, each at the pinnacle of the first ring, with soul power around level 19, charged at astonishing speed. Unable to change their strategy in time, and crashing directly into the three tripods. They lacked the formidable strength of Huang Chutian, who wielded the giant ape martial soul. Upon collision with the three live soul-calming tripod, they were immediately thrown into disarray. Even more astonishing events were yet to follow. As Xiao Xiao's tripod struck, three resounding booms echoed, each tripod unleashing its force at the moment of collision, resulting in the three agile soul masters being staggered and subsequently rendered unconscious. Their lack of robust physiques leading to a longer period of disorientation than Huang Chutian experienced. The tripods relentlessly pursued their bodies, delivering further blows. Bang, bang, bang. The three tripods met the opponents head-on, and three figures were sent flying from the arena. Three shadows of black light coalesced above Xiao Xiao, vanishing quietly as she retracted her martial soul. The entire venue fell silent. Xiao Xiao's commanding victory was even more striking than the previous match, concluding in less than half a minute. With her singular strength, she had withstood three agile opponents, not allowing them to cross halfway, achieving a comprehensive victory from three fronts. Wang Yin had witnessed Hui Yuhao's team throughout their earlier assessments and considered Wang Dong the strongest among them, while Hui Yuhao embodied the most mystery and composure. Though Xiao Xiao's martial soul appeared commendable, it leaned more towards a hybrid of support and control, placing her lower in his estimation. Yet at that moment, Xiao Xiao demonstrated her significant stature within the trio. Wang Yin could hardly fathom how an 11-year-old girl could remain so composed on the battlefield, precisely predicting all enemy attack routes and striking back with such accuracy. Even a control-type soul master at the fourth ring would struggle to counter and control foes with such fluidity. How could this young girl accomplish it? Other groups, who had initially perceived an opportunity against Hui Yuhao's team due to their prior exhaustion, abandoned such thoughts entirely. Two members of this trio possessed the strength to single-handedly challenge an entire group, truly formidable. However, the Huang Chutian team, which matched Hui Yuhao's overall prowess, was not as fortunate. The Lan sisters had awakened from their stupor, but suffered from severe headaches and depleted soul power, rendering them unable to compete. Consequently, Huang Chutian had to continue alone in the matches. His own soul power had been significantly drained, having sustained injuries from Wang Dong's winged guillotine. Moreover, the opponents focused all their attention on him. In contrast, while Xiao Xiao had also faced three opponents, Hui Yuhao's presence provided a deterrent that divided the enemy's focus. Thus, Huang Chutian's fate was grim. After a brief struggle in the second match, he was ultimately defeated, leading to his team's second loss. The remaining matches for Hui Yuhao's trio entered a virtuous cycle, as no one dared to confront them head-on, opting instead to conserve their strength for encounters with others. In the subsequent three matches, their victories were remarkably effortless, particularly in the fourth match, with Wang Dong fully restored. Merely positioning himself alongside Xiao Xiao was sufficient to compel the opposing team to concede after a token resistance. Ultimately, Hui Yuhao's team, representing the freshman class, achieved an impeccable record of 10 victories in the round-robin phase, claiming the best results in their region. The Huang Chutian team, despite their 2 consecutive defeats, saw the Lan sisters regain some strength and re-enter the fray, with Huang Chutian showcasing his formidable abilities. Against opponents who had already expended considerable energy, they secured consecutive victories, finishing with 7 wins out of 10 matches, comfortably advancing into the top 64. As the round-robin concluded, Wang Yin could no longer contain himself. Hui Yuhao, please stay for a moment. The other teams may return to rest, but I wish to speak with you three. Hui Yuhao approached Wang Yin. Wang Yin nodded and smiled, saying, "Congratulations on achieving a flawless record in the freshman assessment round-robin. Few teams can boast such results. You are indeed formidable. However, I have always been curious. Hui Yuhao, as the team leader, what is your martial soul?" Though I could not discern your contributions during the battles, I am certain you are the core of this team. Am I mistaken? Hui Yuhao was taken aback for a moment. Then, somewhat bashfully, remarked, Teacher Wang, you flatter me. The remarkable achievements we have attained are largely due to the formidable strength of Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. I am merely a supporting figure. As you can see, I possess only a single decade's worth of soul rings. Wang Yin smiled gently and replied, There is no need for such modesty. If you lacked sufficient prowess, I would find it hard to believe that individuals with talents like Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao would allow you to assume the role of captain. Furthermore, I have also investigated your performance over the past 3 months at the academy. Do you know how the students in your class refer to you? Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief. Wang spoke. They all call you Iron Rain Hao, for you possess an indomitable spirit. Though your innate talent may be the weakest, your relentless efforts have rendered you a paragon among the new students. However, I have yet to inquire about your martial soul, as I yearn to witness it and your soul skills with my own eyes to validate my own abilities. Yet, the reality compels me to concede defeat. From beginning to end, I have been unable to discern the nature of your martial soul or the essence of the soul skills you employ. Each match showcases the radiant brilliance of your white 10-year soul ring, yet I remain baffled by the function of your soul skills. Could you enlighten me? Hui Yuhao spoke. Teacher Wang, my martial soul is the spirit eye, belonging to the mental attribute. As for my soul skills, I would prefer to keep them confidential for now, considering we still have further assessments to undertake. The nature of his martial soul was not a closely guarded secret within the academy. Many were already aware of it. If this teacher Wang was genuinely inquisitive, he would surely uncover the truth, so why be so reserved? However, when it came to the soul skills, he was reluctant to divulge any details. The spirit eye? Your martial soul is an eye? Wang Yan's reaction was far more pronounced than Hui Yuhao had anticipated. Upon hearing Hui Yuhao's explanation, he nearly leaped with excitement, gazing at Hui Yuhao with an expression brimming with enthusiasm. Hui Yuhao was taken aback. Teacher Wang, what has happened to you? Wang Yin grasped his shoulders with both hands and asked, First, answer me. Is your martial soul your eyes? Hui Yuhao nodded and said, Indeed. Wang Yin inhaled deeply, his expression tense as he pressed on with his inquiry. Are you a member of the Body Sect? Hui Yuhao shook his head in confusion. The Body Sect? Teacher Wang, I have never heard of it. A surge of ecstatic joy blossomed in Wang Yan's eyes as he released his grip on Hui Yuhao's hands. This is splendid news. I cannot believe that Shrek Academy has stumbled upon such a remarkable opportunity. No wonder your single-decade spirit ring possesses such immense power. It turns out you have a body martial soul. What a pity it is, had you arrived at the academy sooner. I would have insisted on helping you acquire a maximum year first spirit ring. Observing Wang Yan's somewhat eccentric demeanor, Hui Yuhao could not help but glance towards Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. Previously, he and Wang Dong had encountered the unreasonable Ma Xiaotao, the evil fire phoenix. Just days ago, this teacher Wang had seemed entirely normal. What could have caused such a sudden transformation? This reminded Hui Yuhao of the words spoken by his teacher, Xiaoya, and his elder brother, that while the number of monstrous students at Shrek Academy had dwindled, the quantity of extraordinary teachers remained substantial. Wang Yin took a deep breath, attempting to steady his heart filled with astonishment and joy. All right, Hui Yuhao, you should return to rest for now. I will come find you later. With that, he turned and hurried away. Watching his departing figure, Xiao Xiao could not help but whisper, Do you think this teacher Wang might be unwell? Hui Yuhao furrowed his brow and said, Please do not speak in such a manner, teacher. Wang Dong approached Hui Yuhao and remarked, He must have lost composure due to your innate spirit. I recall hearing at home that individuals possessing an innate spirit are exceedingly rare, yet I have never heard of any sect dedicated to innate spirits. Hui Yuhao shook his head and smiled, saying, Never mind, I believe teacher Wang will seek me out again in the future. Having achieved a resounding victory, shouldn't we celebrate? Allow me to treat you all to something delightful at the cafeteria. Xiao Xiao, filled with eager anticipation, interjected, Let's skip the cafeteria, class leader. I have yet to taste your grilled fish. Today, you must indulge this small wish of mine. Hui Yuhao chuckled and said, No problem, it's still early. Let us return to the dormitory for a brief rest. We shall meet at the entrance this evening. Tomorrow should be relatively uneventful. They will surely allow us some respite before the elimination round begins. The three of them made their way back to the dormitory. Xiao Xiao ascended the stairs. For the girls' dormitory was an absolute forbidden zone for male students. Hui Yuhao returned to the dormitory with Wang Dong. To his surprise, he noticed that Wang Dong appeared to be somewhat preoccupied. "What is it, Wang Dong? What are you thinking about?" Hui Yuhao inquired, gazing at him as he sat on the bed. Wang Dong pondered for a moment before replying. "Yuhao, I am reflecting on the events of our first match today. No matter how I analyze it, something feels amiss. Although my Millennium Soul Ring ability is formidable, the opponent was utilizing a martial soul fusion technique. At that moment, I sensed your mental detection converging, allowing you to perceive the intricacies of their soul abilities, yet it was not shared with me. Shortly thereafter, their soul skills disintegrated. What exactly did you do?" As he spoke, he lifted his head, his gaze intensely fixed on Hui Yuhao. A sudden jolt coursed through Hui Yuhao's heart. He understood that deceiving Wang Dong would prove to be quite challenging. Unlike teacher Wang Yan, Wang Dong shared a dormitory with him and had trained alongside him for an extended period, thus possessing an intimate understanding of his character. While fabricating a lie might allow him to escape unscathed, it would inevitably sow seeds of distrust in Wang Dong's heart. Consequently, Hui Yuhao refrained from responding immediately, instead succumbing to a state of hesitation and contemplation. Admitting the truth was an impossibility. The existence of the million-year-old soul beast, the Dream Ice Silkworm, was profoundly astonishing and would undoubtedly exert an unimaginable influence on anyone. Revealing the reality to Wang Dong could potentially endanger him. Yet, what alternative was there to silence? Suddenly, the phrase body martial soul flashed through Hui Yuhao's mind, igniting a spark of inspiration. He lifted his gaze once more, his expression now imbued with a newfound gravity. Wang Dong had never encountered Hui Yuhao in such a state, and he widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Could it be that you truly possess a trump card?" Hui Yuhao found himself momentarily entranced as he locked eyes with Wang Dong, captivated by the sheer beauty of her gaze. Her long, elegantly curled eyelashes framed a pair of deep, dark eyes, revealing only a hint of white at the edges. The curiosity reflected in her eyes imbued them with a life of their own, as if they were capable of conversing without uttering a single word. Hui Yuhao couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder those girls were so captivated by him. He truly possessed an appealing appearance. It couldn't exactly be termed a trump card. Rather, it was a secret of his innate martial soul, a revelation he had only recently come to realize. He spoke in a hushed tone. Wang Dong exclaimed in astonishment. "The secret of the innate martial soul?" Hui Yuhao nodded and said, "You mentioned earlier that our original martial souls are quite rare, and indeed that is the truth. Moreover, our original martial souls possess certain peculiar characteristics. Since I began cultivating the Tang Sect's purple extreme magic eye, I have noticed that my spiritual perception seems to have undergone a mutation. When I employ my first soul skill, the mental detection, to focus on a specific direction, I can concentrate my spiritual energy into a singular point and launch it forward, thereby generating a degree of mental impact. I have experimented with some small creatures within the academy, and it has proven effective. In today's urgent circumstances, I decided to test it during battle. To my surprise, the results were remarkably effective. Perhaps, the fusion technique that Lan Susu and Lan Luluo executed was already quite strained, and with your 1,000-year soul skill restraining them. My mental impact induced by the purple extreme magic eye caused their collapse. However, their fainting should not be attributed to me. Do you not recall our instructor mentioning that the consumption of a martial soul fusion technique is immense, and generally, there is a backlash following its use? The more powerful the fusion technique, the more severe the backlash. Even the mildest backlash effect results in extreme weakness. Given that they utilized the martial soul fusion technique today, I estimate they will be unable to employ it again for some time. Wang Dong's eyes widened. Are you implying that your martial soul, influenced by the purple extreme magic eye, is capable of directly launching a mental attack akin to a soul skill? Hui Yuhao raised a finger to his lips, whispering, "Do keep your voice down. One would not want others to be privy to this, would they? This is my greatest secret, and I have entrusted it to you." In a certain sense, Hui Yuhao was not entirely dishonest, though his words did not convey the complete truth. The existence of a million-year soul beast was simply too astonishing. Having found a fitting source for his soul impact ability, Hui Yuhao felt a sense of relief. He understood that as he continued his studies at Shrek Academy, he would face various assessments, and it would be impossible to conceal the soul impact. Therefore, he would inevitably need to devise a justification. And his recent explanation to Wang Dong seemed exceedingly appropriate. Wang Dong gazed at Hui Yuhao in astonishment. Could it be that his original martial soul was so formidable as to spontaneously evolve a skill? Hui Yuhao scratched his head and remarked, "Isn't it quite ordinary? Your radiant goddess butterfly possesses the innate ability to fly, which can also enhance with your cultivation level. This inherent capability should be regarded as the instinct of a martial soul." Wang Dong pondered for a moment before responding, "No, it is not the same. Indeed, the flight ability of my radiant goddess butterfly is a fundamental instinct of its martial soul. However, your mental impact is different. It evolved only after coming into contact with the purple extreme demon eye. This means that your spiritual eye, as a primary martial soul, possesses inherent evolutionary potential that my radiant goddess butterfly cannot compare to. Perhaps, in the future, it may even develop additional skills." Hui Yuhao chuckled softly and said, "It cannot precisely be classified as a skill. More accurately, my spiritual eye continuously enhances my mental strength. And when I project this mental strength through the purple extreme magic eye, it manifests in a certain application." Wang Dong nodded in understanding, remarking, "Now I comprehend your point. It is akin to my purification or compression of soul power for offense and defense. However, your mental strength is formless and intangible, making it far less detectable when utilized. I had not anticipated such a remarkable utility." With her curiosity resolved, a hint of relief illuminated Wang Dong's striking eyes. Yet, her spirits soon surged again as she exclaimed, "Yuhao, that twin soul fusion technique is truly formidable. If we were both at the third ring level, it seems we would undoubtedly face defeat today." Although the soul fusion technique cannot be sustained for long, its immense power and explosive force are undeniable. It can be regarded as one of the pinnacle skills of soul masters. As their soul power continues to grow stronger, enabling them to maintain the fusion technique for extended periods, it will be exceedingly challenging for anyone of the same rank to contend with them. How I wish we could possess such a skill ourselves. Hui Yuhao chuckled, "Stop dreaming. Such good fortune is unlikely. I recall my teacher mentioning that the fusion of martial souls requires an exceptionally high degree of compatibility between the two parties for it to occur. It is a rare phenomenon, indeed. When two martial souls are highly compatible, they will sense each other upon meeting. We have lived together for 3 months now. Have you ever felt a sense of compatibility with me? I certainly have not." To his surprise, Wang Dong lowered her head as she listened, seemingly deep in thought. Her face slightly flushed. "What is the matter?" Hui Yuhao asked, puzzled. Wang Dong appeared resolute as she lifted her gaze. A peculiar glint in her eyes as she looked at Hui Yuhao and said earnestly, "Since you have disclosed the secrets of your primary martial soul to me, it would be ungracious of me to withhold my own. In truth, I have always concealed my abilities, and my aura has been similarly restrained." Hui Yuhao was taken aback. Wang Dong's prowess was well recognized. The strength of her radiant goddess butterfly martial soul had been fully demonstrated during the freshman assessment. In 10 matches, she had only utilized her second soul skill once, and no one had witnessed its form. Now she claimed to possess even hidden strength, which left Hui Yuhao astounded. Wang Dong continued, "Although you cannot perceive my aura, the moment I first experienced your mental detection sharing assistance, I sensed a profound closeness to your essence. The reason my aura remains contained is due to the influence of another force within me. Only through physical contact can you truly perceive my presence. Would you like to give it a try? Physical contact? How do we do that?" Hui Yuhao asked, bewildered. Wang Dong was momentarily speechless, exclaiming, "You fool, a simple embrace will suffice." Hui Yuhao chuckled lightly and said, "Is that so? You could have just stated it plainly." As he spoke, he casually spread his arms and moved towards Wang Dong for an embrace. However, Wang Dong appeared somewhat dazed as Hui Yuhao drew nearer. He felt none of the ease that Hui Yuhao exhibited. Instead, his body instinctively tensed, as if he had slipped into a peculiar state of rigidity. Hui Yuhao naturally embraced Wang Dong, believing that such a gesture among friends was quite commonplace. However, as he held Wang Dong in his arms, a shift in perception occurred. It dawned on him that this was their first intimate contact, prompting memories of the time he had glimpsed Wang Dong's silhouette. Initially, he assumed that, like himself, Wang Dong, a fellow soul master, would possess a robust physique from relentless training in both stamina and soul power. Yet, the reality of embracing Wang Dong was starkly different from his expectations. While Wang Dong's body was indeed resilient, it also exuded a remarkable softness, almost ethereal in its gentleness. Furthermore, a subtle and enchanting fragrance enveloped him. With their heights being similar, as Hui Yuhao enveloped Wang Dong, his face nestled against the curve of Wang Dong's neck. The silky smoothness against his chin sent a delicate shiver through his senses. Hui Yuhao felt a surge of emotion welling up within him, yet he sensed something amiss. Given his age, his understanding of certain matters remained rather superficial, and he did not dwell on it too much. He simply found that embracing Wang Dong was far more comforting than he had anticipated. "How does it feel?" Wang Dong inquired, almost hesitantly. He did not reciprocate the embrace, but allowed Hui Yuhao to hold him. Their sensations were distinctly different. Hui Yuhao's physique was robust, exuding a potent aura of masculinity, subtly tinged with the faint scent of youthful perspiration. This experience rendered Wang Dong's exquisite face awash with a deep crimson hue. "It feels quite good, very comfortable." Hui Yuhao responded almost instinctively, echoing his innermost thoughts. Wang Dong was taken aback, but his expression swiftly transformed into one of indignation. "Idiot! Did I mean for you to feel comfortable? I intended for you to sense the essence of my martial soul." "Oh, I forgot. Let me hold on a bit longer." "I'll give it a try," Hui Yuhao admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed yet tightening his grip slightly. Wang Dong, feeling the increased pressure, instinctively let out a soft sound of protest, wishing to push him away, but ultimately refrained. He grasped the sides of Hui Yuhao's waist with both hands. His lips pressed tightly together, appearing as though he had suffered a great injustice. Hui Yuhao gradually concentrated his soul power, while earnestly attuning himself to the aura emanating from Wang Dong. However, upon embracing Wang Dong, his initial perception was that of an intense fragrance. Her body seemed somewhat taut, yet remained remarkably supple. Gradually, Hui Yuhao began to perceive the fluctuations of the luminous aura surrounding Wang Dong, a rich essence of light that enveloped him warmly, gently stimulating the slow circulation of his soul power within, an indescribable sensation of comfort. What astonished him further was that amidst this radiant aura, there emerged an even more profound vitality. Following this, he sensed a weighty and steady essence. Wang Dong's aura underwent 3 distinct transformations, each enhancing his sense of intimacy. When he finally discerned the last shift in her inner essence, he found that his soul power had begun to autonomously follow the trajectory of the Xiantian arts operation. This was, Hui Yuhao gradually widened his eyes, and Wang Dong was similarly astonished. After being embraced tightly by Hui Yuhao, a faint golden aura began to emanate from him, which then slowly transformed into a blue-gold hue, and finally evolved into a dark golden shade. This triadic shift in color was a reflection of the peculiar fluctuations he sensed in the atmosphere. Wang Dong, being more experienced than Hui Yuhao, observed the entirety of the situation while Hui Yuhao silently attuned himself to the surrounding energies. He noticed that a radiant glow began to manifest around Hui Yuhao, initially appearing as a soft white aura that was gentle and substantial, exuding a quality reminiscent of the vastness of the ocean. When their energies intertwined, Wang Dong experienced an indescribable comfort. Hui Yuhao's aura felt akin to a profound virtue, seamlessly merging with his own. Subsequently, Hui Yuhao's energy began to shift as the gentle and substantial aura gradually turned cooler, a subtle chill emerging from him, yet imbued with a vitality reminiscent of endless life, harmonizing perfectly with Wang Dong's life force. Although one emanated from the essence of nature and the other from the ancient cold ice, the shared resonance of their prolonged existence allowed their energies to intertwine once more. Ultimately, as the colors surrounding Wang Dong transformed into a dark golden flow, Yuhao's aura shifted from the previous icy blue to a delicate gray. This gray was faint, yet Wang Dong was astounded to sense its depth and density, even surpassing the dark golden hue that enveloped him. Indeed, Hui Yuhao's aura underwent a triadic transformation, each phase flawlessly synchronizing with Wang Dong's energy. Wang Dong gradually lifted his hands, clasping Hui Yuhao's collar, and embraced him in return. In that moment, their minds cleared of distractions, completely immersed in the exquisite sensation of their mutual energy fluctuations. The 3 distinct auras continuously transformed while their soul power gradually began to circulate, accelerating with the passage of time, and the rhythm of their energy exchanges intensified. Subtle streams of varied colors danced around their bodies, barely visible, yet their energies resonated in a manner only they could distinctly perceive. At that moment, they were unaware of the implications of their state, yet they instinctively held one another, silently savoring this extraordinary and increasingly soothing sensation. Gradually, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong felt as though the essence of each other's bodies had merged with their own. An utterly enchanting experience. It was as if their souls were ascending together. Just then, a refreshing presence emerged within Hui Yuhao's sea of consciousness, accompanied by a voice he recognized all too well. What incredible luck! No way. The sudden voice startled Hui Yuhao, snapping him partially out of the wondrous sensation, prompting him to instinctively release his grip. Quick, hold on tight. You fool, the voice urged with urgency. Hui Yuhao tightened his arms instinctively, for he held an unshakable trust in that voice. He had discerned that its owner was none other than the Dream Ice Silkworm. Indeed, after months of slumber, the Dream Ice Silkworm awakened due to the embrace shared between Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. However, it soon fell silent once more, and after a brief moment, its voice echoed again within Hui Yuhao's mind. From this point forward, heed my words. I never anticipated that you would find someone in this world who resonates so perfectly with your essence. This truly baffles me. No, it is almost an impossibility. Yet, you have accomplished it. This presents an unparalleled opportunity for you. You must seize it, for it will illuminate your future boundlessly. Hui Yuhao instinctively pondered within his heart, Brother Tianming, what is happening between Wang Dong and me? What does it mean to have a resonance that perfectly aligns? Tianming Iceworm replied, to put it simply, your current relationship resembles that of a married couple among humans. One embodies yin while the other embodies yang. Although both energies are entirely distinct, they represent the duality of yin and yang. When combined, they form a harmonious entity, inevitably unleashing tremendous power. In human terms, this phenomenon is often referred to as martial soul fusion. This indicates that your martial soul and that of the little creature you are holding have achieved a flawless compatibility. Moreover, martial soul fusion occurs in varying degrees. Typically, a compatibility exceeding 50% is required for fusion to be feasible. However, your fusion stands at an astounding 100%. To add to my astonishment, it is remarkable that you are experiencing a triple martial soul fusion, which transcends mere miracle. It borders on the extraordinary. Triple martial soul fusion? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in disbelief. How is that even possible? Wang Dong possesses only one martial soul, known as the goddess of light butterfly, and I have merely two martial souls, with the nature of my second one still undecided. Tianming Iceworm retorted impatiently, do you think others would divulge the number of their martial souls? If it were me, I would keep it to myself as well. As for you, indeed, you originally possessed one martial soul, to which I granted you an ice martial soul. That makes two. But do you recall that gray orb? That enigmatic entity, despite its current feebleness, I have exerted every effort to devour it, yet it remains beyond my grasp. It is transformed into a peculiar martial soul. I cannot fathom its origin. It appears incapable of obtaining a soul ring, yet its inherent soul power is so formidable that it instills fear even in me. I cannot ascertain what it truly is. Should it eventually become your martial soul, I cannot even begin to imagine what that would entail. Yet this entity, which cannot even be classified as a martial soul, has somehow fused with the little creature you are holding. Is it any wonder that I am so astounded? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment. So, does that mean Wang Dong possesses 3 innate spirits as well? Chapter 21. The Fusion of the 3 Innate Spirits. The Dream Ice Silkworm replied calmly, Fool, of course. Have you not considered that even with dual innate spirits, it would be impossible to endure the pressure of a 1,000-year spirit ring at the mere level 20 of what you humans refer to? It is precisely because he possesses 3 innate spirits, each enhancing his physique, that he is able to bear a 1,000-year spirit ring at such a young age. The individual you are holding is, in human terms, an exceptionally rare genius, akin to a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Hui Yuhao could hardly believe that Wang Dong possessed 3 life spirits. It was no wonder, then, that he had previously asserted that in a one-on-one confrontation, Xiao Xiao was no match for him. His overwhelming confidence was understandable. Despite being merely at the Turing level, he had never shown admiration for anyone. Who would have anticipated that his talent was of such extraordinary caliber? Foolish boy. What is there to be astonished about? In a certain sense, you too possess 3 life spirits. Moreover, let us not forget that your first spirit ring is an unprecedented million-year spirit ring. I can assure you that there is no other million-year spirit beast to be found across the entirety of Dolua continent. Thus, while he may be a prodigy, you are truly one of a kind. Have a bit of faith in yourself, just as you have the unparalleled wisdom spirit ring. You must seize the initiative during the spirit fusion. Relax your body and leave everything to me. As he spoke, a refreshing aura began to emanate from Hui Yuhao's head, spreading throughout his body. Within this coolness, his perception of the surroundings heightened significantly. It was as if he had unleashed a mental probe, Everything within the room materialized in 3 dimensions, accompanied by a kaleidoscope of colors. Hui Yuhao finally discerned the shifting colors on Wang Dong's body. Gold, blue gold, and dark gold flickered in succession. In contrast, his own hues were white, ice blue, and gray, fluctuating continuously, just as the heavenly dream eye silkworm had indicated. Their spirit compatibility was exceedingly high. Whenever Hui Yuhao's color turned white, Wang Dong's would be gold, followed by ice blue against blue gold, and gray against dark gold. The 3 pairs of colors harmoniously complemented each other. However, when the heavenly dream ice silkworm commenced its actions, Hui Yuhao's eyes subtly transformed into a pale ice blue. Unlike the previous instance when it had helped him resist Ma Xiaodao's terrifying phoenix flames. This time the heavenly dream ice silkworm merely infused a trace of power into Hui Yuhao's sea of consciousness, without directly controlling his body. Instead guiding the fluctuations of Hui Yuhao's aura. Gradually, it became apparent that Hui Yuhao's aura was quietly strengthening. In this entirely involuntary spirit fusion process, any change in one party's aura invariably led to a corresponding shift in the other. Wang Dong's aura consequently surged as well, and at that moment, a powerful mental wave erupted from Hui Yuhao, causing both him and Wang Dong to stagger and become momentarily disoriented, collapsing onto Wang Dong's bed draped in fur. The heavenly dream ice silkworm chuckled mischievously, declaring, "Let us see what happens next. In spirit fusion, there must be a distinction of roles. One should take the initiative and gain an advantage. Ah, this lad named Wang Dong is rather interesting. I shall refrain from claiming too much advantage here." Delicate ice blue threads began to unfurl from Hui Yuhao's fingertips, swiftly enveloping both him and Wang Dong. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these threads were composed entirely of spirit power, and certainly not Hui Yuhao's own, given his cultivation level. He was far from capable of materializing spirit power. Gradually, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, entwined with one another, transformed into a colossal cocoon. The heavenly dream ice silkworm, being akin to a silkworm, naturally possessed the innate ability to spin a cocoon. Their auras were completely concentrated within the ice blue chrysalis, continuously intertwining and shifting. The voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm resonated with satisfaction. "It is done. Let them continue. A perfect fusion, 100%. 3 spirit fusions. I shall not be surprised if I can coax that gray turtle out of its shell. Come on. Emerge from your shell and engage in a battle of 300 rounds with me." The dormitory fell silent once more, save for the peculiar luminescence of the ice blue cocoon. Outside the cocoon, no traces of spirit power fluctuations could be detected, while the two within slumbered deeply. As time passed, this day marked the only occasion when Hui Yuhao did not venture out to sell grilled fish. Xiao Xiao waited for them for quite some time. Yet their absence forced her to return to her dormitory, akin to how male students were prohibited from entering female dormitories. Reluctantly, she succumbed to the circumstances. Tanya, however, had dragged Bei to wait at the entrance of Shrek Academy for Hui Yuhao's grilled fish. Their disappointment was tempered by the understanding of the rigorous nature of this year's freshman assessment, which they had heard was particularly challenging. They had even learned about Hui Yuhao's trio during the evaluation. Since he had not set up his stall, they assumed he must have been too fatigued from the assessment, and thus did not dwell on it for long before returning to their dormitories. The disappointment of not tasting grilled fish was not theirs alone. Jiang Nanan had arrived early to queue as well, only to leave disheartened in the end. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this day held monumental significance for Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Following 3 months of camaraderie, their relationship underwent a substantial transformation in just a single day. At Sea God Lake, on the island at its heart, stood teacher Wang Yin, who had recently participated in the freshman assessment. His expression was one of profound respect as he gazed upon a disheveled elder seated nearby. The elder's once white robe had turned a dingy brown, tattered in multiple places. His hair unkempt. Barefoot, he soaked his feet in the cool waters of Sea God Lake, one hand clutching a large gourd of a deep crimson hue, from which he would occasionally sip, releasing a rich aroma of alcohol into the air. In his other hand, he grasped a greasy roast chicken, seemingly indifferent to the mess, alternating between bites of meat and sips of wine. This was the renowned Elder Xian. Though these students were young and new, they were indeed worthy of attention. After swallowing a morsel of chicken, Elder Xian turned his gaze towards Wang Yin. Astonishingly, while the rest of him bore the marks of age, his eyes were exceptionally bright, crimson in hue, evoking a sense of awe. However, his gaze appeared somewhat unfocused, even bewildered, as though he were not fully attentive to Wang Yan's words. Spirit body? Now that is intriguing, Elder Xian muttered, his voice hoarse and aged. Wang Yan inquired, Elder Xian, Does hair count as a spirit body? Elder Shin continued to eat and drink, responding, it's somewhat relevant. Wang Yan pressed on, if that is the case. The sisters Lan Su Su and Lan Luo Luo should certainly capture your interest. These two young ladies can perform spirit fusion techniques. And if they can relate to the spirit body, their future potential should be tremendous. Elder Shin shook his head. Hair? That will not suffice. You claim to be a theoretical researcher, yet your understanding of spirit bodies is so lacking? Wang Yan offered a wry smile. There simply haven't been any subjects to study. Information on spirit bodies is exceedingly scarce. The spirit body sect has always remained reclusive. Elder Shin chuckled heartily. Rising to his feet, his damp feet pressed upon the grass, appearing carefree and comfortable. Allow me to impart some wisdom, to discern the strength of a spirit body. One must consider the importance of that bodily aspect to the human form. The more vital the spirit body is to the human body, the more exemplary it is as a spirit body. Thus, what truly captivates my interest is that boy with the luminous eyes. Hair can regrow, but what of the eyes? Moreover, he possesses a spiritual attribute. In other words, his martial soul is essentially his eyes and brain. You are indeed fortunate to have encountered the pinnacle of innate martial souls in your lifetime. However, I believe his innate martial soul has yet to be fully awakened. Otherwise, how could he have fallen to the level of utilizing a decade-old soul ring? Please inform Xiaoning that I will attend a new student assessment ranking match. Have him reserve a spot for me. As night gradually descended, the icy blue aura in the dormitory of Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao continued to shimmer quietly. As evening transitioned into deep night, time slipped away unnoticed, and the auras emanating from Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong began to exhibit peculiar transformations. The colors of their auras intertwined and fused further. Even their soul power began to flow into one another, forming an extraordinary cycle, traversing distinct paths with each shift in color. While it typically takes others at least 3 days and nights to achieve a state of martial soul fusion, the assistance of the heavenly dream eye silkworm enabled them to complete the operational trajectory of their fused soul powers based on the resonance of their auras, thereby saving considerable time. A night passed without incident, and dawn gradually broke. The icy blue cocoon began to fade, revealing the scene within. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong remained tightly embraced, yet the shifting colors of their auras had vanished. Their faces were mere inches apart, their breaths audible. And they were both deeply asleep, more soundly than ever before. This marked the first occasion since arriving at Shrek Academy that Hui Yuhao did not rise early for cultivation, nor did he partake in breakfast. Soon, the dormitory outside began to bustle with activity as other students awoke and busied themselves with their morning routines. The commotion gradually penetrated the slumbering duo, prompting Wang Dong to stir first. He murmured softly, his voice laced with a hint of laziness and a delicate gentleness. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was met by the sight of Hui Yuhao, mere inches away. Initially taken aback, he then moved slightly. Realizing he was tightly held by Hui Yuhao, their bodies completely aligned, with warmth radiating from Hui Yuhao's form. Wang Dong felt as though he had been asleep for an eternity. He had never experienced such a sensation before. Alongside a tinge of strangeness, he was overtaken by an unexpected panic. Hui Yuhao, wake up. He gently struggled, attempting to break free from Hui Yuhao's grasp around his waist. However, perhaps due to the prolonged position, both their bodies had grown somewhat stiff. It was challenging for him to retract his own hand, let alone Hui Yuhao's. Huh? Hui Yuhao finally emerged from his slumber, his gaze instantly landing on Wang Dong. The proximity was too intimate. Only by Wang Dong deliberately leaning back could their noses avoid touching. Yet, with a mere blink from Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao felt as if her long eyelashes brushed against his face. Why are you so close to me? Hui Yuhao instinctively exclaimed, his words releasing a warm breath onto Wang Dong's face. You. Wang Dong, incensed, suddenly pulled his arms back, gripping Hui Yuhao's shoulders and yanking himself away while lifting his soft, long leg to create a distance between them. Upon awakening, Hui Yuhao instinctively released his embrace around Wang Dong. At that moment, separated by Wang Dong's long legs, he finally emerged from the depths of slumber. However, the next instant, Wang Dong made him even more alert. In their dormitory, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong occupied single beds. With a sudden force from his long legs, Wang Dong inadvertently propelled Hui Yuhao off the bed, causing him to thud onto the floor. Ouch, Wang Dong, what are you doing? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in surprise, feeling a sharp pain and a wave of anger wash over him. Wang Dong, slightly panting, sat up on the bed, adjusting his disheveled clothing, and retorted, what do you mean? What am I doing? Why were you sleeping on my bed last night? It was only then that Hui Yuhao realized he had been unceremoniously kicked off Wang Dong's bed. Momentarily speechless, he thought to himself, "Brother Tianming, you have truly put me in a predicament. Did you not know that this fellow is a neat freak? How could I have fallen asleep?" Although such thoughts raced through his mind, he defensively replied, "This cannot be entirely my fault, can it? You were asleep as well." Wang Dong huffed in irritation, about to retort further when suddenly, a piercing ringtone cut through the air, startling both of them. "Class is starting. We're late," Hui Yuhao exclaimed, springing to his feet and pulling Wang Dong along as they dashed out. Wang Dong, realizing the gravity of the situation, momentarily set aside his anger and hurriedly followed him. They had neither time for breakfast nor for personal grooming, sprinting towards the classroom with utmost urgency. They were all too familiar with Zhou Yi's temperament. Being late for class was akin to inviting disaster. Their appearance was rather disheveled. Wang Dong fared somewhat better, having tidied himself a little after kicking Hui Yuhao down. In stark contrast, Hui Yuhao was in a state of utter disarray, half of his shirt tucked into his pants while the other half flapped loosely, his hair a tangled mess, and 2 buttons of his shirt undone, revealing a glimpse of his bronze chest. Yet, at this moment, both were too preoccupied to concern themselves with their appearances. Their sole focus was to reach the classroom as swiftly as possible in hopes of avoiding Zhou Yi's wrath, for they were already late. Within a minute, they arrived at the entrance of Class 1 for freshmen. "Report," Hui Yuhao called out with fervor. "Report." Wang Dong's voice was notably softer, almost feeble. Stealing a glance at Hui Yuhao in front of him, his expression revealed a hint of complexity. With a sudden motion, he raised his hand and pinched Hui Yuhao's waist sharply. As soon as Hui Yuhao's expression shifted dramatically, he noticed Zhou Yi approaching them at the classroom door. The scream that was on the verge of escaping his lips was forcibly swallowed back. The other students had already gathered. And upon seeing Hui Yuhao in such a disheveled state, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes. However, due to the torment of his back pain, Hui Yuhao, who typically possessed keen observational skills, failed to notice this subtlety. "You two, what is going on? Come in first," Zhou Yi beckoned to the pair. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong hurriedly entered the classroom, with Wang Dong thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Xiao Xiao had already arrived and, upon witnessing the disheveled appearance of the two, couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment. She moved her lips towards them, though no sound escaped. And it seemed she was silently inquiring, "Goodness, what on earth did you two get up to last night?" All eyes in the classroom were fixed on the pair, particularly on the disheveled class leader. Zhou Yi, with her characteristic icy tone, inquired, "My dear class leader, do enlighten me. What is the meaning of this?" My apologies. "Teacher Zhou, we overslept," Hui Yuhao replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. At this point, there was no option but to admit their mistake, whatever punishment Zhou Yi decided upon. They would have to accept. Who overslept? How could that even happen? Zhou Yi quipped, a rare jest escaping her lips. Hui Yuhao was momentarily stunned, while Wang Dong beside him instantly blushed with embarrassment. It was simply because he had been exposed. The class remained silent. But this silence lasted only 3 seconds before erupting into raucous laughter. Wang Dong, with his head bowed, wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The humiliation was unbearable. It was at that moment he also noticed Hui Yuhao's disheveled appearance, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. This rascal had caused him to lose face. To his surprise, even Zhou Yi laughed, despite her aged visage, which was more mournful than merry. Hui Yuhao was certain she was indeed smiling. With a raised hand, the authority of the esteemed teacher was unmistakable, and the laughter quickly subsided. However, the mirth in the eyes of the new class members was something even Teacher Zhou could not quell. "All right, return to your seats," Zhou Yi waved her hand, surprisingly exhibiting an unprecedented level of tolerance towards the two. "Huh?" Both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong instinctively looked up, each believing they had misheard her. Zhou Yi glared. "What? Have you overslept and lost the ability to comprehend human speech?" Hui Yuhao finally came to his senses, tugging at Wang Dong's sleeve as they dejectedly returned to their seats. However, feeling the mocking gazes around them, they found it hard to lift their heads. Fortunately, as this was a freshman class, all the students were around 11 or 12 years old. Their curiosity regarding who had slept with whom was merely a source of amusement, devoid of any deeper implications. Had they been in the senior classes of the outer academy, where a few more jaded girls might have twisted their innocent slumber into scandalous tales, the situation would have undoubtedly become more tumultuous. Upon returning to the podium, Zhou Yi calmly announced that after 3 days, the freshman assessments had concluded. The final results had been tallied the previous night. At her words, the students of Class 1 immediately perked up. For not every group had the same confidence in passing the evaluations as Hui Yuhao and his companions. Today, Zhou Yi's aged visage unexpectedly bore a second smile. One that was not easily commendable. I must say, your efforts have brought me pride. All 22 groups from our class have successfully passed the freshman assessments. And I am pleased. The entire freshman class erupted in a cacophony of cheers, the sound resonating in every corner of the room. This time, Zhou Yi did not quell their exuberance but merely watched the jubilant children with a smile. They truly deserved this celebration. Last night, all the assessment instructors and the homeroom teachers of the 10 freshman classes had convened to finalize the results. Almost all the assessment instructors remarked that the students of Class 1 exhibited more resilience compared to their peers, showcasing remarkable willpower and combativeness during the intense evaluations, frequently turning the tide in their favor. Notably, the students of Class 1 had nearly secured victory in all evenly matched contests. Since becoming a teacher at Shrek Academy, it was Zhou Yi's first time receiving public commendation from the institution. Originally, Class 1 had the fewest students, but after the round-robin matches, half of the participants were eliminated, leaving Class 1 with the largest number of students among the 10 freshman classes. No matter how stern Zhou Yi was, her spirits were high today, which was a significant reason why Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were able to escape punishment despite their tardiness. All right, quiet down. After allowing the students to cheer for a considerable time, Zhou Yi signaled for silence. Passing the assessments merely ensures your stay at the academy. At least until the end of the first year, you will not be easily eliminated. However, this is only the first year. Should you lessen your efforts in the future, I fear I may not see your faces in the second year. Moreover, merely passing the freshman assessments is nothing to celebrate. Among your 22 groups, 14 have yet to complete their evaluations. Because you have entered the top 64, you must now face the subsequent elimination rounds. It is during these matches that your excellence will truly be proven. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong lifted their heads simultaneously, astonished. All 22 groups from their class had passed the assessments, and astonishingly, 14 had entered the top 64, meaning their class occupied 1/5 of that ranking, approximately double that of other classes. Such an achievement was indeed worthy of pride. Zhou Yi continued. In this round of freshman assessments, 6 groups achieved a perfect record. Only 1 group hails from our class. I had intended to reward them, but alas, they arrived late today. Thus, merits and faults balance each other out. There will be neither reward nor punishment. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong once again became the focal point of the entire class. Both feeling quite disheartened, they exchanged a glance, and in that moment, both were taken aback. As their eyes met, they distinctly sensed a subtle fluctuation in their soul power, accompanied by an indescribable sense of intimacy that stirred within them, even evoking a desire to embrace each other once more. At that moment, they simultaneously recalled the events of the previous night, their embrace, and the subsequent sharing of Wang Dong's bed. Wang Dong murmured, "Could it be that we have succeeded?" In Hu Yuhua's heart, the answer was far more certain than he dared to express, especially considering his communication with the Dream Eye Silkworm. Naturally, he could not display overt confidence, yet his eyes betrayed a fervent glimmer. Perhaps it was so. Shall we test it after class? The two exchanged nearly simultaneous nods, an indescribable sense of tacit understanding blossoming between them. Even in the absence of shared mental probing, they seemed to intuitively sense each other's next moves, akin to the bond shared by twins. This sensation was both enchanting and uniquely extraordinary. A sudden, thunderous noise jolted Hu Yuhua and Wang Dong from their reverie of mutual understanding. They simultaneously looked up to behold the ire-laden face of Zhou Yi, caught daydreaming in class. "Are we? You two, step outside and run laps. Don your iron suits, and do not cease until the bell rings," she commanded. "How dare you become complacent after merely achieving a modicum of success? Unjust." Hu Yuhua and Wang Dong lamented in their hearts, fully aware that once teacher Zhou had made a decision, it was immutable. Resigned to their fate, they trudged out of the classroom with grim expressions, heading back to their dormitory to retrieve their iron suits. Zhou Yi watched the two depart with their heads hung low and snorted. "Remember this. Regardless of how great your achievements may be, you must maintain a heart of humility and caution. Arrogance not only leads to regression, but can also cost you dearly." The elimination matches are about to commence, so let me briefly outline the key points you must heed. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong are destined to remain oblivious to Zhou Yi's narrative. However, fortunate for them, there is still Xiao Xiao present. Although Zhou Yi refrains from verbalizing it, her intent is clear. She wishes for Xiao Xiao to convey her thoughts to them. It's all your fault. As soon as they exited the teaching building, Wang Dong erupted, his face contorted with anger as he shouted at Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao, with an expression of indignation, exclaimed, "How can you blame me? It was you who insisted that I hold you yesterday. What did you say?" Wang Dong glared coldly. His teeth clenched as he directed a fierce gaze towards Hui Yuhao. We are a team. We must unite," Hui Yuhao stated solemnly, observing Wang Dong's tightly clenched fists. "Unite my foot. You caused me to be punished. What do you propose we do about it?" Wang Dong retorted, his face a mask of fury. "And furthermore, you slept on my bed last night. What shall we do about that?" Hui Yuhao patted his shoulder, wrapped an arm around his neck, and said, "All right, we are all brothers here. Is it worth quibbling over such trivial matters? Let us hasten to complete Teacher Zhou's task, lest she continues to fume." As Hui Yuhao embraced Wang Dong, the latter was momentarily taken aback, and Hui Yuhao's voice gradually diminished. Upon completing his utterance, both of their movements came to a halt, and Hui Yuhao instinctively glanced at his hand, with Wang Dong mirroring the action. How could this be? They both exclaimed in unison. Indeed, an extraordinary phenomenon was occurring between them. When Hui Yuhao's hand encircled Wang Dong's neck, it was as though their bodies had interconnected. Hui Yuhao's soul power naturally flowed into Wang Dong, while Wang Dong's soul power gradually returned, as if they had become a singular entity. Although this connection was merely established between Wang Dong's neck and Hui Yuhao's arm, the sensation was remarkably vivid. "No, let us attempt this once more." Hui Yuhao withdrew his arm that encircled Wang Dong and grasped both of her hands with his own. Wang Dong's hands were surprisingly soft, smooth, and fair, providing a comfortable grip. However, at that moment, Hui Yuhao was too preoccupied to savor the sensation. As their hands clasped together, the soul power from his Xintian Gong surged within him, swiftly flowing from his right hand into Wang Dong's left hand. Subsequently, his left hand seemed to possess a pulling force, drawing Wang Dong's soul power into his own body. The circulation of their soul power escalated rapidly, surpassing the speed at which Hui Yuhao had previously practiced by more than double. Wang Dong, a prodigy among prodigies, immediately sensed the development and decided to experiment by infusing her soul power into him. As she spoke, she withdrew her left hand from Hui Yuhao's grasp. Consequently, only her soul power began to flow into Hui Yuhao. Instantly, he felt his soul power surge at an astonishing rate, an unprecedented sense of strength enveloping him. His meridians, having been refined by the Xian Shui Dan and nourished by the Xiantian Gong, had already reached the pinnacle of endurance for his age. Although the influx of soul power was substantial, he did not feel overwhelmed. An unspoken understanding had formed between them, and Hui Yuhao immediately activated his spiritual detection sharing, enveloping Wang Dong within its reach. Wang Dong closed her eyes, allowing herself to fully experience this extraordinary phenomenon. To her astonishment, she noticed that the range of Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing expanded at an incredible pace. Originally, his spiritual detection sharing already exceeded a diameter of 60 meters, with a linear detection capability of around 100 meters. Yet now, bolstered by Wang Dong's infusion of soul power, it swiftly extended beyond a diameter of 100 meters. The two of them stared at each other in astonishment, and Hui Yuhao's voice trembled slightly as he asked, "Wang Dong, have you ever heard of two soul masters who can perform a martial soul fusion skill temporarily infusing each other's soul power for mutual use?" Wang Dong shook her head in bewilderment, murmuring, "How can this be? Could it be that our attempt yesterday truly succeeded?" Hui Yuhao eagerly suggested, "Shall we find a place to try?" Just then, a furious roar emanated from the window of the nearby teaching building. "Aren't you two going to put on your iron suits and run? What are you doing there, holding hands and indulging in romance?" Chapter 22, The Power of Winter. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were taken aback, hastily releasing their grasp and rushing towards their dormitory like the wind. However, their hearts were racing not due to the casual remark made by Zhou about romance, but rather because of the peculiar transformation that had occurred within their martial souls. Upon returning to their dormitory, they exchanged glances, each catching a glimpse of the strange emotion reflected in the other's eyes. Indeed, the situation they had just encountered was extraordinarily unusual. Regardless of Hui Yuhao's extensive knowledge acquired over the past few months at Shrek Academy or Wang Dong's vast erudition, it was both their first encounter with such a phenomenon, clearly transcending the realm of ordinary soul masters. Hui Yuhao could not help but exclaim, "It seems that our slumber last night was not in vain." Bah! Wang Dong shot him a glare, yet she swiftly raised her long, delicate hands to make another attempt. Hu Yuhao was eager to ascertain the authenticity of the earlier occurrence, swiftly raising his hands to clasp those of Wang Dong. As their forehands intertwined, a surge of soul power began to flow anew. The essence of their soul powers differed significantly. Hu Yuhao's Xiantian Gong emanated a serene and gentle energy, while Wang Dong's soul power exuded a more domineering presence, imbued with a sharp and noble aura. If Hu Yuhao's soul power could be likened to that of a gentle and unassuming youth, then Wang Dong's soul power resembled that of a highborn maiden, elevated and imperious. Despite the stark contrast in their qualities, these two distinct soul powers formed a harmonious cycle, circulating flawlessly within their beings. Remarkably, during this process, the two energies began to meld seamlessly, intermingling without any hint of discord, as if they had always existed as one. Hu Yuhao felt relatively at ease, as his Xiantian Gong possessed a naturally gentle soul power. In stark contrast, Wang Dong was overwhelmed with astonishment. He was acutely aware of the sheer dominance and ferocity of his own soul power, which exhibited a pronounced exclusivity. The scene unfolding before him exceeded the limits of his comprehension. After a brief period of harmonious operation, both individuals experienced a refreshing clarity. It was evident that their synchronized training would yield far superior results compared to their individual efforts. Moreover, they both sensed deeply that this was merely the inception of something greater. The flawless amalgamation of their soul powers hinted at possibilities far beyond simple collaborative training. Let us proceed with a run first. We can delve into our research later this evening, Hu Yuhao suggested, willingly releasing Wang Dong's hand and donning his iron attire as he turned to step outside. Wang Dong, upon hearing his words, paused momentarily, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Hu Yuhao's suggestion, coupled with the inexplicable embrace they had shared the previous night, stirred an unusual feeling within him. After silently clenching his fist behind Hu Yuhao, he eventually grabbed his iron attire and followed suit. Having trained in iron attire for 3 months, they were both well accustomed to the routine. Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong diligently continued their run until the school bell rang, only halting when Xiao Xiao arrived on the playground in search of them. Xiao Xiao informed them that Teacher Zhou had already departed. Hu Yuhao was drenched in sweat, while Wang Dong, whose cultivation level was significantly higher, remained completely dry under deliberate control. What did Teacher Zhou say? Hu Yuhao inquired breathlessly, glancing at Xiao Xiao. She shrugged and replied, "Well, it wasn't much. He merely rallied our spirits, imparting a sense of invincibility as if we were ready to conquer all adversaries. Then he analyzed our opponent's situation. It seems the difficulty of claiming the championship is quite substantial. Clearly, the round-robin matches were merely a rehearsal, and our Shrek Academy has never been short of prodigies." Noticing the worry etched on her face, Wang Dong casually remarked, "What's wrong? Has even our genius with twin martial souls lost confidence?" Xiao Xiao pouted and said, "Of course I have confidence. However, I must admit that there are indeed individuals whose talents surpass ours." Teacher Zhou mentioned that among the undefeated teams in the other 5 groups, 3 of them featured 3-ring soul elders. In the face of such opponents, how confident can you truly be? Soul elders? Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong exclaimed in disbelief simultaneously. Xiao Xiao offered a bitter smile. "Isn't it obvious? Why do you think I feel this way?" Hu Yuhao inquired, "What did Teacher Zhou say?" Xiao Xiao replied, "When Teacher Zhou spoke of those 3 groups, she appeared somewhat displeased. It seemed she had only recently learned of this news. The 3 classes had never disclosed the existence of soul master students among them. Like you, they are all specially recruited students." Upon hearing this, Wang Dong chuckled and remarked to Hu Yuhao, "See, they are all specially recruited students, yet the disparity is so pronounced." Hu Yuhao found himself at a loss for words and remarked, "What purpose does discussing this serve? The crux of the matter lies in devising a strategy to conquer our adversaries." Xiao Xiao replied, "All we can do is exert our utmost efforts and leave the rest to fate. Those 3 individuals are the leaders of their respective teams, and they are undoubtedly formidable opponents. Consider this. What level of strength must one possess to break through the 3rd environment before the age of 12? Moreover, they must have a family that supports them wholeheartedly. Their soul rings are likely to be of the utmost caliber, even if they are not as extraordinary as Wang Dong, whose 2nd soul ring is at least a millennium old. They cannot be far off. I fear that even Teacher Zhou does not hold much hope for us. It seems we must set our sights on 4th place." Wang Dong scoffed, saying, "What does it matter if they have 3 rings? Soul emperors are not invincible. We have our own advantages, your dual martial souls, and my untapped combat potential, coupled with Yuhao's primary martial soul and his mental martial soul. The 3 of us together could very well surpass them." Xiao Xiao responded, Do you think I do not aspire to secure first place? The top 3 positions offer tangible rewards. Fourth place yields nothing of value. However, our collective strength is indeed inferior to theirs. Think about it. A Soul Emperor level student likely has teammates who are at least as powerful as we are, great Soul Masters. While we do possess our unique strengths. Unless the class leader also breaks through to level 20 and gains a potent spiritual attribute soul skill, we may have little hope. Hui Yuhao gazed at Xiao Xiao and then at Wang Dong, speaking earnestly, do not rush, my friends. Indeed, our overall strength may not match that of our opponents. But if we succumb to doubt now, we shall forfeit any chance of success. Xiao Xiao, consider our struggle against the martial soul fusion techniques of the Lan sisters. Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. The circumstances were exceedingly challenging, yet we ultimately triumphed in the competition. The martial soul fusion they executed was undoubtedly on par with, if not superior to, soul skills of the soul sage level. Nevertheless, we persevered. Others possess their advantages, and we too have ours, which lies in our concealed strength. Our sole objective remains clear, to secure the championship. Xiao Zhao's confidence seemed to be rekindled by Hui Yuhao's words. She nodded slightly and declared, let us strive together, embracing whatever outcome awaits us. Hui Yuhao extended his right hand, and Wang Dong swiftly placed his palm atop it before Xiao Xiao could intervene, leaving her no choice but to rest her hand upon Wang Dong's. We are champions, without a doubt. Hui Yuhao remarked, Xiao Xiao. It seems that the grilled fish IOU will have to be postponed for a few more days. The upcoming elimination rounds are of utmost importance to us. We must devote ourselves to enhancing our cultivation during this time. Even the slightest improvement could significantly increase our chances of victory. Once the elimination rounds are concluded, I shall provide you with all the grilled fish you desire. For now, I will refrain from setting up my stall and focus solely on my training. Xiao Xiao chuckled and replied, debts come with interest, you know. Class leader, I've decided to hold you to this. I shall never pay for your grilled fish in the future. Hui Yuhao chuckled and said, no problem. I can certainly afford to treat you to grilled fish. Xiao Xiao remarked, Teacher Zhou mentioned that we need to gather at the assessment area before the bell rings for class tomorrow. She also instructed me to convey to both of you not to be late. Our foremost hope is for good fortune. However, Teacher Zhou stated that our team, which has achieved a perfect record in the round-robin matches, will enjoy certain privileges in the first 2 rounds of the elimination phase, ensuring we do not face one another. This is the sole benefit of our commendable performance in the round-robin. As long as we perform to the best of our abilities, advancing to the top 16 should pose no significant challenge. Beyond that, it will depend on our own efforts. Hui Yuhao remarked, this is indeed good news. Very well. I shall take my leave for now. I need to wash off this sweat before heading out for a meal. Xiao Xiao replied, in that case, I shall not wait for the 2 of you. I will proceed to the cafeteria. Until tomorrow. With that, she waved goodbye to Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong before turning away. Hui Yuhao turned to Wang Dong, his brow slightly furrowed, and remarked, it seems that achieving a commendable result in the elimination round will not be an easy task. Let us return to the dormitory first. I shall take a shower and change into fresh attire. After we have dined, we can thoroughly contemplate the matter of martial soul fusion. Wang Dong nodded in agreement. Yet he appeared somewhat pensive, even bewildered and dazed, his thoughts lingering in obscurity. Upon returning to the dormitory, Hui Yuhao took it upon himself to fetch clean clothes and a towel for his shower, leaving Wang Dong to sit alone on the bed in anticipation. With a soft thud, the door closed. Instinctively, Wang Dong lifted his gaze towards the dormitory entrance, his expression shifting from confusion to one of intricate emotions. Due to his tardiness that morning, he had failed to address the matter of Hui Yuhao sleeping in his bed the previous night. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao seemed to be acting as if nothing had occurred. In stark contrast, Wang Dong's feelings were tumultuous. I actually spent an entire night beside him. And it appears we have achieved a martial soul fusion, not just any fusion, but a rather extraordinary one. Wang Dong was at a loss as to how to process his current emotions, feeling a disarray that left him uncertain of how to proceed. When lost in thought, time often slips away swiftly, and before long, Hui Yuhao returned, freshly cleansed and radiating a subtle fragrance from his shower. As Wang Dong looked up, he caught sight of Hui Yuhao's exceptionally bright, spirited eyes. Hui Yuhao remained oblivious to Wang Dong's subtle shift in mentality. He waved his hand, urging, come. Let us hasten to dine. Upon our return, we shall delve into the study of martial soul fusion. Perhaps this technique will be our key to achieving commendable results. At that moment, his entire focus was dedicated to the upcoming elimination round of the new student assessment. Wang Dong, feeling a tinge of confusion, seemed to have found a sense of purpose. He nodded affirmatively and replied, "Indeed. What has transpired is beyond our control. It is more prudent to strive for an admirable rank in this assessment." The mention of several Soul Master-level newcomers by Xiao Xiao ignited a spark of determination within Wang Dong. He firmly believed that his potential was not inferior to that of those Soul Master-level students. His lack of progress stemmed merely from a long-standing laziness and reluctance to cultivate diligently. Rank does not equate to everything. Vanquishing them would serve as proof of his superiority. Having come to this realization, he felt a sense of clarity and joined Hui Yuhao in indulging in a hearty meal at the cafeteria. Due to their late arrival, by the time they finished, the dining hall was nearly deserted. Upon returning to their dormitory, Hui Yuhao secured the door to prevent any interruptions during their cultivation. And he hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign outside. This sign was a standard feature in every dormitory. Once displayed, even instructors would refrain from knocking, recognizing that the occupants were engaged in training. However, what had previously been a routine action for Hui Yuhao now caused Wang Dong to feel a slight embarrassment. Yet, he quickly composed himself, and when Hui Yuhao turned back, his expression had returned to normal. "How shall we begin?" Wang Dong inquired of Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao suggested, "Let us first attempt to cultivate together for a while. This will enhance the fusion of our soul powers and foster greater familiarity between us. Subsequently, we can endeavor to amplify each of our soul skills through the merged soul power. Later this evening, we shall venture outside the academy to experiment with our martial soul fusion techniques." Wang Dong smirked and replied, "You certainly have a methodical approach." Hui Yuhao chuckled, "Of course. Do not forget that I am the class leader. Being organized is merely a matter of course, is it not? Come on." As he spoke, he attempted to sit down on Wang Dong's bed. "What are you doing?" Wang Dong exclaimed, pushing him away with a firm hand. Hui Yuhao, filled with bewilderment, inquired, "Cultivation? How can we practice without sitting cross-legged?" Wang Dong, however, rose to his feet and gestured towards Hui Yuhao's bed, saying, "Go and cultivate on your bed." Hui Yuhao felt a wave of speechlessness. "If you are unperturbed by the discomfort, I have no objections." Wang Dong clearly noticed that Hui Yuhao's expression had turned slightly grim. Indeed, Hui Yuhao was somewhat displeased. In his view, they had been friends for quite some time, and it seemed rather petty for Wang Dong to be so particular. Nevertheless, Wang Dong remained steadfast in his stance, and the two took a seat on Hui Yuhao's bed. As soon as they sat down, Wang Dong felt a tinge of discontent. The stark firmness of this bed was in stark contrast to the plush fur-covered comfort of his own. However, he could only endure it. As the previous night they had inadvertently ended up sleeping on his bed, and it would be unreasonable to allow Hui Yuhao to occupy his own bed again. Hui Yuhao, displaying remarkable magnanimity, quickly regained his composure after a fleeting moment of dissatisfaction. He contemplated that everyone possesses their own lifestyle choices, and thus, mutual respect is essential. With this thought, the flicker of resentment within him dissipated. Wang Dong caught Hui Yuhao's gaze and, for reasons unbeknownst to her, felt a twinge of anxiety mingled with remorse. Hastily, she raised her hands and declared, "Let us commence. As you suggested, we shall practice until dinner time and observe the results." Hui Yuhao also raised his palms to meet his, and the moment their bodies made contact, their soul power immediately began to intertwine and merge. Within the confines of their bodies, the two types of soul power completed the process of fusion after merely circulating once. Subsequently, what flowed within them was akin to a blend of their distinct attributes. In the morning, upon discovering this peculiar phenomenon, they had not had sufficient time to fully appreciate it due to its novelty. Now, as they settled into a meditative state of cultivation, they gradually began to experience something different. Indeed, just as they had perceived earlier, their collaborative cultivation significantly accelerated the enhancement of their soul power. Simply put, the rate of their individual advancement was equivalent to the sum of their usual cultivation practices. In other words, if Hui Yuhao were to cultivate alone for an hour, his soul power would increase by 1 unit, while Wang Dong would achieve an increase of 1.2 units during the same duration. However, when they practiced together, their soul powers combined and elevated. Not only did this amplify the velocity of their soul power circulation, but after 1 hour, each of their soul powers would rise by 2 units. Consequently, Hui Yuhao's cultivation speed effectively more than doubled, while Wang Dong experienced an enhancement close to that. Undoubtedly, Hui Yuhao reaped greater benefits, given that Wang Dong's cultivation was already at a higher level. Yet, should the disparity in their cultivation levels narrow in the future, The advantages gained from joint practice would become more balanced. For a soul master, a doubling of the cultivation speed is nothing short of astounding. Hui Yuhao initially planned to strive for level 20 by the time he graduated from the first year, but if he were to continue at this pace, it was likely that in 3 to 4 months, he could indeed reach level 20. Likewise, if Wang Dong maintained this rate of cultivation until the end of the year, breaking through level 30 would not be out of reach. After nearly 3 hours of practice, as dusk fell outside, they emerged from their meditative state. Their soul power was retracted back into their bodies, and the previously intertwined energies distinctly separated once more. They both acutely sensed that their cultivation had accelerated significantly compared to their usual training. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong synchronously opened their eyes and gazed at one another, instantly perceiving the surprise reflected in each other's gaze. Regardless of the origins of this martial soul fusion, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous development for them. Particularly for Hui Yuhao, whose enhancement was significantly greater than Wang Dong's, he had, one might say, reaped considerable benefits. The two were eager to continue exploring the augmentation of their soul skills, and in this endeavor, they uncovered yet another secret of their martial soul fusion. Each of their abilities could be amplified through the fused martial soul, and the resultant power was immense, far exceeding the mere sum of its parts. When they unleashed a skill in unison, not only did its potency increase by more than double, but the consumption of soul power was also halved. In essence, after merging their respective soul powers, the cost of utilizing their soul skills diminished. This transformation meant that their combined soul power had evolved into a remarkably advanced, entirely new form of soul energy. Therefore, it would be more accurate to describe their state as a fusion of soul power rather than simply a fusion of martial souls. However, Wang Dong found himself somewhat exasperated. After the fusion, it was not the more powerful version of himself that dominated the interaction. Following their physical connection and the merging of their soul powers, Hui Yuhao surprisingly assumed the leading role. With merely a thought, and while in contact with Wang Dong, he could activate soul skills using the fused soul power, unleashing formidable might, regardless of Wang Dong's cooperation. Conversely, if Wang Dong wished to harness this fused soul power, he required Hui Yuhao's consent and collaboration. The distinction of roles was starkly defined. Why was it like this? It seemed so unfair, Wang Dong exclaimed in frustration. Hui Yuhao sighed helplessly. I truly do not know. Rest assured, whenever you need me, I shall fully cooperate. Though he claimed ignorance, he harbored a faint suspicion that this situation was likely connected to the heavenly dream ice silkworm. After all, why would someone of lesser cultivation like himself take the initiative following the fusion of their soul powers? Wang Dong, do not be disheartened. The new soul power we have generated through our fusion deserves a name. Let us name it after you. Wang Dong chuckled softly. Let us not. Wang Dong power sounds dreadful. How about we take one character from each of our names? We could call it Hao Dong power. Hui Yuhao scratched his head and remarked, it seems to sound somewhat pleasant. Wang Dong rose from his seat, rubbed his backside, and retorted with annoyance. This wretched bed is far too firm. Let us switch to my side for tonight's training. You've already reaped considerable benefits from the Hao Dong power. You're treating for dinner today. As he spoke, he slightly raised his chin, resting his hands behind his head as he strolled outside. Observing his seemingly indifferent demeanor, Hui Yuhao couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow was merely putting on a brave front, proud yet possessing a kind heart. If you insist, then I shall treat you. After all, my earnings are from selling grilled fish, so I shall feast at your expense. With that, he hurried to catch up. With their shared Hao Dong power, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong distinctly felt a shift in their relationship. In Hui Yuhao's heart, he regarded Wang Dong not merely as a friend or classmate, but as a brother. He was certain that Wang Dong held similar sentiments. Whether this was true, only Wang Dong himself could ascertain. As they dined, Hui Yuhao was beset by a tangle of doubts stemming from his comprehension of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The silkworm had previously stated that once his physical endurance reached a certain threshold, it would grant him greater primordial power, thereby elevating the rank of his soul rings and maximizing the prowess of his soul skills. However, after collaborating with Wang Dong to cultivate the Hao Dong power, the potency of each of his soul skills had significantly amplified. Although he could sense the approach of his physical limits, he could still endure. Hence, why had the heavenly dream ice silkworm not elevated his soul skills to this level? Fool, a voice echoed in Hui Yuhao's mind, interrupting his contemplation. Brother Dream, you're not asleep? Hui Yuhao exclaimed with delight within his thoughts. The heavenly dream ice silkworm snorted lightly and replied, Of course, I am not asleep. Do you think I am so fond of slumber? Hui Yuhao silently lamented. Can one truly achieve 1,000,000 years of sleep without the love of slumber? The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm responded, "Your concerns are quite simplistic. Indeed, I have not elevated your soul ring to the utmost limits of your physical capabilities. For I cannot allow you to become like an overinflated balloon. There exists a fish known as the tiger pufferfish, entirely covered in spines, which, when faced with danger, can instantaneously inflate, expanding its body and unfurling its spines, rendering it impervious to attack. In such moments, it indeed maximizes its defensive prowess. However, should a needle pierce it in that state, what would ensue? The same applies to you. If I were to enhance your soul ring to its maximum tolerable extent, then upon receiving a blow or encountering an unforeseen circumstance during cultivation, you too would burst forth like a balloon. Thus, when I speak of your limits, I refer to a state in which you can bear the enhancement fully without any adverse effects. Furthermore, when you and Wang Dong's soul power merge, this fusion will instantaneously improve your physical constitution, which is the significant advantage of achieving complete integration of your soul powers, as I facilitated last night. In essence, when your soul powers amalgamate, your body's endurance will be fortified by the resultant synergy, enabling it to accommodate greater soul power and amplifying the potency of your soul abilities. This is the very essence of the martial soul fusion. Unlike the ordinary soul masters, your bodies will continuously benefit from the enhancements of soul power fusion. As long as you persist in your joint cultivation, your physique will eventually evolve into the finest among humanity in this realm, and your cultivation speed will become unparalleled. Of course, this process of physical enhancement will be protracted. Should you achieve true integration in the future, the benefits will be even greater. Hui Yuhao, in a state of perplexity, inquired, "What does true fusion entail?" Tianming Iceworm appeared momentarily dazed before responding, "I am uncertain as well. I have yet to experience it myself. Nevertheless, you should continue your attempts with him. Whether it is the fusion of soul power or martial souls, the benefits it brings you are immense. In time, you will gradually come to understand." With that, Tianming Iceworm abruptly ceased its discourse and vanished without a trace. "Hey, you're nearly eating your food through your nostrils," Wang Dong remarked, observing Hui Yuhao lost in thought for quite some time, before waving a hand in front of his face. Hui Yuhao quickly touched his nose, only to find Wang Dong grinning mischievously. "What are you thinking about? You seem so entranced," Wang Dong chuckled, finding Hui Yuhao's dazed expression quite amusing. Hui Yuhao remarked, "Of course, I am contemplating our combined power with Wang Dong. I ponder the reason behind our ability to achieve soul power fusion. After much reflection, it seems there is but one possibility. Our compatibility during last night's martial soul fusion must have been extraordinarily high, resulting in this phenomenon." Wang Dong's eyes lit up indeed. "What you say makes perfect sense. If it were not so, how could we experience something that others have not? Let us hasten our meal, for once we finish, we shall venture out to test whether we can manifest our martial soul fusion technique. However, do you know how to execute the martial soul fusion technique?" Hui Yuhao expressed his bewilderment, saying, "How would I know? Isn't it a natural progression?" The two exchanged glances, unable to suppress a hint of wry smiles. Indeed, while the topic of martial soul fusion techniques had been touched upon in class, it remained an exceedingly niche skill. The instructor merely glossed over it, let alone provide guidance on its execution. After all, those capable of genuinely performing martial soul fusion were few and far between. Wang Dong suggested, "Let's try it tonight. If it doesn't work, we can consult teacher Zhou Yi tomorrow to see if she has any methods to offer." "Agreed," Hui Yuhao responded while inwardly calling upon the dream-eyed silkworm. He was confident that this ancient being, with its 1,000,000 years of experience, would know what to do. "Fool, you disturb me over such trivial matters. Just do as you did last night." The dream-eyed silkworm, seemingly on the verge of slumber, was awakened by Hui Yuhao's insistence and grumbled in dissatisfaction before falling silent again. "Do as we did last night." Hui Yuhao paused for a moment before quickly realizing, embracing. After a swift dinner, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exited the academy, their hearts brimming with excitement and curiosity. Hui Yuhao had not set up his grilled fish stall that day, and upon leaving the academy, he was met with complaints from several regular customers. He could only apologize profusely, claiming he was busy preparing for the new student assessment rankings. "Let us race," Wang Dong exclaimed, his toes barely touching the ground before he surged forward like an arrow. Had it been 3 months prior, Hui Yuhao would have struggled to catch even a glimpse of his retreating figure. However, The arduous training over the past 3 months had not been in vain. Hui Yuhao propelled himself forward with powerful strides, his speed rapidly increasing. Though he did not appear as light as Wang Dong, he was certainly not slow. Each step left a distinct imprint in the earth as he closed the gap. The explosive power of his muscles surged within him, and the flow of soul power continuously replenished his stamina. The evening air was cool and refreshing, and they experienced the exhilarating sensation of darting through the wind. Unconstrained by heavy gear, their bodies felt liberated, allowing them to unleash their maximum speed. Wang Dong, with a significantly stronger foundation, quickly opened up a distance between them. Only when the gap exceeded 300 meters did he slow down to wait for Hui Yuhao to catch up. Well, as a control-type battle soul master, and not particularly skilled in head-on combat, your speed is commendable, Wang Dong remarked, looking at Hui Yuhao as he caught up, his tone carrying an air of sage-like wisdom. Hui Yuhao chuckled softly and said, "We should be close enough now. Let us venture into the woods." Indeed, Wang Dong nodded in agreement. The two of them glanced around to ensure no one was in sight before simultaneously taking flight, darting into the forest beside the main road. They proceeded deep into the woods, stopping only after covering several hundred meters. "This seems to be the right spot. How shall we proceed with the test?" Wang Dong inquired of Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao remarked, "Let us first test the restorative capabilities of the Haodong power." As he spoke, he raised his hands towards Wang Dong. Wang Dong lifted his hands to meet his, their afternoon of training having rendered them quite familiar with the operation of the Haodong power. As they had anticipated, the fusion of their soul power produced a Haodong force that indeed enhanced the recovery of both physical and soul energy, albeit to a lesser extent than during their training. The effect is rather mediocre, yet it does possess some utility. Moments later, Wang Dong's physical energy was the first to be fully restored, and he turned to Hui Yuhao to convey this. Hui Yuhao nodded, extending his arms as he said, "Come forth." Wang Dong was taken aback, gazing at Hui Yuhao, and immediately grew vigilant, asking, "What are you intending to do?" Hui Yuhao said casually, "Come here for a hug." Wang Dong's expression instantly shifted dramatically, his face turning pale and then flushed with anger. "Hui Yuhao, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Do you believe that I could make you utterly incapacitated?" Hui Yuhao, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, "Where on earth are your thoughts wandering? Fool, have you forgotten how we arrived at the phenomenon of martial soul fusion? Our soul power is now capable of merging. Therefore, the simplest way to initiate the martial soul fusion is to replicate yesterday's circumstances." It was at this moment that Wang Dong comprehended the situation, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. Though the night had fallen, but Yu Hao's luminous eyes could perceive clearly even in the darkness, leaving no detail unnoticed. "You could have been clearer instead of just insisting on an embrace. Are you deliberately trying to make me uncomfortable?" Wang Dong retorted, her anger serving as a veil for her own awkwardness and humiliation. Hui Yuhao, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, "Who could have known that your thoughts were so unhealthy? As two men, what can we possibly do? Let us hasten and finish this. It would be beneficial to return early and resume our cultivation." Wang Dong hesitated and replied, "In this desolate wilderness, we surely won't fall asleep like we did last night, will we?" Hui Yuhao, rendered momentarily speechless, remarked, "That will not be the case. Today's circumstances are quite different. You're behaving rather indecisively, akin to a woman." As he spoke, he swiftly stepped forward and enveloped Wang Dong in an embrace. Wang Dong's body stiffened. In that fleeting moment of being held by Hui Yuhao, his mind went momentarily blank, having exerted himself in a vigorous run earlier. Hui Yuhao was slightly perspiring, and a faint scent wafted toward Wang Dong. Wang Dong's body felt remarkably supple, the embrace as comforting as it had been the previous night. However, Hui Yuhao was far from indulging in the moment. As he held Wang Dong, he immediately channeled his soul power, awakening his spiritual and martial soul. In the next instant, Wang Dong too regained his composure. The complete contact between their bodies facilitated a rapid transformation of their soul power into the formidable Haodong power. Hui Yuhao's eyes gleamed particularly brightly in the evening light, shimmering with a pale golden glow. After a brief moment of dazedness, Wang Dong hastened to activate his martial soul. In that instant, both were engulfed by an extraordinary sensation. The release of their martial souls during the embrace was distinctly different from their prior collaborative efforts to harness the Haodong power for soul techniques. As Wang Dong's ice blue wings unfurled behind him, a fleeting moment of disorientation washed over them. Chapter 23, The Withering in Splendor. The golden path on one side stood Hui Yuhao, his eyes radiating a gentle golden hue. On the other, Wang Dong, with resplendent wings unfurled, manifesting the martial soul of the goddess of light butterfly. As they embraced and simultaneously released their martial souls, a vibrant illumination enveloped the area within a 10-meter radius. A unique luminescence emanated from them, a mesmerizing interplay of blue, purple, and gold. The rich essence of light formed the core, intermingled with an array of peculiar fluctuations of soul power. Behind Wang Dong, a colossal luminescent silhouette emerged, revealing a magnificent and complete image of the goddess of light butterfly. Behind Hui Yuhao, a colossal vertical eye apparition emerged. This vertical eye shimmered in a soft golden hue, yet within its pupil, a subtle hint of purple radiated. After a brief lapse in consciousness, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong regained their senses, only to find themselves enveloped in a blinding radiance. Above them, two colossal silhouettes of light drew nearer, transforming as they approached. Hui Yuhao's spirit eye shimmered with an increasingly profound hue, entirely cloaked in a deep blue-violet, while the golden light within it receded completely. Conversely, Wang Dong's goddess of light butterfly ignited fiercely, ablaze with blue and golden flames as it neared the spirit eye. At long last, it seemed as though an eternity had passed before the two powerful spirit manifestations finally converged above Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. In that instant, both of them experienced a violent tremor throughout their bodies, as the combined power of Haodong erupted like a geyser, nearly depleting their entire strength in an instant. The burning goddess of light butterfly unfurled its magnificent wings, gently enveloping the spirit eye. In that fleeting moment, the form of the goddess vanished, while the blue-violet spirit eye radiated with brilliance. The resplendent blue-gold flames erupted around the spirit eye, descending gracefully to cocoon Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong in its protective embrace. The immense spirit eye appeared unfathomably profound, as if it contained boundless worlds within. Suddenly, a terrifying amalgamation of blue, purple, and gold light surged forth. This iridescent beam shot straight ahead, annihilating all vegetation in its path, rendering everything to nothingness. That moment of splendor seemed to stretch across the ages. Wherever the tricolored light traversed, the halo did not dissipate, leaving behind a mesmerizing distortion and a kaleidoscope of colors. However, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were oblivious to this spectacle. At the moment the light erupted, the power of Haodong within them was instantaneously drained, overwhelming weakness crashing over them, causing them to collapse and lose consciousness. The fusion technique of spirit souls is inherently a force of immense power, and this was their first attempt. Enduring the exhausting process of two soul fusion techniques, the toll on their soul power and mental fortitude was immense, and given their lack of adaptation to such circumstances, it was hardly surprising that they succumbed. Remaining in their embrace, they fell to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. The night passed in silence. As dawn gradually broke, Wang Dong awoke, unsure whether he had emerged from a faint or a dream. In that moment, despair washed over him. The previous night had at least been spent in a bed, but now, as he surveyed their surroundings, he found them still tightly entwined, yet covered in dust, grass, and dew. They had slept outdoors all night long. Was this the legendary dew romance? Hui Yuhao, get up. Wang Dong struggled to rise from Hui Yuhao's arms, his expression bordering on hysteria. Hui Yuhao slowly opened his eyes, only to be startled by the brightness of the day. He quickly turned over and sat up. However, the next moment, he found himself face to face with Wang Dong, who towered over him, glaring with an intensity that suggested he might erupt at any moment. Wang Dong, gritting his teeth, stared furiously at him. Did you not say yesterday that you would no longer cling to me while sleeping? Hui Yuhao, taken aback, stammered. Did I ever say that? Without hesitation, Wang Dong lunged forward, straddling Hui Yuhao and preparing to deliver a flurry of blows. Hui Yuhao hastily seized his hands, his gaze vacant as he stared to the side. What are you looking at? When Wang Dong instinctively followed Hui Yuhao's line of sight, he too found himself entranced. The two stood agape as they beheld a peculiar trench emerging at a 45-degree angle from their position. This trench, approximately 1.5 meters wide and a foot deep, extended straight ahead for over 50 meters before vanishing quietly. Had it merely been an ordinary trench, it would not have elicited such astonishment from Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. After all, the martial soul fusion technique they had performed had completely drained their soul power, leaving them unconscious for an entire night, making its formidable power entirely plausible. Yet, what was truly terrifying was the fact that the soil within the trench, which should have been a mundane brown, gleamed with a uniform pale gold hue, identical to the color manifested when Hui Yuhao employed his spirit on martial soul. Not only the soil, but several trees along the trench's path bore witness to this phenomenon. One tree, grazed at the edge, displayed a semicircular indentation on its trunk. The cut surface also radiating the same pale gold. On either side of the trench, the vegetation that had merely been brushed against exhibited this striking coloration. At that moment, under the golden rays of the rising sun, the pale gold shimmered brilliantly, presenting itself to Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong like a golden pathway. How could they not be astonished? Is this the work of your light goddess butterfly? Hui Yuhao asked, bewildered. Wang Dong, still perched upon him, instinctively shook his head, replying, no, it is absolutely not. My martial soul, though it possesses golden hues, is either bright gold or blue gold, never this pale shade. It resembles the color of your spirit eye. Hui Yuhao patted his thigh and said, quickly, let us go down and take a look. Wang Dong, captivated by the allure of the golden path, failed to notice that Hui Yuhao's hand was perilously close to his backside. In a swift motion, he turned and stood up. With Hui Yuhao following suit, the two hastened to crouch before the shimmering golden path. Just as Wang Dong reached out to touch it, Hui Yuhao seized his hand, exclaiming, this resembles the color of my spirit eye. Allow me to try. With that, he extended his other hand into the trench, making contact with the golden surface. The moment he touched it, he recoiled as if struck by lightning, his face a mask of astonishment. The instant his fingers brushed against the gold, it felt as though his mind had momentarily spiraled into chaos. His spiritual sea surged violently, akin to a soul-shattering impact. Is this merely a remnant of our martial soul fusion skill? You should give it a try, Hui Yuhao urged Wang Dong. Curiosity piqued. Wang Dong quickly reached out to touch the golden trench. His reaction was far more pronounced than Hui Yuhao's. He stood momentarily dazed, taking some time to regain his composure. Exchanging glances, they both recognized the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. This is astonishing. If this is merely a remnant of our martial soul fusion, it feels as though I have been struck by the full force of your spirit eye's attack. What would happen if we faced this head-on? Wang Dong's voice trembled with excitement. No soul master would ever wish for anything less than possessing formidable soul skills. Hui Yuhao remarked, you see, the attack range of our soul skills should be 50 meters, delivering a direct strike. We are still uncertain if it can lock onto an opponent. The power is indeed immense, likely embodying both destructive and psychic attributes. It seems to have multiplied our attack strength significantly. If such an assault were to land head-on, the impact would be tremendous. Wang Dong nodded excitedly. Moreover, the potency of our martial soul fusion technique will undoubtedly increase as our cultivation advances. This martial soul fusion technique is truly formidable. Should we encounter the net of the Lan sisters again, we would undoubtedly be able to shatter it in an instant. Hui Yuhao was equally exhilarated, yet he maintained a certain composure that contrasted with Wang Dong's enthusiasm. Wang Dong, do you think our martial soul fusion technique will be effective in the assessment? With such formidable power, I doubt even a soul master could withstand it. Wang Dong's expression stiffened as he replied, that is indeed a concern. The overwhelming force could prove troublesome. Moreover, we possess only this one strike, which is insufficient even for intimidation. Once unleashed, we might find ourselves incapacitated. Hui Yuhao remarked, our initial attempt was hindered by inexperience. However, I believe that our next endeavor will not be as taxing. It is evident that we possess formidable power, even if it is limited to a single strike. Having such a potent skill is undoubtedly advantageous. With further practice, we shall become accustomed to it, and our proficiency will improve significantly. Wang Dong added, should that Ma Xiaodao dare to bully us again, we ought to retaliate. Given her cultivation level, she should not be in danger of death. But it would serve to remind her of our strength. Hui Yuhao remarked, our formidable martial soul fusion technique certainly deserves a name. Due to my misjudgment, you had to spend a night in the wilderness, so I shall leave the honor of naming it to you. Wang Dong, eager to accept the challenge, replied, very well. You are quite perceptive. But what shall we call it? How about death gaze? Before Hui Yuhao could interject, Wang Dong swiftly dismissed his own suggestion. No, that won't do. This is a technique born from the fusion of our martial souls. It must reflect the characteristics of my martial soul as well. Let us name it Gaze of the Goddess of Light. Quite impressive, isn't it? Hui Yuhao gazed at him in utter disbelief. Is your radiant goddess butterfly really a radiant goddess? The implication is clearly that it brings light, akin to a butterfly of divine beauty. Setting aside the existence of such a goddess, even if she were real, it has nothing to do with you whatsoever. Wang Dong, his expression darkened, retorted, can't you say something more pleasant? Wouldn't calling it the gaze of the butterfly sound even worse? Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. I've got it. Why must our martial soul fusion technique incorporate the names of our martial souls? That would be far too generic. With such resplendent gold and the moment of brilliance our fusion technique emits, why not call it withering and radiance? The golden path? What do you think? Hui Yuhao's eyes widened slightly. The name was indeed splendid, but perhaps a tad too lengthy? Wang Dong, brimming with pride, replied. A longer name only serves to showcase our prowess. We shall simply abbreviate it to the golden path. Others won't even know what it signifies. Let us summon Teacher Zhou later to help us evaluate this brilliant, yet wilted concept. Understanding the might and efficacy of the golden path will allow us to gauge our progress. Upon hearing Wang Dong utter Teacher Zhou's name, Hui Yuhao suddenly shivered. Glancing at the sun that was gradually rising, Wang Dong, prompted by his movement, recalled something as well. They exchanged a knowing look and simultaneously screamed, immediately sprinting away. They were already late, and during an elimination round at that. To hasten their return to Shrek Academy, they grasped each other's hands and dashed forward, utilizing the power of Haodong. This not only minimized their energy expenditure but also maximized their average speed. Fortunately, they had not ventured too far, and it took little time to return, yet they still arrived late. Outside the assessment area stood a line of nearly 30 faculty members, among whom was the formidable Elder Zhou. Her gaze was decidedly unfriendly as she scanned the nearly 200 students below, yet she could not locate the individual she sought. Xiao Xiao had arrived long ago, anxiously awaiting the roll call, which had commenced with their class, while Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were still absent. If they did not arrive before the roll call concluded, they would be deemed to have forfeited. Not only would it be a regrettable missed opportunity, but they also could not withstand the wrath of Elder Zhou. Their entire team would likely suffer consequences as well. What were those two up to? They were late yesterday, and now they were late again. The first-year class had the most participants, thus the roll call took longer. When it came to Xiao Zhao's group, aside from her response, there was utter silence for the names of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. This astonishment rippled through all the first-year students, and even the teachers were taken aback. Although this was not the first occurrence in Shrek Academy's history, it was certainly a rare event, even though they had passed the new student assessment. Their absence during the elimination round would be perceived as a blatant disregard for the academy, leaving a negative impression on all the faculty. After a brief pause, the teacher conducting the roll call continued through the other classes, reaching the 6th class before Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong finally arrived, breathless and disheveled. Having rushed back after a night spent outdoors, they had not even taken the time to freshen up that morning. Their appearance was a portrait of disarray, clothes rumpled, and their bodies marked with a mix of dirt and dew. However, with the situation as it was, they could only muster their courage to proceed. They could not truly forfeit. Reporting, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong shouted in unison as they reached the space between the teachers and students. The teacher in charge of roll call, a tall man in his 50s with a stern countenance and no facial hair, halted at once. Which class are you two from? What is the meaning of this? Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were both familiar with this esteemed instructor, named Du Weiluan, who served as the director of the Martial Soul Department at the Outer Academy, wielding significant authority within the institution. Hui Yuhao exclaimed, "Report to Teacher Du." "I am Hui Yuhao from Class 1 of the new students, and this is Wang Dong. We are late due to excessive training." Du Weiluan's expression darkened. "You dare to be late for the assessment? Have you no sense of time?" He penalized the two of them to clean the floors of all the corridors in the new student teaching building after today's competition. "Return to your formation." "Yes." Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong quickly replied, feeling a sense of relief in their hearts. As long as they were not disqualified from the assessment, it was acceptable. They hurried back to their place in Class 1 and stood together with Xiao Xiao. Du Weiluan cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Yi, who stood not far away, before resuming his reading from the list. Given his temperament, had it been any other students, they might have faced disqualification from the assessment. However, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's exceptional performance in the round-robin competition, where they achieved a flawless victory, earned them some leniency from the stern director. At Shrek Academy, while not entirely meritocratic, those with strength and excellent results would undoubtedly receive certain privileges. This holds true in any institution. What were you two doing? Just wait for old lady Show to deal with you after today's match. Look at that glare she is giving. It's like a knife. If looks could kill, you'd both be in dire straits, Xiao Xiao said, exasperated. Wang Dong, looking frustrated, replied, "Stop your incessant chatter. It's all Hui Yuhao's fault. If he hadn't insisted on dragging me out for a spar, we wouldn't have miscalculated the time and ended up late." On their way back, Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong had already conspired to keep their mastery of the martial soul fusion skill a secret for the time being, as they had no intention of employing it in the upcoming freshman assessment. They unanimously decided to share this delightful news solely with teacher Zhou, hoping to quell her thunderous wrath and seek her guidance in their training. Once they had perfected their technique, they would unveil it in future evaluations. Before long, the director of the martial soul department, Du Weilin, had completed the roll call, and the next step was the drawing of lots. As it was merely a freshman assessment, there were no elaborate ceremonies involved. Hu Yuhao represented their team in the draw. The 64 participating teams were divided into 32 matches for the elimination rounds. Following a day of rest for the students, the assessment area had been thoroughly prepared, requiring only the repositioning of barriers. The area was restructured into 16 zones, each significantly expanded to provide the contestants ample room to showcase their abilities. The rules for the elimination rounds were straightforward. One match would take place each morning and another each afternoon. The teams that were eliminated would return to their classes, while the victorious teams would remain to compete further. The entire process would span 3 days, culminating in the determination of the top 3 finalists. Once the draw was completed, the matches for the 64 to 32 round commenced immediately, with all 32 matches taking place simultaneously. This arrangement aimed to minimize the duration of the assessment, allowing the victorious participants ample time to rest before the afternoon contests. Hu Yuhao and his companions found themselves assigned to the 15th district, where the supervising teacher had also changed. This time, it was a kind-looking woman in her 30s. During the draw, only numbers were revealed, leaving them unaware of the opponents they would face. However, upon arriving at the venue, they felt a sense of resignation. In the first round, they had drawn their own comrades from Class 1 of the freshmen, transforming this elimination match into an internal conflict. The 3 opponents were well known to Hu Yuhao. One had previously attempted to challenge Wang Dong, who claimed that after receiving a thorough beating from him, the challenger had become rather subdued. Zhou Yi's judgment was remarkably astute. Having designated Hu Yuhao and his 2 companions as the seed team for their class, their strength was undoubtedly unparalleled among the other teams. The match progressed swiftly. Despite their opponents' tenacity, with both Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao launching simultaneous attacks and aided by Hu Yuhao's shared mental detection, the battle was resolved in under 10 minutes, allowing them to advance to the top 32. However, as Hu Yuhao and his companions exited the assessment area, their momentary joy was swiftly extinguished. Awaiting them at the entrance was the stern-faced Zhou Laodai, whose expression conveyed displeasure. Xiao Xiao, you may return to rest. You too follow me. Zhou Yi declared coldly before turning away. Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong simultaneously sensed a chill creeping up their spines. Fortunately, they had prepared for such moments. Exchanging a glance, they followed Zhou Yi. Xiao Xiao could only offer them a look of resigned hope. To their surprise, Zhou Yi led them directly to her office. As the homeroom teacher of the new student class, her office was situated in the northern part of the dormitory area, behind the senior teaching buildings of the black and purple outer courtyard. Located on the ground floor, she was the sole occupant of this space. Upon entering Zhou Yi's office, Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong were taken aback. Despite her stern demeanor and strict approach, the decor of her office was remarkably elegant. The walls were painted a soft pink, and the desk was crafted from a unique shade of light red wood. A vibrant red reception sofa and various other tasteful furnishings adorned the space, which also featured a small door that seemed to lead to a resting area. It must be said that Shrek Academy provides its teachers with exceptional benefits. Even the homeroom teachers of new student classes enjoy the privilege of having their own independent offices. Hu Yuhao was the last to enter, carefully closing the door behind him. Zhou Yi was already seated on the grand crimson sofa, her arms crossed defiantly across her chest. With a frosty demeanor, she inquired, "Now, do enlighten me. What exactly transpired between you two? 2 consecutive days of tardiness. Do you think that having passed the freshman assessment has granted you the liberty to disregard my authority? Let me assure you, expelling you from this academy is but a mere utterance on my part. This world is replete with prodigies, and I have witnessed many talented individuals being dismissed under my command. The sole reason for their expulsion is their unfit character for becoming true warriors. Provide me with a compelling reason not to discipline you both." Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged a glance. Wang Dong nudged him gently, signaling him to elucidate. Hu Yuhao could only brace himself and say, "I apologize, Teacher Zhou. It is indeed our fault." Over the past 3 months, they had become somewhat acquainted with Zhou Yi's temperament. Confronting her head-on would yield no benefits and would only serve to further infuriate the venerable Zhou. The more amiable their attitude, the lesser the punishment they might receive. Is a simple apology sufficient? Do you believe that being late is trivial? Allow me to enlighten you. Tardiness signifies negligence, and at your age, it is a grave matter. For this singular reason, I could dismiss both of you. Now, speak up. I require a reasonable explanation. Hu Hao respectfully remarked, Teacher Zhou, please do not be angry. Allow me to explain. Do you recall our encounter with Huang Chutian's team the day before yesterday? Within their ranks, there were a pair of twin sisters named Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. Zhou Yi responded affirmatively. Hu Hao continued, during that match, we nearly faced defeat. The sisters Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo were capable of executing a soul fusion technique. It was only through the combined efforts of the three of us that we managed to withstand their formidable abilities, ultimately securing victory and concluding the round robin with an impeccable record. Upon our return, Wang Dong and I were immensely envious of the power of their soul fusion technique. Thus, we resolved to experiment and see if our souls could merge as well. Lacking a specialized course in soul fusion technique cultivation at the academy, we had no choice but to embark on this endeavor independently. To our astonishment, during our initial attempt, it seemed our souls successfully fused, and in the process, we both fainted on Wang Dong's bed. When we finally regained consciousness, we discovered that we had missed our class, which explains our tardiness yesterday. As Hu Hao was explaining, he distinctly felt Wang Dong behind him gently pinching the soft flesh at his waist with 2 fingers, then spinning him around a full 180 degrees. The pain coursed through his body, yet he dared not reveal it, causing his expression to become somewhat stiff. Spirit fusion? Zhou Yi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Hu Hao would offer such a rationale. Instinctively, she inquired, did you succeed? Hu Hao scratched his head and said, we were uncertain of our success yesterday. Therefore, when you instructed us to run laps, we decided to give it a try. And it appeared that we truly had a chance. Later that evening, we ventured outside the academy to experiment with our martial soul fusion technique. To our astonishment, we succeeded on the first attempt, and the power of our attack seemed remarkably formidable. However, as it was our inaugural attempt at this technique, it resulted in a significant depletion of our soul power. After executing that skill, we both collapsed in the wilderness, and when we regained consciousness, we found ourselves late once again today. Teacher Zhou, we genuinely overslept due to our earnest dedication to training. This was merely an accident, and we assure you it will not happen again. At this point, Hu Hao cautiously lifted his gaze and glanced at Zhou Yi, only to find her staring at him in wide-eyed astonishment. You mean to say that the two of you attempted the martial soul fusion technique and actually succeeded? Zhou Yi's voice rose an octave, and she stood up from the sofa, her expression a blend of surprise and exhilaration. Hu Hao and Wang Dong nodded in unison. Zhou Yi exclaimed with excitement, hurry, let me see what your martial soul fusion technique is. Hu Hao said, Teacher Zhou, we have a competition this afternoon. This skill will deplete our soul power. Zhou Yi replied with some irritation, the initial use of a skill consumes the most energy. Subsequent applications will not be as taxing. If the martial soul fusion technique caused unconsciousness every time, it would indeed be a suicidal skill. Hurry up. I will assist you in restoring your soul power, so it won't delay your competition this afternoon. Come now, perform it directly on me. With Zhou Yi's insistence, Hu Hao and Wang Dong had no choice but to comply. Facing each other, Hu Hao naturally opened his arms to embrace Wang Dong. Although Wang Dong's movements remained somewhat stiff, he did not resist. Instead, he closed his eyes and opened his arms, embracing Hu Hao in return. As their bodies made contact, they simultaneously released their respective martial souls. The soul power instantly intertwined, transforming into the mighty force of Haodong that coursed through their bodies, giving them a sensation of unity. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In Teacher Zhou Yi's office, one could hear a pin drop. Apart from the fluctuations of soul power generated by Hu Hao and Wang Dong's martial souls, there was no other sound. Zhou Yi widened her eyes, prepared for any defense, yet Hu Hao and Wang Dong merely remained in their embrace, with no further movement. The muscles at the corner of her eye began to twitch. Hu Hao and Wang Dong also sensed that something was amiss. Given the events of the previous night, their soul power should have been swiftly drained by now. Yet, instead of erupting in resplendent decay, akin to the formidable assault of the Golden Road, nothing had transpired. Are you two jesting? Zhou Yi's cold voice seemed to be squeezed out from between her gritted teeth. This chilling utterance sent shivers down Hu Hao and Wang Dong's spines, prompting them to instinctively release their embrace. Their faces were etched with astonishment. The murderous aura emanating from Teacher Zhou was a sensation they had previously experienced when gazing upon her. Clearly, this elder was on the brink of an explosive outburst. Hui Yuhao hurriedly exclaimed, "Teacher Zhou, we successfully executed our skills just like this last night. We have no idea how it happened." Zhou Yi coldly responded, "Are you two embracing in my office to flaunt your bond? If I do not discipline you properly today." Before Zhou Yi could finish her stern warning, Hui Yuhao immediately took action, grasping Wang Dong's hand and swiftly employing his mental detection, sharing it with Zhou Yi. As Zhou Yi was about to unleash her anger, everything around her suddenly became crystal clear. Her thoughts rapidly extended outward, and in the blink of an eye, everything within a 100-meter radius was vividly presented in her mind. How has the range expanded so much? Zhou Yi distinctly remembered that during Hui Yuhao's previous demonstration of mental detection, the coverage was only about 30 meters in diameter. Now it had surged to 100 meters. The magnitude of this increase was astonishing. Noticing Zhou Yi's astonishment, Hui Yuhao quickly explained, "Teacher Zhou, do you remember? I once mentioned that my mental detection would evolve with the enhancement of my cultivation. After more than 3 months of your meticulous guidance, my mental detection has reached approximately 50 meters in diameter. Additionally, I have developed the ability to focus my mental energy in one direction, which expands the detection range even further. The 100-meter range you are currently experiencing is not solely my achievement. It is a result of the fusion of our martial souls after Wang Dong and I combined our powers. With his assistance, my soul skill has seen a remarkable enhancement, doubling the detection range. My soul power can also amplify his soul skills in return. Could this not serve as proof that we have completed the martial soul fusion? We truly experimented with the martial soul fusion technique last night. If you do not believe us, we can take you to the place where we succeeded, where traces of our experiment still remain." Listening to Hui Yuhao's words, Zhou Yi gradually calmed down, realizing that she had been somewhat impulsive. Over the past 3 months, she had closely observed Hui Yuhao's performance at the academy, and in her memory, no other student had matched his diligence. Furthermore, Hui Yuhao exhibited a maturity beyond his years, showing a certain depth of character. To deceive her, he would certainly not resort to such an easily disprovable lie. As the saying goes, every profession has its expertise. Although Zhou Yi was a teacher at Shrek Academy, her knowledge of martial soul fusion techniques was rather limited, given their rarity. After hearing Hui Yuhao's explanation, she was convinced of their sincerity, and her anger dissipated swiftly. Waving her hand, she said, "All right, retract your skills. I believe you. However, it is certainly incorrect for your martial soul fusion technique to be so inconsistent. Wait here in my office. I will find a teacher well-versed in martial soul fusion to clarify things for you." Zhou Yi, known for her decisiveness, promptly exited the room, striding away. Once she left, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong simultaneously sighed in relief, collapsing onto the sofa. Hui Yuhao raised his left hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, while Wang Dong attempted to lift his left hand to dry his own sweat, only to realize that Hui Yuhao was still holding it. "Let go." Wang Dong grumbled as he withdrew his hand, shooting Hui Yuhao an annoyed glance. "This is all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on testing the skills, could we have been caught by Teacher Zhou so easily? Now, there is no secret left to keep." Hui Yuhao reclined on the sofa, chuckling softly. "If I must blame someone, let it be myself. However, this is not entirely unfavorable. With a teacher to guide us in our cultivation, we can certainly avoid numerous detours. When will you ever amend your incessant complaints? Only I can tolerate you." Wang Dong snorted and replied, "That's only with you. Had it been anyone else, I wouldn't even bother to complain." Nevertheless, witnessing the astonishment on old lady Zhou's face today was indeed worthwhile. "Do you think that after we complete the elimination round, old lady Zhou will continue to instruct us?" Hui Yuhao remarked, "It is difficult to say. Teacher Zhou's instruction is quite comprehensive, yet it seems to have its particular emphasis. However, given our tender age and limited cultivation, we have not yet reached the stage where Teacher Zhou can truly showcase his expertise in guiding us. Nevertheless, once the elimination rounds conclude and we are reassigned, we shall see. I sincerely hope to continue under Teacher Zhou's tutelage. A stricter instructor is not necessarily a disadvantage for us. At the very least, it serves as a continual motivation for us to diligently cultivate and study." Chapter 24. The Bet Wang Dong laughed. "Are you a masochist? By the way, let us take this opportunity to cultivate here for a while. When old lady Zhou returns and sees that we have not forgotten to practice while waiting for her, she will surely feel that we are quite diligent, which will undoubtedly brighten her spirits." Hui Yuhao lightly tapped his head with his hand and remarked, You truly excel at cunning and deceit. Nonsense. It is you who is being sly, he retorted. We have a competition this afternoon. We have already expended some energy. It is prudent to recuperate as soon as possible. What is wrong with that? Are you coming or not? Hurry up. As he spoke, he removed his shoes and settled cross-legged on the sofa, extending his hands toward Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao had always dedicated his free time to cultivation, so he naturally did not refuse. Following Wang Dong's example, he connected his palms with his. Both of them simultaneously channeled their soul power, and as their energies intermingled, they sensed a distinct difference from their training the previous afternoon. Their soul powers seemed to draw closer, and the initial fusion occurred at a noticeably swifter pace than the day before. Almost upon contact, the combined force of Hao and Dong manifested. Guided by their consciousness, their energies began to flow along the trajectories established in their training, resulting in an improvement of over 10% compared to yesterday. As they had closed their eyes at the onset of their practice, they remained unaware of the faint blue, purple, and golden lights emanating from their joined palms, which began to swirl around their arms and bodies, gradually enveloping them in this radiant hue. Initially, they sought merely to restore their soul power, yet as their cultivation commenced, they swiftly entered a meditative state, losing all awareness of the external world. Not long after they began their training, Zhou returned, accompanied by another person. Had Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong been awake, they would have been utterly astonished. For the individual Zhou brought back was none other than their proctor during the tournament phase, Wang Yin. Upon witnessing Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong in their meditative state, Zhou was momentarily taken aback, while Wang Yin was left in sheer astonishment. Then, in a remarkable display of tacit understanding, they simultaneously gestured for silence. A flicker of inquiry crossed Zhou's eyes, but Wang Yin merely shook his head, quietly crouching down a short distance in front of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, keenly observing their condition and earnestly sensing the fluctuations of their soul power during their training. The more he perceived, the greater the astonishment etched on his face, his hands instinctively rubbing together. Zhou, having known Wang Yin for quite some time, recognized this gesture as a sign of emotional tension and excitement. Being a teacher herself, she too could sense the extraordinary state in which Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong found themselves, one she had never encountered before. The two soul masters were cultivating in unison, with their soul powers not only harmonizing, but also merging. The speed of the swirling blue, purple, and golden lights was indicative of their remarkable pace. Even soul masters of the three-ring soul sovereign level would be hard-pressed to match such velocity. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong concluded their training after traversing 36 cycles of energy. Not only had they fully replenished the soul power expended during the morning's competition, but they also experienced a slight enhancement in their cultivation. Exhaling deeply, they gradually retracted their soul power, allowing the tricolor radiance enveloping them to slowly dissipate. Upon opening their eyes, both felt a refreshing clarity of mind, reveling in the exhilarating pace of their training. However, they were soon startled. Teacher Zhou, Teacher Wang? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment as he noticed Zhou and Wang Yin seated nearby, intently observing them from their chairs. Wang Dong was equally taken aback, and it dawned on them that they were in Zhou's office. Hui Yuhao, feeling somewhat awkward, said, Teacher Zhou, we merely wish to restore our soul power early to prepare for this afternoon's competition. Zhou waved her hand, responding, no need for explanations. It is commendable to be diligent. This is Teacher Wang Yin, an esteemed educator from the theoretical department of the academy, holding a rank even higher than mine, and he has conducted extensive research on martial soul fusion techniques. Wang Yin smiled gently and remarked, I believe no introduction is necessary. We have already met. I was the proctor during your preliminary rounds. At this moment, his demeanor had returned to calm, though only he knew the true state of his inner tranquility. Teacher Wang. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong both respectfully bowed to Wang Yin. Wang Yin nodded and stated, I have closely observed your training progress. Initially, I found it hard to believe Zhou's claims, but it appears my understanding was limited. I can now confidently affirm to Zhou that you have achieved martial soul fusion and possess fusion techniques. Zhou looked at him, somewhat astonished. Yet she refrained from interjecting. Wang Yin continued, the compatibility of your soul powers has merged without the slightest conflict, thereby facilitating your training. Such an occurrence has never been documented in the annals of Shrek Academy throughout its long history. The only explanation is that your martial souls are in perfect alignment, at a 100% compatibility. Only this legendary condition could allow your soul powers to merge so seamlessly, sharing each other's training pace. Congratulations. I can already foresee that you will undoubtedly become a source of pride for Shrek Academy in the future. Hui Yuhao listened to Wang Yan's words, secretly filled with admiration. He had also heard of the perfect harmony of martial souls from the heavenly dream-eye silkworm, yet Wang Yan's understanding was not entirely complete. His judgment stemmed merely from observing their cultivation, a testament to his stature as a representative of theoretical knowledge within the academy. Wang Dong, puzzled, inquired, "Teacher Wang, if that is the case, why did our martial soul fusion technique fail today? Just now, Hui Yuhao and I attempted it, yet we were unable to manifest it again." Wang Yin chuckled softly and replied, "Do you think the martial soul fusion technique is merely an ordinary soul skill? It is not so simple to execute. You must ensure that your martial souls are in their optimal state, and your physical and mental energies must also be at their peak. This is the first time I have witnessed a perfectly harmonized martial soul fusion technique. However, based on my experience, after initially achieving the fusion, there exists a certain buffer period following the execution of the martial soul fusion technique. During this interval, you cannot perform the fusion technique again. Generally, this buffer period lasts 7 days, but as your cultivation progresses, this duration will gradually decrease until you are able to fully utilize the martial soul fusion technique." Hui Yuhao inquired, "Teacher Wang, when will we be able to freely utilize the martial soul fusion technique?" Wang Yin replied, "That is still quite far off. It will not be until both of you reach the 70th level and possess your martial soul's true form that you can wield the martial soul fusion technique at will. This applies to all soul masters. However, you are likely to achieve a perfect harmony in your martial soul fusion. Therefore, I recommend that you begin practicing the martial soul fusion technique daily from now on, until you can successfully execute it again. This will allow you to determine the recovery time required after each use of the martial soul fusion technique. Once you have established this timing, be sure to come find me so I can witness the nature of your martial soul fusion technique. I am quite curious." With Wang Yan's explanation, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong gained a much clearer understanding of the martial soul fusion technique. Nearby, Zhou asked, "Teacher Wang, since they have a perfect match in their martial soul fusion, what other benefits are there besides assisting each other in training?" Wang Yin chuckled and responded, "Ah Zhou, human greed knows no bounds. You have already uncovered 2 treasures. The mere fact that they can assist each other in their training will enable them to double their cultivation speed. While the effects may not be immediately apparent, I assure you that in 3 years, no peer will be able to compare with their soul power cultivation. However, your question is indeed valid. There is another distinction between perfect martial soul fusion and ordinary fusion, which is the power. You should have anticipated this. According to the rules of martial soul fusion, the greater the compatibility, the greater the power of the fusion technique. Yet, we have yet to witness a perfect compatibility like theirs, which is why I am eager to experience the extent of their martial soul fusion's power and its attack effects." Zhou nodded and said, "Thank you for your insight. Teacher Wang, should we report this together?" Wang Yin shook his head, smiling, "No need for that. You can report it on your own. You should have already been promoted to a senior teacher. Moreover, these 2 youngsters were discovered by you, so I cannot take the credit." Zhou smiled gently and nodded at him. Wang Yin stood up, saying, "You 2 must work hard. You've made it to the top 32 in the knockout rounds, right? Once you reach the top 8, you must strive even harder. The academy will have higher-ups watching your matches, and the champion's rewards are quite substantial in our eyes. We must not miss out. I believe we will continue to communicate in the future, so feel free to come to me with any questions. My office is on the 4th floor. Zhou, I will take my leave now." Zhou accompanied Wang Yin to the office door, and before departing, Wang Yin cast a lingering glance at Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Zhou, however, did not return inside but waved at Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, saying, "Let's go. It's time for lunch. Today, I will treat you to something special," though she did not explicitly state it. Her gesture of treating them to a meal was already an implicit apology for having misjudged Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong both found the situation a bit unbelievable, but they quickly regained their composure and joyfully rushed out of the office, following Zhou to the cafeteria for a meal. Zhou, true to her generous nature, treated them to the most exquisite dishes available in the cafeteria. It was not just Hui Yuhao. Even Wang Dong was experiencing such fine dining for the first time. The cafeteria's top-tier dishes were exorbitantly priced, varying daily, and always calculated in gold soul coins. Today, there were 2 premium dishes, and Zhou ordered 2 portions of each, amounting to nearly 60 gold soul coins. "Teacher Zhou, You are too extravagant, Hui Yuhao said, feeling a bit embarrassed. After selling grilled fish for so long, he had yet to accumulate 60 gold soul coins. Zhou Yi urged, hurry and eat while it's hot. Don't think the Academy offers these top-tier dishes for profit. In fact, the Academy incurs a loss on these premium meals compared to the rest of the cafeteria offerings. Why? Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong asked almost in unison. Zhou Yi smiled calmly and replied, of course, it is for the well-being of the students. Do you know what these two dishes are? She pointed at the plates before them. Both dishes emitted a rich aroma. One appeared to be braised meat, while the other was a clear broth. The braised meat, primarily made from lean meat and tendons, was simmered to perfection, with a thick, rich sauce enveloping the tender, succulent meat. Even the tendons had transformed into a soft, gelatinous texture, instantly whetting the appetite. The clear broth, a light golden hue, contained nothing but the aromatic liquid, even more fragrant than the braised meat, with a subtle hint of herbs. Undoubtedly, Hui Yuhao could not name these dishes, and after a moment of hesitation, Wang Dong ventured, Teacher Zhou. Is this braised meat from the scale-armored crocodile? Zhou Yi nodded. Indeed, you are correct. This braised meat comes from the scale-armored crocodile, an amphibious soul beast of immense strength. Consuming its flesh provides a substantial boost to our physical condition, enhancing our vitality and resilience. It is truly a rare delicacy. However, the flesh of the scale-armored crocodile is as tough as iron. Transforming it into something tender requires exceptional culinary skills. Thus, I want to emphasize that our Shrek Academy excels not only in teaching but also in culinary expertise. A mature scale-armored crocodile is at least a 1,000-year soul beast. Do you still consider this dish to be expensive? As for the broth, it is derived from a flying soul beast, simmered for an extended period. It nourishes the internal organs, stabilizing the vital energy within us soul masters, which is beneficial for cultivation. I previously mentioned that among this year's new students, 3 have already reached the rank of Soul Master at level 30. Their talents are undoubtedly remarkable, and they are diligent. However, they also hail from prestigious families, accustomed to the finest sustenance in terms of both food and elixirs, which facilitates their exceptional cultivation. Wang Dong perhaps enjoyed similar privileges before coming to the academy. But as for why your cultivation has yet reached the 3rd ring, it may be due to your own lack of diligence or some unique circumstances. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, your 11th birthday has just passed. Wang Dong nodded. Teacher Zhou, before I turn 12, I will certainly reach the 3rd ring. Zhou Yi urged. All right, eat quickly. After the meal, take a short rest. The afternoon competition is about to commence. I will report to you regarding your martial soul fusion techniques. If you are ultimately approved as core disciples of the Outer Academy, your meals will be provided free of charge from the Academy, including these premium dishes. You can imagine the benefits this will bring to your cultivation. However, possessing martial soul fusion techniques does not guarantee you will become core disciples. Shrek Academy has never lacked talent. Your final rankings in the eliminations will significantly influence your entry into that core circle. To be frank, I graduated from the Outer Academy as well, yet I could not become a core disciple, nor did I qualify for the Inner Academy. Becoming a core disciple is a pivotal step toward entering the Inner Academy. Among the core disciples, nearly half have successfully passed the Inner Academy's assessments. Being a core disciple also means you will receive preferential treatment from the Academy's faculty. Do you understand? Yes, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong replied in unison. And they immediately began to indulge in the sumptuous meal. Zhou Yi's praise for the chefs was met with immediate agreement from Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Hui Yuhao was less accustomed to fine ingredients, but Wang Dong was different. He had tasted such delicacies before. Yet the flavors prepared in the Academy's cafeteria far surpassed those from his family's kitchen. After finishing their meal, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong felt a gentle warmth enveloping their bodies, especially in their stomachs, as a soothing sensation coursed through their limbs, indescribably comfortable. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Zhou Yi accompanied them to the dormitory entrance, and before departing, she gently grasped Hui Yuhao's shoulder, saying, "If you are not born a noble, strive to become one through your own efforts." After uttering this, she turned and left. Since their meal, her previous cold demeanor had seemingly vanished. At the dormitory entrance, an elderly man, seemingly the dormitory manager but rarely involved in affairs, leaned back in a reclining chair. He appeared to have overheard Zhou Yi's words and muttered something under his breath, though no one could discern what he said. After habitually greeting the elder, Hui Yuhao returned to the dormitory with Wang Dong. Having just indulged in a delectable meal, he felt it imperative to engage in further cultivation. After all, wastefulness is a disgrace. The afternoon competition, as was evident, would not be as leisurely as the mornings. The elimination round of the freshman assessment, featuring a transition from 32 to 16 participants, commenced officially as the class bell rang in the afternoon. Compared to the morning session, the number of contestants in the elimination round had been halved. Following another draw, the participants swiftly proceeded to their designated areas to compete. As it was the same day, the venue remained unchanged, mirroring the morning's layout, yet only the arenas numbered in the top 16 were in use. To the north of the assessment area, a towering platform stood, elevated nearly 20 meters above the ground, supported by 6 metallic columns. From below, it was impossible to discern the number of spectators atop the platform, where shadowy figures appeared to be watching the contest. From such a height, one could oversee the entirety of the assessment area, gaining a clear view of the competitions taking place within each arena. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were not late this time. Rather, they arrived early at the assessment area to draw lots, which finally allowed Xiao Xiao to breathe a sigh of relief. Their designated assessment area had transformed into Zone 8. Upon their arrival, they discovered that another team, also assigned to Zone 8, had already made their appearance. To Hui Yuhao and his companions' astonishment, all 3 members of the opposing team were young women, each possessing striking beauty. On the observation platform, Joey stood quietly, surveying the impending competition below. In the round-robin phase, Class 1 emerged as the greatest victor. However, as they progressed to the elimination rounds, several individuals with formidable strength began to unveil their potential and capabilities. In the contest from 64 to 32, only 5 teams from Class 1 remained. While this still outnumbered the other freshman classes, their advantage had diminished significantly. The forthcoming match from 32 to 16 would prove crucial. Joe Teacher, are you searching for your seed team? I just glanced at the draw, and what a coincidence. The seed team you selected is pitted against our class's seed team. Over there, in Zone 8. Who do you suppose will emerge victorious? A woman, appearing to be in her 30s, approached Zhou Yi with a soft chuckle. Zhou Yi's gaze sharpened instantly. Mu Jin, do you believe your students are guaranteed victory? Although Mu Jin was not young, she could undoubtedly be described as youthful and radiant. She shook her head with a smile, saying, not necessarily. Nothing is absolute, after all. However, I have not heard of any particularly outstanding talents in your class this time, at least none above level 30. What a pity. Zhou Yi's expression grew cold. Are you here to provoke me? The smile on Mu Jin's face vanished in an instant. And if I am? Your class has impressive results, doesn't it? I am eager to see how many of your students can make it into the top 8. When the draw concluded, I noticed that my seed student was matched against yours, and I felt quite pleased. Ever since you expelled my brother despite my desperate pleas, this is the first time I have felt so content. I heard you aspire to achieve a higher professional title. Alas, this time, it seems it will come to naught. Zhou Yi, however, disregarded Mu Jin's taunting demeanor and directed her gaze towards the competition arena, locking onto Zone 8 where Hui Yuhao and his companions stood. Shall we wager? Mu Jin's intention was to incite anger and humiliation in Zhou Yi. Upon hearing her words, she immediately agreed without hesitation. Wager? What will you stake against me? Zhou Yi finally acknowledged her presence, turning to face her and stating solemnly, a soul bone. Do you dare? At the mention of the soul bone, Mu Jin's pupils contracted sharply. For soul masters, soul rings are already immensely valuable, as they are essential for breaking through one's limitations. In contrast, soul bones are 100 times more precious. Each soul master can integrate 6 soul bones, which include one for the head, torso, and limbs. Each soul ring grants a skill to the soul master, while a 100,000-year soul ring can provide 2 skills. Consequently, a standard soul master, upon reaching the 9th ring titled Dolua, should possess 9 skills. Soul bones represent an entirely additional system, with each soul bone bestowing a skill and significantly enhancing the physical attributes of the corresponding body part. Soul rings are produced by every soul beast, but soul bones are not guaranteed. Only 100,000-year soul beasts possess the ability to yield soul bones. The probability of soul bones appearing from beasts below this level is a mere 1 in 10,000. The emergence of any soul bone inevitably incites fierce competition among soul masters. It is said in the soul master community that to become an exceptional soul master, one must diligently increase their soul power and acquire as many high-level soul rings as possible. However, to attain the status of a top-tier soul master, a true powerhouse of the Dolua continent, one must possess their own soul bones. The greater the number of soul bones, the more formidable the strength. In fact, in a sense, soul bones also share properties with elixirs. Integrating any soul bone will enhance a soul master's soul power. At this moment, Zhou Yi's proposal to wager a soul bone suggested her willingness to risk everything in a contest against Mu Jin. Mu Jin, understandably, was taken aback. Most importantly, she was utterly bewildered by Zhou Yi's confidence. Zhou Yi smirked dismissively. If you're afraid, keep your distance. I do not wish to be overwhelmed by the nauseating scent of your perfume. A flash of intensity flickered in Mu Jin's eyes. Very well, I accept your wager. Do you think mere threats will intimidate me? Should I lose, I will grant you a soul bone. But if you lose, you shall have Fan Yu craft a close combat soul tool for me. Zhou Yi replied coldly. I am the one wagering against you, not him. If I lose, I too shall provide you with a soul bone. Mu Jin scoffed. I have no interest in your soul bone. I desire Fan Yu to create a close combat soul tool for me. Very well, I shall agree to that on her behalf. A deep voice resonated, and a tall figure had appeared beside Zhou Yi without her noticing. It was none other than Fan Yu, the soul engineering teacher whom Zhou Yi had previously introduced to Hu Hao. Upon seeing Fan Yu, Mu Jin's expression shifted drastically. The earlier air of arrogance and provocation dissipated entirely. Her complexion paled, and she took a step back, her eyes reddening as she looked at Fan Yu. You conspire with her to bully me. Fan Yu maintained a calm demeanor, though his brow furrowed slightly. You initiated this disturbance. If you wish to wager, then do so. If not, refrain from provoking Zhou Yi further. Our relationship with you is merely professional, nothing more. Why not wager? Should I lose to her? It does not imply that my students will also lose to hers. Mu Jin abruptly turned, gripping the railing of the platform tightly. Her misty eyes now fixated on the competition arena in Zone 8. Hu Hao and his companions were entirely oblivious to the unfolding scene on the observation platform. Their attention was wholly consumed by their opponents. The three young ladies across from them were all strikingly beautiful, clad in fresh student uniforms. The girl standing at the forefront was relatively tall, slightly surpassing both Hu Hao and Wang Dong in height. She sported a head of golden short hair, exuding an air of neatness, and her azure eyes were adorned with long lashes, while a few charming freckles dotted her cheeks. Behind her, to the left, stood a girl with fiery red short hair and rare crimson eyes. A fleeting glance at her might evoke a sense of intimidation, yet upon closer inspection, one would discern her exquisitely delicate features and skin as fair as jade. Her gaze, however, was icy enough to rival that of an elderly matriarch. To the right, the girl presented a striking contrast, her long, pale green hair cascading down her back. Her dark green eyes radiated warmth, and her gentle demeanor evoked an instinctive sense of compassion. The supervising teacher announced, "Both sides, please introduce yourselves." The 6 participants simultaneously strode into the expansive arena, taking their positions on opposing sides. The trio maintained their original formation, with Wang Dong at the forefront, Xiao Xiao in the center, and Hu Hao at the rear. In contrast, the formation of the 3 young ladies shifted. The previously leading golden-haired girl stepped back, allowing the other 2 to step forward and shield her. The red-haired girl proclaimed with arrogance, Freshman Class 9, Wu Feng, Level 25 Assault System Soul Master. The girl with the pale green hair cast a reproachful glance at her, seemingly chiding her for her brashness and revealing her own soul power level. Nevertheless, she did not alter her manner of introduction. Her soft voice contrasted sharply with Wu Feng's haughty tone as she introduced herself, Freshman Class 9, Namin Yuner, Level 24 Agility System Soul Master. From behind the 2 girls, a calm voice emerged, Freshman Class 9, Ning Tian, Level 31 Support System Equipment Soul Master. Upon hearing this, Hu Hao and his companions were taken aback. A Level 31 Soul Master at this early stage of the competition? They had not anticipated encountering one of the newly initiated Level 31 Soul Masters, especially one specializing in support. It was well known that Equipment Soul Masters typically progressed at a slower pace than Assault Soul Masters. Yet this individual had managed to reach Level 31 by approximately 12 years of age, possessing 3 soul rings. This was indicative of a talent far beyond the ordinary. While they were struck by astonishment, Hu Hao and his companions did not neglect their own introductions. Following the pattern initiated by their opponents, they began with their own Assault Soul Masters. Freshman Class 1, Wang Dong, Level 24 Assault System Soul Master. Freshman Class 1, Xiao Xiao, Level 22 Control System Soul Master. As Hu Hao finally spoke, he introduced himself as a Control System Battle Soul Master from the 17th class. Upon hearing the number 17, Wu Feng across from him visibly scoffed, displaying an air of disdain. Wang Dong narrowed his eyes, his gaze firmly fixed on Wu Feng, for reasons unknown. The contemptuous look in Wu Feng's eyes ignited a fire within him. Wu Feng sensed Wang Dong's stare, and their eyes met in a tense confrontation, with Wu Feng letting out a cold snort. Even before the competition had commenced, the atmosphere was already charged with a palpable tension. Hui Yuhao gently tapped Wang Dong's shoulder, prompting him to turn and meet Hui Yuhao's gaze. Though no words were exchanged, an unspoken understanding passed between them. At that moment, the invigilator's authoritative voice rang out, signaling the commencement of the competition. Wang Dong, with the lightest touch of his toes upon the ground, propelled himself forward in a swift motion, his resplendent blue and golden wings unfurling spectacularly. Regardless of the confidence exuded by his opponents, Wu Feng, Nanmin Yuner, and Ning Tian, they were momentarily dazzled by the breathtaking beauty of his angelic wings, silently commending their elegance. Wu Feng, too, let out a fervent cry as she leapt into action, a surge of intense heat radiating from her form, accompanied by a subtle dragon's roar. In an instant, her figure elongated, transforming in midair into the appearance of a youthful maiden, seemingly 16 or 17 years of age. Her lithe form strained against her school uniform, which ultimately tore, revealing a snug, elastic leather suit that accentuated her shapely legs, the suit seamlessly enveloping her body. A delicate crimson sheen shimmered upon her skin as intricate dragon scales began to emerge, starting from the left side of her face and cascading down her neck, enveloping her left arm and hand. Though her dragon spirit was less imposing than Bei's blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, it radiated a powerful presence nonetheless. The fire elemental red dragon exuded the essence of a top-tier spirit, and two golden soul rings materialized beneath her feet. Wu Feng's figure appeared both graceful and alluring, yet imbued with explosive strength. In a blink, she was before Wang Dong, her left arm sweeping towards him with ferocity. In response to her formidable assault, Wang Dong refrained from employing his soul skills, opting instead for a mid-air pivot as he executed a lightning-fast kick with his right leg, colliding with Wu Feng's left arm. The impact produced a resounding thud, causing Wang Dong to sway in the air, shifting 5 meters, while Wu Feng descended towards the ground. This initial clash clearly favored Wu Feng. Despite both being formidable assault-type soul masters, their strengths lay in different realms. When it came to sheer physical prowess, the bright goddess butterfly was at a disadvantage against the red dragon. At that moment, Nanmin Yuner from Ning Tian's team also made her move, as she activated her abilities. Her body floated effortlessly, yet her speed eclipsed that of the battling Wang Dong and Wu Feng. In the blink of an eye, she traversed several dozen meters, appearing before Xiao Xiao. It was only upon drawing near that one could discern the pair of emerald green wings sprouting from her back. Though modest in size and lacking the brilliance of Wang Dong's wings, these wings granted her remarkable speed, her hands transforming into jade-green appendages, striking toward Xiao Xiao's face. Simultaneously, Ning Tian, from a distance, extended her right hand and called out, invoking the 7 treasures. As her body twirled gracefully, vibrant, multicolored light erupted from within her, coalescing into a dazzling 7-layered pagoda that rose prominently from her palm. This exquisite pagoda sparkled with radiant hues, adorned with countless gemstones, instantly capturing the attention of everyone on the observation platform. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings ascended from Ning Tian's palm, rhythmically dancing around the 7-tiered pagoda. On the observation platform, Mu Jin turned to observe Zhuo Yi and Fan Yu. Noticing the astonishment etched upon their faces, Zhi exclaimed, "The 7 treasures glazed tile school." The 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Chapter 25. 7 treasures glazed tile versus spirit eye. If Wang Dong's bright goddess butterfly spirit epitomizes the beauty of beast spirits, then the magnificent pagoda in Ning Tian's grasp represents the pinnacle of weapon spirits. As the pagoda materialized, Ning Tian's melodious voice resonated. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first being speed. The first soul ring upon the pagoda ignited, its rich yellow glow enhancing the pagoda's splendor, and 2 radiant beams of light shot forth, landing squarely upon Wu Feng and Nanmin Yuner. At the onset of the competition, Hui Yuhao activated his mental detection sharing, only to his astonishment, he found himself unable to perceive the soul power fluctuations of Ning Tian, nor could he discern when she would unleash her soul skills. This was due to a peculiar wave emanating from the resplendent pagoda in Ning Tian's possession, which subtly enveloped her aura, effectively shielding it from Hui Yuhao's mental probing. What a formidable spirit weapon this is, to possess such power. Even more shocking for Hui Yuhao and his companions unfolded shortly thereafter, as 2 beams of colorful light illuminated Wu Feng and Nanmin Yuner, causing an abrupt shift in the dynamics of the battle. Nanmin Yuner's palms, originally directed towards Xiao Xiao, surged forth with unprecedented speed, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. Had it not been for Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing, Xiao Xiao would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences from this attack. The moment Nam Min Yuner was bathed in the radiant light, Hui Yuhao's mental alertness provided a crucial warning to Xiao Xiao. Simultaneously, Hui Yuhao seized the collar of Xiao Xiao's garment and yanked her back just in time to evade Nam Min Yuner's dual palm strikes. In tandem, Xiao Xiao's three-life soul-settling cauldron spirit was activated as a flash of black light descended, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Her first soul ring ignited, unleashing the power of the cauldron's tremor. Since the commencement of the round-robin matches, it could be said that Nam Min Yuner represented the swiftest opponent they had encountered thus far. Particularly under the enhancement of Ning Tian's pagoda's brilliance, her speed had transcended the second ring level, rivaling even that of a third-ring soul master specialized in agile attacks. In the face of such adversaries, the significance of Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing became even more pronounced. As Nam Min Yuner attempted another offensive after her initial strike failed, she believed that her overwhelming speed would allow her to conclude the battle in an instant. Yet, in that very moment of her advance, an ominous premonition arose within her. She was indeed a formidable opponent, halting her charge abruptly. Her first soul ring illuminated, and a verdant glow emanated from her hands, faintly extending from her palms to her arms, reminiscent of Wang Dong's winged guillotine, albeit with slightly diminished might. Simultaneously, as her body came to a standstill, the three-life soul-settling cauldron crashed down, creating a barrier between her and Xiao Xiao. Nam Min Yuner initially intended to dodge and continue her assault. However, Xiao Xiao's cauldron-esque tremor was unleashed. Amidst the cacophonous roar, a powerful shockwave enveloped her, plunging Nam Min Yuner into a brief state of dizziness. It is safe to say that the combination of Xiao Xiao's cauldron-esque tremor and Hui Yuhao's mental detection proved to be an exceptional crowd control weapon. Even Nam Min Yuner's remarkable speed could not avert the repercussions. The three-life soul-settling cauldron surged forward, hurtling towards Nam Min Yuner. Just as the cauldron struck the ground with a thunderous noise, Ning Tian's voice resonated from afar. The 7 treasures are renowned, the second being release. Another beam of light descended upon Nam Min Yuner, abruptly dispelling her lingering state of dizziness. She swiftly retreated, evading the impending strike of the three-life soul-settling cauldron. Hui Yuhao cast a glance at Ning Tian in the distance, inwardly astonished by the formidable auxiliary spirit. Her keen judgment was remarkable, despite lacking her own mental detection. She could swiftly assess the fluctuations of the battlefield and unhesitatingly extend her support to her comrades. The initial 2 soul skills she demonstrated revealed much about her capabilities. Her first skill significantly enhanced the speed of her allies, while the second skill adeptly dispelled negative effects and seals, restoring her companions to their optimal combat conditions. In terms of both battle experience and spirit abilities, she truly embodied the prowess befitting a soul sage. Hui Yuhao was taken aback, but Nam Min Yuner and Ning Tian were even more astonished. Of course, their astonishment had little to do with Hui Yuhao. In their eyes, it was Xiao Xiao who was formidable. She swiftly retreated, unleashing her soul techniques. And the timing and placement of the 3-life soul-settling cauldron could only be described as perfect. Moreover, it countered Nam Min Yuner's soul technique, unexpectedly blocking her decisive strike and nearly reversing the situation, forcing Ning Tian to resort to her second soul technique. This compelled both women to regard Xiao Xiao with newfound respect. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, the clash between Wang Dong and Wu Feng raged fiercely. Both were top-tier beast martial soul users. Enhanced by Ning Tian's support, Wu Feng's movement and attack speed surged dramatically as she unleashed her first soul technique, Dragon's Fire. A thick layer of crimson flames erupted from her body, enveloping an area about a foot around her. Every strike she delivered bore the intense heat of this dragon's fire, creating considerable trouble for Wang Dong. However, Wang Dong's combat prowess was by no means inferior to that of his opponent. His second soul ring was of millennium rank, and the enhancement from both of his soul rings surpassed that of Wu Feng. The rarity of his bright goddess butterfly martial soul was even greater than that of the red dragon, although his opponent's speed had increased. One must not forget that Wang Dong benefited from Hui Yuhao's mental detection assistance. With his wings unfurled like blades, he not only held his ground but also gained a slight upper hand through his ability to anticipate his adversary's moves. Since their martial soul fusion, a tacit understanding had developed between him and Hui Yuhao. Even Hui Yuhao's mental detection shared with Wang Dong proved more effective than with Xiao Xiao. Often, as soon as a hint of judgment emerged from his mental detection, Wang Dong's wings would strike out. Wu Feng found herself hampered, despite feeling stronger than her opponent. She could not gain the upper hand. She hesitated to confront Wang Dong's blade-like wings head-on. It was as if they were preemptively waiting for her movements, causing her to endure a painful frustration that elicited repeated cries of distress. Fortunately, her speed surpassed that of Wang Dong, allowing her to change tactics more swiftly. While Wang Dong could anticipate his opponent's moves, his primary focus remained on self-preservation. Otherwise, even if he could discern the direction of an attack, a lack of speed in his defense would lead to consequences. When both sides revealed their martial souls, everyone initially believed victory was assured. Even Zhou Yi on the observation platform had lost confidence. Yet, to their surprise, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao held their ground against the two formidable opponents. Mu Jin incredulously muttered to herself, "How is this possible? What are they doing?" With the speed enhancement from the Soul Ancestor Level 7 Treasure's Glazed Tower, their speed should have increased by 40%. They should be at least comparable to Soul Ancestor levels. How can they not overcome their adversaries? Zhou Yi exchanged glances with Fan Yu, who mirrored her confusion. Upon receiving a nod from Zhou Yi, Fan Yu's eyes lit up as he instinctively turned his gaze back to Hui Yuhao, who, with his single white 10-year soul ring, appeared the least conspicuous among the 6 on the battlefield. Is it him? Yes, it is indeed Hui Yuhao. Ning Tian was undoubtedly a top-tier auxiliary soul master among his peers, and Hui Yuhao's spiritual eyes were also exceptional as a control-type battle soul master. Although he currently relied solely on this one martial soul, one must remember he was facing opponents of the 2nd and 3rd rings. He managed to counterbalance the advantages of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower's enhancement through the shared mental detection. This exemplified the might of a million-year soul ring. With the comprehensive support of mental detection and mental sharing, he controlled the battlefield, while Ning Tian's enhancement only benefited 2 individuals. The battle remained at a stalemate for the moment. Though Xiao Xiao had thwarted Namin Yunar's attack, she dared not act recklessly. The opponent's speed was simply too swift, and she had already released all 3 live soul-settling cauldrons to protect them both under Hui Yuhao's mental guidance. In truth, she remained in a passive position. Similarly, Wang Dong faced a comparable situation. Without a decisive offensive, he could only maintain the status quo, finding it difficult to counterattack. After all, the opponent's speed was too overwhelming, and a single misstep could grant them an opportunity. A flicker of doubt crossed Ning Tian's eyes as she instinctively glanced at Hui Yuhao, who was partially obscured by Xiao Xiao's petite form. Their eyes met. Ning Tian narrowed her gaze with a hint of arrogance, while Hui Yuhao smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Is it him? Ning Tian felt a stir in her heart as she caught sight of the shimmering white light of Hui Yuhao's soul ring. At the onset of the battle, she, along with Wu Feng and Namin Yunar, had completely overlooked Hui Yuhao's presence. It was no wonder. A 17th-level Great Soul Master with merely a 10-year soul ring could hardly attract the attention of such prodigies. However, as the competition intensified, the observant Ning Tian realized something was amiss. She became the first to suspect Hui Yuhao since the beginning of the new student assessment. How could someone with only a 10-year soul ring be a member of Shrek Academy? Moreover, the constant brilliance of his soul ring indicated he was actively using a soul technique. This compelled Ning Tian to recall Hui Yuhao's earlier introduction, where he claimed to be a control-type battle soul master. What was his martial soul? What soul technique was he currently unleashing? As realization dawned, Ning Tian called out, "Yunar, target the one-ring fellow at the back." Just as Hui Yuhao held a pivotal role within their team, Ning Tian served as the brain of their trio. Upon hearing Ning Tian's command, Namin Yunar accelerated sharply, but she did not charge directly at Hui Yuhao or even Xiao Xiao. Instead, she pivoted and lunged towards Wang Dong, who was not far behind. Namin Yunar's speed was astonishing, allowing her to catch Wang Dong off guard despite his mental detection alerting him to her ambush. Xiao Xiao, too late to intervene, could only watch. In this instance, the opponent fully exploited their speed advantage, coordinating their efforts to surround Wang Dong. As Namin Yunar initiated her strike, Wu Feng simultaneously unleashed a brilliant red light. Her second soul ring glowed brightly. The dragon's fire surged around her, transforming into a dark crimson hue, her half-scaled armor thickening instantaneously. With her eyes glowing red, her left hand morphed entirely into a dragon's claw. This was Wu Feng's second soul technique, Dragon's Fury. In this state, her offensive and defensive capabilities surged dramatically, while simultaneously amplifying all her other soul techniques. The heat of the dragon's fire escalated almost instantaneously, causing the surrounding air to distort violently. Namin Yunar activated her own second soul technique, her yellow 100-year soul ring shining brightly, as she lunged toward Wang Dong. Her hands joined above her head, coalescing a crescent-shaped blade of aquamarine light that soared toward Wang Dong. Her martial soul was the Emerald Green Bird, and the first soul technique she had previously employed was called Emerald Blade, which transformed her arms into blades. This second technique, combined with the first, was named Emerald Slash. Agile offensive soul masters were renowned for their speed and striking power, and the might of this attack was evident. The verdant light blade traced a graceful arc through the air as it hurtled toward Wang Dong, and more crucially, this attack had a locking effect that rendered evasion impossible. Both great soul masters simultaneously unleashed their second soul techniques, launching a coordinated assault on Wang Dong, augmented by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. This is clearly an attempt to achieve success in a single decisive strike. Once Wang Dong, the formidable assault-type battle spirit master, is subdued, the remaining Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao will naturally pose no threat. This exemplifies the strategic use of speed. Even when one knows the opponent's intentions, they can still be overwhelmed. However, would Hui Yuhao and his companions simply sit back and await their fate? Others might be caught off guard. But their advantage lies in the fact that the moment Niamen Yunu initiated her actions, they had already anticipated the forthcoming assault based on her trajectory and the energy fluctuations between her and Wu Feng. Although they were indeed slower, the trio promptly devised distinct countermeasures. Xiao Xiao's gaze sharpened, her hands raised before her, and her demeanor transformed, a touch of elegance gracing her visage. Subsequently, her two yellow spirit rings converged into one, and the three-life, soul-settling cauldron hovered above her head, while in her hands appeared a long, jade-green flute. This flute, intricately adorned with lifelike phoenix engravings, radiated an ethereal beauty that contrasted with the steadfastness of the three-life cauldron. A single soul ring glowed softly as a haunting melody resonated, its sound not particularly melodious, yet possessing a viscous quality. A verdant aura emanated from Xiao Xiao, centering on her and expanding outward. Despite Wu Feng and Niamen Yuner's remarkable speed, they could not outpace the sound. Their assault on Wang Dong faltered as they prepared for a dual attack. The astonishment from the audience was palpable as they collectively marveled at the sight. Indeed, what Xiao Xiao had manifested was her second battle spirit, the Nine Phoenix Flute, though it bore only a single soul ring in that instant. She wielded the power of a control-type spirit master. It must be noted that in terms of spirit quality, her Nine Phoenix Flute lagged behind Ning Tian's Seven Treasure Glazed Tile. This first soul skill could only reduce her opponent's speed by 20%. Nonetheless, even Wu Feng and Niamen Yuner, accustomed to rapid maneuvers, felt a significant impact. Their combined assault on Wang Dong momentarily hindered. Wang Dong, however, would not allow his adversaries to attack unimpeded. The instant his mental perception sensed something amiss, his second soul ring, a brilliant purple thousand-year soul ring, illuminated. The resplendent purple glow swiftly obscured the brilliance of Wu Feng and Niamen Yuner's rings. The wings that manifested from his radiant goddess butterfly battle spirit shimmered with renewed vigor. On those azure wings, golden patterns ignited like miniature suns, radiating a fierce luminosity. Concentrated on the front wing, the left wing twisted to face behind him, while the right wing confronted Wu Feng. The golden patterns on both wings erupted in a dazzling display. In that moment, Wang Dong's entire being was enveloped in golden light, making him the most radiant presence across all 16 arenas in the competition. From the observation platform, even those instructors who had previously disregarded this match shifted their focus. Witnessing the splendid wings launch a formidable assault forward and backward, Wang Dong unleashed the second soul skill of his radiant goddess butterfly, the light of the butterfly god. Even Hui Yuhao beheld this soul skill's might for the first time. Wu Feng, executing the dragon's fury, was almost instantaneously engulfed by the golden light, while the jade green strike merely penetrated half of the golden brilliance before faltering, the light then colliding with Niamen Yuner. Both Wu Feng and Niamen Yuner felt a warmth envelop them before being violently cast aside, while Wang Dong executed a graceful spin, landing effortlessly. Such is the power of the thousand-year soul ring. Yet, unnoticed by all, a clandestine clash transpired between Hui Yuhao and Ning Tian. At the very moment Wang Dong activated his soul skill, Ning Tian chanted the incantation for the third time. The seven treasures are renowned. But her spell halted at that point. Moreover, the two significant enhancements previously bestowed upon Wu Feng and Niamen Yuner dissipated simultaneously. Consequently, the Nine Phoenix Flute slowing effect, which had been ideally suited to counter her second soul skill, came into play, and the speed-oriented Niamen Yuner failed to evade the illumination of the butterfly god's light, succumbing to the seemingly warm golden light that rendered her unconscious. Ning Tian, of course, did not falter. The cause of this turn of events stemmed from Hui Yuhao's radiant, violet golden gaze. Soul impact. It was this very soul impact that disrupted Ning Tian's augmentations on her two allies and interrupted the casting of her own formidable thousand-year soul skill. The disparity in cultivation between Hui Yuhao and Ning Tian was considerable. However, his soul impact, when combined with the purple extreme demon eye, was formidable enough to cause even someone of Ma Xiaodao's caliber to experience a fleeting moment of disorientation when Ning Tian bore the brunt of his attack. It felt as though her mind had been pricked by a needle, resulting in a momentary blankness before a sharp pain surged through her head. As she valiantly endured the agony and her consciousness swiftly returned, she realized that Wu Feng and Nanmin Yuner had already been propelled away by Wang Dong's butterfly god's light. Wu Feng fared relatively better. She simultaneously unleashed the dragon's fire and dragon's fury, demonstrating an impressive offensive and defensive prowess. After absorbing the blow, she suffered minimal damage, performing a series of rolls before regaining her footing. In stark contrast, Nanmin Yuner fell unconscious upon landing, completely incapacitated. Ning Tian, what are you doing? Wu Feng exclaimed, her face a mask of fury as she cast a puzzled glance at Ning Tian. Yet, Ning Tian, supporting her forehead, had only just recovered from the soul impact, and her eyes flickered with confusion. As the core of the team, she quickly deduced that she had likely fallen victim to the opponent's skill, and her gaze swiftly located Hui Yuhao, whose eyes shimmered with a faint golden light. Wu Feng, give it your all. As she spoke, Ning Tian began to chant her soul incantation at an extraordinary speed. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is speed. The 7 treasures are renowned. The second is release. The 7 treasures are renowned. The third is strength. The 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings atop her treasure pagoda glimmered simultaneously, activating all 3 rings and making her treasure tower radiate with a brilliant luminosity. As if its size had even increased slightly, 3 beams of light shot forth, enveloping Wu Feng, while simultaneously, 3 beams ricocheted back to her. Her second soul skill negated all negative effects on supporting soul masters, and this time, she applied it to herself. Resolute in her belief that Hui Yuhao could not disrupt her. With the activation of her Millennium Soul Ring skill, Wu Feng's speed was augmented by 40%, and her strength similarly enhanced by 40%, coupled with the protective effects of her second soul skill. She had become comparable to a powerful attacking soul master of over 30 levels. Although they had lost Nanmin Yuner's combat capability, they still felt confident in their chances of victory in this match. Wang Dong, return, Hui Yuhao commanded. Unlike Ning Tian, he did not feign bravado. Wang Dong flapped his wings and swiftly returned to Hui Yuhao's side, while the ethereal 3-life soul-settling cauldron floated ahead. With her 2 soul rings flickering alternately, as both of her martial souls were unleashed simultaneously, Hui Yuhao placed one hand on Wang Dong's shoulder, causing Wang Dong's wings to slightly fold, effectively concealing Hui Yuhao's form. From any angle, those other than Wang Dong could not discern Hui Yuhao's actions. His hand pressed against Wang Dong, their powers merging. This contest had proven exceedingly arduous. With formidable adversaries looming for the morrow, Hui Yuhao resolved to expedite the resolution of their conflict. Wang Dong perceived the intense purple golden light surging from Hui Yuhao's eyes, an extraordinary radiance that erupted into a 3-inch flame from his pupils. Though fleeting, Wang Dong still sensed a terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupting from Hui Yuhao's mental probing. This synergy between them endowed them with a formidable immunity to each other's martial souls. Had it been anyone else, even without a direct hit from Hui Yuhao, they likely would have succumbed to dizziness. If Ning Tian had previously felt as if her brain were pricked by needles, this time it was as if she were struck by a mighty hammer, leaving her vision blank. Her body weakened, collapsing to the ground, with blood flowing from her nose and mouth like a serpent. Her second soul skill could only nullify auxiliary abilities, whereas Hui Yuhao's soul impact was a genuine mental attack, far beyond the capabilities of her second skill. Furthermore, this strike was a collaborative effort between Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. No matter how powerful the 7 treasure glazed Tao martial soul, it lacked the means to defend against mental assaults. In a sense, Ning Tian's amplification ability was precisely countered by Hui Yuhao. Wu Feng, who had just surged towards Hui Yuhao and the others, suddenly slowed, the boost in speed and strength vanishing entirely. She turned in astonishment to see Ning Tian collapsing. Forgetting the enemy, she rushed back to Ning Tian's side, cradling her in alarm. Ning Tian, what has happened to you? Seeing Ning Tian bleeding, Wu Feng panicked. Xiao Xiao abruptly turned to Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, exclaiming in astonishment, "What have you two done?" Wang Dong smiled triumphantly, while Hui Yuhao shrugged, replying, "Your choice of words is rather poor." The supervising teacher, momentarily dazed, only announced their victory upon Hui Yuhao's reminder. Though Wu Feng remained unconvinced, without Ning Tian's support and Nanmin Yuner's speed, she stood no chance against Wang Dong and the twin martial souls of Xiao Xiao. Moreover, Her urgency to tend to Ning Tian left her little room for concern about the competition. In the observation tower, Mu Jin was utterly bewildered, scarcely believing her eyes. Two great soul masters and one soul venerable, renowned for having the world's preeminent weapon martial soul, the seven treasure glazed tile, had inexplicably fallen to two great soul masters and a soul master with merely 10 years of soul ranks. It was inconceivable, and anyone hearing such a comparison of strength would likely share her disbelief. Yet, the truth was undeniable. Ning Tian and her companions had indeed lost. Fan Yu revealed a hint of a smile, addressing Zhou Yi. What a remarkable contest. Your student has astonished me, especially Hui Yu Hao. I did not anticipate such capabilities. Zhou Yi's eyes shimmered with pride. Let us depart. As she spoke, she led the way down the steps of the platform, casting a cold glance at Mu Jin without uttering a word before leaping gracefully from the 20-meter-high stage. Fan Yu, too, ignored Mu Jin, following Zhou Yi as they descended. What did you two just do? How did Ning Tian fall unconscious? Xiao Xiao could not suppress her curiosity as they exited the assessment area. Hui Yu Hao chuckled lightly. It was a surge of my spiritual power that caught her off guard, rendering her unconscious. Ah, is it truly possible to do so? Xiao Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder her soul skills were interrupted before. It must have been you as well? Hui Yu Hao nodded and remarked. Perhaps this is the advantage of possessing a true martial soul. Moreover, this is also a testament to our Tang Sect's mastery of the profound art of the purple extreme demon eye. It is through the activation of my spiritual power via the purple extreme demon eye that I can achieve such remarkable offensive results. As for the enhancement of our spiritual impact after I summon Wang Dong back, it is due to the fact that we have recently perfected our martial soul fusion technique. We are teammates, and Xiao Xiao has exerted herself to the utmost in the preceding matches. Additionally, the combined strength of Hui Yu Hao and Wang Dong will undoubtedly be required in the subsequent contests, making it impossible to conceal the truth. Therefore, it is better to disclose it openly to prevent any potential rift in Xiao Xiao's heart. Xiao Xiao gazed at them in bewilderment, alternating her finger between Hui Yu Hao and Wang Dong, and then exclaimed something that left both of them in a state of bemusement. I am increasingly suspicious of the two of you. Hui Yu Hao scratched his head and inquired. What do you mean? Xiao Xiao then took hold of one hand from both Hui Yu Hao and Wang Dong, placing their hands together, casting a disdainful glance at Hui Yu Hao. She remarked, You don't even know this? It's the profound bond that transcends mere friendship between men. As Hui Yu Hao and Wang Dong simultaneously unleashed their fury, Xiao Xiao, amidst a cascade of melodious laughter, turned on her heel and fled, not forgetting to summon her 9 Phoenix flute to play a deceleration melody, thereby hindering the two pursuers' speed. In stark contrast to their jubilant antics, Ning Tian gradually regained consciousness in the infirmary, aided by the treatment of a senior soul master. Upon awakening, she instinctively curled into a ball, cradling her head as waves of excruciating pain surged through her mind, causing beads of cold sweat to dot her forehead. Ning Tian, Wu Feng said with concern, enveloping her in a comforting embrace, while Nanmen Yuner stood nearby, her expression one of bewilderment. Their teacher, Mu Jin, wore a grim countenance as she inquired of the healer, What has happened to her? What caused her to lose consciousness? The healer pondered for a moment before responding. It is hard to say definitively, but it appears as if her head suffered a heavy blow, resulting in a concussion. You are aware that the brain is the most intricate organ in our body, and even now, no one has truly deciphered its mysteries. My judgment is based solely on outward appearances. Fortunately, her soul power possesses remarkable self-regulating capabilities. The situation is not dire, and she should recover in due time. Thank you. Mu Jin expressed her gratitude to the healer before approaching Ning Tian's bedside. After a brief period of discomfort, Ning Tian's headache gradually subsided, and her breathing became more stable. In a hushed tone, Nanmen Yuner asked Mu Jin, Teacher Mu, what exactly transpired? How did we lose the match? Even now, she could not comprehend how their team had been defeated. Mu Jin's expression remained somber, her silence mirroring the confusion that lingered in Nanmen Yuner's heart. She too was at a loss regarding the specifics of their loss. Although she had a clear view of the match from the high platform, the intricate details eluded her. Particularly during the moment when, shielded by Wang Dong's wings, Hui Yu Hao unleashed a soul shock with the might of Hao Dong, she had seen nothing. It was only after a quarter of an hour that Ning Tian slowly emerged from her stupor. Upon opening her eyes, she couldn't help but frown again. Although the pain in her head had lessened significantly, her thoughts began to coalesce. Wu Feng supported her as she sipped some water, and Ning Tian's pallor improved slightly. Noticing Mu Jin standing by the window, she felt a tinge of embarrassment wash over her. Teacher Mu, we lost. Mu Jin nodded gently, reassuring her, it's all right. Losing a match is not the end. What matters is that you are unharmed. Her words warmed Ning Tian's heart. Teacher Mu, from your vantage point, could you discern where we went wrong? Mu Jin looked taken aback. You do not know? Ning Tian placed a hand on her forehead, gathering her thoughts. I had just finished assisting Wu Feng, and, to be cautious, I had also applied 3 major support skills to myself. However, in the next moment, I seemed to see a burst of purple-golden light magnifying before my eyes, and it felt as though a massive hammer struck my head, plunging me into darkness. Wu Feng's anger flared. Those rascals were ruthless. Teacher Mu, we cannot let this go unpunished. Mu Jin shot her a cold glance. And what do you propose to do? This is an assessment, not a sect competition. Wu Feng lowered her gaze, falling silent, yet her fists clenched tightly. Her eyes reflecting not only fury but also a deep-seated hatred. Mu Jin turned to Ning Tian. Think carefully. Before you lost consciousness, did you notice anything unusual? After a moment's contemplation, Ning Tian replied, I may not know how they achieved it, but the issue likely stemmed from that soul master. His soul ring was constantly shimmering, indicating that he was employing a soul skill that we could not perceive, yet it influenced the battle's outcome. I vaguely noticed a golden light flickering in his eyes. Their team boasts a formidable assault-type soul master and a control-type soul master with twin martial souls. What could a newcomer with merely a decade-old soul ring contribute to such a team? He must possess some extraordinary ability. At a crucial moment, he interrupted my assistance, and it felt as if my head was pricked by a needle. The second time, his attack was significantly more potent. Mu Jin's heart stirred. Indeed, the newcomer with only one soul ring had not taken much action throughout. It was the bright goddess butterfly soul master and the twin martial soul master who had been engaged in combat. What, then, was his role? It was no wonder Shoei had such confidence. This newcomer with merely a decade-old soul ring must harbor secrets. Reining in her frustration, Mu Jin stated, a loss is a loss, yet we must learn from our experiences. You have all passed the freshman assessment. Future competitions with them are inevitable. Ning Tian. Ensure you rest well. Thank you, Teacher Mu. Chapter 26. The Nation's Heirloom. The tremor of the cauldron. With Mu Jin's departure, Namin Yuner also took her leave, leaving Wu Feng to accompany Ning Tian. Though the three formed a team, the bond between Ning Tian and Wu Feng was particularly close. While Namin Yuner was merely a classmate. Young master, we cannot let this go. Wu Feng seethed. That scoundrel dared to harm you. Shall we mobilize the family's influence? A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Ning Tian's eyes. Feng Mei, do not allow anger to cloud your judgment. This is Shrek Academy. We cannot resort to our family's power so easily. Moreover, we lost due to our own abilities. There is no reason to blame fate. To cleanse this humiliation, we must rely on our own efforts. And I have told you before, within the academy, do not refer to me as young master. We are sisters. Understood. Wu Feng meekly affirmed, nodding gently. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Tian proposed, tomorrow, let us devise a plan to observe their match. If we scrutinize closely, we are bound to uncover some clues. Their victory over us was not mere luck. It was rooted in strength. That newcomer with only a decade-old soul ring is named Hui Yuhao. He merits our utmost attention. Perhaps they will become our most formidable rivals during our time in the Outer Academy. Fortunately, the freshman elimination matches were conducted separately, with fewer spectators, allowing Hui Yuhao and his companions to avoid excessive scrutiny. By successfully advancing to the top 16 and defeating one of the most competitive teams, Hui Yuhao's trio not only validated their capabilities, but also bolstered their confidence. The soul respect level was not to be feared, after all. Had they not just triumphed over a team led by a soul respect powerhouse? The fact that a team as robust as Ning Tian's had lost to them only heightened their exhilaration. The grilled fish promised to Xiao Xiao was fulfilled that day. Hui Yuhao dashed out to sell 20 fish before returning to the wilderness for a picnic with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. It was not until dusk that the three stealthily returned to their dormitory. After Hu Yuhua and Wang Dong had refreshed themselves, Hu Yuhua, aware of Wang Dong's penchant for cleanliness, deliberately donned a fresh set of clothes. He inquired, will we be on your bed tonight, or mine? Wang Dong's expression stiffened, and with a hint of annoyance, she retorted, would it kill you to add the word training? Please don't phrase it so ambiguously. Hui Yuhao felt quite helpless. Do not heed Xiao Zhao's nonsense. I will not harbor any affection for you. I find myself more drawn to beautiful girls. Wang Dong scoffed and replied, In our respective beds, yours is far too rigid. Hui Yuhao furrowed his brows and said, "Stop messing around. Let us get moving. Practicing together can nearly double our cultivation speed. Don't you wish to catch up with Ning Tian in terms of soul power levels sooner?" Wang Dong, with a mischievous smile, replied, "Who's messing with you? Who says we can't cultivate together while lying on our own beds? Just pull your bed over here, maintaining a distance of 50 centimeters from mine. We can sit on the edges of our beds, extending our hands to meet in the middle, with the remaining space serving as a boundary." Hui Yuhao rolled his eyes and remarked, "Aren't you tired? Isn't this akin to burying one's head in the sand?" Wang Dong, with her strikingly beautiful eyes wide open, responded, "Are you coming or not? If not, I'll go to sleep. Truth be told, I am not particularly diligent. If it weren't for you, who would have the inclination to cultivate at such a late hour? All right, you've won me over." Reluctantly, Hui Yuhao dragged his bed beside Wang Dong's and settled down in a meditative posture. Wang Dong similarly raised her hands, pressing her palms together, and the power of Haodong swiftly began to circulate within them. Today, having defeated Ning Tian marked their first attempt to harness Haodong's power to employ soul techniques. They succeeded. Both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong sensed that their combined Haodong power almost transformed all their soul techniques into potential martial soul fusion skills. By concentrating their soul power to unleash a single skill, while its might could not be compared to true martial soul fusion techniques, it surpassed the potency of their individual skills. This synergy was the reason they could triumph over their opponents. Moreover, this battle afforded Hui Yuhao a sense of formidable strength for the first time. However, their cultivation levels were still relatively weak. Their combined efforts to channel soul power into a skill barely reached the level of a 3-ring soul ancestor. Hui Yuhao's soul power remained insufficiently strong. Had it not been for the unique nature of the soul shock as a mental type attack, their victory might not have come so swiftly. In merely one day of competition, a significant portion of the new students was eliminated, leaving only the top 16 teams to continue on the second day, comprising 48 aspiring cultivators. It could be said that they were the cream of the crop among newcomers, even among their peers across the entire continent. During the draw for the top 16, Hui Yuhao and his companions encountered familiar faces. The Huang Chutian team, who had previously fallen to them in the group stages, also appeared among the top 16. Hui Yuhao whispered to Wang Dong, inquiring about the duration required for the Blue Sisters' martial soul fusion skill to recharge. Wang Dong replied, "I estimate it won't take long. Although they are twins, their fusion skill does not appear overly powerful, likely due to a lack of synergy. Their explosive strength is insufficient, while their restrictive capabilities are decent. However, they cannot sustain the soul power consumption. If we encounter them again, there's no need for you to intervene. Simply assist me in unleashing a butterfly god's light, and I am confident I can dismantle their martial soul fusion skill." As they conversed, they observed other competitors. At this stage of the elimination rounds, it seemed Hui Yuhao was the only one at the 1-ring level among the soul masters. The audience on the viewing platform had significantly increased compared to the previous day. Even before the competition commenced, it was already crowded. Curiously, a 3-square-meter space remained vacant in the center of the platform, where a disheveled old man sat, his tattered clothing revealing numerous rips. Barefoot, he rested his feet outside the platform while sipping from a large purple-red gourd. Beside him lay several roasted chicken legs on oiled paper, and he held one himself, delighting in alternating bites of meat and sips of wine. All those permitted to observe from the platform were teachers from Shrek Academy, yet none approached the old man, nor did anyone question his presence. "Master Xian, you have arrived," Wang Yin greeted respectfully as he approached the unkempt elder. The old man merely grunted in response, continuing his indulgence. Wang Yin gestured towards the competitors below, stating, "The 3 young men I mentioned are over there." Before he could elaborate, Master Xian impatiently waved his chicken leg, asserting, "I can see for myself." "Understood," Wang Yin replied, retreating to a distance. With the draw concluded, the elimination round of the freshman assessment officially commenced, expanding the competition area once more, with 8 spacious arenas operating simultaneously. The opponents faced by Hui Yuhao and his companions appeared somewhat peculiar. Unlike the 3 females of the previous day, this time they were matched against 3 males. The trio entered the arena and stood in a horizontal line, the central figure being a notably stout boy. According to Shrek Academy's admission criteria, he could not be older than 12, yet his physique belied this age. Standing at least 7 meters tall, he towered over Hui Yuhao and his companions by a significant margin. His waist circumference likely approached 1.7 meters, presenting the appearance of a small mountain of flesh. In contrast, the two companions flanking him were quite slender, shorter by over a head and appearing rather gaunt. They bore a resemblance to one another, suggesting they were brothers, though not identical twins, possessing notably elongated arms. From a distance, one might easily overlook the two smaller figures among the trio. Both sides, introduce yourselves. Prepare for the match. The supervising teacher intoned gravely. The stout boy thumped his chest vigorously, causing his flesh to jiggle. I am Xia Huanyu, from Class 2 of the freshmen. The two slender boys followed suit, declaring, I am Luo Tianlong, from Class 2 of the freshmen, and I am Luo Tianba. Their names carried an air of formidable presence. As the invigilator announced the commencement of the match, the contest to determine the top 8 officially began. Although the clash between the two sides had yet to unfold, the facial muscles of Hui Yuhao and his companions began to twitch with apprehension. The reason was simple. They had once again encountered the formidable San Juan. Is our luck truly this unfortunate, or is the academy intentionally toying with us? Xiao Xiao exclaimed. The new student from Class 2, Xia Huanyu, displayed 3 soul rings, an optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple, that undulated distinctly against his corpulent form. As the soul rings manifested, his physique unexpectedly expanded from 1.7 meters to over 1.9 meters, his skin darkening rapidly. With a forceful thud, he struck his chest, producing a resounding echo, and charged towards Hui Yuhao and his companions. However, Luo Tianlong and Luo Tianba did not immediately unleash their martial souls. Instead, they swiftly maneuvered behind Xia Huanyu, utilizing his immense size as cover. This tactic had previously afforded them a strategic advantage, but this time, they faced the exceptional Hui Yuhao. What is there to hide? He mused. Could they conceal themselves from his mental detection? As Hui Yuhao's eyes glimmered with a faint golden light, a three-dimensional image materialized in Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao's minds. This time, Xiao Xiao opted not to deploy the 3 live soul calming cauldron directly, but instead summoned the 9 Phoenix's flute. Fully aware that their twin martial souls had already been revealed, and thus chose the most advantageous option. A melody of collective deceleration resonated, causing Xia Huanyu's speed, along with that of the 2 hidden behind him, to wane. Wang Dong, however, did not rush forward. He merely summoned his bright goddess butterfly martial soul. With his resplendent, oversized wings unfurled, he shielded Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao from behind. In this moment, the 2 became isolated, each able to see only the other. Xia Huanyu appeared unconcerned by his reduced speed, heavily stomping his left foot, yet the previous booming sounds did not resound again. At that moment, his first soul ring illuminated. Through Hui Yuhao's mental probing, it became evident that he was preparing to leap. Yet, how high could such a massive body possibly jump? As Hui Yuhao and his companions pondered this perplexity, they swiftly recognized their miscalculation. Xia Huanyu's form launched skyward like a soul-guiding cannonball, ascending a staggering 10 meters. He curled into a ball, resembling a colossal meatball, and plummeted towards Hui Yuhao and his friends. At the same instant, the Luo brothers initiated their attack. Although their speed was hampered by the collective deceleration, they remained remarkably swift, each adorned with 2 yellow soul rings. Their forearms transformed into gleaming silver, sprouting massive mantis blades that appeared both agile and rapid. Wang Dong, with a deft push-off from his toes, surged forward, not using his flying ability to confront Xia Huanyu in the air, but rather aimed at the Luo brothers. The winged guillotine was simultaneously unleashed. He intended to overpower them with brute force, confident that he could withstand the 2. Meanwhile, the descending Xia Huanyu would naturally meet the 3 live soul calming cauldron. As the cauldron split into 3 in midair, seeking neither merit nor fault, Xiao Xiao activated her second soul technique, the cauldron's oscillation. She did not underestimate her opponent. After all, he was a genuine soul master. Thus, she unleashed her most potent technique right from the onset. Surprisingly, rather than evading or countering Xiao Xiao's attack, Xia Huanyu allowed the 3 massive cauldrons to collide against him. In that instant of impact, his body spun in midair, and his first soul ring finally illuminated. Unleashing his first soul technique, his already substantial form swelled once more, akin to a balloon inflating, becoming rotund. When the 3 lives soul calming cauldron struck him, the force of the cauldron's oscillation was momentarily exerted, yet the enormous balloon-like body abruptly contracted, dissipating the cauldron's power, before plummeting straight down towards Xiao Xiao. So formidable. Both Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of inevitability wash over them. The nature of Xie Huanyu's martial soul was distinctly peculiar, resembling a unique beast martial soul, though its exact nature remained elusive. On Wang Dong's front, he was not at a disadvantage. Despite the strength of his two adversaries, he leveraged Hui Yuhao's shared mental probing along with the resilience and sharpness of his winged guillotine to hold his ground against them. The Luo brothers, while swift and cunning, strategically evaded direct confrontation with Wang Dong, leading to a stalemate. With a resounding thud, Xie Huanyu's massive body descended like a gigantic ball, ultimately being propelled upwards by the three lives soul calming cauldron, as he simultaneously endured Hui Yuhao's soul impact and Xiao Zhao's cauldron's oscillation. Under the influence of the soul impact, he could not execute his intricate unloading technique and was finally hurled backwards. Regrettably, the offensive power of Xiao Zhao's three lives soul calming cauldron proved insufficient to threaten him. His colossal form landed some distance away, only to bounce back into the air the very next moment. Hui Yuhao wore an expression of astonishment, for he distinctly sensed that when his soul impact endeavored to penetrate the mind of the malevolent Huan Yue, it seemed to be impeded by his thick skin. Remarkably, even his mental energy was filtered before it finally surged into Huan Yue's brain. This only resulted in a fleeting dizziness, the effect surprisingly akin to that experienced by Ma Xiaodao. What manner of martial soul is this that proves to be so troublesome? As the pressure mounted sharply on Hui Yuhao and his companions, Wang Dong, too, sensed the escalating tension through his mental probing. A flicker of cold light glinted in his eyes as his wings flared behind him, forcefully repelling the Luo brothers. In swift succession, his second soul ring illuminated, and the dazzling light of the butterfly god once again graced the battlefield. With the precision of his mental detection, Wang Dong was assured of the skill S-locking effect. Even absent that, his soul technique would never miss its mark. The Luo brothers, of course, were not to be underestimated. However, lacking the shared mental probing capabilities that Hui Yuhao possessed, their reactions were considerably slower. By the time they unleashed their second soul technique, Wang Dong's skill had already reached fruition. The brothers' mantis blade manifested dozens of shimmering slashes, attempting to thwart the radiance of the butterfly god. Yet their efforts were in vain. In terms of soul power, martial spirit tier, and the age of their soul rings, they fell short of Wang Dong. Amidst the golden glimmer, the 1,000-year soul ring technique, butterfly goddess light, erupted with formidable might, sending the Luo brothers hurtling through the air. Just as their soul technique was dismantled, the supervising teacher, resembling a specter, seamlessly entered the fray, extracting the two from the golden brilliance and swiftly exiting the competition arena. Clearly, he judged that the brothers would sustain severe injuries from Wang Dong's assault, prompting his intervention. However, his involvement signified that the Luo brothers could no longer continue in the contest. Wang Dong's astute judgment, overwhelming offensive prowess, and decisive action earned him unanimous approval from the observing teachers in the stands. Simultaneously, while Wang Dong celebrated his triumph, Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao were enduring the full brunt of Xie Huanyue's assault. From an overall strength perspective, Xie Huanyue's team was arguably weaker than Ning Tian's, with insurmountable disparities in power and martial spirits compared to the Luo brothers and Wu Feng, Nanmin Yuner. Yet, among the teacher's private assessments, Xie Huanyue, as a newly ascended soul sovereign, was currently rated even higher than Ning Tian, illustrating his formidable prowess. Descending from above once more, Xie Huanyue activated his second soul ring. Hui Yuhao attempted another soul shock directed at him, while Xiao Zhao's three lives soul calming cauldron simultaneously engaged. Their objective was to buy time until Wang Dong returned, uniting their strengths for a decisive confrontation against Xie Huanyue. However, while Hui Yuhao's mental probing could detect the enemy's movements, it could not unveil the nature of their soul techniques. In midair, Xie Huanyue's second soul ring flared to life. With a sudden, powerful swing of his previously short and stout right arm, he struck as Hui Yuhao's soul shock took effect. His arm elongated, delivering a precise blow to the three lives soul calming cauldrons advancing towards him. Despite Xiao Xiao activating her cauldron's shock at the first opportunity, Xie Huanyue's arm effortlessly countered her technique, an overwhelming force dispersing the three cauldrons. His massive, ball-like form descended, and the arm that had cleared the cauldron shot forth once more, aiming directly at Xiao Xiao. The effect of the soul shock on him was fleeting, and his application of soul techniques was masterful. This was true foresight. He anticipated the timing of Hui Yuhao's soul shock perfectly and executed his skill in the critical moment, seizing a comprehensive advantage. Although Xiao Xiao is a dual martial spirit wielder, her close combat capabilities were notably lacking. She was not a powerhouse or agile attacker, but rather identified herself as a control-type soul master, with limited combat experience. As she beheld the enormous figure descending upon her, she found herself momentarily stunned. Hui Yuhao surged forward from behind, swiftly encircling Xiao Xiao's waist, in a fluid motion akin to a specter. He evaded the imminent strike from Xia Huanyue's outstretched arm, then rolled with Xiao Xiao to escape the weight of Xia Huanyue's formidable presence. As Xia Huanyue's massive form crashed to the ground, there was no heavy thud. Instead, he rolled upon impact, pursuing Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao. This moment coincided with Wang Dong's triumphant defeat of the Luo brothers, causing Xia Huanyue to feel the pressure. If he could not vanquish Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao first, facing 3 adversaries would leave him with no chance of victory. The third soul ring on his corpulent body finally shimmered to life, enveloping him in a radiant purple glow, transforming him into an imposing purple sphere. With a low growl, a powerful halo of purple light erupted from him, swiftly closing in on Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao. In a critical moment, Hui Yuhao displayed his gallant nature. As he rolled sideways, he sprang to his feet, channeling his strength through his arms to propel Xiao Xiao into the air, where Xia Huanyue's attack could not reach her. Simultaneously, Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao gasped in unison. But the overwhelming purple light had already collided with Hui Yuhao's form. A jolt coursed through him as the purple aura spiraled upwards from his feet, rendering him motionless. His mental probing shared abruptly vanishing. In the blink of an eye, taking advantage of Xia Huanyue's massive body not yet bearing down upon them, the supervising teacher swiftly extricated Hui Yuhao from the arena, preventing him from becoming a mere casualty beneath the weight. Xia Huanyue cursed his misfortune inwardly. What worth was there in defeating a soul master with merely a decade of soul rings? The dual martial soul master had escaped. It appeared this battle was far from over. Yet, he remained confident. The Luo brothers were simply his subordinates, and his true fighting capability lay within himself. He was assured that with his third-ring strength against 2 second-ring soul masters, he maintained a victory probability exceeding 70%. However, as he gazed upwards, he was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Xiao, thrown into the air by Hui Yuhao, was caught by the arriving Wang Dong, who spread his wings to keep them both suspended aloft. At that moment, both of their eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson under Xia Huanyue's might. They sensed an undeniable pressure. Wang Dong, let me down. Xiao Xiao's voice was icy, her typically gentle demeanor transformed by genuine fury. Hui Yuhao had endured that attack for her sake, and they had been uncertain if the teacher would act in time. If not, Hui Yuhao would be gravely injured. If not dead, how could this not stir Xiao Xiao's heart? Moreover, she felt responsible for allowing Xia Huanyue to draw near, igniting her inner battle spirit. Wang Dong retracted his wings, bringing Xiao Xiao back to the ground. His own wrath simmered even greater than hers, his gaze fixed fiercely upon Xia Huanyue. Consumed by the singular thought, this scoundrel harmed Yuhao, I shall slay him. Xia Huanyue did not rush to attack. His massive form slowly advanced towards Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, his first soul ring continuously glowing to sustain his bulk. This was the inherent characteristic of his martial soul. As a top-tier defensive beast martial soul, his training aimed for more than mere defense. He aspired to be a versatile defender and a dual-system battle soul master. Indeed, thus far, his training had proven exceedingly successful. Even before the freshman assessment, he had become a core disciple of the Outer Academy alongside Ning Tian and another freshman who had reached the soul venerable level. Xiao Xiao, I need 15 seconds. Wang Dong spoke solemnly. After uttering this, he closed his eyes, the yellow and purple soul rings on his body illuminating simultaneously. Golden auras began to radiate from the dazzling blue wings on his back, as he raised his arms to align with the forward wings. Xiao Xiao nodded resolutely without a word, striding boldly towards Xia Huanyue. The melody of the 9 phoenixes' flute became particularly fervent, as verdant auras rapidly emanated from the jade flute she played. The 3 soul-forging cauldrons converged around her, forming a protective arc. Xia Huanyue snorted, suddenly crouching low before springing upwards, charging directly at Xiao Xiao, his body a formidable weapon. Despite a slight reduction in speed, his confidence remained unshaken. His second soul ring also illuminated, with his retractable arm poised to strike, ready to send the 3 soul-forging cauldrons flying. Yet, when he was within 5 meters of Xiao Xiao, the 3 enormous cauldrons erupted with a dark light, colliding with one another at the center, not aimed at Xie Huanyue, but rather self-colliding. Simultaneously, the two rings attached to Xiao Zhao's 3 soul-forging cauldrons activated. Almost all soul masters can synergize their soul skills. Yet the extent of their cooperation depends on the strength of the soul master's martial soul and the harmony of the additional soul rings in generating soul skills. Confronting a formidable foe, Xiao Xiao finally unleashed her most powerful technique, the nation's treasured artifact, the Tremor of the Cauldron. The 3 cauldrons combined with a thunderous roar, materializing a colossal cauldron twice the size of any preceding one. Strange runes faintly appeared upon this giant cauldron, exuding an indescribable majesty alongside the resounding boom. Xie Huanyue's striking arm was forcibly deflected, and when his hefty body collided with the national treasure giant cauldron, he found himself ensnared, rendered immobile in midair. Waves of dark aura assaulted his form, and he felt the soul power within him rapidly evaporating. In shock, he hastily summoned his soul power, intending to unleash his formidable Millennium Soul Ring technique. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to do so. His body felt as though it were anchored in place. The soul skills he was attempting to execute could not be retracted, and those he had yet to cast could not be released, as his internal soul power swiftly dissipated. Meanwhile, the giant cauldron stood resolutely like a mountain, impervious to his assault. The 9 phoenixes flute in Xiao Zhao's hand vanished the moment the giant cauldron appeared, and it became apparent that she too was enveloped in spiraling dark auras, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. The fusion of the 2 soul skills, executed in such a distinctive manner, consumed energy nearly akin to that of a martial soul fusion skill, coupled with the soul power expended in the earlier battle. Xiao Xiao could not sustain this for long. Yet, at that moment, her mind was solely focused on Wang Dong's words. 15 seconds, no matter what. I shall endure these 15 seconds. At the moment when Hui Yuhao resolutely cast her aside, her innocent heart was already overflowing with emotion. In that instant, she had completely integrated into the team. Though she was a girl, her heart surged with fervor for the glory of the team and for her comrades. She was willing to make sacrifices. 15 seconds, typically a fleeting moment, felt excruciatingly long at this juncture. The formidable Xie Huanyue, possessing a soul power of 32 levels, began to feel panic rise within him as he locked eyes with Xiao Xiao, whose gaze was filled with unwavering determination and tenacity, clearly a look of mutual destruction. Had she lost her mind? This was merely a freshman assessment match, though he was uncertain how Xiao Xiao had rendered him immobile. He understood that even a twin martial soul could not defy the laws governing martial spirits. The greater the power, the more significant the cost. 1 second, another second, and yet another second passed. The supervising teacher at the sidelines felt a surge of anxiety. He was torn about whether to halt the match. Yet, if he stopped it, how could a victor be determined? Just as Hui Yuhao regained consciousness from the intense dizziness brought on by the purple light, he clenched his fists tightly. With his spiritual eyes, he saw clearly that Xiao Xiao had already overexerted herself. Xiao Xiao, give up, Hui Yuhao shouted, unwilling to see his partner harmed, even if it meant losing the match. Xiao Zhao's response was merely to press her lips together, yet the dark aura surrounding her seemed to intensify. In that moment, Hui Yuhao was profoundly shaken by the fervor in Xiao Zhao's eyes. Not only he, but even the old man gnawing on a chicken leg in the observation area paused, nodding slowly at Xiao Xiao. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the final second ticked away, a golden beam of light erupted from behind Xiao Xiao. Wang Dong's radiant bright goddess butterfly wings transformed into a resplendent gold, and he ascended like a phoenix from the flames. As the golden pillar rose with him, it began to curve, morphing into a terrifyingly immense crescent-shaped light blade. In that instant, the air seemed to be torn asunder, and an indescribable wave of formidable soul power enveloped the arena. Gazing upon the colossal light blade, Xie Huanyue's spirit fled in terror, despite his confidence in his defense. He could not fathom withstanding such an onslaught. The supervising teacher could hesitate no longer. He dashed into the arena. However, when he grasped Xie Huanyue, he was astonished to find himself unable to pull him free from the tumultuous shockwave emitted by Xiao Xiao. Meanwhile, the enormous golden light blade surged towards him, and even with his cultivation as a soul emperor, he felt an overwhelming pressure that threatened to suffocate him. Could a mere great soul master student truly unleash such power? There was no time left for him to summon his martial soul. Reluctantly, he braced himself to withstand the blow with his own body. At that moment, a tremendous force from above suddenly altered the trajectory of the golden blade just before it struck the teacher. In midair, a large fiery red hand materialized. seizing the golden blade and seemingly squeezing it before shattering it to pieces. The old man took another bite of his chicken leg and murmured, "Today's orlans flavored chicken leg is a bit salty." As he spoke, he rose slowly and descended from the observation platform. The national treasure, the cauldron, vanished quietly. And Xiao Xiao collapsed, unconscious. The brilliance of the bright goddess butterfly faded, yet Wang Dong, with immense effort, remained standing. He gazed at the somewhat dazed supervising teacher. His eyes filled with determination, stating, "We won." With those 4 words barely uttered, he could no longer hold on and fell into unconsciousness. Hui Yuhao dashed into the arena, embracing his 2 partners. Xia Huanyue had returned to his normal size, but his uniform was completely soaked with cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely believed that Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong intended to kill him, and he felt utterly powerless. Trembling, he realized that the look in Xiao Xiao's eyes was etched deeply in his heart. In the observation area, the teachers remained silent, having completely overlooked the other matches that had concluded or were still ongoing. The strength of each member of the Hui Yuhao team and the Xia Wanyu team was not remarkable to them, as becoming a teacher at Shrek Academy necessitated at least the prowess of a 6-ring soul emperor. What astonished them, however, was the unwavering conviction exhibited by Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. Wang Dong seemed merely fatigued, while Xiao Xiao was evidently exhausted, a state that could not be swiftly remedied. Chapter 27. Enemies? Brothers? The teachers of Shrek Academy had encountered numerous prodigies. Yet few new students displayed the same relentless dedication to victory and steadfast belief as Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong. The director of the Martial Soul Department, Du Weilan, approached the somewhat dazed Zhou Yi and remarked, "Teacher Zhou, congratulations on nurturing 2 exceptional students. Please submit their names, as I believe they are qualified to become core disciples of the Outer Academy." Zhou Yi, regaining her composure, quickly responded, "Director Du, there is also Hui Yuhao. He is the core and leader of the team." Du Weilan paused, shook his head, and replied, "1 ring is too weak. He must be a rare spirit attribute soul master. Have you considered how few spirit beasts of that attribute exist?" With that, he descended from the high platform. As the director of the Martial Soul Department, his strength was not the sole reason for his authority. His keen insight was equally formidable. He recognized Hui Yuhao's pivotal role in the competition, as it was his presence that ignited Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao's almost frenzied fighting spirit. However, as the director, his responsibilities were significant, and he could not simply base his decision on temperament and leadership ability when selecting a core disciple. Upon hearing Du Weilan's words, Zhou Yi was struck with realization. Indeed, she had overlooked this matter. Although Hui Yuhao's first soul ring ability was powerful, he was fundamentally a spirit attribute soul master. Spirit attribute soul beasts were exceedingly rare, and the powerful ones were even scarcer. In this context, Hui Yuhao's prospects of becoming a formidable soul master were consequently diminished. Fear not. If the Martial Soul Department does not want him, we in the Soul Guidance Department shall take him, Fan Yu stated, patting her shoulder, his eyes gleaming with determination. While it was challenging to find formidable spirit-type soul beasts, more common ones were still obtainable, provided he possessed sufficient soul power. Even with only the ability of his first soul ring, he could become an excellent student in the Soul Guidance Department. This core disciple is mine. Zhou Yi, appearing uncharacteristically warm before Fan Yu, replied, "No, not yet. You must be patient. Let the child wait 3 years." Yuhao was recommended as a special student by Tang Sect, and he likely comes from a humble background as a self-taught soul master, which is why he possesses only a 10-year soul ring. In class, he is always the most diligent student. Although he started late, he is the most hard-working and earnest student I have encountered. His foundation is insufficient, so I will keep him by my side for further instruction. 3 years should be ample time to enrich his foundational knowledge. With his current effort, he should at least reach the 3-ring level by then. Once he surpasses 3 rings, his future will undoubtedly be bright. At that point, he can become a core disciple of your Soul Guidance Department. Fan Yu smiled slightly and said, "It is evident you are quite fond of this child. Since you have made arrangements for him, I shall defer to your judgment. After the new student assessments, bring him to see me. Let him also study in the Soul Guidance Department, and I will assess his aptitude in this area." Indeed, Zhou Yi nodded, adding, "I will check on Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong's conditions." Fan Yu, do you believe that the Martial Soul Department's refusal to accept Yuhao as a core disciple will lead to regrets in the future? Fan Yu replied, "Let us await the outcome." Wang Dong's condition was manageable. He was merely fatigued. More importantly, he had Hui Yuhao, his martial soul fusion partner, by his side. As Hui Yuhao embraced him, his soul power naturally flowed into Wang Dong, quickly restoring a measure of his energy. Through the fusion of their powers, Wang Dong regained consciousness within 10 minutes. However, Xiao Xiao's situation was dire. The application of her national treasure tripod not only demanded considerable soul power, but also required exceptional control. In normal circumstances, the tripod would unleash a single powerful strike capable of sending enemies flying and inducing a forced state of dizziness, far surpassing the combined strength of two individual soul techniques. Yet, she had not employed it in that manner. Instead, she had directly affixed the tripod to Xia Huanyu, intending to delay him for as long as possible. Xia Huanyu's defense was formidable, and Xiao Xiao feared that if she sent him flying, he could return swiftly, given his remarkable agility. Consequently, Xiao Xiao had overexerted not only her soul power but also her stamina, succumbing to a profound state of unconsciousness as soon as the competition concluded. Fortunately, at Shrek Academy, there was no shortage of healing elixirs. After taking the medicine, Xiao Xiao fell into a deep slumber. However, according to the instructor overseeing her treatment, she would require at least a day and night of rest, free from disturbances, to avoid any lingering side effects from the elixir. This indicated that, conservatively, she would be unable to participate in the competition scheduled for this afternoon and the following morning. Zhou Yi personally escorted Xiao Xiao back to her dormitory for rest, while Hui Yuhao carried the weakened Wang Dong back to their own quarters. Wang Dong, how about we forfeit the afternoon's match? Hui Yuhao gently suggested, taking note of Wang Dong's pale complexion. Absolutely not. Wang Dong understood Hui Yuhao's concern for his health, yet his fighting spirit surged with unprecedented fervor. Throughout his life, he had never approached any endeavor with such seriousness as he did now. Yuhao, I recognize your worries. However, we must continue the competition. If we simply concede, what does that say about our commitment to Xiao Xiao? She is unconscious, but we are here. We possess the power of Haodong. We will surely recover before the afternoon match. We must fight for Xiao Xiao until her return. Seeing the resolute determination in Wang Dong's eyes, Hui Yuhao felt a surge of emotion. True feelings emerge in adversity, and the series of matches from yesterday to today had swiftly deepened the bond among him, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. This was no longer a mere camaraderie among classmates. It had evolved into a brotherhood forged in the crucible of shared struggles. Though this was not a battlefield, they had already treated the competition as a war. What are you waiting for? Hurry, Wang Dong urged, raising his hands toward Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao inhaled deeply, raising his palms to meet his opponents, resolutely declaring, I fight for Xiao Xiao. On Sea God Island, by the lakeside, Wang Yin inquired softly. Elder Xian, how do you feel? Elder Xian had just finished several chicken legs, and his plate was now filled with wings, as if he could never satiate his hunger. The two young ones are commendable. However, the one you mentioned with the innate spirit is lacking. He ought to possess a skill akin to spiritual probing. Regrettably, his first soul ring is merely of the 10th grade. This is an irreparable flaw, Elder Xian remarked, taking a sip of wine. But Elder, he has an innate spirit. Wang Yin protested. Elder Xian shook his head, responding, you should understand what is most crucial for an innate spirit. It is potential and the capacity for combat mutation. Today's competition made it abundantly clear. Under such pressure, his spirit exhibited no mutations, indicating he lacks the essence of an innate spirit. He is older, with insufficient soul power, and his first soul ring is merely 10 years. Even if he possesses decent potential, it is not what I seek. Do you comprehend? Wang Yin, still unwilling to concede, replied, but Elder, I learned just yesterday that Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong achieved a spirit fusion, capable of executing a fusion technique. Although I am unaware of the specifics of their fusion technique, does this not demonstrate his talent? Elder Xian dismissed this notion, saying, spirit fusion techniques do not encompass everything. Enough, I have made my decision. The other two young ones may serve as alternatives, but as for Hui Yuhao, he is not worth considering. With that, he rose, clutching his chicken wings in one hand and a large wine gourd in the other, staggering away as if he might fall at any moment. Watching Elder Xian's retreating figure, Wang Yin sighed. He was well aware of Hui Yuhao's shortcomings, yet he sensed an extraordinary aura about the young man. While Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao appeared to excel far beyond him, Hui Yuhao led them in competition, becoming the true core of the team. Why was this so? Had my judgment truly erred? No, I shall not surrender. Regardless of the circumstances, I will devote myself to nurturing Hui Yuhao. When he achieves success, I can revisit Elder Xian then. The new student assessment elimination round was nearing its conclusion, with the top 8 teams already determined after the morning's competitions. Undoubtedly, these were the most outstanding teams. Surprisingly, however, both teams led by sole respect-level students were eliminated, and more astonishingly, they were ousted by the same team. Only the final 8 teams remained. When Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong arrived at the competition venue that afternoon, they immediately attracted the keen attention of the other 7 teams. Clearly, no one wished to face this duo who had already toppled 2 major contenders, even if they were down to just 2 members. The power of the duo was indeed remarkable. Under Hu Yuhao's assistance, Wang Dong's soul power had fully recovered after more than 2 hours of training. Moreover, due to their earlier exertions and recent diligent practice, Wang Dong's soul power had surged to the 25th level. While awaiting the draw, Hu Yuhao quietly asked Wang Dong, "By the way, what skill did you employ at the last moment this morning?" Wang Dong replied, "I fused the winged blade with the butterfly god's light. It is my strongest attack. That evil phantom moon spirit, if I am not mistaken, should be a rare beast spirit known as the Pippi elephant. This spirit inherently possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Its first soul skill should be the elephant body, followed by the arm lengthening skill, likely the elephant trunk, and the final soul skill, which should encompass powerful area control akin to elephant rage. To breach its ball-like defense, ordinary attacks would be futile. Only 2 methods exist: extreme attribute attacks, such as high-temperature flames or ultra-low temperature freezes, or extreme sharpness. I utilized the butterfly god's light to enhance the winged blade, aiming to pierce through its defenses. At that moment, it was restrained by Xiao Xiao, granting me ample time to gather my strength. I was confident that strike could shatter its spirit." Listening to Wang Dong's explanation, Hu Yuhao couldn't help but silently praise him. Despite his 3 months of diligent study on soul master knowledge, he still found himself considerably lacking compared to Wang Dong. This only strengthened Hu Yuhao's resolve to train harder. As Hu Yuhao's team approached to draw lots, Director Du Waren's voice jolted him from his thoughts. He hurried forward and drew a slip from the lot container in Du Waren's hands. Du Waren scrutinized Hu Yuhao closely, thinking, this student indeed possesses his own merits. Spirit-type souls are exceedingly rare. Sadly, he has yet to reach the 20th level, significantly diminishing his chances of acquiring powerful soul rings in the future. Otherwise, he would certainly qualify as a core disciple. Let us observe further if he can consistently pass the Academy's assessments. We shall see if he merits core disciple status by the 4th or 5th year. Number 3, Du Waren announced, taking the slip Hu Yuhao had drawn. Instantly, the countenance of one team among those who had already drawn shifted slightly. Hu Yuhao's draw was precisely their opponent. Hu Yuhao returned to Wang Dong's side and remarked, "If there is a 1/7 chance that we might once again draw the final team possessing a soul sage, I believe we could contemplate paying our respects to the divine." Wang Dong, wearing an expression of helplessness, responded, "What god shall we worship?" Hu Yuhao chuckled softly, "Of course, it is the sea god. That ancestor is truly the emblem of our Shrek Academy, is it not?" Wang Dong placed his right hand on his shoulder and replied, "Hey, there is nothing amusing about this. When the odds were 3 out of 32, the probability of drawing was less than 1 in 10, yet we succeeded. When it was 2 out of 16, the odds were less than 1 in 8, and we triumphed again. Now, with a 1 in 7 chance, the likelihood is even greater than before. What do you think our chances are this time?" Upon hearing his analysis, Hu Yuhao's expression turned sour. "Surely, we can't be that unfortunate." It proved that luck, while a tangible entity, does not consistently favor one side, nor does it invariably bring misfortune. Among their opponents this time, there were no soul emperors present. The 2 sides faced each other in the assessment zone, announcing their names. Their adversaries hailed from the new student class 9, comprising 3 formidable soul masters, each above level 20. Comparatively, they formed a strong team, but still fell short when matched against the squads Hu Yuhao and his companions had previously defeated. 2 agile attackers and 1 strong force, such a combination was rather uninspiring. "What shall we do?" Wang Dong whispered into Hu Yuhao's ear. A glimmer of light flashed in Hu Yuhao's eyes. "Let's go all out." Very well. The rapport between the 2 was growing ever deeper. After a brief exchange, the competition commenced. Both sides unleashed their martial souls simultaneously. However, Wang Dong, a formidable assault-type soul master, chose not to charge forward immediately. Instead, he unfurled his azure wings and took to the air, while his purple second soul ring radiated brilliantly. Hu Yuhao grasped Wang Dong's ankle from below, his eyes' faint golden glow completely overshadowed by the radiance emanating from Wang Dong at that moment. The golden patterns on the wings of the goddess of light, Butterfly, illuminated brilliantly, and under the infusion of the winter's might, The golden hues were tinged with a touch of orange red. Observing from such close proximity, free from any interference, Hui Yuhao distinctly perceived that Wang Dong's second soul skill. The light of the butterfly god did not emit beams of light, but rather numerous luminous orbs. Each fragment of golden pattern released a light orb, totaling around several dozen. In the next instant, the orange-red brilliance lit up the entire arena. The opponents were utterly unprepared for Wang Dong's ferocity from the outset, and more importantly, they could hardly anticipate the terrifying potency of his light of the butterfly god. With the support of Winter's might, the butterfly god's light was at least comparable to a millennium soul ring technique unleashed by a three-ring soul master. The three adversaries could only muster all their strength to deploy their soul skills and resistance. Following a dazzling display, two agility-based battle spirit masters were directly ejected from the arena. Although the strength-type battle spirit master managed to endure, he found his soul power significantly depleted and sustained injuries from the overwhelming light force. Thus, when Wang Dong gracefully landed again, he declared with commanding authority, "Will you leave on your own, or shall I assist you?" And then, there was no further discourse. Upon entering the elimination stage, this match concluded at an unprecedented speed. It was precisely this victory that significantly elevated Wang Dong's popularity, with many heralding him as the foremost agility-type battle spirit master among the freshmen. After the match, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong swiftly departed the arena, returning to their dormitory. In truth, only they were aware that although Wang Dong's soul power had recuperated, the morning's overexertion had left him somewhat injured, rendering prolonged combat unfavorable. Hence, they had opted for such an explosive strategy to conclude the match. Had they encountered an opponent proficient in defense, akin to Xie Huanyue, even a two-ring master, their chances of victory would have been considerably diminished. Following this match, Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao had officially secured their places among the top four of the freshman elimination tournament. This meant that with just one more victory, rewards were guaranteed, and two more would crown them champions. Zhou Yi had informed them that the quality of this year's freshman far surpassed previous cohorts, and should they claim the championship, it would indubitably affirm their potential. Upon returning to their dormitory, Hui Yuhao refrained from selling grilled fish, opting instead to engage in the training of Winter's might alongside Wang Dong. Without Xiao Xiao's assistance, the forthcoming matches would undoubtedly prove more challenging. The same strategy could not be employed a second time. The explosive victory they achieved that afternoon bore an element of surprise. If their opponents were adequately prepared, replicating such success would be exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, this strategy remained their most crucial means of overcoming adversaries until Xiao Zhao's return. At dawn, as the first light graced the distant east, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong simultaneously opened their eyes. Hui Yuhao rose from his bed and pushed open the dormitory window facing east. A hint of purple gradually appeared in the pale sky, and at that moment, Hui Yuhao's eyes quietly transformed into a shade of purple. Wang Dong tidied his clothes and proceeded to freshen up.